Come on, no way, why did I have to transmigrate into such a dangerous world? In West City, Lin Luo gazed at the hovering cars all around him, then at the incomparably luxurious semicircular villa not far away. The familiar scene unfolding before his eyes left no doubt as to which world he had arrived in. The Dragon Ball world. These hovering cars in front of him were precisely the everyday means of transportation for ordinary people here. And that incomparably extravagant semicircular house in the distance was none other than the home of the richest family in the world, belonging to Bulma, the foremost heroine of Dragon Ball. Had he not simply been reliving his childhood rewatching the Dragon Ball anime? How had it ended up dragging him into this world itself? Before transmigrating, as a devoted Dragon Ball fan, Lin Luo had more than once fantasized that it would be wonderful if he could cross over into this vast and tumultuous world. To become a Saiyan would have been even better. This life, no regrets in loving Dragon Ball. In the next, may I be born a Saiyan. That was the cherished dream of countless fans, and Lin Luo was no exception. Yet only after truly transmigrating did Lin Luo realize that entering such a perilous world was no joke. What made it worse was that he was nothing more than an ordinary human. He had not transmigrated as a Saiyan. In the Dragon Ball world, ordinary people lived in extreme danger. Life and death were completely beyond their own control. What was even more infuriating was that after piecing things together, Lin Luo discovered a grave problem. The current point in time was just after Son Goku and Piccolo had joined forces to defeat Raditz. In other words, in 1 year, Vegeta and Nappa, two far stronger Saiyans, would descend upon Earth. From then on, the power levels of the Dragon Ball world would step into a new epoch, ushering in an era where anyone might shatter planets with ease. Of course, this had little to do with ordinary people, except that in the presence of such monsters they would become even more vulnerable, dying even faster. If he had transmigrated to an earlier time, he could still have gone with Son Goku and Krillin to become a disciple of Master Roshi, joining the protagonist group. As an Earthling, his ultimate ceiling might only be around Krillin's level, still relegated to the sidelines in the later arcs. Yet that would still be far better than remaining an ordinary person. But at this point in the timeline, it was already too late. Those future enemies would indeed all be defeated through the efforts of Goku and the others. However, as an ordinary man whose fate lay outside his own hands, he felt utterly unsafe. At some unknown time in the future, he might well become nourishment for Cell or be turned into a snack by Majin Buu. Aren't transmigrators supposed to have cheat abilities? He muttered. Where's my cheat? Where's my system? I don't ask for much. Just give me the strength of Zeno. Even if it's a bit less, granting me the power of the Grand Priest would be fine too. At that moment, a crisp chime sounded in his ears. Ding. The Myriad Worlds Video Network invites you to join. Will you accept the invitation? At that instant, a voice echoed beside Lin Luo's ear. Myriad Worlds Video Network. What is that supposed to be? A trace of doubt flashed through Lin Luo's heart, but he quickly realized that this might very well be his cheat. I accept. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the Myriad Worlds Video Network. You may now upload videos and share your life with the Myriad Worlds. In the next instant, an interface unfolded before Lin Luo's eyes. The layout and style of the interface reminded Lin Luo of the video websites he had frequently browsed in his previous life. After tinkering with the controls for a while, he figured out the general workings of this Myriad Worlds Video Network. It resembled the video platforms from his former world. Users could upload their videos to the site. The difference was that the audience came from all the Myriad Worlds. He saw videos from the One Piece world, videos from the Naruto world, and also clips from the Tokusatsu worlds of Kamen Rider, Ultraman, and Armor Hero. Yet there was not a single video from the Dragon Ball world. In other words, he was the first person from Dragon Ball to join this site. Just then, an event banner caught Lin Luo's eye. Transformation Grand Event. It stated that all users of the site could upload transformation-related videos to participate. The site would evaluate videos based on their content view counts and barrage comments, ultimately selecting the 10 most outstanding entries. The uploaders of those videos would obtain generous rewards. The event would last a total of 7 days. Lin Luo browsed the videos that had already entered. There was a clip of Naruto entering Sage Mode uploaded by Uzumaki Naruto himself. There were videos of Luffy activating Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd uploaded by Luffy, and a video of Kaido transforming into an Azure Dragon uploaded by Kaido. There were also numerous transformation clips of Armor Heroes, Kamen Riders, and Ultraman. Some of these were uploaded by the Transformers themselves, others by different people. The event would last 7 days in total. 3 days had already passed, leaving 4 remaining. Since you are the first user from the Dragon Ball world to join this site, your uploaded videos will be promoted throughout the Myriad Worlds and viewed by countless beings. If your uploaded video places in the event rankings, the rewards you receive will be even more bountiful. From the content of the videos you upload, you may choose any single element as your reward, including, but not limited to, strength and abilities. After hearing the site's notification, Lin Luo's eyes lit up. He had never expected that being the first Dragon Ball user on the platform would come with special privileges. The first privilege was essentially a guaranteed boost for his videos, sending them straight into the spotlight and securing more viewers. The second privilege was even more astonishing. If one of his videos could place in the event, he would be able to choose any element within that video. This privilege was enough to let him soar to the heavens in a single step. In the Dragon Ball world, what mattered above all else? Power. And with this second privilege used properly, he could ascend in one leap and become a top-tier powerhouse in the Dragon Ball world. Come to think of it, it seems the site never said that entries must be uploaded by the Transformer themselves. He chuckled softly. In that case, I'm afraid I won't be polite. If only videos uploaded by the Transformer were valid, he would be completely out of luck. He could not transform and had no suitable footage to submit. But the site had set no such restriction. In other words, uploading other people's transformation videos was entirely acceptable. And since this was a transformation-themed event, the content had to revolve around transformations. In terms of raw power, the Dragon Ball world might not be truly supreme among the myriad worlds, ranking at best in the upper middle tier. But when it came to the sheer flair and spectacle of transformations, the Saiyans of the Dragon Ball world feared no rivals. The iconic first Super Saiyan form, then Super Saiyan 2, 3, 4, and even Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Ultra Instinct, Ultra Ego, and so on. Strictly speaking, Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego might not count as simple transformations, yet calling them transformations would not be wrong either. Watching the existing entries, Lin Luo could not help but smile. Those transformations were classics in their own right, but compared with the Saiyan transformations, they still fell short by an astronomical margin. Next, it was time to deliver a modest little shock of Saiyan transformations to the myriad worlds. Although only 4 days remained before the event ended, Lin Luo felt no concern at all about whether the videos he uploaded could place in the rankings. Ding! Because a user from the Dragon Ball world has joined the Myriad Worlds video network, this site is now fully open to the Dragon Ball world. People of Dragon Ball may now upload and watch videos here. As the system's voice resounded in the next moment, the interface of the Myriad Worlds video network appeared before countless eyes across the Dragon Ball world. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others training on Earth. Son Goku, who had already reached King Kai's planet Vegeta, and Nappa en route to Earth, and even the god of destruction Beerus, and the angel Whis, who had been peacefully asleep. And even Zeno and the Grand Priest in the King's Palace. All of them now had the Myriad Worlds video network interface displayed before them. In that instant, the entire Dragon Ball world trembled. Wanja Video Network, what is this thing? In the Dragon Ball world, many people were filled with such doubts. Yet once they understood, this video network became a beacon of hope for some of them. For example, Krillin's son Goku and the others. From this video network, they caught a glimpse of the hope of defeating Vegeta. Vegeta, on the other hand, saw within it the hope of breaking free from Frieza and ultimately overthrowing him. Frieza in turn beheld the hope of attaining eternal life. But for Beerus, Whis, as well as Zeno and the Grand Priest, this video network was simply a marvelous pastime to kill time with. As lofty gods standing above all, their endlessly long lives were unbearably dull. Zeno in particular. Because of his status, no one could truly play with him, and he could only remain within the Zeno Palace endlessly bored. He longed for a friend who could play with him and help him pass his long and tedious days. The appearance of the video network made him exceedingly happy. Earthwest City. Because of me, people from the Dragon Ball world can also access the video network. Then the videos I upload afterward will change the course of the original story. Lin Luo could not help but think this. After all, the videos he planned to publish involved future plotlines of the Dragon Ball world. If certain characters were to see them, would that not alter the trajectory of the story? However, it was not a serious problem. As long as he could obtain rewards, that was enough. As for how the storyline would change, would that not be quite interesting in itself? No more wasting time. Let us bring the shock of Saiyan transformations to the myriad worlds. And these myriad worlds naturally include the Dragon Ball world itself. At this point in time, the transformations of Saiyans had scarcely been exposed. Thus, the videos he was about to release would also astonish the people of the Dragon Ball world. They might even shock the very individuals involved. But would that not make things all the more entertaining? Afterward, Lin Luo edited the images within his mind into videos and gave each a sensational, eye-catching title. He uploaded these videos to the video network and chose to participate in the transformation event. And as soon as Lin Luo released them, his videos were recommended and pushed before the eyes of countless beings across the myriad worlds. One Piece World. Someone has uploaded another transformation video. I wonder what kind of transformation it will be this time. Aboard the Sunny, Zoro spoke with great anticipation. Beside him, Sanji, Nami, and the others also nodded in expectation. Since this event began, they had already witnessed many different transformations. Originally, they had thought Luffy's transformations were already flashy enough. Unexpectedly, there were so many even more ostentatious transformations from other worlds. And now yet another new transformation video had appeared. Moreover, this video originated from an entirely new world, the Dragon Ball world. A new world has joined the video network. I wonder what transformations this Dragon Ball world will have. Yeah, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was filled with expectation. Tiga world. This Dragon Ball world doesn't seem to be another Ultraman world. Yes, we originally thought that Tiga having 3 different forms of transformation was already incredible. Who knew the later Ultramen would each have such gaudy and elaborate transformations? The members of the Victory team could not help but breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing that the video came from the Dragon Ball world. They had not been the first Ultraman world to join the video network. However, Tiga had been the very first Ultraman to possess multiple distinct forms. When the transformation event began, seeing that the other Ultramen could only upload videos of transforming into Ultramen themselves, while their Tiga could upload videos of transforming into different forms. They had assumed that Tiga possessed the mightiest transformations among all Ultramen. Yet unexpectedly, the Ultramen who appeared afterward could all transform as well, and their forms were endlessly extravagant. Leaving aside Dinah and Gaia, whose transformation styles resembled Tiga's, the ones that came later, such as Orb and Jeet, were actually able to borrow the power of other Ultramen to transform. This left them utterly stunned. They even trembled slightly whenever they saw a new Ultraman world join the network. Fortunately, this newly joined world was not an Ultraman world. The one who felt most relieved, of course, was Daigu. Only he knew how it felt when he saw Tiga's power being borrowed back and forth by various Ultramen. After their initial astonishment at this new Dragon Ball world, countless beings across the Myriad realms turned their gaze to the video's title, The Beginning of Saiyan Transformations, Great Ape Form. This aroused intense curiosity about the video's contents. The beginning of Saiyan transformations. So the video would be about these so-called Saiyan transformations. Moreover, since it was called the beginning of transformations, did that mean Saiyans had more than one form? Driven by curiosity, innumerable people clicked the video open. As everyone knows, across the Myriad world, Saiyans are not the strongest in terms of raw power, but when it comes to flamboyant transformations, if Saiyans claim second place, who would dare claim first? As the saying goes, there are not many colors left and used by the Saiyans, and the transformation that follows is the very beginning of Saiyan metamorphosis. It is a form that every Saiyan with a tail can master, and also the weakest among all Saiyan transformations. Great Ape Form. Simian God commence. With the narrator's words, the video truly began. Little Goku, Bulma, Yamcha, and the others were trapped inside an iron cage with a transparent glass panel overhead. Through the glass, the full moon hanging in the sky could be clearly seen. Little Goku told Bulma, Yamcha, and the others that on nights of the full moon a monster would appear. It was that very monster that had trampled his grandfather to death. Upon guessing the truth, Bulma and Yamcha were horrified. Bulma even pointed at the full moon, telling little Goku not to look at it under any circumstances. But because of her gesture, little Goku instinctively turned his gaze toward the full moon. In that very instant, an abnormal change occurred. Little Goku's eyes turned blood red, and in the next moment his body swelled violently as black fur rapidly covered his entire form. The glass panel above could not withstand the transformation at all and was shattered by his expanding body. In no time, little Goku had become a gigantic great ape. One Piece world. On Onigashima. Could this great ape form be some kind of Zoan devil fruit ability as well? This transformation looks a lot like the change after eating a Zoan-type devil fruit. Watching the video, Kaido took a swig of liquor and spoke. As captain of the Beast's pirates, his entire crew consisted of Zoan-type ability users. When Zoan users transformed, it did resemble the great ape form in the video to some extent. Of course, aside from himself, none of the others' transformed bodies were nearly that enormous. Never thought this Dragon Ball world would have such an ability as well. Could it be that there are Zoan fruits in the Dragon Ball world too? It's a pity that this Son Goku is from the Dragon Ball world, otherwise I'd have him join the Beast's pirates. Looking at the transformed little Goku, Kaido's fondness for talent was stirred. He did not know how strong Son Goku truly was, but from that massive form alone, one could tell his strength would not be weak. Dragon Ball world. This is the scene from back when we were trapped by Pilaf and Goku-kun transformed. Bulma watched the video, her face full of nostalgia. Back then she had traveled with Goku-kun in search of the Dragon Balls. Those days had been thrilling and filled with joy. It was a pity that Goku-kun was now married and even had a 4-year-old child. Outer space. 2 spherical starships streak through the void at breakneck speed. Inside each vessel sits a figure clad in battle armor, wearing a monoclestile sensor on one eye and bearing a tail. It is Vegeta and Nappa. Having been in suspended animation, they awoke abruptly upon the emergence of the video network. Watching the footage, Vegeta's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smirk. So this is Kakarot. A low-class warrior remains a low-class warrior. Even after transforming into a great Saiyan, he is still utterly pathetic. He regarded the young Goku's displayed power with utter contempt, unable to escape even a modest containment cell without resorting to transformation. How lamentably weak. Truly befitting a low-class warrior, worthless. And worse, incapable of retaining rationality post-transformation, worthless beyond measure. That Raditz failed to defeat such a wretched fighter only confirms his own worthlessness. A mere low-class warrior. What threat could he possibly pose before Vegeta? This Earth expedition, it seemed, would unfold effortlessly for him. The underworld. Snake Way. Son Goku, who had been sprinting along its narrow path, came to an abrupt halt, triggered by the video network's appearance. Running while watching videos was perilous. He'd already tumbled off once, wasting precious time. He dared not repeat that mistake. Gazing at his transformed self on screen, Goku recalled those long-ago events, the time he, Bulma, and Yamcha had been trapped together. He remembered clearly gazing upon the full moon had plunged him into unconsciousness. When he awoke, he was already rescued. So, was it during that blackout that he transformed into this monstrous great ape? Thus, Grandpa was crushed beneath my own feet. And that monster who disrupted the World Martial Arts Tournament, that was me too. At last Goku understood the beast he had spoken of, the one who killed his grandfather, was himself. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Though I now stand in the afterlife, I have no time to seek you out and beg forgiveness. Should I fall again in this battle against the Saiyans, I'll find you then, to apologize in person. Goku resolved if he perished in this confrontation with the Saiyans, he would journey straight to his grandfather's side to make amends. At that moment, the video's narration resumed. The Saiyan Great Saiyan transformation is accessible to any tailed Saiyan who gazes upon the full moon. Upon transformation, their combat prowess multiplies tenfold. The Great Saiyan state represents the pinnacle of Saiyan physical potential. Yet two methods exist to reverse this transformation, beyond slaying the transformed Saiyan outright. First, as the narrator spoke, Bulma, Yamcha, and the others sprang into action on screen. Since the transformed young Goku attacked friend and foe alike, they sought to restore his senses. Yamcha recalled gripping Goku's tail instantly sapped his strength. Thus, the tail was his critical vulnerability. Severing it would force reversion. With that insight, Bulma and Oolong drew Goku's attention. Yamcha circled behind him and seized his tail in a firm grip, while Poir transformed into a pair of shears and severed it cleanly. Through this coordinated effort, the group finally restored young Goku to his normal state. The first method to force a Saiyan out of the Great Saiyan form is to sever their tail. Without a tail, they cannot sustain the transformation. Of course, how precisely one severs that tail remains another matter entirely. The One Piece world. Oni Island. What? This Great Saiyan transformation harbors such a glaring weakness. If the tail is cut, the transformation ends immediately. And once severed, they can never transform again, rendering it a one-time ability. Initially, Kaido had contemplated recruiting young Goku into his Beast Pirates. But now that notion vanished. The weakness was simply too catastrophic. Animal-type devil fruit users like himself possessed no such fatal flaw. Yet a single comment drifting across the screen froze Kaido mid-thought. Uzumaki Naruto. Tenfold power increase upon Great Saiyan transformation. Uzumaki Naruto, if my own transformations, Sage Mode, Nine Tails Chakra Mode, granted me tenfold power, I'd have raised everything by now. Naruto's remark sent shockwaves across the Myriad realms. Until then, viewers' focus had fixated solely on the transformation's vulnerability. They'd overlooked the narrator's earlier statement: Saiyans gained tenfold combat power upon Great Saiyan transformation. For Ultra Warriors, human hosts, armored riders, and Kamen riders, this was unsurprising. Many exceeded tenfold amplification. But for others possessing transformation abilities, such exponential growth ignited profound envy. Naruto, Kurosaki Ichigo, even animal-type devil fruit users, each watched hearts pounding with longing. Were my transformed strength tenfold greater, this world would long since be mine. What is Gold? Roger compared to me? I would eclipse him as the ultimate pirate king. On Oni Island, Kaido surged upright, stunned anew by the sheer magnitude of that tenfold power surge. Though his Azure Dragon transformation vastly amplified his might, it fell far short of tenfold. Such potency was unimaginable. Had he possessed it, he'd have claimed the title of Pirate King long ago. The four emperors, the Marines, all would kneel before him. Alas, so formidable a transformation bore such a crippling flaw. Moreover, the transformed child's raw power proved underwhelming. He merely demolished a single castle. That level of destruction was disappointingly modest. Still, considering he was but a child, such strength was commendable. One could only wonder how much stronger son Goku might become upon maturity. From Goku's demonstrated capability, one could infer the Dragon Ball world's overall power tier was comparatively unremarkable, at least inferior to the One Piece world. Since joining the video network, Kaido had witnessed countless worlds of staggering might, many surpassing his own. These apex pirates, unrivaled in the One Piece world, were insignificant elsewhere. Thus, he developed a habit: whenever a new realm joined the video network, he instinctively measured its strength against his own. Judging from current evidence, the Dragon Ball world's power scale fell short of the One Piece world's. After all, the mere capacity to transform marked one as elite. A transformer's peak strength offered a reliable gauge of their world's collective might. By Goku's benchmark, the Dragon Ball world's power level appeared modest. In the One Piece world, warriors capable of leveling castles abounded. Even within Kaido's own crew, such fighters were numerous. Nor was he alone in this assessment. Naruto, Kurosaki, Ichigo, and others shared similar conclusions. Even some Ultra Warriors, human hosts, armored riders, and Kamen Riders concurred. As more realms with transcendent powers joined the video network, inevitable comparisons arose. Countless beings yearned for their world to rank among the strongest, not relegated to the bottom tier. They craved inter-realm contests, pitting their world's supremacy against others. Just as many concluded the Dragon Ball world lagged behind their own. The video's narration began anew. The first way to make the Saiyans transform back is to cut off their tails. The second method is slightly more difficult than the first. The reason the Saiyans can transform is that they have tails which can absorb a type of light called Blutz light emitted by the full moon, allowing them to transform. The second reason is that it must be a full moon. Thus, they can only transform under the full moon. Similarly, the second method to revert their transformation is also related to the full moon. Of course, it's not just a matter of waiting for the full moon to disappear. Rather, it is to make them revert their transformation while the full moon is present. There are many wise individuals in the Myriad realms. As the narration continued, many had already guessed the answer. However, they found it hard to believe. Thus, a barrage of shocked comments flew by. Sanji, no. It can't be. It can't be what I'm thinking. Sengoku, impossible, absolutely impossible. How can the second method mentioned in the video be true? Juzu, no way, this method would be difficult even for those Ultraman worlds. Juzu, this Dragon Ball world can't really achieve that, can it? Zhang Chulin, it can't be. Could it be that this Dragon Ball world has developed technology to the point of destroying the moon? Zhang Chulin, it can't possibly be something humanly achievable, right? Duan Muyan, however, based on the narration in the video, it seems there's no other method. The wise individuals in the Myriad realms had already guessed what the second method to revert the Saiyans transformation was. That is to destroy the full moon. Originally, they thought that just making the full moon disappear would suffice. After all, the full moon isn't present every day. They could just wait until dawn. But the video narration stated that they must make the Saiyans revert their transformation while the full moon is present. This means it's not as simple as just waiting for the full moon to disappear. So there is only one possibility left. When the full moon is high in the sky, the only way to make it disappear is to destroy the full moon. But how could that be achieved? One must understand that among the worlds residing in the video network, only those Ultraman worlds are likely capable of destroying the moon. Moreover, only those Ultramen might possess such power. Why say possibly? Because those Ultraman worlds have never released videos of them destroying the moon. This is normal. If the moon were destroyed, how would people on Earth live? The moon is incredibly important to Earth. Without any action taken, whether those Ultramen can actually destroy the moon remains uncertain to the people of the Myriad realms. Only the Ultramen themselves would know. And now the video from the Dragon Ball world presents the second method to revert the Saiyans transformation. It is highly likely to be the destruction of the full moon. Can this truly be achieved? Given that the Dragon Ball world has just joined the video network, others know little about it. Thus, they find it hard to believe that this new world really has the capability to destroy the moon. Whether through human effort or material resources, they find it difficult to trust. And in the next moment, a scene that left them in disbelief occurred. In the video, after the narration faded, the scene shifted to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Due to the tremendous power of Master Rose's his universal shockwave, Goku was unable to escape. Therefore, he had no choice but to surrender. However, just as Goku was about to say the word surrender, he suddenly froze. Because right in front of him hung a massive full moon. If it were just the full moon, it would be one thing, but coincidentally Goku's tail, which had been cut off, had regrown. Thus Goku transformed once more. Except for Yamcha and Bulma, who had seen his transformation before, everyone else was witnessing it for the first time and fled in fear. After transforming into a great ape, Goku easily broke free from the universal shockwave and began rampaging at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Those like Yamcha who had experienced it once wanted to replicate the method of cutting off Goku's tail again. Upon realizing that Goku transformed due to the full moon, Master Roshi also had his own idea. He took off his clothes, revealing his not-so-muscular upper body. Then he began to gather his strength, and the originally not-so-brawny Master Roshi suddenly transformed into a burly old man. Master Roshi in muscle mode. Subsequently, he positioned his hands in a flower bud shape at his sides, gathering all his energy in his hands. Kamehameha's maximum power. Master Roshi shouted loudly, pushing his hands forward as the Kamehameha he had charged rushed out. The blinding light enveloped the entire arena, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Then the violent tremors and fierce winds forced everyone to the ground. When the light dissipated and Yamcha, Bulma, and the others reopened their eyes to look up, the giant ape Goku had vanished, leaving only Master Roshi standing on the arena. They all believed that Master Roshi's previous attack had killed Goku. But Master Roshi told them that Goku was not dead. At that moment, Goku was lying in the ruins of the arena. He indeed was not dead. What I destroyed was that. Master Roshi pointed up where the full moon that had been hanging in the sky had vanished. He had destroyed the moon. Seeing this scene, countless people in the Myriad realms suddenly stood up. Although earlier some comments had guessed that the second method to revert the Saiyan's transformation was to destroy the moon. However, not many believed it. Or rather, they were not disbelieving, they found it hard to accept. They couldn't believe it. After all, destroying the moon seemed an utterly absurd thing to them. Not to mention how much power would be required to achieve that. Just think about what would happen to Earth after the moon was destroyed. With the moon gone, Earth would be significantly affected. But now the scene of Master Roshi destroying the moon appeared right before their eyes. They saw it clearly. The Dragon Ball world had indeed destroyed the moon. Moreover, it wasn't done with any high-tech weapon. It was accomplished through human effort. Human effort could actually destroy the moon. In the pirate world on Onigashima. Impossible. How can this be? In the Dragon Ball world, someone managed to destroy the moon. They actually could rely on human effort to destroy the moon. Kaido's massive body trembled slightly. He was truly shocked. Even though he had previously seen videos of the Ultraman world witnessing those fierce monsters and the Ultramen towering over dozens of meters and weighing tens of thousands of tons, he had never been this shocked. After all the videos from the Ultraman world, while displaying strength greater than that of the pirate world, they had never featured such exaggerated scenes. But the video from the Dragon Ball world was different. It presented scenes never seen before in other worlds' other videos. For the first time within this video, the destruction of the moon appeared. Whether those Ultramen could achieve this remains uncertain, but it can only be said that it is possible, as they had never shown it. However, the video from the Dragon Ball world clearly presented a scene of moon destruction, allowing the viewers to see it clearly and understand it completely. Thus, countless viewers from the Myriad realms were immensely shaken. In the world of Diga, how could human strength possibly destroy the moon? What kind of immense energy would it take to accomplish that? How could this be possible? The scientist Juejing was utterly bewildered. As a scientist, he understood better than anyone how unrealistic it was for human strength to destroy the moon. What kind of colossal energy would be required to achieve this? How could humans possibly reach such a level? Even with the technology of their world, they could not destroy the moon. He did not know if Diga could do it, nor did he know if other Ultramen from different worlds could. But even if they could, it would still be the Ultramen who did it. Are Ultramen humans? So even if they managed to do it, it cannot be said to be achieved by human strength. However, the video from the Dragon Ball world was different. This Master Roshi, he is a human, and an old man among humans. Compared to the towering Ultraman, he seems utterly insignificant. Yet this seemingly ordinary old man actually destroyed the moon with a single attack. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? In an instant, countless scientists from various worlds were on the brink of insanity, even though they had witnessed many unscientific phenomena. But what they witnessed this time was the most unscientific of all. A normal human figure, at most a bit sturdier than an average person. Surprisingly, he possessed the power to destroy the moon. Such immense energy resided entirely within his body. How is this even possible? They truly wished to dissect Master Roshi for research. They desperately wanted to know how Master Roshi accomplished this. How could such immense energy reside within him? To possess such colossal energy cannot simply be described as a human-shaped nuclear weapon. That would be an insult to Master Roshi. In front of Master Roshi, what does the power of nuclear weapons even mean? Even 100,000 nuclear weapons combined cannot compare to his Kamehameha. In the land of light, how can it be that Earthlings from different worlds have such a vast disparity? The original Ultraman Jack 7 and Taro looked at Master Roshi, who had destroyed the moon. The human forms they transformed into displayed a hint of helplessness. The Earthlings of their world, one cannot say they are powerless. But if they could be as powerful as Master Roshi in the video, dealing with those monsters would undoubtedly be much easier. They might not even need to intervene. The Earthlings could handle those monsters themselves. Especially Leo, who felt like crying. Is there really such a powerful Earthling existing? If only he had such strong teammates back in his Mac team, even just one. His pressure would not have been so great. The more he thought about it, the more heart-wrenching it became. He had already felt terrible seeing the Earth defense forces from other Ultraman's worlds. Now seeing such a powerful Earthling was utterly shattering for him. Not to mention having a powerful teammate like Master Roshi. If only he could swap his original defense team with the defense teams from other Ultraman's worlds. He would gladly do it. Master Rose's Kamehameha shook the multiverse. Because this was the first true demonstration of destroying the moon. In Shidu, Lin Luo watched the floating comments and couldn't help but smile. He certainly knew how much shock this scene would generate. Master Rose's early destruction of the moon was already at the pinnacle in countless other worlds. By the way, many people mistakenly believe that Master Roshi merely pushed the moon away and did not destroy it. But in fact, he truly destroyed the moon. Later, when Sun Wukong went to find the god stated that he restored the moon. Many people do not acknowledge Master Rose's feat of destroying the moon. Regardless, Lin Luo acknowledges it. Of course, this remarkable feat left countless people in the multiverse astonished. To some in the Dragon Ball world, it was nothing extraordinary. Thus, the astonishing comments from the multiverse appeared. Vegeta, so is this the strength of Earthlings? Weak too weak. Vegeta, I didn't expect Earthlings to have some brains knowing we would come, so they destroyed the moon first. Vegeta, but let me remind you Earthlings, a few Saiyans can create artificial moons and still transform. Nappa, Vegeta is right, if the Earthlings only have this little strength, conquering Earth would be a piece of cake. Frieza, oh ho 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 Vegeta, what are you up to on Earth without telling me? Vegeta, Frieza. Lord Frieza, inside a spaceship. Vegeta's expression turned extremely ugly. He had been too busy mocking Earthlings that he forgot Frieza could also see this video. Now Frieza knows he is heading to Earth. Does that mean Frieza will also learn about the Dragon Balls? Beerus, Frieza, it's been a while, you've become quite arrogant. Frieza, Lord Beerus. You are awake. On an unknown planet. Frieza's face turned green upon seeing Beerus' comment. Beerus has actually awakened. Wasn't he supposed to have slept for over 20 years? Why did he wake up so early? Could it be because of this video? But no matter what, Beerus awakening is not a good thing for him. These comments also shocked countless people in the multiverse. First, a character named Vegeta looked down on Master Rose's feat of destroying the moon, even calling it weak. How strong could he possibly be? And judging by the comments he posted, it seems this Vegeta is also a Saiyan. He even mentioned that a few Saiyans can create artificial moons. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? And to top it off, it seems this character named Frieza is even stronger than Vegeta. Vegeta can only refer to him as Lord. Then there's that Beerus who Frieza also refers to as Lord. Who are these people? They all seem more terrifying than the last. Could it be that all these people come from the Dragon Ball world? How terrifying is this Dragon Ball world? Kaido, Sengoku, Naruto, Ichigo, Kurosaki, and others who once thought the Dragon Ball world was inferior to their own. At this moment, they felt a sting on their faces. They were getting slapped in the face hard. Just Master Roshi in the video would be enough to wreak havoc in their worlds. Together, they couldn't even match him. Let alone the fact that it seems this Dragon Ball world has beings even stronger than Master Roshi. At this moment, the strength of the Dragon Ball world has already ranked among the top in the minds of countless people across the multiverse. In fact, it might even be ranked first, not just from other worlds. Even Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others were astonished. This Vegeta should be the Saiyan heading to Earth. He is also the enemy they have been training hard to face over the past year. But this enemy actually refers to Frieza as Lord. Doesn't that mean Frieza is stronger than Vegeta? And Frieza refers to Beerus as Lord. That means Beerus is stronger than Frieza. Is this still the world they are familiar with? Just a few years ago, they were dealing with Demon King Piccolo. How come now one by one monsters are popping up? How many monsters are there in their world? And just how strong are these monsters? The transformation that a Saiyan with a tail can undergo. The first, of course, is Sun Wukong. The voiceover echoed again in the video. As the voiceover concluded, the scene shifted to the time when Sun Wukong's son Gohan was left alone in the wilderness by Piccolo to survive. Son Gohan, a mere 4-year-old child, was left by his father Piccolo to fend for himself in the wild. One night, he accidentally saw the full moon in the sky. Then the same situation as his father unfolded. He transformed into a massive great ape. Moreover, just like his father, he lost his sanity after the transformation and began rampaging. Seeing this scene, Piccolo was taken aback and wanted to stop Son Gohan. He recalled hearing that Saiyans can fully unleash their power under the full moon. Thus, he realized how to stop Son Gohan. He looked at the full moon in the sky, gathered energy in his right hand, and then shot an energy wave at the full moon. In the next moment, the unfortunate full moon was destroyed for the second time. Some viewers might wonder why the full moon previously destroyed by Master Roshi reappeared. The voiceover continued explaining that the heavenly god had restored the moon before it was destroyed again by Piccolo. This answered the questions of many curious viewers. The voiceover anticipated their confusion and answered them in advance. The amount of information in this response was quite significant for them. Duanmu Yin, heavenly god. This Dragon Ball world actually is gods. Are they real gods? Li Shinan, could they be the kind of powerful aliens that seem like gods to us earthlings? Juejing, I see it's like Ultraman to us ordinary earthlings. There's really no difference from a god. Juejing, but they shouldn't be true gods, right? Li Haoyin, for many ordinary people the underworld demons seem no different from gods, as they can accomplish what we believe only gods can do. For those living in a material world, even with Ultraman armored warriors, supernatural beasts, and underworld demons, they still do not believe in the existence of gods. Their world lacks gods, and they have yet to witness any divine existence from other worlds. Even Ultraman is essentially a type of alien. So in their eyes, this heavenly god is probably just another alien who merely accomplished what only gods could do in the eyes of ordinary people. That is why they feel he is a god. Krillin, no Lord Heavenly God is a true god, the heavenly god of our earth. Tianjin Fan. Indeed, we previously went to the temple for training and met the real Lord Heavenly God. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, have you both met the Lord Heavenly God? Krillin. Yes, Wukong, we followed in your footsteps and received training from the Lord Heavenly God. However, although Krillin and Tianjin Fan claim that the Heavenly God is a true god, those from other worlds still do not believe in the existence of gods in the Dragon Ball world. To them, so-called gods are merely powerful aliens. Although this alien known as the Heavenly God is indeed very strong, being able to restore even the destroyed moon. They are now curious about the 3 Saiyans who can transform into great apes. 2 have already appeared. What about the last one? Soon the next part of the video will answer their questions. Aside from Sun Wukong and Son Gohan, the 3rd Saiyan to transform into a great ape is naturally the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, who was initially proud and cruel, without humanity, but later became family-oriented and compassionate. As the voiceover faded, the video shifted to the iconic battle of the Saiyans. After Sun Wukong risked collapsing his body to forcefully use the Kaioken ×4 for the Kamehameha, he finally pushed back Vegeta's full-power Gallic Gun. Seeing that he could not defeat this low-level warrior, Sun Wukong, Vegeta could no longer hold himself back. He wanted to transform into a great ape to crush Sun Wukong. However, since the moon had already been destroyed by Piccolo, Vegeta could not find a full moon. Vegeta believed that the full moon had been intentionally destroyed by Sun Wukong to prevent him from transforming into a great ape. Of course, Sun Wukong could not understand what he was saying. Then Vegeta told Sun Wukong that a few Saiyans could create artificial moons. Next, Vegeta used a significant amount of his energy to create an artificial full moon that projected into the sky. Then he looked at the full moon in the sky and began his transformation. Unlike the transformations of Sun Wukong and Son Gohan, Vegeta wore a specially designed battle suit. So even though he transformed into a gigantic great ape, his clothes and pants did not tear. Moreover, he did not lose his sanity. Vegeta, retaining his sanity, launched continuous attacks on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong could only keep dodging. He realized that this could not continue, and he could only use the ultimate technique taught to him by King Kai, the Spirit Bomb. Sun Wukong used the solar flare to temporarily blind Vegeta. He then moved to a location far from Vegeta to start gathering energy from Earth. However, before he could successfully gather enough energy for the Spirit Bomb, Vegeta regained his sight. He found Sun Wukong and knocked him to the ground, first crushing his lower half to prevent him from dodging. Then he grabbed Sun Wukong and crushed all the bones in his body. Sun Wukong's agonizing scream echoed through the video. This made viewers from Otherworld shudder. Krillin, Yamcha, and others also could not help but shiver. As they had grown up alongside Sun Wukong and experienced many battles with him, it was the first time they heard him emit such a painful sound. However, they quickly reacted. Was this the battle between Sun Wukong and the Saiyans? But hadn't the Saiyans not yet arrived on Earth? There was still a year until they arrived. Could it be that the events in this video depict what will happen in the future? Krillin, could this segment be about events that will happen in the future? Is this video spoiling the future? Tianjin Fan, it seems so. The Saiyans haven't come yet, but in the video Wukong is already fighting with the Saiyans. Tianjin Fan, then it can only be things that will happen in the future. Yamcha, but is this real? Will these really happen in the future? Piccolo, if this is true, then it only means one thing, that Sun Wukong is fighting alone against this Saiyan. Piccolo, it means we are all dead. Seeing Piccolo's comment, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and others fell silent. They had actually prepared themselves for sacrifice. But seeing that they would really die in a fight against the Saiyans in the future, they still could not help but fall silent. Of course, this is assuming the future events shown in this video are real. Warring states, I really don't know, at least I haven't seen any videos that spoil the future. Kapu. Yeah, there are so many videos online, but either they are of things that have already happened or they are hidden events that won't be exposed. Kapu. There has never been a video that spoils the future. Kakashi. It depends on who released the video. Perhaps the person who posted this video comes from the future of your Dragon Ball world. Duan Muyen. That can't be possible. If it was someone from the future, how could they release a video? They should post it in the future, right? Li Xian Nan. The person who released this video is named Lin Luo. Do you people from the Dragon Ball world know him? Krillin. Lin Luo. I don't know him. I've never heard of him before. Videos are all real name based, so whether it's sending bullet comments or videos, they all use their real names. Lin Luo's name appeared for the first time in the eyes of the powerful beings from all realms. Seeing this scene, Lin Luo remained unperturbed. Not to mention, he had never interacted with the main characters of Dragon Ball. They didn't even know him. Even if they found him in the future, he wouldn't be worried. By that time, he would have already received the rewards from the video platform and become the top powerhouse in the Dragon Ball world. Perhaps by then he wouldn't even fear the god of destruction Beerus, or even the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Thus Lin Luo was completely unfazed by the exposure of his name. As for the audience not believing that the video he uploaded contained events that would occur in the future, that's fine. Those who wish to believe will always believe. Those who refuse to believe can simply not believe. After all, it has nothing to do with him. Among all the viewers, the one who found it hardest to accept and believe was one person, Vegeta. Vegeta, impossible. This must be fake. How could I possibly be unable to defeat Kakarot, this low-level warrior? Vegeta. How could I be beaten so badly by him that I even need to transform into a great ape? That's impossible. Vegeta, I am the Prince of the Saiyans. A mere low-level warrior is nothing to me. Looking at the video of himself covered in injuries and the scene of him transforming into a great ape, Vegeta could not accept it, could not believe it. He had never regarded Kakarot, this low-level warrior, as a threat. How could a mere low-level warrior challenge him, the Prince of the Saiyans? How could he possibly be beaten so badly by a low-level warrior, and even need to transform into a great ape? Although seeing himself transform into a great ape and crush Kakarot's bones was indeed quite satisfying, but he could not accept that he would be pushed to this extent by a low-level warrior. Furthermore, he couldn't accept a certain statement made by the narrator. The narrator said that his ex-wife was proud, cruel, and inhumane. He could accept that, even feeling that the narrator was quite accurate in describing him. But the subsequent part saying that he was family-oriented and humane, that he could not accept at all. How could he, the noble prince of the Saiyans, possibly have humanity? And to say he was family-oriented, when have the Saiyans ever cared for family? Moreover, he was beaten to such a state. This video content is fake. It definitely does not depict events that will happen in the future. Nappa, what about me? Where am I? How could I possibly be defeated by a low-level warrior? Of course, Nappa also could not accept it, because he discovered that there was actually no sign of him in the video. This could only mean that he was dead. But how could that be possible? A mere low-level warrior could never be his match. How could he possibly beat Vegeta to such a state? He refused to believe it. As if anticipating Nappa's thoughts, the narrator's voice appropriately resounded. I must mention that there were actually two Saiyans who came to Earth, and both had tails. One is named Vegeta, and the other is Nappa. So logically speaking, Nappa should also be able to transform. But why didn't he transform? Smart viewers have already guessed, because he is dead. And how did he die? Perhaps many do not know that it was not Goku and the others who defeated him. Rather, it was his comrade Vegeta who killed him. The scene shifted, and in the video, Nappa was defeated by Goku and thrown at Vegeta's feet. Nappa pleaded with Vegeta to save him, reaching out his hand to grasp Vegeta's. But Vegeta looked at Nappa with a cold smile and indeed extended his hand. However, he then threw Nappa into the air and subsequently eliminated him with an energy blast, and added, "I have no use for useless subordinates." This scene was something Lin Luo had suddenly thought of and added before releasing the video. Since people from the Dragon Ball world could also see the videos he uploaded, why not spoil some interesting content for the parties involved to see? Although he could not see what expression Nappa would have after witnessing this scene, he could guess. Furthermore, it was quite likely that Nappa would express it in the bullet comments. Of course, it wasn't just Nappa. In the videos he uploaded afterwards, besides the transformation content, he would add other elements to let the parties involved know. Because it was quite interesting, he could enjoy the fun. Lin Luo's guess was not wrong. After Nappa saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Sitting in the spaceship in a daze, he couldn't speak for a long time. After a while, he finally came to his senses and began spamming bullet comments. Nappa, impossible, this is impossible. How could I possibly die at Vegeta's hands? Nappa, how could I possibly lose to Kakarot, this low-level warrior? This is impossible. Nappa, I don't believe Vegeta would be so cruel to me. I've been with him since he was a child. Nappa, the content of this video must be fake. It definitely does not depict events that will happen in the future. There were two unbelievable things for Nappa. The first thing was that he actually lost to Kakarot, this low-level warrior. The second thing was that he actually died at Vegeta's hands. In the video, when he begged Vegeta to save him, Vegeta actually killed him without hesitation. He couldn't believe it, he just couldn't believe it. He was not like Raditz, that useless fool who was easily abandoned by Vegeta. He was Vegeta's most loyal and strongest subordinate. Vegeta would never kill him. Seeing Nappa go crazy in the bullet comments, the other viewers were also at a loss for words. Mainly because they did not yet understand what kind of person Vegeta was. So they didn't know whether he would do something like that. But according to their thoughts, this matter was most likely true. After all, they had previously seen Goku and Gohan become incredibly violent after transforming into great apes. This indicates that the nature of the Saiyans is indeed like this. If so, it wouldn't be impossible for Vegeta to kill his own comrade. Frieza. Oh ho 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 Vegetason, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Frieza. As the prince of the Saiyans, there are not many of your kind left alive. I didn't expect you to reduce their number yourself. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others watched in astonishment as numerous individuals openly reprimanded Vegeta and Nappa, two Saiyans. A thought crossed their minds: could they ask these strangers to intervene against Vegeta and Nappa, especially that being named Frieza, whom even Vegeta addressed as Lord? If Frieza himself issued a command, Vegeta would surely abandon his plan to invade Earth. Yet after careful reflection, they dismissed the idea. They were no longer children. These strangers clearly knew Vegeta and dared to scold him outright. That alone implied their strength surpassed his. True, they could appeal for help to prevent Vegeta's arrival on Earth, but just as likely those beings might accompany him there instead. After all, their relationship with Vegeta remained unknown. They could hardly be enemies. Vegeta would never call Frieza Lord if that were so. Thus a hierarchical bond seemed probable. Seeking aid from Frieza's faction might well summon far more terrifying powers. Better to abandon the notion entirely. Still, dread gripped them, especially after witnessing the video Goku's entire skeleton shattered by Vegeta's hands. With all others fallen, only one grim outcome appeared: inevitable Goku's death. Yet could they truly stand by and watch him perish? Or might an unexpected turn of fate intervene? Only Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and those who had grown alongside Goku dared entertain such hope. To every other viewer, however, Goku's fate was already sealed, his death assumed unquestioned. Alone, broken beyond recovery, every bone pulverized, facing an enemy transformed into a colossal rampaging Great Saiyan. How could such despair be reversed? Was this not utter annihilation? They kept watching, desperate to learn what followed. Some viewers, unable to bear it, turned away, refusing to witness Goku's demise. On screen, Goku writhed in agony, his shattered bones screaming to the heavens, while two figures swiftly approached Vegeta and the fallen warrior. They were Krillin and Gohan. Amidst Yamcha's legendary final stand, Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu's deaths, and Piccolo's sacrifice to save his adopted son Gohan, only a few warriors remained alive: Krillin, Goku's closest friend, Gohan, his son O, and Yajirobe, the stout swordsman. Krillin and Gohan had initially departed, but Gohan, driven by filial devotion, insisted on returning to aid his father, and Krillin followed. Seeing Vegeta transform into the Great Saiyan, on the verge of ending Goku's life, Krillin, who understood how to break the transformation, directed Gohan to distract Vegeta. Meanwhile, Krillin prepared to sever Vegeta's tail with his Destructo Disc, but the plan failed. At the very moment Krillin's energy blade sliced toward the tail, Vegeta evaded, as if he'd sensed the attack from behind. He had known all along. Their gambit collapsed, plunging Krillin and Gohan into mortal peril. Not only could they not save Goku, they now faced certain death themselves. Then at that most desperate instant, Vegeta's expression froze, vacant and uncomprehending. His massive form shrank, reverting to his original state. From hiding, Yajirobe, the timid warrior who had refused battle until now, stepped forward. With a single precise stroke of his blade, he severed Vegeta's tail. Brilliant. I'm magnificent, Yajirobe declared triumphantly. This victory is entirely my doing. Without me, Goku would have been doomed. He exulted, recalling his earlier anxiety, wondering whether his absence from the video meant he'd perished in the battle. Now he knew he had gone to the battlefield and survived. Not only that, he had saved Goku at the pivotal moment. He truly was extraordinary. And no one rebuked his boast, not the Dragon Ball universe's elite warriors, who simply found it beneath their notice. To the Destroyer's Angel's Grand Priest, and even the Omni King, neither the videos already circulating online nor Lin Luo's latest release held any novelty. These recordings served merely as fleeting diversions, idle pastimes amid their endless, monotonous existences. Even if the footage revealed future events, it stirred no concern. In their eyes, Vegeta and Goku alike were insignificant as insects, unworthy of attention or consequence. They watched purely for amusement, passing time across eons of tedium. Nor did others protest, neither Krillin, Yamcha, Goku, nor viewers across countless worlds. For they could not deny Yajirobe's claim. It was he who severed the tail, restoring Vegeta to his true form and saving Goku and all the rest. Only one being seethed with fury. Yajirobe. Vegeta snarled, "I will remember you, you fat fool. When I arrive on Earth, you will be the first I obliterate." He had evaded that bald fool's ambush, was moments from slaughtering Krillin, Kakarot, and his brat, only for this glutton to sever his tail. He, Prince of the Saiyans, dodged by him. Unthinkable. A humiliation beyond measure. Vegeta's emotions churned violently. Part of him refused to believe the video's vision of the future. Yet seeing his own fate unfold ignited a furious resolve to target Yajirobe without delay. Perhaps deep within he had already begun to accept that the future glimpsed in the video might indeed be real. So 1 year from now, only Gohan, Yajirobe, and I survive. Krillin asked quietly. Even Piccolo perishes. Indeed, Yamcha replied. We must have fought valiantly, giving everything we had. Yes, Tien Shinhan added. But how exactly did we fall? That remains a mystery. For these Z-fighters, death was a new experience, except for Kaiatsu. They longed to know what manner of battle claimed them. How fiercely had they resisted? Lin Luo smiled faintly upon reading their comments. The answers to Tien Shinhan's and Yamcha's questions were already embedded in the video. After all, Yamcha's legendary final pose, a masterpiece immortalized across countless universes, deserved its due reverence. He placed it at the video's conclusion following the explanation of the Saiyan Great Saiyan transformation. Yet one curiosity lingered. In the footage, Krillin spoke aloud, yet the One Piece world's inhabitants showed no reaction. Shouldn't they wonder why Krillin's voice matched Luffy's? Soon Lin Luo understood the reason for this. Aside from the Dragon Ball world, which was a newly introduced realm in the video network, the other worlds had long been part of it. Thus, the audience from these worlds had already seen quite a number of videos about other realms. Among them, it was inevitable that different individuals from various worlds would have similar voices. At first, one might feel surprised. However, after seeing it often, one would become accustomed to it. After all, within the Myriad worlds, there are many individuals with the same voice. Then the video continued to play. After having his tail cut, Vegeta was relentlessly beating up Yajirobe. Meanwhile, Son Gohan launched an attack on Vegeta. Krillin approached Son Goku, watching his best brother who had grown up with him now battered and lying on the ground feeling deeply pained. Son Goku told Krillin that he no longer had the strength to defeat Vegeta and had to rely on Krillin and Son Gohan. Half of the energy he had gathered had already dissipated due to the severe injuries inflicted by Vegeta. Only half remained. He instructed Krillin to hold his hand and transferred the remaining half of his energy to Krillin, enabling him to gather an energy blast. Krillin positioned himself behind Vegeta, who was currently engaged in battle with Son Gohan, and thus did not notice Krillin's actions. Krillin gathered energy in his hand, forming an energy blast roughly the size of a basketball. However, as this was their last hope, combined with the fact that Vegeta and Son Gohan were constantly moving during their fight, it was difficult for Krillin to aim, and he had to wait for an opportunity. At that moment, Yajirobe, who had just made a significant contribution, made a blunder. "What are you waiting for?" He shouted loudly at Krillin, urging him to attack. This shout drew Vegeta's attention to Krillin's position. Forced to attack without locking on to Vegeta, Krillin had no choice but to launch his attack prematurely. Naturally, Vegeta dodged it. Not only that, the energy blast flew towards Son Gohan, and if this continued, it would hit him. Fortunately, Son Goku transmitted a message to his son explaining that as long as the energy blast was not directed by someone with malicious intent, it could bounce back. Thus, Son Gohan redirected the energy blast. Since Vegeta did not anticipate this maneuver, he got hit by the energy blast and was sent flying into the sky. Krillin remarked, "Although I don't know how strong the energy blast really is, since it can be used by Goku as a last resort, it must be quite powerful. Vegeta should be dead after being hit." "He didn't right," Yajirobe commented. "But then again, Yajirobe, you were a great teammate just now, but now you're a liability." Indeed, if it weren't for the fact that this energy blast could be reflected by Gohan, you would have made a grave mistake. Yajirobe, realizing he had made a mistake in the video, still stubbornly defended himself. "You didn't do anything wrong, you just reminded Vegeta, forcing me to throw the energy blast prematurely. If Gohan couldn't reflect the energy blast, it would not only miss Vegeta, but would likely hit Gohan." Yajirobe was left speechless. But speaking of which, Master Roshi asked, "How did Goku learn the energy blast?" Son Goku replied, "I think it was taught to me by King Kai." "Who is he?" Son Goku explained, "I don't know, but from what King Yama and the Supreme Kai said, King Kai is the strongest god. So, I'm going to meet him now, hoping he will train me." Upon seeing Son Goku's message, King Kai was startled. He recognized the energy blast and realized that he must have taught Son Goku how to perform it. This made him quite pleased as it had been many years since anyone had visited his planet. Moreover, being able to teach Son Goku the energy blast indicated that Goku was exceptional and had earned his approval. However, Son Goku's words nearly caused him to panic. Cough cough, Son Goku, please don't say that. I am not the strongest god. I only know a few techniques, am not the strongest. Please don't say that again. King Kai insisted that he was not the strongest god and urged Son Goku not to misrepresent him. Oh, Son Goku replied, feeling puzzled. He remembered that King Yama and the Supreme Kai both said King Kai was the strongest god. Why was King Kai denying it? But since King Kai didn't want him to say it, he would refrain. However, he was also curious, since Vegeta was hit by the energy blast, did that mean he was really defeated? Vegeta scoffed, "Humph. What is this insignificant energy blast? How could it possibly kill me? You all wait to be killed by me." In the spaceship, Vegeta watched the scene of himself being struck by the energy blast, feeling both annoyed and disdainful. His annoyance stemmed from the fact that the proud prince of the Saiyans had been reduced to this state. His disdain came from the belief that he, Vegeta, could not possibly be hit by such an energy blast and die. He was certainly still alive. Moreover, he was determined to kill all those fools led by Kakarot. At that moment, the narrator's voice echoed once again in the video. The transformation of the Saiyan Great Ape may seem unremarkable and not particularly powerful. Indeed, while the Great Ape transformation is the weakest among Saiyan transformations, it has already been stated that once a Saiyan transforms into a Great Ape, their power can increase tenfold. Vegeta's original battle power was 18,000, which could destroy the Earth with a full-strength strike. This does not merely mean destroying life and non-life on Earth, but completely obliterating the Earth itself, turning it into cosmic dust. However, after being thoroughly beaten by Son Goku combined with the creation of an artificial moon, Vegeta's battle power has significantly decreased, estimating around 100,000 at best, possibly even less. Yet even with such a battle power, a single strike could effortlessly destroy several planets. This was added by Lin Luo to prevent individuals from other worlds from underestimating the Great Ape transformation's true power. Although the Great Ape transformation is the weakest among Saiyan transformations, it still provides a tenfold increase in battle power. This degree of enhancement is already the pinnacle for countless other worlds. In many fantasy worlds, achieving such a significant power boost would require using secret techniques, often with side effects. Kaido, transforming can directly enhance my combat power tenfold. In the world of pirates on Onigashima, Kaido once again expressed his envy. Why can the Saiyans transform into giant apes and increase their combat power tenfold? Yet when he transforms into an Azure Dragon, he can only gain a small boost in power. Although his strength does increase significantly after transforming, it certainly isn't as exaggerated as that of the Saiyans. Why is there such a huge gap in their transformations, even though both are becoming animals? Sengoku, Kaido, don't act like you're the only Zoan fruit user here. Sengoku, we in the Navy also have such powerful individuals. If they could enhance their strength by so much after transforming, you pirates would have been wiped out long ago. Whitebeard, Sengoku, I can't agree with that. If your Navy's Zoan fruit users could truly enhance their powers that much after transforming, then your position as the Navy commander would surely be unstable. Kakashi, by the way, didn't you hear the narration in the video? Kakashi, Vegeta could destroy Earth even before transforming into a giant ape. Duan Muyin, exactly. If I had such power, I would have easily slaughtered Oxar. Huaning, who could argue otherwise? If Xiao Tian, Xiao Gang, and Xiao Fei had such power, they would have resolved the underworld demon long ago. Lufa, you all underestimate us. Don't think we lack the ability to destroy the Earth. Lufa, however, to destroy the Earth with human power is indeed impressive. Even I would likely need to summon my battle armor to achieve that. Lufa, the key point is Vegeta can still transform. Xinqing, and don't forget, such a powerful Vegeta is still looked down upon by many. Xinqing, I can't even imagine how strong those who mock him must be. Vegeta's increasing strength proves that those who ridicule him only become stronger. And what about Frieza and the others? Could they possibly destroy planets larger than Earth? Zhu Wei, this combat power is quite interesting. The video states that Vegeta's power level is 18000. Zhu Wei, if 18000 can destroy Earth, I wonder what Daiga's power level is. Kiryobata, it seems that what has been revealed in the Dragon Ball world is just the tip of the iceberg. This question piqued the curiosity of others, including Krillin's son Goku, and many more. The emergence of the video network made them realize that the world they inhabited was quite extraordinary. They were eager to know what kind of world their own was, and what roles they played within it. Aside from Son Goku's 2 giant ape transformations in his childhood, only Son Gohan and Vegeta had undergone the transformation. Among them, Vegeta transformed only once, while Son Gohan had transformed twice. The first was during his solitary training in the wilderness. The second occurred during his battle with Vegeta. Vegeta never anticipated that the artificial moon he created to transform himself into a giant ape to kill Son Goku would ultimately backfire on him. As the narration faded, the video showed Vegeta being knocked down by the spirit bomb. At this moment, his injuries worsened. However, he still did not perish. Though his condition was dire, Son Goku and the others were in an even worse state. If things continued like this, the only outcome would be that Vegeta would kill everyone. But just then something surprising happened that startled Vegeta. He suddenly noticed that a tail had sprouted from behind Son Gohan. It's important to note that the artificial moon he created was still hanging in the sky. If Son Gohan saw it, he would definitely transform. Given his current state, this situation was quite dire. Therefore, in order to prevent Son Gohan from transforming, Vegeta aimed to kill him preemptively. At that moment, Yachiru exhibited a shining moment. He slashed at Vegeta's back, successfully drawing Vegeta's attention. While Vegeta focused on Yachiru and began to unleash a barrage of attacks, Son Goku communicated with Son Gohan, urging him to look at the artificial moon in the sky. Son Gohan, drowsily following his father's instructions, gazed at the moon in the sky. In the next moment, he transformed. Upon witnessing this scene, Vegeta abandoned his pursuit of Yachiru and turned to confront Son Gohan. But it was already too late. Son Gohan had successfully transformed. After his transformation, Son Gohan lost his rationality and began to wreak havoc. Observing this, Krillin, with a sense of trial, urged Son Gohan to attack Vegeta. To everyone's surprise, Son Gohan actually complied. The originally irrational and chaotic Son Gohan followed Krillin's command and attacked Vegeta. The reason for this was that Son Gohan bore half-earthling blood, allowing him to retain some rationality compared to his father Son Goku. In the face of Son Gohan's assaults, Vegeta could only keep dodging. This scene was reminiscent of the time when Vegeta transformed into a giant ape and attacked Son Goku. However, the situation had now reversed. Vegeta knew all too well that the artificial moon he had created would not disappear for another half hour. He couldn't last that long. The only way to resolve this was to sever Son Gohan's tail. He succeeded, but it drained his last bit of strength. With his tail cut off, Son Gohan collapsed towards Vegeta. Crushed under the weight of giant ape Son Gohan, Vegeta, already severely injured, found himself in an even worse predicament. This pressure became the final straw that defeated him. Vegeta completely lost his fighting ability under this pressure. He struggled to retrieve a remote control, summoning his spaceship, hoping to leave Earth. Seeing this, Krillin, wielding Yakuris' sword, aimed to kill Vegeta. However, he was stopped by Son Goku. Son Goku felt it would be a pity for Vegeta to die like this. Despite his crushing defeat, he was still a Saiyan, and he was pleased to see such a formidable opponent. He wished to train again and battle Vegeta once more. Krillin, however, wanted to take revenge on Vegeta for Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu, who were all killed by him. But after Son Goku's incessant pleas, Krillin ultimately spared Vegeta. Since it was Son Goku who saved Earth, he undoubtedly had the right to be lenient. Thus, Vegeta arrived on Earth in high spirits, only to leave in utter disgrace. The Saiyan giant ape transformation begins with Son Goku's first transformation and culminates with his son Gohan's final transformation. Although this transformation doesn't rank among the Saiyans' transformations, it is the initial transformation that every Saiyan with a tail can undergo. The giant ape transformation is an undeniable transformation among the Saiyans. This is why the first video uploaded by Lin Luo showcases the first type of transformation for Saiyans. It is the giant ape transformation. While it may not compare to the subsequent various Super Saiyan transformations, the giant ape transformation is undeniably the ancestral transformation of the Saiyans. The Great Saiyan transformation concluded with Lin Luo's edit, ending precisely at the battle between Lin Luo and Vegeta. Although in GT, Son Goku later transformed into the Golden Great Saiyan. However, Lin Luo classified the Golden Great Saiyan transformation as part of the Super Saiyan 4 evolution. Thus, it would appear later during the Super Saiyan 4 retrospective. Though the Great Saiyan transformation is the weakest among Saiyan transformations, it nonetheless revealed the Saiyans and the terrifying might of the Great Saiyan form to countless realms across the multiverse. After all, this transformation instantly multiplies one's combat power tenfold. Who could possibly withstand such overwhelming force? Especially Zoan-type devil fruit users from the One Piece world. Their eyes practically turned emerald green with envy. They too transformed into animals. Yet why did their own power increase so minimally? Before witnessing the Great Saiyan transformation, they had been reasonably satisfied with their own post-transformation strength. But afterward, that satisfaction evaporated entirely. Alas, dissatisfaction availed them nothing. They were not natives of the Dragon Ball universe, nor were they Saiyans. Moreover, for those hailing from the Dragon Ball world, this video unveiled but a sliver of their reality, an epiphany that their world was far more extraordinary than they had ever imagined. Naturally, some found it impossible to accept. How could I possibly be defeated by mere insects? And Kakarot? And Kakarot didn't even kill me. He spared me. I refused to believe it. Inside his spacecraft, Vegeta raged uncontrollably. Not only had he lost, but he had also been spared by Kakarot, that low-class warrior. He had been bested by a low-class warrior, and by several others even weaker than him. That alone was a profound humiliation. Yet being spared, granted clemency, by Kakarot was an indignity beyond compare. Thus he grew even more convinced that the video's contents were utterly false. What future events? Such things could never transpire in the future. The future held only one certainty, his own unchecked slaughter upon Earth. Kakarot's son Yajirobe Krillin, all would stand before him utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Son Goku's decision to spare Vegeta bewildered observers from other worlds. This Son Goku, he let escape the man who killed his comrades. And he did so even when he could have slain him. I don't understand. This Son Goku clearly doesn't value his comrades at all. Aboard the Thousand Sunny in the One Piece world, Luffy stared in bafflement and growing irritation. After all, loyalty to his crew was sacred to him. Should anyone murder his crewmates, Luffy would pursue vengeance unto death. And make no mistake, Vegeta could have been killed. To release the very killer of one's comrades, Son Goku truly seemed indifferent to bonds of fellowship. Exactly. If anyone murdered a fellow guild member, I'd never forgive them. I'd freeze him solid into an ice sculpture, then shatter him into dust. At the end of the day, Son Goku is himself a Saiyan, sharing the same bloodline as Vegeta. In the fairy tale world, Natsu Gray and the others likewise bristled with disapproval. When it came to cherishing comrades, few, if any, could rival the people of fairy tale. Whenever they faced an insurmountable foe, they needed only shout, "We are fairy tale." And their enemies would watch stunned as their cries of comrades and bonds ignited explosive surges of power. Thus they could not fathom why Son Goku would spare Vegeta, the murderer of his friends, and do so when victory was within reach. To them, only one conclusion remained: Son Goku simply did not care about his comrades. Yet these criticisms, these dismissive comments, were soon met with rebuttal. And their rebuttal came not from strangers, but from Son Goku's own comrades. Goku cares deeply about us. He treasures us above all. Exactly. Don't speak rashly without understanding the truth. Goku values his friends, and he loves battle. So sparing Vegeta isn't surprising at all. That's just how he is. Indeed, to Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and even Piccolo, Son Goku's choice to spare Vegeta was hardly unexpected. Recall, Son Goku had once spared Piccolo himself. Defeating an opponent, not killing him, was Goku's sole objective. Having grown up alongside him, how could they fail to understand the man he truly was? Did he not care about his comrades? Preposterous. Still, one thing remained unresolved: the video had yet to reveal how they died. A genuine pity. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the narrator's voice returned. The Saiyan Great Simon transformation concludes here. Now a brief digression. The battle between Son Goku and Vegeta was not only legendary, it was brutal, claiming numerous warriors' lives. So the question arises: how exactly did these warriors meet their ends? Let us now examine that. This segment bore no relation to transformation. It was added deliberately by Lin Luo for the sake of those who lived it. He knew full well that Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and others who had fought firsthand would be intensely curious. Then the footage shifted back to the very beginning of that fateful battle. At that moment, Son Goku was still en route. Facing Vegeta and Nappa stood only Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo. Vegeta and Nappa did not join the fray immediately. Instead, they created identical numbers of vegetable men, intending unknown duels with the Earth warriors. Krillin had intended to fight first, but Yamcha intervened, stepping forward in his stead. A year of rigorous training had greatly enhanced Yamcha's strength. He effortlessly defeated his vegetable man opponent, yet in the final moments, overconfidence led him to be seized and detonated in a suicidal explosion. Thus Yamcha perished, not in combat against Saiyans, but in the vegetable man's self-destruction before the true battle even began, leaving behind an iconic image immortalized as a masterpiece revered across generations and echoed throughout countless works. The Yamcha Falantothe Pit scene, a world-renowned masterpiece. Krillin burned with fury, for had Yamcha not volunteered in his place, he would not have died. Enraged, Krillin annihilated the remaining vegetable men in a single blast, ushering in the true confrontation with the Saiyans. Then Nappa entered the fray, his terrifying might overwhelming the combined efforts of every remaining warrior. Tien Shinhan's left arm was severed. Kaiatsu, seeking to wound Nappa, clung to his back and detonated himself, yet inflicted no meaningful damage. Driven by vengeance for Kaiatsu, Tien Shinhan expended his final reserves to unleash his Kikaho, but it failed, utterly costing him his life. And Piccolo fell defending Gohan. Nappa's lethal strike had been aimed at Gohan, but Piccolo intercepted it, shielding the boy with his own body. The price: his life. With his final breath, Piccolo spoke his truth to Gohan. You were the first person to look at me, truly see me. These past 12 months with you have been meaningful. I wish only that you live on. For the first time, tears streamed down Piccolo's face. Thus we see these warriors were slain by Nappa, not Vegeta. In fact, Vegeta later killed Nappa, avenging them. From a certain perspective, he became their benefactor. With that, the Great Saiyan transformation segment drew to its close. As they gazed upon the scene of the last warriors sacrificing themselves, countless individuals fell silent. Though they had also experienced many battles, the outcomes of those confrontations resulted in their side suffering heavy losses while defeating the enemy. These severe losses did not include the death of companions, and those who had faced the death of comrades were also silent, although they too had encountered situations where companions had sacrificed themselves. However, they had never experienced a battle where 4 companions fell in an instant. In the situations they faced, at most one companion would perish. Then they would erupt with rage and defeat the enemies. The sudden loss of 4 companions was simply too tragic. If they were to face such a situation, they would likely crumble. Yamcha, Piccolo, and the others finally learned the truth they had long sought. They discovered how they had met their demise. Yamcha's lips twitched. He had thought he died at the hands of the Saiyans. Yet he never fought a Saiyan directly, but rather fell to the hands of their subordinates. He had underestimated the situation and ended up perishing alongside the enemy's subordinate. Meanwhile, Krillin had easily dispatched those vegetable people with a single strike. Didn't that make him seem weak? Yamcha felt miserable, and Piccolo, observing Gohan below, remained silent. He never expected that one day he would sacrifice himself to protect a little kid. In the video, he mentioned that Gohan was the first to look him in the eye. Moreover, he felt quite well during the year they spent together. He understood himself, since the future self in the video was willing to sacrifice himself to protect Gohan. It indicated that the bond between him and Gohan must be exceptionally deep. Should he intervene? Now that he and Gohan had only just started to interact, if he wanted to, he could prevent any further contact. If that were the case, the bond between them would not develop deeply. Thus, in the future, he might not need to protect Gohan at all. But should he really stop this? After pondering for a while, Piccolo shook his head. No, he did not wish to intervene. He wanted to experience the profound bond between his future self and Gohan. He was very curious about the future self who was willing to sacrifice himself to save others. Now that he knew how his future self would meet his end, he had to avoid such a scenario. He needed to train harder to strengthen himself. Only then could he ensure that he would not die at the hands of the Saiyans in the future. Moreover, he could protect Gohan. On Snake Way, did I fail to arrive in time? By the time I got there, had Yamcha and Piccolo already died. Goku did not understand what had happened, why the version of himself in the video had not arrived in time. But since he now knew, in the future he would definitely arrive on time. He would reach them before his companions sacrificed themselves, preventing their demise. Aside from that, the Z warriors reacted oddly to the narrator's final words. So the one who killed them was not Vegeta, but another Saiyan named Nappa. Furthermore, the previous video revealed that Nappa was killed by Vegeta. So as the narrator stated, from a certain perspective, Vegeta was not only not the murderer, but rather he was the one who avenged them. Thinking this way, they had even less objection to Goku letting Vegeta escape. Strictly speaking, it seemed they truly had no grievances against Vegeta. Their enemy was Nappa, and Vegeta had helped them kill Nappa. Perhaps Vegeta had killed many on other planets before arriving on Earth, but that had nothing to do with them. After all, they were not killed by Vegeta. Originally, those who felt dissatisfied with Goku letting Vegeta go now had complex expressions after hearing the narrator's final words. They were unhappy with Goku letting Vegeta go because they believed Vegeta had killed Goku's companions. Goku released the murderer of his companions. But now they knew that none of Goku's sacrificed companions had died at Vegeta's hands. Yamcha was killed by the vegetable people. Tien Chaozu and Piccolo were killed by Nappa. And Vegeta not only did not kill anyone, but actually killed Nappa. Although the process was a bit strange, the result was indeed undeniable. Moreover, those involved in the video had sent messages of support for Goku. As for the outsiders, they had little to say. On the spaceship, Nappa felt quite miserable at this moment. He had loyally served Vegeta, killing those Earth warriors. Yet the final outcome was that Vegeta killed him, becoming the benefactor of those Earth warriors. He wanted to claim that the content of this video was false, that it certainly would not happen in the future. But was it really false? If he believed that the content of this video was fake, then why did he feel so miserable? Could it be that deep down he actually believed that the content of this video was true, that it was indeed what would happen in the future? In any case, Nappa now felt terrible, extremely terrible. And Vegeta felt equally miserable. How did he, an invading Saiyan prince, suddenly become the benefactor of those Earth warriors? Damn it. A benefactor, huh? He decided that once he arrived on Earth, he would personally take care of those Earth warriors. Vegeta did not realize that as he had this thought. It indicated that he had actually taken the video content seriously. Ji Jinhui, what a pity, they were all such excellent warriors, and yet they died like this. Gagura, this is the price that must be paid to protect Earth, but it's a rather heavy price. The leaders of the Earth Defense Forces from various Ultraman worlds felt considerable regret at this moment, because they had put themselves in that position. The deaths of Yamcha Piccolo and the others were equivalent to their own teammates sacrificing themselves in battles against monsters. This was undoubtedly a massive blow to them and to Earth. Although they had driven the enemy away, the warriors had indeed sacrificed. They did not know whether their own team members would sacrifice themselves in future battles against monsters. All they could say was that if such things were to happen, they and the remaining team members would definitely find it hard to accept. Yamcha, it's fine, we have the Dragon Balls, we can still be revived. Tien, yes, we still have the chance to be revived, so you don't need to worry. At that moment, the messages from Tien and Yamcha left everyone in the multiverse utterly incredulous. What are these Dragon Balls? They can actually bring people back to life. Soon Yamcha, filled with pride and a hint of boastfulness, explained the function of the Dragon Balls. After hearing his explanation, everyone from the multiverse was dumbfounded. Dragon Balls. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon Shenron to make a wish. You can fulfill any wish. Reviving the dead is just one of the wishes that can be granted. A divine artifact. These Dragon Balls are undoubtedly a true divine artifact. I see now. They understood. No wonder this new world is called the Dragon Ball world. It's because this world possesses the divine artifact known as the Dragon Balls. Frieza, oh ho ho ho, Dragon Balls. They grant any wish. In Frieza, Prince Vegeta, could it be that you traveled to Earth solely for these Dragon Balls? Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's heart skipped a beat upon reading Frieza's message. Though Frieza had already learned of his journey to Earth, he had not known the reason behind it. Now, however, Frieza knew. Vegeta offered no explanation. He understood it would be futile if Frieza would never believe him. His only hope lay in finding the Dragon Balls on Earth and wishing for immortality. Only then could he stand a chance against Frieza. On an unknown planet, Frieza smiled coldly when Vegeta failed to reply. He had guessed correctly. Vegeta's mission to Earth was indeed for the Dragon Balls. If the Dragon Balls could fulfill any wish, then surely they could grant his as well. Vegeta sought them to escape Frieza's dominion, and Frieza in turn longed to use them to break free from Beerus himself. Issue orders, assemble the Frieza force. We depart for Earth at once. Frieza issued the command. He would lead his elite forces personally to Earth, to locate the Dragon Balls and claim his ultimate wish. Vegeta and Frieza possessed real opportunities to obtain the Dragon Balls, so envy held no place in their hearts. But beings across other universes were now seething with unbearable longing. On Onigashima Island in the world of One Piece, Dragon Balls, the artifacts that grant any wish. And compared to these, GOLD, Roger's legendary treasure is nothing more than dust. Kaido had already cast Roger's treasure aside. Beside the Dragon Balls, even Roger's hoard was less than a single hair. If Roger's treasure drove pirates to madness, then the Dragon Balls, introduced into this pirate world, would ignite frenzy not only among pirates, but also the Marines, and even the celestial dragons themselves. The entire world would descend into chaos. To grant any wish, such power rendered all treasure utterly worthless. Alas, Dragon Balls existed only in their native universe. All others who coveted them could only watch helplessly, mouths watering. What if the Dragon Balls were a hoax? That made no sense. The people of the Dragon Ball universe had no motive to fabricate such a divine artifact. Moreover, warriors capable of obliterating moons, or even Earth itself, were undeniably real there. And perhaps even greater beings existed beyond them. In such a realm, the existence of Dragon Balls seemed not only plausible, but inevitable. The world of Toriko. Dragon Balls, the wish-granting marvel. And how unfortunate our world lacks them. If only I could wish for access to Acacia's full-course menu. Toriko marveled deeply at the Dragon Ball's wonder. Once obsessed solely with food, even he could not remain indifferent to such transcendent power. With the Dragon Balls, he could instantly savor Acacia's full-course menu, though he cherished the thrill of hunting it down himself. Yet truthfully, he doubted whether he could ever gather every dish. At present, merely surviving within the gourmet world taxed his strength to its limit, let alone hunting its rarest delicacies, especially those of Acacia himself. Likewise consumed by this yearning was three-headed beast leader of the gourmet corps. With Dragon Balls, I could taste every dish on Acacia's menu. And no, wait. I could even resurrect Master Frozy. To three-headed beast, reviving Frozy outweighed even Acacia's entire menu. Yet fate denied him passage to Earth in the Dragon Ball universe. Otherwise, he was certain his might would secure them without fail. In his estimation, his power ranked among the highest even in the Dragon Ball universe. He feared no challenge from Vegeta, provided Vegeta did not transform into his Great Saiyan form. Vegeta could shatter Earth, so could he. Without a potent transformation of his own, however, his dream remained elusive. Had he mastered such a technique, as others across multiverses had, he would have already claimed Acacia's full-course menu. None, not even his elder brothers Ichiryu or Jiru, could stop him. Alas, neither transformation nor Dragon Balls graced his world, despite its combat prowess rivaling that of the Dragon Ball universe. Why was such a divine artifact absent from his realm? On Earth, in West City, Lin Luo sighed inwardly as Yamcha carelessly revealed the secret of the Dragon Balls. Yamcha's blunder meant more than just Vegeta would soon arrive on Earth. Frieza himself would follow. The battlefield would shift from Namek to Earth. But it mattered little. Once Lin Luo claimed the rewards from his transformation campaign, he could select any ability featured in his uploaded videos, including the powers of legendary warriors. Even Golden Frieza would prove powerless. Only Black Gold Frieza might give him pause. Should he acquire the strength of Beerus and Angel the Grand Priest, or even the Omni King himself, even Black Gold Frieza would fade into insignificance. Moreover, even if Yamcha had remained silent, the secret would still surface. In Lin Luo's next video, the Saiyan Great Saiyan transformation video has concluded. And now, let the Saiyan transformation universe officially begin. The Great Saiyan transformation was merely an appetizer, an enticing prelude. His upcoming videos would truly unveil the full majesty of Saiyan transformations. Those videos would teach all realms across the multiverse what it means for the colors left for Saiyans to wear have run thin, and why one might pray to be reborn as a Saiyan. This next video shall reveal to all realms the awe-inspiring power of Saiyan transformations, and how eagerly I await Vegeta's and Frieza's expressions upon watching it. At the thought of their reactions, Lin Luo couldn't suppress a quiet smile. For Vegeta and Frieza, these transformations belong to legend itself, untouchable and mythic in their current era. Soon Lin Luo's second video manifested before countless eyes across the multiverse the most iconic transformation in history, Super Saiyan. The moment this transformation first appeared, all others paled into obscurity, and the title promised spectacle and delivered truth. Though later eras saw Super Saiyans become commonplace, even attainable through accelerated training in Universe 6. Its debut was nothing short of seismic. Its emergence did not merely shake the Dragon Ball world, it reshaped the very landscape of global storytelling. No exaggeration, the instant the Super Saiyan manifested, every other manga and anime dimmed beneath its radiance. To outsiders, the Super Saiyan was simply a new Saiyan transformation, far surpassing the Great Saiyan in power. But to Vegeta, Nappa, and Frieza, its meaning ran deeper. This was the warrior foretold in Saiyan myth, the legendary Super Saiyan. Could this video finally unveil the truth behind the legend? Inside the spaceship, Super Saiyan. Could it be that the legend of the Super Saiyan is true? Is there really a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was extremely excited. You see, the Super Saiyan is a warrior from the legends of the Saiyans. A legendary warrior that is born once every 1,000 years. At the same time, he is also the most feared warrior by Frieza. If the Super Saiyan is real, then he no longer has to fear Frieza. Why? Because who else but him, the most exceptional Saiyan prince, is qualified to become a Super Saiyan? Could it still be that lowly warrior Kakarot? Don't joke. Super Saiyan, could this video reveal the truth about the Super Saiyan? If that's the case, then I can become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was very excited and eager. If this video can truly reveal the truth about how to become a Super Saiyan, then he can use this method to become the Super Saiyan that Frieza fears the most. At that time, he would be the strongest in the universe. What Frieza, and even that Beerus who makes Frieza bow down, would all be groveling at his feet. But speaking of which, why does he find the name Beerus somewhat familiar? It seems like he has heard it somewhere. On an unknown planet, Frieza sat in his baby carriage, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, waiting for his army to finish their preparations before heading to Earth. He had originally looked down upon the video of the Saiyan Great Ape transformation uploaded by Lin Luo. In his eyes, Saiyans were just stinky monkeys. Even if they transformed into great apes, they were still just stinky monkeys, merely larger stinky monkeys. He completely disregarded them. But the title of this video made Frieza crush the glass of wine in his hand. Super Saiyan. Could it be that the legendary warrior of the Saiyans is really true? His father King Cold once warned him that there are two entities in this universe that should not be provoked. One is Majin Buu. The other is the god of destruction Beerus. In addition to that, their clan has passed down a legend through generations. That is, among the Saiyans exists a super warrior known as the Super Saiyan. This Super Saiyan will become the greatest threat to this cosmic overlord. This is also why when Beerus commanded him to destroy Planet Vegeta, he immediately complied. On one hand, he could not resist Beerus' orders. On the other hand, destroying Planet Vegeta would lead to the extinction of the Saiyans. This way the Super Saiyan would not appear. However, over the years he had stopped believing in the legend of the Super Saiyan. But now it seems, could the Super Saiyan really be true? Let me see what this Super Saiyan is all about. If it is true, I will crush him in the cradle. The Super Saiyan is merely a legend now. If the video truly features a Super Saiyan, then it must be one that will appear in the future. Therefore, he can eliminate the opponent in the present before the Super Saiyan has even appeared. Of course, he doesn't really believe that the content of this video is a spoiler of future events. But in matters like this, it's better to be safe than sorry. Even if it's false, he must eliminate all future Super Saiyans and anyone associated with the Super Saiyan. He cannot let any unexpected occurrences happen, not even a 1% chance. In the God of Destruction realm. Oh, Super Saiyan. I wonder what relation it has with the God of Super Saiyans. Beerus said while eating the food prepared for him by the angel Whis. He had previously been asleep because he dreamed of a warrior named the God of Super Saiyans who would become his opponent in the future. He was supposed to wake up in 39 years. But because of the emergence of the multiverse video network, he woke up early. But that's fine, he wants to see if this guy named Lin Luo's video has any clues about the God of Super Saiyans. The above is about those who know what a Super Saiyan is. For others in the multiverse, they have no idea what a Super Saiyan is. They also do not know anything about the legend of the Super Saiyan. They are simply curious about what this Super Saiyan is all about. Soon different people clicked on the video with various thoughts. The next moment, the video narrator began to speak. The Super Saiyan is the legendary super warrior of the Saiyan clan from Planet Vegeta in the 7th universe. It is said that one appears once every 1,000 years. But what they don't know is that the Super Saiyan is not a single warrior, but a transformation. As long as one can master this transformation, any Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan. Of course, not every Saiyan can master this transformation. Upon hearing the narration, Frieza, the cosmic overlord, couldn't help but shiver. As long as one can master the transformation of the Super Saiyan, any Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan. That's a bit terrifying. Frieza imagined the scene where all the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyans. He couldn't dare to think about it, really couldn't. Luckily, he had already destroyed Planet Vegeta, and the surviving Saiyans were few. So as long as he eliminates the surviving Saiyans, the Super Saiyan won't appear. It seems that going to Earth this time was the right choice. On one hand, he could obtain the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. On the other hand, he could wipe out those Saiyans on Earth. From what he knows, any surviving Saiyans are gathering on Earth. Kakarot and his son, mentioned by Vegeta, and now Vegeta and Nappa, are also heading to Earth. At that time, he would wipe out these Saiyans on Earth. Then he wouldn't have to worry about the appearance of Super Saiyans anymore. Meanwhile, several bullet comments caught Frieza's attention. Kafla, the legend of the Super Saiyan. Why haven't we the Saiyans of the 6th universe heard of it? Kafla, Gabe, have you heard of it? Gabe, I haven't either, but the video said that the Super Saiyan is a legend of the Saiyans of the 7th universe and has nothing to do with the Saiyans of our 6th universe. Kafla, I don't know what this Super Saiyan is. Can our Saiyans of the 6th universe transform? In the 6th universe on Planet Salad, Kafla, Gabe, and other Saiyans of the 6th universe were quite curious about the video released by Lin Luo. They were already very curious about the previous video on the Saiyan Great Ape transformation. After all, the Saiyans of the 6th universe do not have tails and cannot transform into great apes. But the Saiyans of the 7th universe can. And now there's another transformation that the Saiyans of the 6th universe do not have. Super Saiyan transformation. They have no legends about the Super Saiyan in their 6th universe. It is unique to the Saiyans of the 7th universe. That's a bit unfair. We are all Saiyans. Why do the Saiyans of the 7th universe have these flashy transformations? And the Saiyans of our 6th universe do not? Is it discrimination? As a female little devil among the Saiyans of the 6th universe, Caulifla shares a trait with Sun Wukong, a fervent attitude toward becoming stronger. She is also very passionate about gaining strength. Therefore, upon witnessing the transformation of the Saiyans from the 7th universe into great apes, which enhances their power tenfold, she felt quite displeased. The idea of a tenfold power increase. How exhilarating it would be if she could transform as well. And now another type of transformation has emerged. Yet again, it is something that the Saiyans of the 6th universe do not possess. This only adds to her frustration. Why should there be such discrimination among Saiyans? Hence, she is very eager to know whether the Super Saiyan transformation is exclusive to the Saiyans of the 7th universe, or if the Saiyans of the 6th universe can also achieve it. The Great Ape transformation is beyond their reach, as the Saiyans of the 6th universe are naturally born without tails. Yet she wonders if there are any restrictions or conditions for becoming a Super Saiyan. What Caulifla does not realize is that her words have opened a new world for many. In the 7th universe, on Earth, the 6th universe. What is that? The video just mentioned that the Super Saiyan is a legend among the Saiyans of the 7th universe. So we are in the 7th universe, but are there other universes besides this one? The Z fighters all thought of this. It seems their world is far more expansive than they had imagined. Initially, the existence of Frieza and Beerus, these powerful beings from beyond Earth, had already amazed them. And now beings from other universes have also surfaced. I never expected there to be other universes, and that there are also Saiyans in those universes. I wonder what the situation is with the Saiyans of the 6th universe, and how many there are. Vegeta felt a strong curiosity about the Saiyans of the 6th universe. Are there Saiyan princes like him in the 6th universe? What is the situation with the Saiyans over there? Compared to the Saiyans of the 7th universe, which side has the stronger Saiyans? However, he had no intention of asking. He is after all the proud Saiyan prince. How could he actively inquire about such matters? Frieza shares similar thoughts. When he learned that there are also Saiyans in the 6th universe, his heart skipped a beat. After all, he has no idea what the situation is with the Saiyans of the 6th universe, whether they can transform into Super Saiyans, or how many Saiyans exist. He certainly does not want to face the Super Saiyans of a planet in the 6th universe. However, he then thought that they are the Saiyans of the 6th universe, which has nothing to do with him, the Cosmic Emperor of the 7th universe. Even if there is a Super Saiyan from the 6th universe, it would not affect him at all. With this thought, Frieza felt relieved. Yet he also felt a bit disappointed. After all, he cannot travel to the 6th universe. Otherwise, he could become the Cosmic Emperor of 2 universes. At this moment, the voice of the narrator continued to resonate. Speaking of the Super Saiyan, one must mention a certain individual. That is the Cosmic Emperor of the 7th universe, Frieza. As the Cosmic Emperor of the 7th universe, Frieza has a love-hate relationship with the Saiyans. The birth of the Super Saiyan is inextricably linked to this Cosmic Emperor. Hearing this, Frieza's expression turned quite bewildered. What is this video talking about? He is after all the one who least wishes for the appearance of Super Saiyans. How could he be the one responsible for their emergence? Furthermore, what does it mean that Frieza has a love-hate relationship with the Saiyans? He has nearly exterminated their race. While it is true that he killed them, what right do the Saiyans have to claim they fought back? Shouldn't it be a one-sided massacre on his part? As for love, that is even more absurd. This video is simply making a cosmic joke. Tornado Cosmic Emperor. Does this Dragon Ball world also have a Cosmic Emperor? Tornado, I wonder how this Cosmic Emperor named Frieza compares to Boros, who is also a Cosmic Emperor. Genos, my master Saitama, fought against Boros before, and he was the one who defeated Boros, so he knows very well how strong Boros is. Genos, I wonder how strong this Frieza is. Saitama, Boros' strength is quite formidable. His full power strike can destroy the surface of the earth. Saitama, however, compared to Frieza, there should be a considerable gap. Saitama clearly remembers that Frieza looked down on Vegeta quite a bit. Vegeta also refers to Frieza as Lord, implying he is a subordinate of Frieza. Yet Vegeta possesses the power to destroy Earth. Not in the way that Boros could destroy the surface of the Earth, but to directly turn the Earth into cosmic dust. Although this scene has not occurred, nor has there been a depiction of Vegeta destroying Earth. He believes that Vegeta is indeed capable of such feats. In comparison, Boros' strength pales before Vegeta, and it goes without saying that Frieza is stronger than Vegeta. Clearly, even among cosmic emperors there remains a significant disparity. Frieza destroying the surface of the Earth qualifies one to be called a cosmic emperor. Frieza, that guy named Boros, was lucky not to cross paths with me, otherwise I would have simply slapped him to death. He lowers the standards of cosmic emperors. Frieza felt quite displeased. That Boros could only destroy the surface of the Earth and still be called a cosmic emperor. He has seen Earth from previous videos. It is a very tiny planet. With just a casual move, he could turn Earth into cosmic dust. This Boros truly lowers the standards of cosmic emperors. What a pity that he cannot travel to other worlds. Otherwise, he would turn these worlds into his territories. As the grand cosmic real estate king, he loves to develop territories. Of course, he is now even more interested in how he supposedly caused the emergence of Super Saiyans. After the battle with Vegeta, many warriors sacrificed themselves, and due to Piccolo's sacrifice, the Guardian also perished. Thus, the Dragon Balls on Earth disappeared, preventing them from using them to revive their fallen comrades. At that moment, Krillin suddenly recalled that Vegeta had mentioned Piccolo is a Namekian hailing from a planet called Namek. Since the Guardian and Piccolo are one, it means the Guardian is also a Namekian. And since the Dragon Balls were created by the Guardian, perhaps there are other Dragon Balls on the Guardian's home planet Namek. If they can locate the Dragon Balls of Namek, they could potentially revive their fallen comrades. His words brought great joy to Goku and the others, as there was hope for their fallen companions to be revived. In the Dragon Ball world on Earth, in a desolate wasteland. The Namekian. So am I an alien? Piccolo heard the narration in the video and became aware of his identity. He is a Namekian. Although he doesn't know which planet Namek is, he is certain that there are others of his kind in this world. Apart from Piccolo, those who knew him, including the Supreme Kai, were all quite astonished. The Supreme Kai understood his identity, and Krillin, Yamcha, and other Earthlings realized why Piccolo is so powerful. So that's why Piccolo and Goku are so strong. They are not on the same level as us. Is it because they are both aliens? We Earthlings seem too weak in front of aliens. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others felt quite emotional. No wonder their strength is not on the same level as Piccolo and Goku. It turns out that they are simply not from the same planet. Goku is a Saiyan and Piccolo is a Namekian. They are both aliens. In front of aliens, Earthlings do not hold much significance. West City, Bulma's home. I will go to outer space with Krillin and Gohan in the future to search for Dragon Balls on another planet. Bulma felt both excited and worried. The excitement comes from the prospect of going on an adventure in outer space. This reminded her of the time when she searched for the Dragon Balls with Goku. It was a time she would never forget. She truly missed the time of searching for the Dragon Balls. In the future, she would search for the Dragon Balls again, and this time she would be venturing into outer space. This made her quite curious about what she would encounter. However, this was also the reason for her worries. After all, during her previous search for the Dragon Balls on Earth, she encountered quite a few dangers, not to mention going to outer space. Moreover, Goku would not be there. It's not that she doesn't trust Krillin and Gohan, but compared to those two, Goku definitely makes her feel more at ease. Besides, it was with Goku that she embarked on the journey to search for the Dragon Balls. If she were to go to Namek with Goku, it would be a nice reminiscence of the past. Judging by the narration, this journey to Namek would surely be quite complicated. It seems that Frieza and Vegeta would be involved. Bulma couldn't help but feel sorry for her future self. On the planet where Frieza is located. So does Namek also have Dragon Balls? Frieza couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If both Earth and Namek have Dragon Balls, where should he go to search for them? After all, Dragon Balls from any location can help him fulfill his wishes. Why not go wherever is closest to him? No, this time he has another task besides searching for Dragon Balls. That is to eliminate the remaining Saiyans. The remaining Saiyans are all gathered on Earth. So it's better to go to Earth, achieving two goals at once. Is the army ready? With that thought, Frieza asked his subordinate beside him. He was eager to head to Earth to deal with the Saiyans and search for Dragon Balls. Report, my lord, we are ready. Great, then let's set off. With that, Frieza and his subordinates began their journey to Earth. Because of this video, Namek and the Namekians on it escaped a calamity. Speaking of the entanglement between Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta, it all started a long time ago. Back then, the Saiyans were Frieza's subordinates. However, due to Frieza's fear of the legend of the Super Saiyan, coupled with another reason, he destroyed the Saiyans' Planet Vegeta. In the video, Frieza arrived at the outskirts of Planet Vegeta with his men. He extended a finger, gathering an energy sphere resembling a small sun, and hurled it toward Planet Vegeta. On Planet Vegeta, there was a Saiyan who fought until the end. This Saiyan looked exactly like Goku. However, in front of Frieza, this Saiyan's resistance was futile. He, along with the other Saiyans, turned into cosmic dust along with Planet Vegeta. Frieza's single finger obliterated the planet. This is also a scene that has clearly appeared in Dragon Ball. This moment also made people from all realms realize Frieza's power. Zangwa, a planet, was destroyed just like that. Zangwa, fortunately our world does not have such a person, otherwise what navy, what pirates would merely be ants. Kakashi, this is just absurd. Compared to this, Frieza, our battles in the Naruto world seem like child's play, merely fights between villages. Naruto, compared to Frieza's power, the power of the Nine Tails, is nothing. Nine Tails. Genos, the planet destroyed by Frieza, is much larger than Earth. Yet he effortlessly annihilated it with a single finger. Genos, this is the real cosmic emperor. Compared to him, Boros is as weak as a baby. Tornado. Yes, if this Frieza were in our world, his threat level would exceed that of a god. Genos. I wonder if my master could withstand Frieza. Saitama said nothing. Although his strength is the greatest in his world, he has no confidence when compared to this terrifying cosmic emperor Frieza. Though his speed of becoming stronger is rapid, he wonders how long it would take him to reach Frieza's level. After all, the mere tip of the iceberg that Frieza has shown is already astonishing. How strong would Frieza be at full power? He truly wishes to battle this cosmic emperor once he becomes even stronger in the future. Frieza's initial display of power left people across the realms in shock. For the Z Fighters and Vegeta, however, their expressions turned grim. The Z Fighters' grim expressions were because this Frieza might very well be their future enemy, especially for Krillin and Gohan. They must know that they will be heading to Namek in the future. This means they will confront this cosmic emperor. With the power he has displayed, what could they possibly use to fight him? Even if Goku Dad will also go to Namek, they probably won't last until that time. Krillin and Gohan began to feel uneasy about their future. After finally driving away Vegeta, they now have to face Frieza, who is countless times stronger. They truly cannot catch a break. Vegeta's expression was also quite grim. He witnessed how his planet was destroyed and how his compatriots were killed by Frieza. Although Vegeta appears cold and ruthless, seeing his planet and his people being obliterated still affected him deeply. This is one of the reasons why he decided to rebel against Frieza. Only by becoming a Super Saiyan can I combat Frieza. And only I can become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was very confident in himself. In his view, the content after this video is about how he as a Saiyan Prince transforms into a Super Saiyan, and how he defeats Frieza. He is eagerly looking forward to witnessing himself transform into a Super Saiyan in the scene of killing Frieza. However, what is the other reason for Frieza destroying Planet Vegeta? Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta, annihilating the Saiyan race. Only a few Saiyans survived. Prince Vegeta is one of them. He, along with two other surviving Saiyans, Raditz and Nappa, continued to serve under Frieza. Frieza told them that the reason for the destruction of Planet Vegeta was due to a meteorite impact. Raditz and Nappa believed it, but Vegeta did not. He knew the truth about the planet's destruction. Thus, he has been plotting to rebel against Frieza and kill him. When he learned that there were Dragon Balls on Earth that could grant any wish, he intended to go to Earth to find the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wish for eternal life. However, he did not expect to be defeated on Earth, driven away by the Z warriors led by Son Goku. This revelation left many people suddenly enlightened. It turned out that Vegeta had this ulterior motive for going to Earth. Meanwhile, Frieza chuckled coldly. This Vegeta surprisingly shared the same wish as him. But did Vegeta think he could use that wish to resist him? One could only say that Vegeta was utterly naive. Vegeta's expression darkened once more. Only he and Nappa knew of his true intentions. Nappa did not leak any information, but how did this video get out? How did Lin Luo know about it? Could it be that Lin Luo really knows everything? No, he wouldn't believe it. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that Lin Luo's video truly spoiled the future? He cannot accept this. It must be false. Lin Luo must have just gotten lucky merely guessing right. It has to be like that. Because after being heavily injured on Earth, Vegeta first returned to the base for treatment. After recovering, he learned that Frieza had gone to Namek and realized that Frieza's aim was also the Dragon Balls. So Vegeta hurried to Namek, wanting to find the Dragon Balls before Frieza. However, what he did not know was that a spaceship had also departed from Earth headed for Namek. Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan were on one side, while Frieza and Vegeta stood alone. The three parties gathered on the peaceful planet of Namek for the same purpose. They disrupted the tranquility of the planet. At this moment, the Namekians on Namek were already in a panic. They could hardly imagine the chaos these three parties would unleash on their planet. Especially between Frieza and Vegeta. They had no idea what kind of disaster their planet would face. They did not dare to think about it. The three parties gathered on Namek, and due to Frieza's overwhelming strength, Vegeta chose to temporarily ally with Krillin and Gohan. Indeed, the best way to turn former enemies into allies is to introduce a foe even stronger than them. In the video, upon discovering that Krillin and Gohan had also come to Namek to find the Dragon Balls, Vegeta did not attempt to kill them. He knew that it would be difficult to collect all the Dragon Balls from Frieza alone. Thus, he needed assistance. The battles on Earth had shown him that Krillin and Gohan could cooperate. Therefore, Vegeta did not kill Krillin and Gohan. In fact, he saved them several times. Seeing himself in the video cooperating with Vegeta and even being saved by him left Krillin and Gohan feeling quite complicated. In the previous video, they had been fighting fiercely. Yet unexpectedly in this video, they had temporarily become allies. One could only say that the narrator was right. To temporarily turn enemies into partners, a more formidable enemy must appear. Piccolo became their ally precisely because the Saiyans emerged as a stronger adversary. During the quest for the Dragon Balls, Vegeta encountered Frieza's subordinates Dodoria and Zarbon. Originally, he was not their match, but Saiyans have a passive ability. If they recover after reaching the brink of death, their strength can significantly increase. Thus, after Vegeta healed his injuries sustained on Earth, he became even stronger. This also reaffirmed his belief that he was the legendary Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race. Due to the collaboration between Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, Frieza could not gather all the Dragon Balls without personally intervening. Even his subordinates were dealt with. Therefore, Frieza summoned his strongest minions, the Ginyu Force. What Gohan did not know was that the Ginyu Force would have a profound impact on his life. Hearing this, Gohan felt quite curious. How would the Ginyu Force impact his life? Would it result in his demise at their hands? Or would something else occur? In the video after the Ginyu Force arrived on Namek, they performed a dance in front of Frieza, which made Frieza blush and feel quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, as the Ginyu Force mobilized, Son Goku, upon learning of the events occurring on Namek, also took action. He boarded a spaceship heading to Namek set to arrive in 6 days. To enhance his strength, he had Bulma's father build a gravity chamber with a maximum of 100 times gravity. He needed to overcome 100 times gravity within 6 days to maximize his strength. This training method surprised many. Lin Luo could training in a high-gravity environment. The effects must be excellent. Moreover, it should be better than weighted training. Because he could not use ninjutsu, he practiced physical techniques. To become stronger, he usually trained with weights. Originally, he believed that training with weights was the best way to hone the body. However, he no longer thought so. Training in a high-gravity environment must be more effective than weighted training. Lin Luo, Might Guy teacher, you think so too, right? Might Guy indeed, but changing gravity is quite difficult. Moreover, there are no ninjutsu techniques for altering gravity. Fujitora, I see, so increasing gravity to train one's body is a good method. In the pirate world, Fujitora was quite intrigued upon seeing Son Goku's training method. While others might not be able to, he was a gravity fruit user capable of altering gravity. Thus, he could modify the gravity around him to strengthen his body, making himself stronger. He then proceeded to try it out. In the Dragon Ball world in West City, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma were delighted to learn that Son Goku would be coming to Namek. However, after their joy came worry. They were concerned that they might not last until Son Goku's arrival. In the previous video, Yamcha and Piccolo had not made it right. Son Goku, Krillin, Gohan, Bulma, you must hold on until I arrive. As he ran along Snake Way, he sent out messages. In the previous video, he was late, resulting in many comrades perishing. In this video, he hoped to arrive on time. Krillin, Goku, why are you always late in both of these videos? Krillin holding out for 6 days against this group of monsters is no easy task. As the strongest force among the Z fighters, Sun Wukong was late for both videos. This delay in the current video was understandable as he had sustained severe injuries in the previous video and lacked the magical beans to recover quickly. However, how could he also be late for the last video? This left Krillin perplexed. It was incredibly difficult to buy 6 days of time against Frieza and the Jinyu Force. The key point is that even if Wukong arrived at Planet Namek, he might not be able to obtain the Dragon Balls from Frieza and his men, unless Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan. So can Wukong really transform into a Super Saiyan? If so, how does he achieve that transformation? Krillin was very curious. The arrival of the Jinyu Force made Vegeta even more uneasy. He, along with Krillin and Son Gohan, first took down the weakest member Guldo. But he was then severely beaten by Rikum. Even the three who had grown stronger had no power to fight back against Rikum. Vegeta and Krillin were seriously injured while Son Gohan was directly killed, gasping for breath. In the video, Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan cooperated to defeat Guldo, who could pause time. However, they were then mercilessly beaten by the stronger Rikum. Vegeta stood no chance against Rikum alone, and with Krillin and Son Gohan, it only added 2 more heavily injured fighters. Son Gohan was directly killed on the verge of death. Witnessing this brutal battle, countless people were left in shock. After all, in the previous video, Vegeta displayed immense strength, nearly killing Son Wukong and others. But now Vegeta was being ruthlessly beaten. This contrast was simply too striking. Moreover, that little guy named Guldo could actually pause time. This ability was somewhat frightening. As Son Gohan's mother Shishi fainted after seeing her son's neck being broken. Rikum, Vegeta, with your strength, how dare you betray Lord Frieza? Even I am no match for you. Buddy, you did well to kill Guldo, but unfortunately Guldo is the weakest among us. Jinyu, it seems Vegeta, you and that little bald kid are about to die at Rikum's hands. Seeing these comments, the viewers from countless realms finally realized who had previously mocked and looked down on Vegeta. The people who sent these comments had also mocked Vegeta before. It turns out they were members of the Jinyu Force. No wonder they dared to mock Vegeta. In their presence, Vegeta truly appeared weak. Of course, this was only true for those from other worlds. In the Dragon Ball world, there were many who looked down on the Jinyu Force's strength. Among them, one person's attention was not on the Jinyu Force's strength, but rather on Guldo's time-pausing ability. In the 6th universe, time pause. If someone with strength similar to mine were to use it, would my instant transmission ability be able to counter it? The first assassin of the 6th universe Hit was pondering this question. He mastered the instant transmission technique, allowing him to skip a short span of time. And this Guldo could pause time. Of course, if Guldo were to use it, he could ignore it entirely, because the power gap between them was too great. But if someone of similar strength to him were to use time pause, would his instant transmission still work? He really wanted to try it out. Unfortunately, in the 6th universe, he could not find anyone with strength comparable to his own. The others were too far apart in power. Moreover, the Destroyer God was also far too strong compared to him. And no one could pause time. Thus, this thought of his remained merely a thought. Vegeta, you guys just wait. When I transform into a Super Saiyan, it will be your end. Vegeta sent out a comment, clearly displeased. If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have dared to say this to anyone from the Jinyu Force except for Guldo. After all, apart from Guldo, he was no match for the others. But now he had nothing to fear. He was no longer afraid of Frieza. Why should he fear the Jinyu Force? As long as he learned how to become a Super Saiyan from this video, he wouldn't have to fear them. Frieza, oh ho Vegeta, you can become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, Frieza, besides me, who else could become a Super Saiyan? Could it possibly be that Kakarot guy? Frieza, but it seems you are about to be killed by Recom. Recom Lord Frieza, watch how I kill Vegeta. Countless people continued watching the video wondering whether Vegeta and the others would really be killed by Recom. Did Sun Wukong once again miss the chance to arrive? In the video, just as Recom was about to strike down Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan, finally a spaceship landed on planet Namek. The spaceship's hatch opened and Sun Wukong stepped out. After 6 days of travel, Sun Wukong had finally arrived at planet Namek. Moreover, he had completed his training under 100 times gravity. Using his ability to sense energy, Sun Wukong perceived the condition of Vegeta and the others. He discovered that Krillin and Son Gohan's energy levels were very low. This indicated that they were on the verge of death. Without wasting any time, Sun Wukong quickly flew toward Krillin and the others' location, arriving just before Recom could strike. Sun Wukong's arrival drew the attention of everyone present. He first gave a magical bean to Son Gohan, restoring him to peak condition. Then he provided another magical bean to Krillin. The final magical bean was given to Vegeta. After consuming the magical beans, both Vegeta and Krillin returned to their peak states, leaving Recom utterly confused. Why were the three he was about to kill suddenly restored to their peak condition? It wasn't just Recom who was baffled. Kapu, how could Vegeta and the others who were about to be killed suddenly recover? Zangetsu, it seems it's because Sun Wukong gave them a green bean. Naruto, is this bean really that magical? Can it really restore someone to peak condition instantly? Krillin, that's right, this bean is called a magical bean and can restore all injuries. Zangetsu, incredible. This is truly amazing. If the Navy had these magical beans, how many lives could be saved? Luffy, if I had magical beans back then, would Ace not have died? Luffy's comment left many in silence. They remembered their friends who had died due to severe injuries. If they had magical beans, would their friends not have died? At the same time, they were even more amazed by the Dragon Ball world. Once again, with Dragon Balls and magical beans, the divine artifacts in the Dragon Ball world are truly abundant. Each divine artifact could leave them in awe. They wondered how many divine artifacts and powerful beings were still hidden in the Dragon Ball world. One could only say that the Dragon Ball world is absolutely magnificent. It was even more terrifying and glorious than their worlds combined. The Dragon Ball World West City. Looking at these comments, Lin Luo also smiled. The powerful effect of the celestial beans can heal all wounds regardless of the strength of the consumer. The first time Sun Wukong ate a celestial bean was after defeating old Piccolo. At that time, his strength was still quite weak. However, later on, celestial beans could restore the state of Cell, and even in Dragon Ball Super, they could restore the states of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. And it was a complete recovery. With such incredible effects, it's no wonder that since Dragon Ball Z, celestial beans have been so scarce. This divine object cannot be left unsealed. If placed in those fantasy worlds, the effect of celestial beans would be to restore even the injuries of a small Kurami at the Chi cultivation stage. It can also heal the wounds of great emperors, and even those at the immortal emperor level. Just this thing alone is enough to make top powerhouses in a fantasy world fight over it. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was astonished to find that he had been saved by Kakarot. His face turned dark. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. Losing to a lower-class warrior was one thing, but now this lower-class warrior had actually saved him. How could his pride accept that? Moreover, the version of him in the video had actually eaten it. He wished he could jump into the video and tell his other self not to accept Kakarot's charity. And there was another point. That guy Kakarot is here just to die, Vegeta muttered to himself. Even I, who have increased my strength, am not a match for Raikum, let alone Kakarot. And besides, Raikum, Bart, and guys are also watching from the side. Could it be that Kakarot can actually defeat these three? In Vegeta's view, Sun Wukong was simply rushing from Earth to Namek to seek his own death. It's known that the opponent on Earth was not his match in an unknown fight. He still needed to cooperate with others to defeat him. Now, how long has it been? Even if the opponent really completed 100 times gravity training, how much strength could it possibly enhance? Perhaps if the two of them teamed up, there might be a chance to defeat the Ginyu Force. But teaming up with Kakarot, this lower-class warrior, the proud Saiyan prince would never stoop to that. He already felt extremely embarrassed collaborating with Kakarot's son and that little bald-headed Krillin. You must not team up with Kakarot, he warned. I cannot afford to lose face. Vegeta muttered to himself while watching the video. He was very worried that the version of himself in the video would agree to team up with Kakarot. But the following content of the video reassured Vegeta that he was overthinking. In the video, after saving Vegeta, Krillin and Gohan's son Wukong placed his hand on Krillin's head. Soon he learned what Krillin and Gohan had been doing during this time. Then he looked towards Raikum, walking step by step towards him. Raikum did not take Sun Wukong seriously at all, and even planned to unleash his special move to eliminate everyone, including Sun Wukong. But before he could execute it, Sun Wukong dealt a swift elbow strike that took him down instantly. Sun Wukong's speed was so fast that Krillin and Gohan did not even realize what had happened. Only Vegeta saw clearly what happened. In the moment Raikam was about to strike, Sun Wukong appeared in front of him at incredible speed and delivered a powerful elbow strike that defeated him. Kakarot's combat power has completely transcended that of the Saiyans. How did he do it? Vegeta was shocked and then thought of a possibility. Could it be that he has become a Super Saiyan? Upon thinking of this possibility, Vegeta found it hard to believe. The Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior of the Saiyans, appearing only once every 1,000 years. He can overcome the bottleneck that all Saiyans cannot cross. If the legend is true, then the one most likely to become a Super Saiyan should be me. I cannot accept that the legendary Super Saiyan could actually be a lower-class warrior. Kurosaki Ichigo, he actually took down Raikam in an instant. Sun Wukong's strength has grown to this extent. Auru, could it be that he has already become a Super Saiyan? But there doesn't seem to be any change, does there? Kakashi, or is this the result of his training under 100 times gravity? If that's the case, then that achievement is quite outrageous. Makarov, it should be the result of training. After all, he looks unchanged and doesn't seem to have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Rock Lee, Might Guy Sensei, is there any ninjutsu that can increase gravity? I want to train under high gravity conditions. Might Guy, I don't know either, but I wish I could. Fujitora, fortunately, I possess the power of the gravity fruit. Although I can't become as strong as Sun Wukong, I can still enhance my strength. Sengoku Fujitora, you are from the pirate world, right? Do you want to join the Navy? Fujitora Sengoku, Admiral, I am already part of the Navy. In the pirate world, upon seeing Fujitora's comment, Sengoku immediately stood up. Quick, locate this Fujitora. If he is not at headquarters, bring him here immediately. Seeing Sun Wukong's achievements in high gravity and realizing that Fujitora is a user of the gravity fruit, Sengoku couldn't sit still. If Fujitora can change gravity, couldn't he take the Navy to train together? If all the Navy could successfully train under high gravity, he could hardly imagine how much stronger the Navy would become. Of course, it wouldn't be as exaggerated as Sun Wukong's strength, but even doubling the Navy's strength would be enough to chase after pirates. Fortunately, this Fujitora is with the Navy. If he were a pirate, it would be a headache for him. Because of a single comment from Fujitora, this future admiral of the Navy known now spread throughout the entire pirate world and even to other realms. After witnessing Sun Wukong's training results, countless people could no longer remain calm. The results of training under high gravity turned out to be so powerful. Even if they couldn't be as outrageous as Sun Wukong, if they could enhance their strength several times, that would be wonderful. But the only problem was that they lacked a high gravity environment. They also didn't have the means to achieve that. This made them very uncomfortable. In the fairy tale world, is there anyone who can use gravity magic? Issue a notice. Whoever masters gravity magic and joins our guild will receive the best treatment. Various wizard guilds issued notices inviting those who could use gravity magic to join. Those who master gravity magic can enhance not only their own strength, but also the strength of the entire guild. In the Xingtian world, welcome, don't we have any means to enhance gravity? Welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant, Xiaodian asked curiously. If only their armored summoners could train in high gravity conditions, then wouldn't it be much easier to deal with the underworld demon later? I don't know if there is. Welcome shook her head with a bitter smile. At least as far as she knew, there wasn't. Inside the Bao Wang group's secret room, training in high gravity environments yields such good results. If I had known earlier, I should have brought people for this kind of training. Lu Fa felt a bit regretful. With the technological prowess of Ares, controlling gravity isn't particularly challenging. After all, that guy the Flame Emperor is still imprisoned in a zero-gravity, high-magnetic prison. Since a zero-gravity environment can be created, a high-gravity environment can naturally be constructed as well. However, Ares has yet to attempt cultivating in a high-gravity setting. Now Lu Fa regrets it. Had he known that cultivating in a high-gravity environment would yield such great results, he should have brought his subordinates to practice in such a manner. If that were the case, he wouldn't have needed to flee from Ares. He could have simply overthrown King Pyre's reign with his people. Sun Wukong trains in an environment with 100 times the gravity. His power escalated from being no match for Vegeta to being capable of effortlessly defeating Raikam. Raikam's strength has already been demonstrated in the video. He easily overpowered Vegeta, who had already enhanced his strength. The extent of this power increase is truly terrifying. Even if the effects differ due to the distinct worlds, even a fraction of Sun Wukong's results would be exceedingly formidable. On Earth, Vegeta is already capable of completely obliterating the planet. After his strength amplification, there is no need to elaborate. Raikam's power surpasses that of Vegeta, and it's likely he could destroy 10 Earths. He could even annihilate planets larger than Earth. What about Sun Wukong, who can defeat Raikam? Even if he only possesses 1% of Sun Wukong's training outcomes, that alone could grant him power comparable to that of the Shura armor. This is a strength he could attain with his physical body, rather than needing to wear the Shura armor to gain such power. The difference between the two is immensely significant. It's a pity that there are no regrets to be had in this world. Aside from regret, Lufa has no other options. Lufa feels remorse while the myriad strong beings who haven't changed their gravity techniques feel only pity. As for the one involved, Raikum, impossible. How could I be defeated by that stinky monkey the Saiyan? Raikum, I don't believe it. This must be fake. Originally, Raikum was quite pleased to see himself beating up Vegeta, but soon he was shocked to find that he was actually defeated by Sun Wukong. This left him in disbelief. Meanwhile, Bart and Jiez, who were beside him, also wore grim expressions. After all, they were right there in the video. If Sun Wukong has dealt with Raikum, wouldn't he come to deal with them next? Fortunately, they have two people. No matter how strong Sun Wukong is, he shouldn't be able to take on the two of them together. On Earth, Wukong's results in a high-gravity environment are this good. If I could do the same, then I wouldn't need to fear Vegeta, who will arrive in a year. Klin Yamcha and others shared the same thoughts. As for how they would cultivate in a high-gravity environment, the video also mentioned that Wukong's 100 times gravity environment was created with the help of Bulma's father. They could do that too. Moreover, Wukong took 6 days to conquer 100 times the gravity. Although they aren't as capable as Wukong, they still have a year. In a year, they should be able to conquer 100 times the gravity, right? Perhaps in a year, they could become stronger than Wukong. With such thoughts, Klin and the others who were training all over Earth rushed to West City, hoping to ask Bulma's father to create a high-gravity training environment for them. Even Piccolo in the wasteland felt quite conflicted at this moment. He wanted to do the same, but he felt it wouldn't be easy given his identity. Thinking this, Piccolo's gaze fell on Gohan below. Gohan is Sun Wukong's son. With that connection, could he obtain a high-gravity training environment through him? After some thought, Piccolo decided to give it a try. Subsequently, Piccolo took Gohan and headed to West City. On Snake Way, he wondered, I wonder if that Lord King Kai has such a high-gravity environment. At this moment, Sun Wukong was also eager to try. After all, this was the training method he pioneered in the video. It's a pity he's dead now, otherwise he could go find Bulma's father. By the way, should he revive now? Not go to King Kai's place for training. However, in the video, he had mastered the techniques taught by King Kai. He also wanted to learn the spirit bomb. This left Sun Wukong feeling conflicted. Sun Wukong, King Kai, Lord King Kai, do you have a high-gravity environment there? King Kai, the gravity here is 10 times that of Earth, not reaching the 100 times standard. King Kai, but I can create a similar environment for you. Sun Wukong, that's great, then I'll go train there. Upon seeing King Kai's message, Sun Wukong felt relieved. Continuing on his journey. Originally, Sun Wukong could have thought of using 100 times gravity for training. It was inspired by his experience training on King Kai's planet. The gravity on King Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth, allowing Sun Wukong to appreciate the benefits of training in a high-gravity environment. Sun Wukong and the Z-fighters on Earth decided to train in a high-gravity environment. This left Vegeta looking quite displeased. He even contemplated whether he should still go to Earth. Go. After some thought, Vegeta decided to go. As long as he could become a Super Saiyan through this video, then even if Kakarot and the others could enhance their strength through high-gravity training, they still wouldn't be his match. As for Kakarot mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, that's impossible. Kakarot, a low-class warrior, could never grasp the Super Saiyan transformation. Only he could master the Super Saiyan transformation. In the video, after defeating Raikum, Sun Wukong resolved Bart and Jiez as well. On the way, he encountered Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force and was subjected to Genius Body Swap. However, with the efforts of Vegeta, Klin, and Gohan, they managed to help Sun Wukong switch his body back, turning Ginyu into a frog. Due to Sun Wukong's severe injuries, Vegeta took him to the healing pod for treatment. During this time, he prepared to rest and gather his strength. Meanwhile, the Dragon Balls had already been gathered through the efforts of all three parties. Awaiting the summoning spell, they could summon the Eternal Dragon. At this moment, due to the annihilation of the Ginyu Force, Frieza finally made his move. He headed to the Namekian base to inquire about the summoning spell. On the way, he encountered a small Namekian. However, since he had important matters to attend to, he decided to let the other go. Upon arriving at the Namekian base, he was confronted by the strongest Namekian Nail. Using his scouter, he detected Nail's battle power at 42,000. Then Frieza uttered the famous line, "My battle power is 530,000. With such a vast power disparity, Nail was no match for him and was easily gravely injured by Frieza. Frieza delivered the line, "My battle power is 530,000, in a calm and indifferent tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, countless viewers upon hearing this couldn't help but shiver. This number could be stated by Frieza so nonchalantly. Yet for others, this was undoubtedly a horrifying tale. Duan Muyan, 53,000 battle power. I remember that during the battle between Sun Wukong and Captain Jinyu, the battle power that erupted was 18,000, right? Duan Muyin, Frieza's battle power is 3 times that. Kaido, I wonder how much battle power the top experts from our respective worlds possess. Naruto Uzumaki, it's a pity that Sun Wukong doesn't have a tail, otherwise if Vegeta made him an artificial moon, he could transform into a giant ape. Naruto Uzumaki, then his battle power could reach 180,000, and he would be able to defeat Frieza. Sanji, but if Sun Wukong transforms into a giant ape, he will lose his rationality. It would be better to let Vegeta transform into a giant ape. Li Shinnon, but with Vegeta's strength, even if he transforms into a giant ape, he wouldn't be Frieza's match. Zhang Chulin, that depends on whether Vegeta's battle power before transforming into a giant ape exceeds 53,000. Zhang Chulin, but even if it does, I think Vegeta shouldn't transform into a giant ape, otherwise after dealing with Frieza's Sun Wukong, and the others would be doomed. Jiuejing, I see, so this Super Saiyan transformation is meant to deal with Frieza. Jiuejing, since transforming into a giant ape can increase battle power tenfold, the Super Saiyan transformation surely won't be weaker than the giant ape transformation. Daegu, so as long as Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan, his battle power will be at least 180,000. Vegeta, how could that low-class warrior Kakarot possibly transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, only I can become a Super Saiyan. Seeing Daegu say that the one who will transform into a Super Saiyan is Sun Wukong, Vegeta couldn't sit still. He could tolerate others saying to make an artificial moon for Kakarot. He could also tolerate being told that after transforming into a giant ape, he wouldn't be a match for Frieza. But he couldn't tolerate that Kakarot could transform into a Super Saiyan. Only he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, oh ho ho, 180,000 battle power. Do you really think that even if the Sun Wukong has 180,000 battle power, he can defeat me? Frieza, you know nothing of my true power. On the spaceship, Frieza swirled his wine glass, a contemptuous smile at the corners of his mouth. His current battle power is indeed 53,000, but this is merely his weakest form. If he unleashed his full power, what would a mere 180,000 battle power amount to? Moreover, he has grown less wary of this Super Saiyan transformation. Originally, he thought that the appearance of a Super Saiyan would mean a formidable rival, even a threat to him. But it seems that is not the case. A Super Saiyan is merely a transformation, at most it is slightly stronger than the giant ape transformation. The Saiyan transformation into a giant ape can increase battle power tenfold. As for the Super Saiyan, he estimates it could increase battle power 20-fold. But even if the Sun Wukong in the video increases his battle power 20-fold, that would only be 360,000 battle power. This power is indeed impressive, but in front of him it is still insufficient. A Super Saiyan is simply not to be feared. So this Super Saiyan is not so terrifying after all. But the Saiyans still need to be eradicated. Frieza thought to himself. He does not wish for the future where Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and these Saiyans could truly pose a threat to him. Even the slightest threat is unacceptable. Therefore, he must eradicate the Saiyans. However, on another note, this Lin Luo who released the video is quite remarkable. It's known that his current battle power is 53,000 and not many people are aware of this. Yet this Lin Luo seems to know. If someone like him could be persuaded to join his ranks, it would certainly be a valuable asset. Frieza's comments also caused quite a shock. His comments essentially told all the viewers that his true power exceeds 180,000 battle power. This means that Frieza has concealed his strength in the video. They cannot fathom just how strong Frieza truly is. Nor can they imagine how powerful this Super Saiyan transformation is. After all, they have already realized that to contend with Frieza, they must utilize the Super Saiyan transformation. The stronger Frieza's displayed power, the stronger the Super Saiyan must be. This is also why Lin Luo did not showcase the battle between Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan form and Frieza right from the start. If he directly presented that battle, the audiences from various realms would not fully grasp the strength of the Super Saiyan. It requires gradual build-up. First, establish the strength of Frieza's subordinates, such as the Jinyu Force. Then build up Frieza's own strength. Finally, the Super Saiyan is born capable of contending against Frieza, even defeating him. This showcases the power of the Super Saiyan. This is a technique used by Akira Toriyama. Such an excellent presentation method is something Lin Luo will surely not abandon. It is precisely this outstanding build-up that made the Super Saiyan the most iconic transformation in anime history. From the beginning of the Namek saga, the birth and might of the Super Saiyan has already been foreshadowed rather than appearing abruptly like the sun god Nika. There's no need for a bunch of fans to fill in the gaps, even saying that the day Luffy set sail was sunny, which is a hint that Luffy will become the sun god Nika. Isn't that ridiculous? And now Frieza begins to showcase his strength. This video regarding the Super Saiyan transformation has reached its exciting part. In the video after Frieza defeats Nail, he approaches the Grand Elder of Namek, who also created the Dragon Balls, and inquires about the incantation for using the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder tells him that he has already informed a little Namekian named Dondi. This makes Frieza recall the little Namekian he encountered earlier. He realizes he has been deceived. He hurriedly returns to the place where he arrived, wanting to intercept Dondi. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan also begin their actions. While Vegeta is asleep, the two secretly take the Dragon Balls to a more distant location. Just in time, Dondi also arrives. With Dandis' help, the Namekian dragon Shenron is summoned. The summoning of the dragon causes the sky to darken, waking Vegeta. Seeing the dragon in the distance and the missing Krillin and Gohan, Vegeta realizes he has been deceived. He hurriedly heads to the dragon's location. As the Namekian dragon, he can grant a total of 3 wishes. He can revive people, but only one person can be revived at a time. Thus, who gets revived first causes a quarrel between Yamcha and Tien. At this time, Piccolo suggests that he be revived first, because once he is revived, Kami will also be revived. At that time, they can use the dragon on Earth to revive Yamcha and Tien. Yamcha and Tien agree to this plan, so Piccolo is revived first. For the second wish, Piccolo hopes to go to Namek as he wants to fight in his homeland. As for the third wish, he hasn't thought of it yet, but there is no time to think, because Vegeta has already arrived. Warring states, it's revived. It's really revived. This Dragon Ball can truly bring people back to life. If we had this Dragon Ball, wouldn't Ace be able to come back to life too? Seeing Piccolo truly revive, the audience from all realms confirmed that Dragon Balls can indeed resurrect people, although they were previously astonished by the wonders of the Dragon Balls. But after all, they had never witnessed it firsthand, so there was still a hint of doubt in their hearts. Now that doubt has completely vanished. Piccolo's revival has proven the might of the Dragon Balls. This made countless people sigh in admiration. After all, in their hearts, there are people they wish to bring back. Unfortunately, they do not have the Dragon Balls. For the Z fighters who are already accustomed to using the Dragon Balls of Namek have also brought quite a shock. Krillin, can the Dragon Balls of Namek grant 3 wishes? That's way stronger than the Earth's Dragon Balls. Yeah, but unfortunately, it can only revive one person at a time, so in that respect, the Earth's Dragon Balls are stronger. But Piccolo is clever. He revived first, so that Lord Kaioshin can be resurrected and Yamcha and Chaozu can use the Earth's Dragon Balls to come back to life. You think I'm as foolish as you guys? Krillin, but now that Vegeta has arrived, do we really have to let him grant his wish? Vegeta, what else can you do besides this? My wish is about to come true. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was extremely excited. He never expected that the version of himself in the video could not only become a Super Saiyan, but he could even achieve the wish of immortality. In Vegeta's view, there was still one wish left that the Dragon of Namek could grant, and that wish would certainly be his. The version of him in the video was about to obtain eternal life. Frieza, just wait. Frieza, that wish is clearly mine. Vegeta and those 2 brats, just wait, I will not let you go. Compared to the excited Vegeta, Frieza was not in a good mood. He was already displeased when he saw the version of himself in the video being played. When he saw Krillin and the others using what should have been his Dragon Balls, it made him even more displeased. 3 wishes. He could have realized 3 wishes. But now he wouldn't get a single wish. The only thing he could pray for now was that he could arrive before this last wish was used. Otherwise, he would have done all this for nothing for Vegeta and the others. So could the version of himself in the video make it in time? With a feeling of luck, Frieza continued to watch. The other viewers felt the same way. They were very curious. Could Vegeta really succeed in granting his wish? In the video, Vegeta asked Din to help him realize his wish. At first, Krillin, Gohan, and Din disagreed. After all, Vegeta was also their enemy. But Vegeta told them that Frieza was on his way, and Goku had not finished healing yet. Only if he gained immortality could he fight Frieza. Otherwise, they would all die. Krillin was swayed by Vegeta's words. He knew what Vegeta said made sense. So he could only ask Din to grant Vegeta's wish. However, just when Vegeta was overjoyed and Din and Gohan were very reluctant, the Dragon of Namek Purunga suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Din was heartbroken, because he knew it was because the Grand Elder who created the Namekian Dragon Balls had passed away. Vegeta's dreams were shattered, and this made him extremely angry, wanting to take action against Krillin and the others. But the next moment he froze. Krillin and Gohan turned to look behind them, and they saw a figure standing on a boulder behind them, looking at them with an exceptionally cold gaze. It was Frieza. Frieza had arrived. Vegeta, damn it. I actually didn't realize my wish. Vegeta couldn't hold back any longer. He had been eagerly prepared to watch the version of himself in the video fulfill his wish and gain immortality. And now he was being told he had failed, and Frieza had come. Wasn't that the end? As for becoming a Super Saiyan, while he was confident that only he could become one. But in this situation, how could he become a Super Saiyan? He had no idea at all. Frieza, haha. Vegeta, Goku's son, and the little bald head, you guys are doomed. Frieza was already eager to see the version of himself in the video Unleash a Massacre. These guys had obstructed him from realizing his wish. He would definitely not let them go. Warring states, so will Vegeta and the others die at Frieza's hands. Warring states, then after Goku heals will he become a Super Saiyan and defeat Frieza? Vegeta, I said only I can become a Super Saiyan. It cannot be that low-class warrior Kakarot. Frieza, does a Super Saiyan really think they can defeat me? If it weren't for the fact that you and I are not in the same world, you would be dead. Warring States' words directly offended both Vegeta and Frieza at the same time. Looking at their comments, Warring States chose not to say anything further, although he and they are not in the same world. But what if in the future the worlds of those who entered the video platform could communicate? It's not impossible. So he certainly did not want to offend such terrifying individuals because of a moment's impulsiveness bringing disaster to his own world. He was well aware that neither Vegeta nor Frieza were beings that the pirate world could afford to offend. Even the combined strength of the entire world would not be as powerful as a casual strike from them. The gap was simply too vast. Ichigo Kurosaki. But since this video showcases the transformation into a Super Saiyan, then a Super Saiyan will definitely appear. Ichigo Kurosaki. Given the current situation, Goku is indeed the most likely after all Vegeta and the others are about to be killed by Frieza. Ichigo Kurosaki. Could it be that when Frieza is about to strike, Vegeta will suddenly transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, that's right, it must be like that. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's comment, Vegeta's eyes lit up. Yes, it must be like that. It must be that when Frieza is about to kill him, he transforms into a Super Saiyan. Although he didn't know how he would do it, it had to be like that. After all, considering the current situation in the video, if he doesn't transform into a Super Saiyan, he would definitely die at Frieza's hands. This means he is about to transform into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, Vegeta, you don't think that just because you can become a Super Saiyan you can defeat me, do you? Frieza is no longer afraid of Super Saiyans. After all, a Super Saiyan is merely a transformation. And it doesn't mean that just by transforming into a Super Saiyan one can defeat himself. Vegeta, Frieza, you must be scared. Scared of the Super Saiyan. Unlike Frieza, Vegeta still believes that as long as he can become a Super Saiyan, he can defeat Frieza. After all, the Super Saiyan is the legendary warrior of the Saiyans. Defeating Frieza should be quite simple, right? Frieza, is that so? Well, I will wait and see. Frieza, by the way, Vegeta, don't be so confident right now. Otherwise, if you don't become a Super Saiyan, it will be quite embarrassing. Vegeta, impossible. Besides me, which other Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan? That lowly warrior Kakarot. Vegeta, just watch, Frieza. Soon I will transform into a Super Saiyan and defeat you. Frieza, I'll be waiting. As Vegeta and Frieza argued, the others did not interject. Once their argument ended, everyone else focused their attention back on the video. Given the current situation, it seems that there is no other solution aside from Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan. So will Vegeta truly transform as he claims and defeat Frieza? Or as Frieza suggested, even if he becomes a Super Saiyan, he still won't be his opponent. At that moment, the video narration began. As the Cosmic Emperor, who has a love-hate relationship with Son Wukong and Vegeta, Frieza actually shares a similarity with the Saiyans. That is, he also possesses transformations, and not just one. Strictly speaking, what Frieza does isn't a transformation, but rather a gradual reversion to his original form. Of course, if we insist that Frieza's changes are transformations, there's no fault in that. What everyone is seeing now is Frieza's initial form, but it can also be said to be his final form. Next, he will showcase his second form. In the video, Vegeta tells Frieza that he knows Frieza can transform. Vegeta confidently challenges Frieza to transform. He tells Frieza that if he, Krillin, and Son Gohan work together, they can defeat Frieza. So he wants to see just how strong Frieza is after transforming. Frieza also informs Vegeta that his current form is actually the result of 3 regressions from his initial form. The reason for this is that his initial form is too powerful, and maintaining that form consumes too much energy. Since Vegeta has said so, he will demonstrate it for him. In the next moment, Frieza underwent his first transformation. His body began to grow larger, and the 2 small horns on his head morphed into curved bull-like horns that stood tall. Of course, the change in size is not the key. The crucial point is that Frieza's aura has become significantly stronger than before. My current form has a combat power definitely above 1 million. Frieza uttered a line that filled Vegeta with despair. Vegeta never anticipated that Frieza would be this strong after transforming. Stronger than he had expected. In his estimation, even if Frieza transformed, he along with Krillin and Son Gohan would still be able to defeat him. But now he no longer thinks so. After transforming, Frieza attacked, piercing through Krillin's body with the horns on his head, and then knocking him into the sea. Seeing this scene, Son Gohan became incredibly furious. In his rage, he unleashed immense power and pummeled Frieza. This also led Vegeta to question whether Son Gohan was the true Super Saiyan. However, the gap in strength between Son Gohan and Frieza was ultimately too vast. His assault did not inflict any significant damage on Frieza. Just as Frieza was about to attack again, a chi energy slash flew in from behind. Although Frieza dodged it, his tail was still severed. And this chi energy slash was cast by Krillin. Originally on the brink of death thanks to Frieza, Krillin had now, for some unknown reason, recovered all his injuries. Krillin, what a pity, if only my attack could hit, wouldn't that mean I could slice Frieza in half? Yamcha, Krillin, that move of yours is amazing. You actually managed to cut off Frieza's tail. Tianjin, yeah, even Vegeta probably couldn't do that. Piccolo, what a shame he still dodged it, otherwise there would be no need for a Super Saiyan to step in. Zhangguo, if one could master that technique, wouldn't that mean they could be invincible in their own world? Naruto, that move is way more powerful than my Rasengan. Zhang Chulin, the gap in power between Krillin and transformed Frieza is definitely immense. Zhang Chulin, but this move can still sever Frieza's tail. It's truly a technique for overcoming levels. Saitama, my punch can create a part in the earth, but Krillin's move can directly slice the earth in half. Countless beings across the multiverse were amazed by Krillin's chi energy slash. They had just heard that Frieza's combat power after transforming was above 1 million. Although they had no idea how much Krillin's combat power was, they knew it was far less than Frieza's. Yet despite such a vast disparity in strength, Krillin's single chi energy slash could cut off Frieza's tail. If Frieza hadn't dodged in time, he would have been sliced in half. The chi energy slash was truly a divine technique for overcoming levels. If they could master that move, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in their own worlds? After all, with their strength, even if they weren't the strongest in the world, the top-tier powerhouses wouldn't be that far behind them. On Earth in West City, watching these comments, Lin Luo was not surprised. He fully agreed with Zhang Chulin's assessment of the chi energy slash, a divine technique for overcoming levels. It's worth noting that Krillin almost used the chi energy slash to single-handedly defeat Nappa and Frieza. Moreover, this was all in a situation where their power disparity was significant. This shows just how powerful that move is. In the manga, no one has ever caught the chi energy slash. Having Cell withstand it was an original plot from the anime. If Krillin could truly slice Frieza in half, there would be no need for the Super Saiyan to step in. Perhaps it was because Frieza's tail was severed by Krillin that he resorted to such ruthless means to kill Krillin. Then he single-handedly caused the birth of the Super Saiyan. Lin Luo was curious about what Frieza would think when he saw how the Super Saiyan came to be. He eagerly anticipated that moment. Although Krillin almost split Frieza in two, this move could only be used once, because after that Frieza would be on guard. Due to the assimilation with Nyla, Piccolo's strength has significantly increased. He even made the decision to challenge Frieza alone. Piccolo truly has the confidence for this. In an unknown fight, he stands toe-to-toe with Frieza in his first transformation. Meanwhile, during the battle between Piccolo and Frieza, Vegeta and Frieza also discovered something. That is, Dandi possesses the ability to heal severely injured individuals. Upon learning of Dandi's ability, Vegeta had an idea. He wanted Krillin to inflict serious injuries on him so that Dandi could heal him. This is because Saiyans have a passive ability. As long as they recover from the brink of death, their strength can increase dramatically. Vegeta intended to use this method to enhance his strength. He even aimed to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, Krillin was initially unwilling since he was unaware of Vegeta's intentions. But under Vegeta's persistent pressure, Krillin instinctively struck and severely injured Vegeta, who was suppressing his power. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing that he couldn't defeat Piccolo, Frieza transformed into his second stage. In his second transformation, Frieza's form resembles that of an alien creature. His size is significantly smaller than in the first stage, but his power has increased tremendously. After transforming into the second stage, Piccolo was no match for Frieza and was quickly injured by him. In order to instill greater despair in Krillin's son Gohan and others, Frieza did not remain in the second stage for long before transforming into the third stage. This was also his final transformation. Frieza's final transformation, which can also be considered his initial stage, is even smaller than before. On the surface, Frieza appears weak and poses no threat. However, that is merely a superficial impression. The first thing Frieza did after transforming into his final form was to kill Dandi. Fortunately, at that moment, Dandi had already healed both Vegeta and Piccolo. Although Dandi is dead, at least Krillin's son Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta are all in top condition. At this point, Vegeta's strength had also seen a significant increase due to recovering from the brink of death. This has restored his confidence. Frieza, I have now become the Super Saiyan you fear the most. Vegeta arrogantly declared to Frieza, even pointing at himself with his right thumb. Vegeta, ha. Frieza, just watch. I will defeat you in no time. Looking at his own image in the video, Vegeta excitedly sent a provocative message to Frieza. In his view, after being healed by Dondi, the strength he once prided himself on has significantly improved. He must have transformed into a Super Saiyan now. Although he did not understand why his appearance in the video showed no changes. But that was not a problem. He must have transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, he did not expect that Frieza had mastered 3 transformations. Thankfully, he has become a Super Saiyan, otherwise he would truly not be a match for Frieza. As for Vegeta's provocation, Frieza couldn't be bothered to respond. He would rather wait for the video to show himself thoroughly beating Vegeta before commenting. As for whether the version of himself in the video could achieve that, come on, let alone whether the video version of Vegeta looks like a Super Saiyan. Even if the other side really transformed into a Super Saiyan, he wouldn't be afraid. For the other viewers, they were very concerned about whether Vegeta had really become a Super Saiyan. They were also curious about the fact that Frieza could undergo so many transformations. Zhangguo Frieza can undergo so many transformations. Cap, his combat power already exceeded 1,000,000 during his first transformation. Cap, how strong will he be in his final form? Zhang Chulin, even releasing a video about Frieza's transformations would be enough to win this event. Zhang Chulin, but Frieza's transformations are merely an add-in in this video. How terrifying must the Super Saiyan transformation be? Seeing Zhang Chulin's comment, countless viewers couldn't help but shiver. Indeed, even Frieza's transformation alone would be enough to secure victory in this transformation event. No other transformation videos from participants could compare to Frieza's. However, Frieza's transformation is just an addition in this video. The main character of this video, the Super Saiyan transformation, must be terrifying. They could hardly imagine, but it must be incredibly powerful. In fact, it might be even stronger than Frieza's transformation. Otherwise, the main character of this video wouldn't be the Super Saiyan transformation. Instead, it would have been Frieza's transformation. Saitama, this is the true cosmic emperor. Boros is nothing in front of him, not even worthy of transforming. In Saitama's eyes, Boros, the cosmic emperor, is incredibly pathetic. Frieza is the true cosmic emperor. Boros can't even compare to Frieza in his non-transformed state, let alone the Frieza in the current video. Fortunately, this Frieza is not from our world. Otherwise, if he invaded Earth, we might really struggle to defend ourselves. The original 7 Jack and other Ultra Brothers were very thankful. They have encountered numerous powerful monsters. However, most of them are weaker than Frieza. Despite Frieza's small stature, he seems like he could be easily crushed underfoot by their towering forms. However, once strength reaches a certain level, size becomes irrelevant. Having a huge size and strength is only useful when one is weak. Even in the current Light Nation, there are not many Ultramen capable of contending with Frieza. However, those new generation Ultramen should be able to. Each of those little guys has their own tricks, transforming into different forms using borrowed powers. They should be able to contend with Frieza. But can those little guys match up to a Super Saiyan? Moreover, if there are transformations stronger than Super Saiyan in the Dragon Ball world, can those little guys manage that? It can only be said that the terrifying level of the Dragon Ball world is likely even beyond that of these Ultramen. At this moment, countless viewers watching the video all had the same question in their minds. Did Vegeta really transform into a Super Saiyan? Can he truly defeat Frieza? The subsequent content of the video would soon provide them with the answer. In the video, Vegeta, believing he has transformed into a Super Saiyan, confidently engaged Frieza in battle. However, the result was far from satisfactory. His proud strength that he believed had become that of a Super Saiyan was utterly insignificant before Frieza. None of his moves could inflict any harm on Frieza. Instead, he was severely beaten by Frieza and lay on the ground battered and bruised. Upon witnessing this scene, Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan prepared themselves for battle. If Vegeta was defeated, it would be their turn next. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Son Goku, who had been receiving treatment, finally completed his healing and restored all his injuries. He left the spaceship and sensed Frieza's location. Subsequently, he rushed to his son and friend at lightning speed. In the world of Dragon Ball on Earth, upon seeing that Son Wukong arrived just in time, Krillin's son Gohan and Piccolo were almost in tears. After all, in the previous video, it was Son Wukong's tardiness that led to the sacrifice of Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and others. But now Son Wukong was finally not late. If he had been even a minute or two late, they would likely have been killed by Frieza. However, with this relief came worry. Although Son Wukong's injuries had healed, was he really a match for Frieza? Given the current situation, only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could he contend with Frieza. Yet Son Wukong did not seem to be in a state to become a Super Saiyan. Frieza. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta Vegetation, is this the Super Saiyan? Truly formidable indeed. You Saiyans are legendary warriors. Upon seeing Frieza's mocking comment, Vegeta's face darkened darker than ink. He had been eagerly waiting to see how he would overpower Frieza. Instead, he was being beaten by Frieza. But why? In the video, he should have gained tremendous power surpassing the limits of a Saiyan. Why was he still not a match for Frieza? Moreover, it appeared that he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan in the video. Could it be that the Super Saiyan depicted in this video had nothing to do with him? Could it be that Kakarot, that lower-class warrior, would transform into a Super Saiyan? No, he wouldn't believe it. He wouldn't accept it. Yet it was only Vegeta who could not accept this. Observers from the Myriad realms had already caught on. Meliodas, from the looks of it, this Super Saiyan is indeed Son Wukong's transformation. Indeed Vegeta was heavily injured by Frieza and likely won't transform. And Son Gohan is also unlikely to transform, so the most probable candidate left is Son Wukong. Uchiha Sasuke, the question now is how did Son Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan? Naruto Uzumaki, the Saiyans' great ape transformation requires seeing the full moon. Naruto Uzumaki, could it be that to transform into a Super Saiyan one needs to see something specific? Uchiha Sasuke, stop guessing, even the Saiyans themselves don't know, your wild guesses won't lead you to the truth. Naruto Uzumaki, I was just making a guess, why are you being so harsh on me? Zhangguo, in any case the Super Saiyan should appear soon, the battle between Son Wukong and Frieza should be the final fight. Zhangguo's words received the approval of other viewers. Indeed, this battle had reached its most exciting part. The Super Saiyan would surely make an appearance in this battle. The video had built up to this moment for so long. Finally, they were about to witness the emergence of the Super Saiyan. In the video after Son Wukong arrived, he stood face to face with Frieza. This was their first encounter. Faced with Frieza's attack, Son Wukong effortlessly deflected it with one hand. This scene surprised Frieza and made Vegeta burst into laughter. Frieza, he is the Super Saiyan you fear the most. Initially believing Son Wukong to be the Super Saiyan, then thinking Son Gohan was the Super Saiyan, and finally considering himself as the Super Saiyan. Ultimately, Vegeta still believed that Son Wukong was the true Super Saiyan. His words also irritated Frieza, who shot a beam that pierced through Vegeta's heart. In his dying moments, Vegeta finally spoke the words he had kept buried in his heart. He told Son Wukong that their Saiyan planet had been destroyed by Frieza. He hoped Son Wukong could avenge the Saiyans. After saying this, tears flowed from Vegeta's eyes as he breathed his last. Son Wukong also showed respect by burying Vegeta. Watching this scene, Vegeta trembled. If he weren't aware that he was still in the spaceship, he might have exploded. Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, actually shed tears in front of countless beings from the Myriad realms, and in front of Kakarot, that low-class warrior. He could only describe his current feelings with two words: shame. To be killed by Frieza like a dog on the street was already bad enough. Yet just before he died, he entrusted the hope of avenging the Saiyans to Kakarot. He really wanted to ask the version of himself in the video what he was actually thinking. Moreover, the fact that the version of him in the video died also indicated something. The Super Saiyan was indeed not his transformation. It was likely that Kakarot, that low-class warrior, transformed. Regardless of whether he accepted it or not, the current situation was just as it was. But aside from shame and difficulty in acceptance, Vegeta also felt a glimmer of anticipation. The Super Saiyan, the legendary warrior of the Saiyans, was about to make an appearance. He would witness a scene that countless Saiyans had never seen. In the video after burying Vegeta, Son Wukong began an intense battle with Frieza. Unlike Vegeta, Son Wukong was able to exchange blows with Frieza. However, it was only a few exchanges. At first, Son Wukong could hold his ground against Frieza. But as Frieza increased his power slightly, Son Wukong began to fall behind. Even when he used his trump card, the 20-fold Kaioken, he could only fight Frieza to a standstill, while Frieza used half of his power. Frieza's terror exceeded Son Wukong's imagination. Then Son Wukong thought of a single way to defeat Frieza. That was to use the Spirit Bomb. But gathering energy takes time. During this period, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Piccolo risked their lives to buy time. Finally, with the efforts of the three, Son Wukong's Spirit Bomb was completed and hurled towards Frieza. Frieza and the Spirit Bomb vanished into the sea. But just when Son Wukong and the others thought they had defeated Frieza, they were astonished to discover that Frieza was not dead. Though he had sustained significant injuries, he was still alive. Frieza launched an attack at Son Wukong, which was blocked by Piccolo. Then Frieza lifted Krillin into the air, and with a squeeze, Krillin could only utter Wukong before exploding into fireworks in the sky. Krillin's death became a catalyst. Son Wukong lowered his head, so enraged that he could hardly articulate his words. You? How could you? As Son Wukong spoke, his head instinctively lifted. During this motion, his black hair faintly began to stand upright, turning golden. His black pupils also vaguely shifted to green. Lightning rained down from the sky, and tiny stones began to float around Son Wukong. Golden flames faintly appeared around him. This scene left Son Gohan in awe and puzzled Frieza, who did not understand what was happening to Son Wukong. Finally, with a mighty roar from Son Wukong, golden flames erupted from his body. His hair stood tall and golden, and his pupils turned green as he glared at Frieza with rage. The most classic transformation in history, Super Saiyan. A brilliant birth. At the moment Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. The moment Son Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan. When this golden-haired, green-eyed warrior shrouded in golden flames makes his appearance. Countless spectators from all realms stood up. At the moment the Super Saiyan was born, they instantly felt that the transformation videos of those who participated in the transformation event paled in comparison. At this moment, they all felt that transformations could be divided into two types. One is the Super Saiyan transformation. The other is all other transformations. Countless people stared blankly at the Super Saiyan Son Wukong in the video, utterly mesmerized. Even their bodies involuntarily began to tremble. Even through the video, they felt as if they were being overwhelmed by the immense pressure exuded by Super Saiyan Son Wukong, making it hard to breathe. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Is this what can make Frieza, who masters 3 transformations, become a mere backdrop? Is this the legendary super warrior of the Saiyans? Indeed, it was beyond their imagination. Even though Son Wukong had not fought yet, they could already tell by intuition that the transformed Son Wukong as a Super Saiyan was absolutely ridiculously strong. In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto watched the video of Son Wukong and compared it to his Sage mode and Ninetales Chakra mode. In terms of flamboyance, his transformation was indeed a bit more extravagant than that of the Super Saiyan. But in terms of pressure, he could only say that the Super Saiyan was on an entirely different level. If only the being sealed within me was a Super Saiyan, then I would have been Hokage long ago. Moreover, the entire ninja world wouldn't stand a chance against me. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself. Hearing his words, the Ninetales could only respond with silence. What could he say? Could he claim to be comparable to a Super Saiyan? Don't make me laugh. If the first Hokage Senju Hashirama could press him down and rub him into the ground, then this Super Saiyan could easily annihilate him countless times with just a flick. Don't make me laugh. Do you really think you deserve to have a Super Saiyan sealed within you? The Ninetales could only mock Uzumaki Naruto. Faced with the Ninetales' mockery, Uzumaki Naruto did not retort. Indeed, he was simply not worthy. Forget about being a Super Saiyan. Even Vegeta or Master Roshi, he wasn't worthy of. In the world of pirates, both have golden hair, so why does the Super Saiyan give off such an imposing aura and look so cool? On the sunny, Sanji touched his own blonde hair and said enviously. The gap between him and the Super Saiyan, despite sharing the same golden hair, was simply too vast. He even wondered if he should style his hair like Son Wukong, standing it up. Previously, he thought that spiky hair looked a bit silly. But now seeing Son Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan, he had to admit that the spiky look was indeed very cool. Even if he couldn't become as strong as Son Wukong, having even a fraction of his coolness would be great. He wondered how many girls that would attract. In the land of light, a golden Super Saiyan, the ultimate life form Tartarus, is also golden, right? So is gold the standard for the strong? The Ultra Brothers were called Tartarus, who had caused them significant trouble in the land of light. The threat level was no less than that of Belial. The Super Saiyan is golden, and so is Tartarus. Should they also dye their hair golden? Moreover, if they could transform into Super Saiyans while in their Ultraman forms, what kind of power boost would that provide? It's hard to imagine, absolutely hard to imagine. Countless people from all realms wished they could be the one to transform into a Super Saiyan. So cool and powerful. Unfortunately, they are not Saiyans. Among them, the one who wished for it the most was naturally Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball world, inside the spaceship, damn Kakarot, the one who transforms into a Super Saiyan, is indeed you. Vegeta's emotions were complex at this moment. There was both unwillingness and excitement. The unwillingness stemmed from the fact that the first to transform into a Super Saiyan was not him, the Saiyan Prince, but rather that lower-class warrior Kakarot. He was actually surpassed by a lower-class warrior. The excitement was because the legend of the Super Saiyan was true. And since Kakarot could transform into a Super Saiyan, then, as the Saiyan Prince, there was no reason he couldn't. But then he thought of a problem. Damn it, I was killed by Frieza. Vegeta's previously excited expression suddenly darkened. In the video, he was already dead. This meant that at least in the video, he would not be able to show how he transformed into a Super Saiyan. He couldn't showcase his style to the people of all realms. Moreover, there was another issue. How did that guy Kakarot transform? Frieza only killed a few of his friends, and he transformed just like that. He couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand. If he couldn't understand, then wouldn't that mean he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan? So who could tell him how Kakarot transformed? And he was not the only one with this question. Kefla, so who can tell me how Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan? Kefla, are there any restrictions? Is it only Scions from Universe 7 who can do it? On the planet Salad in Universe 6, Kefla was eager to know the answer to this question. She had been curious whether the Scions from Universe 6 could also transform into Super Saiyan. And now a Super Saiyan had truly appeared. Regardless of strength, at least in terms of appearance, she was very satisfied. So she was eager to know how this Super Saiyan was transformed. Was it only the Scions from Universe 7 who could transform? Or could the Scions from Universe 6 do it too? Beerus, I see, is it because of anger? Beerus seeing his friends killed by Frieza, that's why Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. I just wonder if this method can also make Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan god. As the god of destruction, Beerus naturally figured out how Sun Wukong transformed. It was due to anger. Sun Wukong's anger exceeded the limits, which is why he transformed. This made him think of another question. Since Sun Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan due to anger, could he also transform into a Super Saiyan god because of anger? If so, he would have to consider whether to eliminate all of Sun Wukong's friends to incite his anger. Beerus' comment also made others realize anger. So if I'm angry, could I also transform? Vegeta, Kefla, and others fell into deep thought. But how angry would they have to be to transform? What could make them infinitely angry? Kefla was okay, but Vegeta really couldn't think of anything that could make him that angry. He felt that even if he was insulted by Frieza, it wouldn't reach the standard for transformation. Otherwise, he would have transformed long ago in the video. In the video, wasn't he insulted enough by Frieza? Yamcha, I see Frieza killing Piccolo has made Wukong very angry. Yamcha and killing Krillin was the last straw. Tianjinhan, yeah, why kill Krillin of all people? As a Z fighter who grew up alongside Sun Wukong, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan are very aware of the deep bond between Krillin and Sun Wukong. In his childhood, Krillin had been killed once. During that time, Sun Wukong rushed out in anger, wanting to avenge Krillin, ignoring even Master Rose's words. Now Frieza has killed Krillin again. It is no surprise that Sun Wukong would transform in anger. Krillin was deeply moved. The bond between him and Sun Wukong has indeed withstood the test. His death became the key for Sun Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan. Do you understand the significance of this? In West City, Lin Luo looked at the barrage with a hint of helplessness. Anger is indeed one of the key factors for transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, in the later stages of Super Saiyans, the transformation has become simplified, with even some tricks involved. Son Goten and Trunks can transform casually. The Scions of Universe 6 also transformed after mastering the tricks. But to be fair, the strongest Scions transformed into Super Saiyans due to anger. Sun Wukong goes without saying. Vegeta and Gohan also transformed out of anger. Broly did the same when Frieza killed his father, transforming in rage. The four strongest Scions all transformed into Super Saiyans in the same way. This shows that transforming out of anger rather than through tricks is the true path. Sun Wukong, damn it. Krillin has been killed again. Krillin had already been revived once with the Dragon Balls, and now he cannot be revived again. On Snake Way, Sun Wukong, while concerned about his own transformation into a Super Saiyan, is more worried about the fact that this is Krillin's second death. The Dragon Balls on Earth are limited. Someone who has been revived once cannot be revived again. Therefore, Krillin is truly dead this time and cannot be revived. No wonder he is so angry. Krillin, yeah, I can no longer be revived. Tien Shinhan, I see no wonder Wukong is so furious. Frieza really deserves to die. Yamcha, now I finally understand why the video began by saying that the birth of Super Saiyans was entirely caused by Frieza. Piccolo, if Frieza had only killed me, Wukong might not have transformed. But he had to kill Krillin. Kaiatsu, it's okay Krillin, I can't be revived either. I'll accompany you when the time comes. Kaiatsu's words left Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan silent. Kaiatsu and Krillin can no longer be revived. This means they will never see each other again. Bulma, why are you all so sad? Since you already know what will happen in the future, why not change it? Bulma, besides, haven't you all come to my house to train? If you get stronger, then nobody has to die. Seeing Bulma's barrage, the Z fighters' eyes lit up. Yes, since they already know what will happen in the future and have come to Bulma's house, they can soon train in a high-gravity environment. Their strength will definitely surpass that of their counterparts in the video. They will change the events that transpire in the video. Sun Wukong, everyone, let's do our best. I will also work hard here at King Kai's. Krillin, yes, we will definitely work hard. The Z fighters were filled with fighting spirit as they aimed to change the future. Inspired by their atmosphere, countless beings across the multiverse were filled with determination. Even those who were injured and lying in bed couldn't help but drag their wounded bodies, wanting to strive harder. At this moment, Frieza, oh ho ho ho, are you being a bit too naive? It sounds as if after Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan, he will be able to defeat me. Frieza sent out a demotivating barrage. After all, a Super Saiyan is just a transformation. Frieza, do you think Sun Wukong's strength after transforming can surpass mine? Why do you act as if Sun Wukong is guaranteed to win? If it were before seeing Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan would unsettle Frieza. But once he understood that a Super Saiyan is just a transformation, he felt at ease. Even if the transformation of a Super Saiyan is powerful, if Sun Wukong's strength before the transformation is weak, then he will still be unable to defeat Frieza after transforming. And how strong can the transformation of a Super Saiyan be? Even if it is 10 times stronger than Oozuru form, it might only increase by 20 or 30 times at most. He still wouldn't be his opponent. Therefore, looking at the barrage praising Super Saiyans, he felt it was ridiculous. It was as if once Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan, he could defeat him. Krillin, Frieza, just you wait. Wukong will definitely defeat you. Tien Shinhan, that's right, you will lose to Wukong. Yamcha, you have no idea how strong Wukong truly is. Piccolo, on this point I agree with them, you have no idea who Sun Wukong is. As Z fighters who grew up alongside Sun Wukong, Krillin and the others are filled with confidence in him. Sun Wukong was not Frieza's opponent before. Is he still not Frieza's opponent after transforming into a Super Saiyan? Then what was the point of the transformation? They understand Sun Wukong, no matter what peril he faces, he can overcome it. The old Piccolo was like this, the current Piccolo is like this, and Vegeta from the previous video was like this. Therefore, they believe Frieza will also be like this and be defeated by Sun Wukong. Frieza, is that so? Then let's wait and see. Frieza did not refute anything. He would wait for Sun Wukong to lose to him before ridiculing these guys. At this moment in the video, after Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan, he tells Gohan to quickly take Piccolo away. Frieza certainly wouldn't let Gohan leave obediently, but just as he was about to take action, Sun Wukong blocked him. Watch your hands, you piece of trash. You, a murderer who enjoys killing, actually killed Krillin. I'm really angry now, Frieza. Sun Wukong roared, engaging in a fierce battle with Frieza. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the formerly powerful Frieza appeared insignificant before Sun Wukong. Frieza's attacks could not hit Sun Wukong. Even if Sun Wukong deliberately let Frieza hit him, it still couldn't break through Sun Wukong's defense. This left Frieza feeling incredulous. However, Frieza still had confidence in himself, believing that Sun Wukong was not his opponent. Do you really think you can be my opponent? While saying this, Frieza pointed to himself with his left thumb. Then he was met with a barrage of punches from Sun Wukong, each hit more brutal than the last. Who the hell are you? After being continuously pummeled by Sun Wukong, Frieza finally couldn't hold it together. You already know me, don't you? Sun Wukong replied indifferently. I am a Saiyan from Earth, originally a lover of peace. But now awakened by anger I am. A Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong. Dear audience, please give a wave of gifts. The little author thanks you here. You cruel fiend, I will never forgive you. You say you won't forgive me. Is it correct that you Saiyans have killed so many in the past? In response to Frieza's soul-searching question, Sun Wukong answered with a single line, so they perished. Sun Wukong's reply was completely unexpected for Frieza, as well as for countless beings across the realms. Therefore, the Saiyans' destruction, a simple statement, yet its significance is profound. Indeed, Sun Wukong, being a Saiyan himself, expressed that anyone who commits mass slaughter is wrong. Even their own race is not exempt. Sun Wukong not only possesses immense strength, but his mindset is also remarkably mature, worthy of being called a grandmaster. Naruto Uzumaki, did you see that? You should learn from Sun Wukong instead of relying on your verbal escape techniques. I don't think that's right. It was other Saiyans who killed the innocents. What does that have to do with Sun Wukong? If I were Sun Wukong, I would have a serious talk with Frieza. That's why I want you to learn from Sun Wukong. Stop just talking. One can see that Naruto's verbal attacks have even worn down his good friend. However, it is understandable as Sasuke is also one of the targets of Naruto's verbal assaults. Seeing the discussions across the multiverse regarding Sun Wukong's statement, Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. He included this segment to showcase Sun Wukong's philosophical depth to others in the multiverse. Why has Dragon Ball become a legendary work and a world-class masterpiece? Apart from the author's excellent artistry, the content it encompasses is also strikingly impactful. Dragon Ball does not delve into grand truths, unlike some other works that love to preach. Yet the principles contained within are enough to overshadow countless other works. Just the line from Sun Wukong, so they perished, is enough to outshine many works that love to expound grand theories. If it were another work, they would surely have to argue with Frieza extensively. Countless individuals' attention is focused on Sun Wukong's words. In contrast, Vegeta's attention is directed towards Frieza. Ha ha ha. Frieza, do you see this? This is a Super Saiyan. You are no match. Who just said that even if Kakarot transforms into a Super Saiyan, he wouldn't be your opponent? Frieza, does your face hurt now? Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was incredibly excited, even somewhat dancing with joy. Though it wasn't him who transformed into a Super Saiyan, which frustrated him and was hard to accept. However, seeing Frieza being beaten up brought him great joy. In the video, he was killed by Frieza, so he missed this scene. But in reality, he witnessed it. He finally experienced the power of a Super Saiyan. Indeed, the legendary super warrior of the Saiyans is immensely powerful. After transforming, Frieza is no match for Kakarot. Even a low-class warrior transforming into a Super Saiyan is this strong. How strong would he as a Saiyan Prince be after transforming? I can't even dare to imagine. However, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires immense anger. This poses a bit of a challenge for me. How can I obtain this immense anger? In another spaceship heading to Earth. Seeing Vegeta's comments, Frieza crushed the wine glass in his hand. His expression was quite grim. He initially thought that even if Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he wouldn't be his opponent. After all, a Super Saiyan is a transformation, and the strength after transforming is based on the power before the transformation. He never regarded Sun Wukong before the transformation as a threat. Naturally, he wouldn't regard Sun Wukong after the transformation as a threat either. But the reality is far from what he imagined. In the video, he discovered that he was no match for Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. How could this be? How much combat power does this Super Saiyan transformation actually enhance? Fortunately, his own strength isn't limited to just this. Vegeta, you might be a bit too early to celebrate. You don't think this is all my power, do you? Frieza knows very well that in the video he hasn't shown his full strength. He doesn't believe that once he unleashes his full power, he won't be Sun Wukong's opponent. Frieza's comments have sparked curiosity and anticipation among countless viewers in the multiverse. Frieza has yet to unleash his full strength. How strong will he be once he does? Who will emerge victorious, him or Sun Wukong? After being speechless from Sun Wukong's retort, Frieza chose to take action. However, he still couldn't match Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong even felt that Frieza was too weak. This prompted Frieza to lose control. His upper body began to become muscular. He was unleashing all of his power. Frieza informed Sun Wukong that he hadn't been using his full strength until now, because his full power is so overwhelming that it could affect his lifespan. But now he had no choice but to unleash it. Sun Wukong made no effort to stop Frieza, rather he was quite pleased to see Frieza go all out. Duanmu Yin remarked, "This isn't right for Sun Wukong. If it were me, I would have taken the opportunity to kick Frieza while he was powering up." In the world of armored summoners, seeing Sun Wukong stand by Duanmu, Yin couldn't comprehend. He had seen similar scenes before, in videos featuring other armored summoners and masked riders. Many similar scenarios occur. The villain powers up while the hero just waits. He couldn't understand why they didn't simply stop the villain during their transformation. Why wait until the villain finishes transforming? Other armored summoners and masked riders do this. Now Sun Wukong does the same. Is he the only one who behaves normally? Duanmu Yin, you don't understand. Wukong loves fighting strong opponents. Seeing Frieza unleash his full power excites him. Why would he stop it? Indeed, if one had to say, it would be that Wukong has an immense love for battle. Duanmu Yin finally understood that Sun Wukong is a battle fanatic. This does make sense. As a battle fanatic, seeing an opponent grow stronger would indeed bring joy. He could comprehend Sun Wukong's actions. Yet he still couldn't understand the other armored summoners and masked riders. After all, they are not battle fanatics. In order to ensure he could defeat Sun Wukong, Frieza not only unleashed his full strength, but also condensed a death ball. However, this attack was not aimed at Sun Wukong, but rather at the Namekian planet below. Frieza intended to destroy Namek. Sun Wukong did not anticipate Frieza's actions, leaving him unable to intervene. The death ball struck Namek instantly, causing tremendous changes on the planet. The weather turned extremely harsh, and the tectonic plates of the entire planet shifted. Frieza informed Sun Wukong that Namek would be destroyed in 5 minutes. By then, even if he couldn't defeat Sun Wukong wouldn't survive. This was because Saiyans could not survive in the vacuum of space, but he could. Thus, the only one who would survive would be Frieza. However, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. He had only one thought in mind: to defeat Frieza. After Frieza unleashed his full power, Sun Wukong indeed fell into a disadvantageous position. This made Frieza very pleased, as he felt his identity as the Emperor of the universe was secure. Yet Frieza did not notice that no matter how he attacked Sun Wukong, regardless of how many times he knocked him to the ground, Sun Wukong always managed to rise again. Moreover, Sun Wukong showed no signs of despair. He appeared remarkably calm, as if everything was within his control. While Frieza and Sun Wukong battled, King Kai was also taking action. He instructed the Earth deities to gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish to revive those who had been killed by Frieza. Since Piccolo was still alive, the deity was also unharmed. Following King Kai's command, he urged Din to quickly gather the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to make the wish. The Earth Dragon had no limits on the number of people it could revive. Therefore, once the wish was granted, those who had perished on Namek due to Frieza's actions were resurrected. This included the Grand Elder of Namek. Subsequently, King Kai transmitted a message to the Grand Elder instructing him to use the last wish of the Namekian dragon to transfer all life on Namek except for Frieza to Earth. However, his transmission was interrupted by Sun Wukong, who wished to modify the wish's content, proposing that he and Frieza remain while everyone else was transferred to Earth. He wanted to determine the victor on Namek facing off against Frieza. King Kai could not refuse Sun Wukong's request and agreed. Then the Grand Elder instructed the revived Din to summon Shenron and make the wish. The appearance of Shenron caught Frieza's attention. He broke away from Sun Wukong and flew towards Shinran shouting his wish. Fortunately, he did not use the Namekian language to make the wish, so Porunga ignored him. After Din made his wish, everyone on Namek except for Sun Wukong and Frieza was transferred to Earth, including Vegeta. Vegeta even caught a glimpse of Sun Wukong transforming into a Super Saiyan before being transferred to Earth. Kakarot, you've finally become a Super Saiyan. He left behind a remark before being transported to Earth. Thus, only Sun Wukong and Frieza remained on Namek. With less than 5 minutes until Namek's destruction, Sun Wukong's actions left countless viewers perplexed. Zangetsu, why doesn't Sun Wukong return to Earth with everyone else? Zangetsu, Namek is about to be destroyed. Even if he can defeat Frieza, he will perish with Namek. Carp, even for a battle maniac to disregard his own life for the sake of fighting. That's a bit too extreme. Kakashi to disregard his life just to determine the outcome against Frieza. Sun Wukong's love for battle is truly unfathomable. In the Land of Light, the Ultraman brothers also found Sun Wukong's actions incomprehensible. If it were for Earth, they would willingly sacrifice themselves without regard for their lives. But they would never disregard their lives for the sake of battle. Clearly, Sun Wukong could have returned to Earth with everyone else, leaving Frieza alone on Namek. Yet he chose to stay behind to determine the victor against Frieza. They truly could not understand. If it were them, they would undoubtedly choose to return to Earth with everyone else. One can only say that Sun Wukong's fervor for battle is beyond their comprehension. In the world of One Punch Man, is it for the sake of battling a formidable opponent? Saitama clenched his fist gazing at it. If he were to encounter an opponent, he could fight to his heart's content. Would he also disregard his life solely for the sake of battle? Perhaps he would. However, thus far he had yet to encounter anyone who could match him in battle. What a pity. Within less than 5 minutes, Sun Wukong and Frieza erupted into another fierce battle. As time passed, Frieza, who had once held the upper hand, gradually fell into a disadvantage. I'm done playing now, Sun Wukong suddenly declared. Ever since you unleashed your full power, your energy has been decreasing. I've lost interest. My energy is also nearly depleted. I must leave now to find a way back to Earth. You can stay here. The implication was that Sun Wukong had been playing with Frieza during their battle. Though Frieza seemed to have the upper hand, it was all part of Sun Wukong's design. After saying this, Sun Wukong turned his back to Frieza, leaving him with a classic expression, one of anger, pity, and sorrow. As the Emperor of the Universe, how could Frieza accept Sun Wukong's words and that expression? He stood up and launched 2 attacks similar to a ki blast at Sun Wukong. Moreover, these 2 attacks would follow Sun Wukong relentlessly. Sun Wukong dodged continuously, yet Frieza's attacks kept pursuing him. In the midst of evading, Sun Wukong even had time to counterattack, knocking Frieza to the ground. And when Frieza stood up, his own attack was right behind him. Though Sun Wukong warned Frieza not to stand up, it was too late. Frieza was struck by his own attack, sliced in half. Looking at Frieza lying on the ground, torn in two, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of sadness for him. Just as he was about to leave, Frieza's voice of plea reached him. Please, please save me. Please, save me. At that moment, Frieza was on the brink of death, his consciousness fading. Whether this plea was intentional or genuine remains unknown. All that is known is that faced with Frieza's cries for help, Sun Wukong ultimately couldn't bear it and shared a bit of his energy with Frieza. Then the tale of the farmer and the snake Mr. Donghua and the wolf Sun Wukong and Frieza unfolded. As Sun Wukong flew off preparing to leave, Frieza, having regained some strength, launched one last attack at Sun Wukong. You bastard! Sun Wukong roared, striking back against Frieza's attack and rendering Frieza completely unable to fight. This battle between the Emperor of the Universe and the Super Saiyan ultimately concluded with Super Saiyan Sun Wukong's victory. Genos. It seems the Super Saiyan transformation holds the upper hand after all. In Genos, even Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, proved no match for Son Goku. Kurosaki Ichigo, the Super Saiyan transformation is both awe-inspiring and formidable. How I wish I could undergo it myself. In Kurosaki Ichigo, alas, I am no Saiyan. Sanji, indeed, who could argue otherwise? And after witnessing the Super Saiyan transformation, countless beings across the Myriad realms sighed with profound regret that they were not Saiyans. If only they were Saiyans, would they not then stand a chance to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation? And not only does it grant immense power, but it also radiates unparalleled majesty. Does any other transformation compare in sheer allure? And yet one question lingers: could the Myriad Realms video network bestow this ability upon them? And if so, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Planet Vegeta Universe 6. In this Super Saiyan transformation appears bound by no cosmic jurisdiction. It is not exclusive to Saiyans of Universe 7. Caulifla trembled with exhilaration. Unlike the Great Simon transformation, which demanded a tail, this Super Saiyan form imposed no such restriction on Universe 6 Saiyans. The sole obstacle lay in mastering the method of transformation. And yet the condition had already been revealed: rage. An all-consuming, incandescent fury. And but what event could possibly ignite such unrelenting wrath within her? And Caulifla wrestled with deep frustration. And from the moment of her birth until now she had encountered nothing capable of provoking such absolute fury. Caulifla faced the very dilemma Prince Vegeta once confronted. And they knew the key to the transformation, but remained utterly ignorant of how to attain it, that transcendent, all-devouring rage. Inside Frieza's spaceship, the tyrant's composure began to fracture. And he had lost. And the Emperor of the Universe, defeated by Son Goku, that wretched monkey of a Saiyan. Worse still, he had pleaded for Goku's aid. NAS for repaying that mercy with treachery the instant he was saved. That posed no moral quandary. Was such duplicity not perfectly in character? Saiyans are indeed an existential threat to me. When I descend upon Earth, I shall deny them any opportunity to transform into Super Saiyans. Moreover, I shall personally seek the Dragon Balls from the very outset. Frieza resolved upon reaching Earth, he would take command himself, no longer delegating to subordinates. He now understood precisely why the Dragon Balls ultimately fell into the hands of Krillin and Gohan, while he emerged with not even a single strand of hair to show for it. And it was because he delayed his personal intervention until the final hour. Previously, he had entrusted the task to his underlings, only to discover they were utterly incompetent. And this time, he would act at once, seizing every Dragon Ball before anyone else could draw breath. Once he gathered the Dragon Balls and fulfilled his wish, Ne would obliterate Earth without hesitation, reducing it along with Son Goku and his allies to stardust drifting silently through the void. Having witnessed his own defeat in the video, Ne would certainly not permit history to repeat itself. And yet another thought surfaced: the battle had concluded. And so why did the video continue, as if unfinished? What further revelations awaited beyond this point? Frieza was not alone in his curiosity. Countless other viewers shared the same question. And so they watched on. And then the narrator's voice emerged: the Super Saiyan transformation, though not the pinnacle of Saiyan power, remains their most iconic evolution. Since Son Goku first unveiled it, the Saiyan race entered a new epoch, the Age of Transformation. And though vastly superior to the Great Simon form, its visual impact appears deceptively subtle, merely altered hair and iris hues. At first glance, it lacks the raw, visceral intensity of the Great Simon transformation. In truth, however, the Super Saiyan form eclipses it in sheer magnitude of power. It amplifies the user's combat strength by a staggering 50-fold, and crucially, this multiplier remains constant, unaffected by the user's baseline power. Even the weakest Saiyan transformation, the Great Simon, operates under an astonishing rule: its power boost is fixed, immutable. It does not diminish as the user grows stronger, a terrifying prospect indeed. Nin Gaming terms the Super Saiyan transformation functions like a skill, granting 5,000 combat potency. As is widely known, percentage-based enhancements signify extraordinary power. NIS it not precisely this rarity, the noble, unyielding percentage, that defines true supremacy. Unlike many other transformations, whose efficacy wanes as the user ascends, the Saiyan forms retain their overwhelming potency even when placed beside the mightiest cultivation realms. Even legendary physiques, such as the primordial saint body or the ancient saint body, struggle to deliver comparable amplification. Whether such bodies can sustain such exponential growth remains deeply uncertain. And upon learning the Super Saiyan's exact multiplier, Frieza rose abruptly from his throne. Frieza, a 50-fold increase. Even so, how dare that monkey surpass me? And surely Son Goku's base power prior to transformation must have been pitifully low. Yet the next frame answered his doubt without delay. Prince Vegeta believed achieving Super Saiyan status would render him invincible, capable of toppling Frieza himself. In reality, proved otherwise. For the Super Saiyan form multiplies power by 50, But if one's base strength is insufficient, even this augmentation falls short against Frieza. Frieza's final form, unleashed at full capacity, yields a battle power of 120 million. Meanwhile, upon first arriving on Namek's son Goku, employing the 20x Kaioken, registered only approximately 1/8 of his 0 battle power. Yet Saiyans possess a formidable passive trait. Severe injury followed by recovery triggers massive exponential growth in strength. Thus, upon healing and returning to the battlefield, Son Goku's battle power surged dramatically to 3 million. Thereupon, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power multiplied 50-fold, reaching 150 million, enough to vanquish Frieza. And he would file a formal complaint Saiyans had cheated, none near fatal recovery, and Son Goku's power soared beyond reason. To defeat him solely through this transformation, was this not blatant exploitation of an exploit? Hence, even if Prince Vegeta succeeded in achieving the Super Saiyan form at that time, he still would not have overcome Frieza. His base power simply fell too short. Only after resurrection, when his battle power reached 2.5 million, could he barely triumph over Frieza. His Super Saiyan power would then reach 125 million, just edging past Frieza's own, and Vegeta. He refused to accept it. Non-Namek, he had activated the Saiyan passive, not once, but repeatedly. Near the end, he even perished and returned to life. Yet despite all this, his growth paled before Kakarot's single recovery, and he refused to accept it. And was he not the Saiyan Prince? Why did Kakarot, the low-class warrior, surpass him so vastly in growth potential? And, as previously stated in the video, the emergence of the Super Saiyan was ironically Frieza's own doing. Why do we assert this? It traces back to a singular incident, one spoken of in jest yet rooted in undeniable truth. That incident is, Krillin has never witnessed Son Goku's fury. What does this have to do with me? Seeing the video mention himself, Krillin felt a bit puzzled. What does it mean that he has never seen Wukong angry? What does this mean? However, thinking it over, it seems he indeed has never seen Wukong in a state of anger. The only times he has seen it were through video. In reality, he had not experienced it yet. So does his transformation into a Super Saiyan have an inseparable connection with Wukong? Although Krillin was quite clever, he still hadn't quite figured out what the video meant regarding himself. After all, those involved often find themselves confused. But soon he would know. It is well known that Krillin and son Wukong grew up together as brothers in training. Their bond is incredibly profound, unmatched by anyone else. Thus, Krillin could be said to be son Wukong's Achilles heel. Nobody should touch him. When they were young, Krillin experienced his first death, killed by the minion of Demon King Piccolo Tambourine. That was the first time son Wukong got angry. The video suddenly shifted, showing the scene where young Krillin was killed. Upon seeing Krillin's lifeless body, son Wukong was filled with uncontrollable rage, disregarding even Master Rose's words. Rushing out with his exhausted body, he wanted to avenge Krillin. So that's what happened back then. Looking at the content in the video, Krillin felt somewhat emotional. He certainly remembered such an event. It was his first death. Although he was revived afterward, he was unaware of what had happened in between. It turned out that after his death, Wukong was so furious and wanted to avenge him. Indeed, the bond between him and Wukong is undeniable, and son Wukong's actions were very understandable to those viewers who valued friendship. For instance, members of a certain fairy tale guild. They very much understood son Wukong's explosive anger for the sake of his friends, because they were the same. For the sake of their guild members, they dared to be enemies with anyone. This was Krillin's first death, and the death on Namek was his second. From Krillin's first death and son Wukong's actions, we can see how deep their bond was. The one who killed Krillin Tambourine ultimately met his end at the hands of son Wukong. If it weren't for son Wukong's insufficient strength at that time, he surely could have transformed into a Super Saiyan then. And on Namek, Frieza committed one of the absolute taboos, killing Krillin. Moreover, he did it right in front of son Wukong. When he saw Krillin die once again before his eyes, son Wukong erupted with immense fury, just like when he was young. And this time he had all the elements to transform into a Super Saiyan, thus successfully transforming into one. This is why the birth of the Super Saiyan was entirely Frieza's doing. Had he not laid a hand on Krillin's son, Wukong would not have transformed into a Super Saiyan. And this is why it was said that Krillin had never seen son Wukong angry. Because every time son Wukong was angry, it was after Krillin's death, so naturally he never witnessed it. Inside the spaceship. So this is how it is. I never expected that killing an ant would actually lead to the birth of a Super Saiyan. Frieza understood. So as long as he doesn't kill that little bald head, the Super Saiyan won't appear. But to be honest, he couldn't blame the version of himself in the video. After all, who would think that simply killing an ant could lead to the birth of a Super Saiyan? But now that he knows, when he arrives on Earth, he won't make the same mistake. Once he finds the Dragon Balls, he'll blow up the planet. He won't even fight with Wukong and the others. He doesn't believe that this will prevent the emergence of a Super Saiyan. Earth West City. At this moment, Krillin was also feeling an immense sense of emotion. No wonder the video said why he had never seen Wukong angry. Because he himself was the reason for Wukong's anger. Wukong's fury always arose from someone killing him. In this lifetime, having such a brother was worth it. Having a good master and a good brother. If only he could have a good wife as well, that would be perfect. But he wonders if he will have a wife in the future. Of course, at this moment, Frieza was unaware that even if Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he actually had a chance to defeat him. All he needed to do was do a few push-ups. He also didn't know that Son Wukong sharing his energy with him would become a foreshadowing for something in the future. But it doesn't matter, all these things will appear in subsequent videos. With the final narration concluding, this video about the transformation into a Super Saiyan comes to an end. And this last segment of narration also made Frieza feel a bit itchy. What does it mean that all he has to do is do a few push-ups? What does it mean that Son Wukong sharing his energy with him will become a foreshadowing? What do all these mean? He urgently wanted to know. Does this mean that his battle with Son Wukong is not over yet? Will they meet again afterward? Thinking of this, Frieza suddenly recalled what the narration had said at the beginning. His encounter with Son Wukong on Namek was the beginning of their entanglement. So in the future, will he continue to deal with Son Wukong? The mighty Cosmic Emperor will continuously deal with a Saiyan monkey. And this confusion of Frieza's was also shared by Son Wukong, Krillin, and the other Z warriors. Their thoughts differed slightly from Frieza's, but were generally similar. In their view, did Son Wukong not kill Frieza? Or did Frieza die, and then found some way to revive, thus entangling with Son Wukong? But regardless, it seems that Namek is not Frieza's final destination. In the future, Frieza will reappear. But they are not worried. Because they know that even if Frieza returns, Son Wukong will certainly defeat him once again. Earth West City. Lin Luo looked at the data of the 2 videos currently released. The data for the second video goes without saying. The moment the Super Saiyan appeared, this video saw a surge in both bullet comments and view counts. Among the videos participating in the transformation event, the transformation video of the Super Saiyan ranks first. And the first Great Ape transformation video also has exceptionally high data. Clearly, the Saiyan transformations indeed brought considerable shock to the Myriad realms. But he alone knows that these 2 transformations are just the beginning. Currently, the transformations that have appeared mean nothing in the eyes of Beerus and the other gods of destruction. So they rarely speak up. However, Lin Luo believes that when the Ultra Instinct and even the Divine Ultra Instinct appear, even the gods of destruction will be moved. He is most hopeful that the video of Ultra Instinct will become the #1 in the event. It's not because Ultra Instinct is so powerful, but because Ultra Instinct appeared during the Power Tournament. And during the Power Tournament, 2 Omni Kings appeared. If this video can achieve first place, then wouldn't his chances of gaining the Omni King's abilities be even higher? If he could really obtain the Omni King's abilities, then he would be truly invincible in the Dragon Ball world. At that point, let alone Vegeta, even if Frieza comes to Earth. After the presentation of 2 videos, countless viewers from various realms were completely captivated. They were immensely curious about what other transformations the Saiyans might have. After all, in the video of the Super Saiyan, the narration mentioned that the Super Saiyan is not the ultimate transformation of the Saiyans. This means that the Saiyans have even stronger transformations. So what transformations do the Saiyans have that are stronger than the Super Saiyan? And what powerful monsters exist in the Dragon Ball world? Since the forthcoming transformations are stronger than the Super Saiyan, the enemies they confront must also be stronger than the cosmic tyrant Frieza. Amidst the anticipation of countless viewers, Lin Luo released the 3rd video presenting before them the transformation that surpasses the Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2. Upon seeing the video title, numerous viewers experienced varied emotions. However, the majority shared the same sentiment: anticipation. Super Saiyan 2. A transformation stronger than the Super Saiyan. What kind of spectacle will it be? Yet for some, their feelings were a bit frazzled. Inside Frieza's spaceship. What? That group of stinky monkeys, the Saiyans, actually have a transformation stronger than the Super Saiyan. Frieza was beginning to lose his composure. Frieza was already astonished that the Saiyans could transform into Super Saiyans. Now another transformation, the Super Saiyan 2, had emerged. Could there possibly be a Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, or other transformations in the future? When did the Saiyans acquire so many transformations? Weren't they previously only capable of transforming into stinky monkeys? Indeed, the Saiyans are a rather dangerous race. Could it be that the god of destruction, Beerus, wanted to annihilate the Saiyans out of fear? In another spaceship, Vegeta was also quite shaken at this moment. All along, he believed that the Super Saiyan was the strongest warrior of the Saiyans. Even after realizing that the Super Saiyan was merely a transformation, he still regarded it as the strongest transformation of the Saiyans. Now another transformation, the Super Saiyan 2, had appeared. Vegeta discovered that he, the Prince of the Saiyans, knew little about his own race. Even his father, King Vegeta, and their ancestors seemed to have been entirely unaware. After all, the legends passed down among the Saiyans only spoke of the existence of the Super Saiyan, but there was no mention of the Super Saiyan 2. This implies that even the ancestors of the Saiyans did not realize there were indeed stronger transformations. So the question arises, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2? Could it be that lower-class warrior Kakarot again? No, that's impossible. It's already impressive for Kakarot, that lower-class warrior, to be a step ahead of him. He would not give the other party another chance to be ahead of him. The Super Saiyan 2 must be his transformation first. Countless viewers holding either anticipation or anxiousness continued to watch. Then the narration began. The appearance of the Super Saiyan 2 must start with the emergence of a young boy. A year had passed since Son Goku defeated Frieza. During this year, the Namekians who had been transported to Earth found a new planet to inhabit and left Earth. Moreover, Krillin, who died on Namek, and Yamcha and Kairatsu, who had previously died during the Saiyan invasion, were all revived. Only Son Goku did not revive because he did not die, he simply did not wish to return to Earth. A year later, Krillin's son Gohan and the others awaited not Son Goku, but an unexpected person. It was Frieza, who was originally supposed to die on Namek. In the video, a massive spaceship was approaching the solar system and would soon reach Earth. Inside the spaceship, Frieza gazed at the nearby blue planet with a cold look in his eyes. At this moment, Frieza was somewhat different. Many parts of his body had been replaced by machinery. Beside him stood a colossal figure. This figure resembled Frieza's first form in its massive stature. This figure was none other than Frieza's father, King Cold. After a year of modifications and recoveries, Frieza brought his father to Earth to seek revenge on Son Goku. Inside Frieza's spaceship, looking at his mechanized body, Frieza was gritting his teeth in anger. Son Goku. It was all Son Goku's fault that he ended up like this in the video. Aside from his fury, he was also somewhat curious. Could it be that the emergence of the Super Saiyan 2 was meant to deal with him and his father? If that's the case, then that's truly excessive. It would be one thing for the Super Saiyan to confront him. Now, even the Super Saiyan 2 is coming for him. He and the Saiyans really couldn't coexist, could they? Other viewers thought the same. Zhang Chulin, Frieza is not dead and has brought his parent to Earth for revenge. Zhang Chulin. So the emergence of the Super Saiyan 2 is intended to deal with Frieza. Zhangguo, I don't think so. Based on the content of the previous video, the Super Saiyan 2 shouldn't appear so soon. Zhangguo. And didn't the narration say it? The emergence of the Super Saiyan 2 should start with the arrival of a young boy. Zhangguo. But this boy hasn't appeared yet. Kakashi. I feel the same, but the current issue is that Son Goku is not on Earth, and it seems there is no one on Earth who can stand up to Frieza. Kakashi's comment made other viewers realize. Yes, Son Goku has not returned to Earth, so there is no one on Earth who can withstand Frieza. Will Son Goku arrive in time? Or will his companions be dead by the time Son Goku returns to Earth? Or even the Earth itself might be gone. Moreover, what about the young boy mentioned by the narration? In the video, due to Frieza's arrival, the Z Warriors and Vegeta, who had not yet become a Z Warrior, gathered together to prepare to confront Frieza. However, before they could reach the site where Frieza and the others were landing, their ability to sense ki revealed a presence near Frieza and his crew. Meanwhile, on Frieza's side, just as Frieza ordered his minions to kill all the Earthlings and make Son Goku feel pain upon his arrival, a young boy dressed in a blue shirt carrying a sword on his back appeared before Frieza. This boy declared that he was there to kill Frieza. Of course, Frieza did not believe him and ordered his minions to eliminate him. However, the boy easily dispatched them. Witnessing this scene, Frieza prepared to take action himself. In fact, Frieza believed that being able to take action personally was a privilege for the boy. However, the boy's next words made him lose his composure. The Super Saiyan is not only Son Goku. There is another one here. The boy pointed at himself and spoke. His meaning was clear. He was telling Frieza that he was also a Super Saiyan. Frieza, of course, did not believe it and even mocked the boy. But in the next moment, his expression froze, because the boy began to transform. In the dumbfounded gaze of Frieza, the boy transformed into a Super Saiyan. This left Frieza utterly dumbfounded, so shocked that his body continually recoiled. He saw the boy's eyes, and that gaze was something he would never forget, because the boy's eyes were exactly the same as Son Goku's eyes back on Namek. The scene of the boy transforming into a Super Saiyan, although Krillin and the others did not witness it. However, through sensing the chi, they could make some guesses. Especially this chi, which was very similar to the one Son Goku exhibited when he transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek. This left Vegeta in a state of confusion. Was there another Super Saiyan besides Kakarot? Two individuals surpassed him, the Prince of Saiyans. And the one confused was not just the Vegeta in the video, but also the one in reality. Inside the spaceship. Impossible. This can't be happening. Upon seeing the boy transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta could no longer sit still and immediately sat up in the spaceship. He almost crashed the spaceship, risking his life in the cosmos. After sitting back down, the incredulous expression on Vegeta's face remained unchanged. The content of the video was simply too astonishing for him. He was not just surprised by the existence of another Super Saiyan. There was something else. That is, who was this boy that transformed into a Super Saiyan? One must know that the prerequisite for transforming into a Super Saiyan is to be a Saiyan, right? Or perhaps to have Saiyan blood. But among the living Saiyans now besides him and Kakarot, there were only Kakarot's son and his brother Tarbal. Of course, Nappa could also be counted as one. But Nappa had long been dead in the video, so he didn't count. But what was the situation with this boy? Where did this Saiyan come from? How come he was unaware of any other surviving Saiyans? Who exactly was this boy? Compared to the boy transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta was more curious about the boy's identity. And for the other viewers, they were more concerned about whether this boy would transform into Super Saiyan 2. After all, the narrator mentioned earlier that the appearance of Super Saiyan 2 would begin with the emergence of a boy. Now that the boy had appeared, does this mean that Super Saiyan 2 is related to this boy? Or could it be that this boy transformed into it? They still did not know the answer to this question. But one thing was certain. Super Saiyan 2 was not meant to deal with Frieza and his father. Given the current situation, it appeared that Frieza and his father were about to perish at the hands of this boy. And this boy had not yet transformed into Super Saiyan 2. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the boy displayed immense power. In fact, the power he exhibited was even greater than that of Son Goku on Namek. Frieza's attacks were utterly ineffective against him. Frieza, the boy appeared on a large rock behind Frieza, shouting at him and launching an attack. However, this attack was easily dodged by Frieza. Frieza even mocked him, claiming that such an attack could never defeat him. But what Frieza did not anticipate was that this attack was merely a ruse. By the time Frieza realized what was happening, the boy was already in front of him, wielding a sword, and struck down. Thus, the mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza was sliced in half by the boy, who then shattered him into several pieces. Subsequently, the boy unleashed an energy wave, reducing Frieza's corpse to dust. The mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza, the final boss of the previous version. In the new version, it was like a mere roadside insect, easily dealt with in the early stages of the new version. Along with his father, King Cold, both perished in just 2 moves at the hands of the boy. This scene left Krillin, Vegeta, and the others who arrived utterly dumbfounded. Especially Krillin's son Gohan and Vegeta, the 3 warriors who had previously battled Frieza. They never expected that the Frieza they had fought so desperately before could now be effortlessly defeated by a boy. Frieza, impossible. How could such a thing happen? Inside Frieza's spaceship, he completely lost his composure. Originally, he thought he was once again entangled with the Saiyans. Moreover, the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was meant to deal with him and his father. But he never imagined that he and his father would be easily eliminated like a mere roadside insect by the boy in the video. He had traveled a great distance with his father to Earth, seeking revenge on Son Goku. Yet they hadn't even seen Son Goku's face before they were done for. Damn it. He and his father traveled thousands of miles to Earth just to deliver their heads. He could not accept it. He simply could not accept it. He would rather be defeated by Super Saiyan 2 than to vanish like this. He hadn't even seen a shadow of Super Saiyan 2. Kurosaki Ichigo, this boy's displayed power must be even stronger than that of Son Goku on Namek previously. Genos, the mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza, such a powerful existence before, has now been so easily dealt with. Zoro, indeed, the world of Dragon Ball has far too many strong warriors. Frieza's easy defeat also brought a considerable shock to the other viewers. One must know that in the previous video, Frieza had exhibited an overwhelming sense of oppression. Before Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, Frieza brought a sense of despair. Even after Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, it was only after a fierce battle that he emerged victorious. Of course, there was also the factor of Son Goku holding back. But even if Son Goku hadn't held back, it would have been impossible for him to defeat Frieza as easily as this boy did in the video. The Frieza that was so powerful in the last video. At the beginning of this video, he was like a roadside insect kicked to death. How could this not be surprising and lamentable? One can only say that there are indeed too many strong warriors in the Dragon Ball world. Even the Cosmic Emperor is not worth much. So the question remains, who is this boy? Why is his power greater than Son Goku's? In the video, after defeating Frieza and his father, the boy returned to his normal state and greeted Vegeta and the others enthusiastically, appearing completely different from during the battle. He also informed Vegeta and the others of the time and location of Son Goku's arrival, inviting them to come along with him if they wished. In order to uncover the boy's identity, Vegeta and the others followed him to the location where Son Goku was set to land. While waiting for Son Goku, although the others inquired about the boy's information, he remained tight-lipped. Aside from his age, he revealed nothing else. 3 hours later, the spaceship carrying Son Goku arrived on Earth. Krillin's son Gohan and the others were happy, yet their inner doubts grew deeper. Because the boy had accurately predicted the time and location of Son Goku's arrival. Who exactly was he? How did he know? The group arrived at the landing site of Son Goku and saw a spherical spaceship. Then the hatch of the spaceship opened and Son Goku, dressed in special clothes, walked out. Soon after, the boy asked Son Goku if they could have a chat in a secluded place. The two went to a distant spot, and the boy informed Son Goku that Frieza was originally meant to be defeated by him. But since Son Goku could not arrive in time, he had to step in to defeat Frieza. Son Goku then told the boy that he could have arrived in time as he had learned a special technique during his year in the universe, instant transmission. Upon hearing Son Goku's words, the boy murmured to himself that he had actually altered history. Son Goku could not understand what he was saying. After learning that Son Goku could now freely transform into a Super Saiyan, the boy asked Son Goku for a favor. He hoped that Son Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan. Though uncertain of the young man's intent, Son Wukong complied, transforming instantly into a Super Saiyan. Moments later, the youth himself assumed the same radiant golden form. From afar, Vegeta clenched his teeth in seething frustration. As Prince of the Saiyans, he regarded himself the strongest among his race. Yet now 2 Saiyans had surpassed him, both capable of attaining the Super Saiyan transformation. And he possessed not even a glimmer of insight into how to achieve it. He could only brood in silent resentment, unaware, of course, that neither the youth nor Son Wukong gave him a second thought. Having assumed the Super Saiyan form, the youth signaled Son Wukong, and then drew the sword sheathed across his back, lunging forward with a swift, decisive strike. Son Wukong did not flinch. He stood motionless, unyielding, not out of arrogance, but because he sensed no murderous intent. The youth's blade would halt before it struck. The youth warned him, "The next time, I will hold nothing back." At those words, Son Wukong raised a single finger, coating it in shimmering ki. With that lone digit, he effortlessly deflected every blow. The very same devastating slash that could cleave Frieza into pieces, failing utterly to so much as nick his skin. Inside his hovering vessel, Frieza's face darkened with disbelief and humiliation. He had been bisected with contemptuous ease, yet Son Wukong had blocked such power with a single fingertip. Did this mean the version of himself in that recording was weaker than even one finger of Son Wukong's? Had the Monkey King's strength truly surged to such unfathomable heights? Then what purpose did his recorded self serve? Merely to underscore the overwhelming might of this youth and Son Wukong. Was the Emperor of the Universe now reduced to mere background scenery? This is the allure of raw power, observed Yoru, the world's strongest swordsman. This youth possesses no swordsmanship whatsoever. Yet were I to face him, even with sword in hand, I would stand no chance. No matter how refined my technique, his casual swing would shatter me utterly. In the world of pirates, Yoru sighed in quiet resignation. As the greatest swordsman in the pirate world, his mastery had long transcended mortal limits. Yet what did it matter? The youth wielded no art, no discipline, only brute force channeled through steel. In true combat, Yoru's legendary skill proved worthless. His opponent needed only a single unadorned slash to erase him 1,000 times over. Such was the chasm between them. Such was the sublime elegance of sheer numerical supremacy. Indeed, Zoro murmured, even that earlier warrior Jackie Chun. We fall far short of him, let alone this youth. Zoro too bore the soul of a swordsman, and recalled vividly how in the first recording Jackie Chun severed Vegeta's tail and carved deep into his back, not with finesse, but with pure unvarnished speed and power. Technically, Zoro held unwavering confidence in his own mastery. Yet in battle, not even Jackie Chun, let alone this youth, could be overcome by technique alone. No matter how divine his swordsmanship, one flat, unembellished cut from either foe would end him without hesitation. Thus it was proven against beings defined by overwhelming power, intricate mechanics crumble. This was the ultimate truth, the triumph of overwhelming force over all arts. A similar realization gripped the soul reapers of the Bleach world. Their Zanpakuto commanded immense power in their realm. Even achieving Bankai unlocked extraordinary abilities. Yet before such raw might, their blades were little more than ornaments, easily shattered by a single effortless stroke. Curiously, Li Shinon mused, this may well be the first weapon-wielding powerhouse ever seen in the Dragon Ball universe. Indeed, Duanmu Yin replied. Whether Son Wukong or any other elite warrior, none rely on weapons. Actually, Krillin interjected, Wukong once used weapons, but as his strength soared, they simply couldn't keep pace. A Saiyan wielding a weapon. Vegeta scoffed. It's an insult to our entire race. Then, voice hardening, if I ever learn who he is, I'll annihilate him without mercy. Vegeta, Frieza countered coolly, aren't you already outmatched by him? And you're one to speak. Vegeta shot back. You were sliced into fragments before his eyes. You Though furious Frieza could not deny it, he shared Vegeta's burning resolve. If given the chance, he would destroy that youth without hesitation. How could he forgive such humiliation? The Emperor of the Universe, reduced to roadside debris beneath a mere boy's blade. He would not let it go. He prayed the youth remained on Earth, and that his power had not yet grown beyond reach. Only then could Frieza descend upon Earth and settle every debt in one decisive final reckoning. Having tested Sun Wukong's strength, the youth declared him worthy of trust and resolved to reveal everything. According to the youth, he had traveled from the future via a time machine to warn Sun Wukong that in 3 years' time, 2 formidable adversaries would emerge. Those foes had ravaged the future, slaughtering the Z fighters one by one. Even his master Gohan had fallen, just before the youth departed for the past. Now he stood alone, the last warrior remaining in that desolate future. And those 2 enemies. They were no alien invaders, merely androids. Created by Dr. Gero, they were engineered solely for vengeance against Sun Wukong. For Dr. Gero had once served in the Red Ribbon Army, a force utterly eradicated by the Monkey King. A time machine. Time travel. Duan Mu Yin frowned. That seems implausible, even for Dragon Ball. Interstellar travel we can accept, but manipulating time itself, that crosses into pure fantasy. Dragon Ball's power scale is staggeringly non-observed, and its technological advancement is equally breathtaking. A time machine. Yuji marveled. Whoever built it must be nothing short of divine. For those rooted in the modern world, the concept struck like thunder. Among all speculative technologies, even the most fantastical, it ranked supreme, a device confined entirely to myth. The Dragon Ball world's demonstrated capacity for interstellar travel, its fleets of faster than light vessels, had already astounded them. Yet such feats, however astonishing, might conceivably evolve over centuries or millennia. Time travel, however, even after thousands of years, humanity might barely grasp its first principles. Not particularly impressive, Lu Fa remarked calmly. In Ares, temporal displacement is hardly esoteric technology. After all, Ares had long mastered chronal navigation. Their armored cruisers and even their battle armor possessed full-time traversal capability. Still, Ares could boast only technological parity with Dragon Ball. In raw power, it fell infinitely short, less than a single hair on Dragon Ball's vast indomitable body. In the Dragon Ball World Universe 7, the God of Destruction realm. At this moment, Beerus was in a state of panic. It is known that the Omni King and the Grand Priest have rules against casually traversing time and space. Only the Kaioshin with the Time Ring can do that. Now this incident of time travel has occurred in his Universe 7. The Omni King wouldn't just erase Universe 7 out of anger, would he? Beerus prayed in his heart, hoping that the Omni King and the Grand Priest would not notice this matter. He prayed that those guys wouldn't remind the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Especially those 2, Kampa and Quitella. After all, he had conflicts with them. However, Beerus' prayers were in vain. Quitella, Beerus, you should remember that the Omni King and the Grand Priest have rules against casually traversing time and space, right? Now that this incident has happened in your Universe 7, how will you explain it to the 2 gentlemen? The God of Destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, remained silent. Although he indeed had conflicts with Beerus, they were also blood brothers. It was one thing for brothers to have conflicts and quarrels. However, regarding a matter that could potentially lead to the other being erased, Kampa would not do that. But the God of Destruction from Universe 4, Quitella, had no such reservations. He had quite a bit of conflict with Beerus and had no ties to him. Now that he saw a good opportunity to kick someone when they're down, he certainly wouldn't let it pass. Seeing Quitela's comment, Beerus gritted his teeth, wishing he could eliminate Quitella. But there were more important matters at hand. Beerus, my Lord Omni King Grand Priest, this is all happening in the future. Right now, nothing like this has occurred in Universe 7, and I will definitely prevent this from happening. I implore you gentlemen to exercise mercy. Those who knew Beerus' identity but were unaware of the Omni King and Grand Priest such as Frieza were shocked to see Beerus' humble comment. What kind of beings are the Omni King and Grand Priest to make the God of Destruction Beerus so humble? If only I could establish a connection with these 2, would I no longer have to fear Beerus. Frieza rolled his eyes, wondering if he would have a chance to connect with the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Omni King, sure. The events happening in your Universe 7 are quite interesting. I would like to see more. The Omni King's comment relieved Beerus. He and Universe 7 were safe for now. But Beerus also knew that this was only temporary. If nothing else happens in Universe 7 that piques the Omni King's interest, then Universe 7 would still be in grave danger. So all he could do now was hope that this guy named Lin Luo would upload videos related to Universe 7, and that the content of the videos would capture the interest of the Omni King. It could be said that the safety of Universe 7 now rested on Lin Luo's shoulders. Beerus' worries were echoed by Lin Luo. It seems I must at least gain the abilities of an angel. The Omni King was still interested in the events occurring in Universe 7, but videos eventually come to an end. Once all the videos about Universe 7 are played, the Omni King might just erase Universe 7. Only by at least becoming an angel can one avoid being erased by the Omni King. Of course, if he could gain the abilities of the Grand Priest, or even the Omni King, that would be even better. And all of this would depend on whether the upcoming videos could achieve good rankings. Should be possible, right? In the video, the boy told Son Goku that the two androids created by Dr. Gero were incredibly powerful and extremely ruthless. Not only did they turn the future into a hellish nightmare, killing countless people, but they also killed their creator Dr. Gero. One could say the future was entirely under the control of these two androids. And among the warriors killed by the android, Son Goku was not present, because Son Goku never got the chance to fight the androids as he died from a heart disease before that could happen. Upon learning this, Son Goku felt quite unwilling. He was eager to fight the androids. Seeing Son Goku's reaction, the boy gave him the special medicine for heart disease. With the special medicine, Son Goku's heart condition could be cured. Facing Son Goku, the boy also concealed his own information. He told Son Goku that his name was Trunks. The reason he could transform into a Super Saiyan was that his father was Vegeta. Upon discovering the boy's true identity, the Z fighters Nappa, Frieza, and the involved Vegeta were all stunned. After a moment, someone finally came to their senses. Vegeta, what? He is my son. How is this possible? How could I have a son? Inside the spaceship, Vegeta could no longer sit still. He had previously stated not to let the boy's identity be known, or he wouldn't spare the other party. And now he was told that the boy was his son. The proud Saiyan prince suddenly had a son. It was unimaginable, simply unimaginable. Vegeta found it hard to picture himself having a son. He currently didn't even have a woman, and yet out of nowhere a son of this size appeared. Anyone would struggle to contain themselves. Frieza, ho ho ho, congratulations Vegeta, you have a son. However, it's a pity that your son probably isn't born yet, so I can't take revenge on him. Since he is Vegeta's son, he isn't born yet. This made Frieza feel quite regretful, as he could not personally slaughter the one who killed him in the future. Bulma. And it seems that this Trunks was born on Earth, which means his mother should be an Earthling. I just wonder which unfortunate woman would have a child with Vegeta. West City, Bulma's home. Bulma had a strange expression. From the previous videos, it was clear that Vegeta was a ruthless and brutal character. How could a woman from Earth have a child with him? Who knows who that woman is, as she must worship him. Or perhaps this woman is unaware of Vegeta's identity and his actions. But still, even so, it's hard to imagine that a character like Vegeta would have a child with an Earth woman. Regardless, this has nothing to do with her. After all, she will not be the one to have a child with Vegeta. After all, she is currently Yamcha's girlfriend. How could she go and have a child with Vegeta? I wonder if this Trunks will reveal who his mother is. And after learning about Vegeta's nature from these videos, would his mother still be willing to have a child with him? In the world of Dragon Ball on Earth, within a certain valley, Dr. Gero, who has not yet transformed himself into an android, became aware of the future outcome of his achievements and fate. Therefore, I indeed created the androids, and they are quite powerful. Unfortunately, Son Goku did not die at the hands of the androids I created. This was something that greatly disappointed Dr. Gero. The reason he spent so much time and effort researching stronger androids was primarily for revenge against Son Goku. After all, the Red Ribbon Army once had the capability to dominate the world. However, they were ultimately dismantled by Son Goku. He could not swallow this anger. Moreover, the android number 8 he had created was also taken away by Son Goku. Thus, he needed to develop stronger androids to kill Son Goku. The good news is that he indeed succeeded in creating stronger androids. The bad news is that Son Goku did not die at the hands of the androids, he died of illness. The worst news is that he actually died at the hands of the androids he himself created. It seems I must install control devices in the androids to ensure they are completely under my control. Although he knew his future outcome, Dr. Gero did not give up. At most, he would just add a control device, while making the androids, allowing him to fully control them. What he was worried about now was whether Son Goku and others would take action upon learning of his existence and intentions. Would they eliminate him in advance? Of course, even if Son Goku and others did take such action, he would not be afraid. After all, they did not know where he was. He was hidden in this valley, which was quite safe. What concerned him most now was what the androids he had created would be like. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and the other Z warriors were concerned about another matter. Krillin, Goku, you actually have a heart condition. How could you die because of a heart condition? Yamcha, that doesn't make sense. How could Goku, being in such good shape, have a heart condition? 10. Although illness and strength are not necessarily related, how could Goku, who is so strong and can transform into a Super Saiyan, have a heart condition? Bulma, fortunately there is a special medicine, otherwise Son Goku would really die from a heart condition. Seeing these comments, Lin Luo understood well. After all, in his previous life, many people speculated about Son Goku's heart condition. Some said it was due to Son Goku drinking the ultra-divine water as a child combined with his excessive use of the Kaioken. Thus they believed he developed a heart condition. Others thought that poisoning could kill Son Goku because of his heart condition. Lin Luo remembered that he had previously watched a few choice videos. In those videos, people had to choose between combat power and money with the same combat power value. Most people chose combat power. After all, not choosing combat power would be a blatant insult to Dragon Ball. Some chose money and claimed that poisoning could kill someone with great combat power. After all, Son Goku could die from a heart condition. However, the truth is that the reason Son Goku developed a heart condition was neither due to drinking the ultra-divine water nor excessive use of the Kaioken. In another work by Akira Toriyama titled Galactic Patrolman Trunks, it was clearly stated that the Saiyan physiology is very strong even against toxins capable of wiping out an entire civilization. Such toxins are ineffective against Saiyans. The reason Son Goku developed a heart condition is that the Galactic Patrol specifically researched a toxin targeting Saiyans. It is not that Son Goku has a grudge against the Galactic Patrol. This toxin was specially designed to deal with Saiyans. After all, Saiyans are brutal and cold. To the Galactic Patrol, they are no different from terrorists. From the perspective of the Galactic Patrol, their actions make sense. Son Goku was simply collateral damage. However, Son Goku should have been poisoned later on. At this point in time, he has not yet been poisoned. After the Galactic Patrol sees these videos, they should not poison Son Goku anymore. Thus, in the future, Son Goku's heart condition should not occur. However, whether Trunks can still be born is another question. After all, Trunks' father Vegeta is already aware of his existence, and his mother's identity is about to be revealed. If both his parents are unwilling to let him be born, he naturally will not appear. As for this matter, Lin Luo could only internally apologize to Trunks. It was not intentional, he had simply forgotten about it while making the video. Goten, so this Super Saiyan 2 transformation is used to deal with the androids. Goten, wait, these androids are created by Dr. Gero, who is also an Earthling, which means Kakashi, this means that the technological level of Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world has surpassed our imagination. Luffy also realized, if Super Saiyan 2 is indeed used to combat androids, then the technological level in the Dragon Ball world far exceeds that of Ares. After all, with Ares' level, he is not worthy of making Super Saiyan 2 take action. Even Super Saiyan doesn't deserve it. After Trunks handed the heart medicine to Son Goku suddenly thought of something. Trunks' mother could develop heart medicine and create time machines. It seems he knows a woman with such abilities. The next moment, Trunks revealed the identity of his mother. She is right there. Trunks pointed towards Vegeta and the others. Upon confirmation, Son Goku instinctively fell to the ground in shock. Because in the direction Trunks pointed there was only one woman. Bulma, how is this possible? How could it be me? With the revelation of Trunks' mother's identity, Bulma could no longer hold herself together. She had been thinking about how she would worship Trunks' mother for having a child with such a cruel and cold guy as Vegeta. Now she is told that she is that woman. How could she possibly have a child with Vegeta in the future? No, what was she thinking in the future? Why would she have a child with Vegeta? Could it be that she was forced by Vegeta? There is indeed that possibility. Krillin, Bulma. How could it be Bulma? Isn't she with Yamcha? Tin, could it be that Bulma was taken away by Vegeta? Sanji, if that is the case, then Yamcha really got the short end of the stick, being killed by Vegeta's subordinates during the Saiyan invasion. Sanji, afterwards he even lost his woman to Vegeta. Kakashi, it's fortunate that Yamcha wasn't killed by Vegeta, otherwise it would have been even worse for him. Initially, the other viewers from various realms were unaware of the relationship between Bulma and Yamcha. After Krillin mentioned it, they all became informed. Then they felt a strong sympathy for Yamcha. During the Saiyan invasion, Yamcha was the first to die, even falling at the hands of a minor foe under Vegeta. Now even the woman has been taken away by Vegeta. It can only be said that it is truly tragic. The only solace is that he was not killed by Vegeta. Otherwise, if he had been killed by Vegeta and his woman taken away, it would have been even worse. Yamcha, impossible. I refuse to believe Bulma would betray me. Yamcha, I understand now. It must have been Vegeta who forced her. Seeing so many people saying he was pitiful, Yamcha could no longer sit still and quickly responded. Of course, this was also his true thought. He did not believe Bulma would betray him. Therefore, the most likely scenario was that she had been coerced by Vegeta. Yamcha's comments also garnered agreement from countless viewers. Indeed, given Vegeta's personality, it was not impossible for him to force Bulma. However, the subsequent content of the video made them realize that they had been a bit too naive. In the video, Goku, having regained his senses, told Trunks that he thought Bulma would be with Yamcha. He even ridiculed Bulma for choosing Vegeta over anyone else. Trunks, blushing, told Goku that his mother broke up with Yamcha because he was too fickle. Heartbroken, his mother encountered the proud and lonely father. Then it was his mother who took the initiative. However, they did not get married as both were proud individuals. Zangetsu, so Bulma was not forced, but rather she was the one who initiated it. Kappa, it's even possible that it was Vegeta who was forced by her. Vegeta, I was forced. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's expression was quite complex. It was a mixture of disbelief, surprise, and a hint of anticipation and excitement. It was like a pie chart of emotions. As the Prince of the Saiyans, how could he be coerced by an Earth woman, and even have a child with her? But with his strength, if he did not want it, how could a mere Earth woman possibly force him? So did this mean that the Vegeta in the video was willing? Vegeta's feelings were quite complicated. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he was immensely proud, even dismissing female Saiyans. Yet in the future, he would end up with an Earth woman and have a child. As a Saiyan, he should be indifferent to familial bonds, let alone as the Prince of the Saiyans. But for some reason, watching the video of his future son with a woman, Vegeta's expression suddenly softened. If Vegeta's feelings were very complex, yet contained excitement, then Yamcha's feelings were absolutely explosive. He felt like a complete fool. Originally, he thought Bulma was forced by Vegeta, and many viewers agreed. But now it turned out that Bulma had taken the initiative, and in the future she would break up with him, because he was too fickle. Looking at it this way, it truly wasn't Bulma's fault, but his. If he had not been so fickle, Bulma would not have sought Vegeta out. Yet with this, he had utterly lost face in front of countless people across the realms. Yamcha resolved that he must rein in his fickleness and be wholeheartedly good to Bulma. He absolutely cannot let the same thing happen in the future. And now he needed to divert others' attention. Yamcha, I think we should focus on the androids instead. Yamcha, after all, this video is about the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, and the androids are certainly related to Super Saiyan 2. Seeing Yamcha's comments, the other viewers also shifted their attention. Indeed, this love-hate relationship was not the focus of the video, merely a seasoning. The key was still the androids and the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. In the video, after telling Goku everything he knew, Trunks left in a time machine. After he left, Goku also shared what Trunks had told him with the others. Of course, he concealed Trunks' identity. Upon learning that stronger enemies would appear in the future, the other warriors decided to train diligently over the next 3 years. During this process, Goku also told them how he escaped from Namek. After defeating Frieza, he had intended to leave on Frieza's ship, but the ship broke down. At that crucial moment, a spherical spaceship appeared before him. He managed to leave Namek in that spaceship and arrived on Yardrat. He trained on that planet and learned a divine skill, instant transmission. Afterward, the warriors parted ways, waiting to reunite in 3 years. 3 years later, Goku and the others gathered at the place where the androids would appear. Bulma also arrived holding a baby in her arms. The others did not know the identity of the baby, but Goku naturally did, though he could not say anything yet. Since androids do not emit energy, they could not use energy sensing to find the androids, only relying on their own searches. Yamcha was the first to find an android, encountering an old man-like android named Android 20. Unfortunately, he was no match for Android 20 and was directly pierced through the body. Fortunately, the others sensed his energy weakening and realized something was wrong. Otherwise, Yamcha would have been the first warrior to fall. Goku and the others saved Yamcha and also encountered 2 androids, Android 20 and Android 19, who appeared as a chubby android. Initially, Goku and the others wanted to change locations to fight, but the 2 androids immediately attacked, leveling the city they were in to the ground. Seeing this scene, countless viewers fell silent, especially the local inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world. Was this their fate before such monsters? They felt like ants, easily extinguished by these monsters. Meanwhile, the Earthlings from various Ultraman worlds felt somewhat fortunate. Originally, they thought they were quite unfortunate. They would occasionally encounter monsters, and the monsters would wreak havoc in the cities. But compared to the Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world, they were indeed much luckier. After all, when monsters ravaged the city, it would only result in the destruction of a few buildings. The casualties weren't too many. But what about the Dragon Ball world? Casually, they directly reduced an entire city to rubble. What about the ordinary people in that city? What would their fate be? In the world of Dragon Ball West City, looking at the city reduced to rubble, Lin Luo remained silent. This was not the first time he had witnessed such a scene. However, he had only seen it in an anime before and had not experienced it firsthand, so the impact was not profound. Yet the scenes in the video were crafted based on the memories in his mind. But the scenes were not those from the anime he watched, they were real. The impact was far greater than that of an animated scene. More crucially, he was now in the Dragon Ball world. This was why he needed to win the transformation event in the video. For only then could he become the top powerhouse of the Dragon Ball world. He must take control of his own destiny. It must be noted that the scene depicted in the video indeed showcased the fate of ordinary people in the Dragon Ball world. But it was not the only fate. There were more tragedies to come. Cell absorbed ordinary people, and Majin Buu directly annihilated everyone on Earth. Moreover, there was the tournament of power that would determine the fate of Universe 7. Each of these events demonstrated how powerless the weak were in the Dragon Ball world. He did not want to be that kind of person. He wanted to become a top powerhouse. He must take control of his own destiny. As long as he won the transformation event, he could achieve this goal. Before the battle, number 20 informed Son Goku that he was Dr. Gero and that he had transformed himself into a cyborg. He then ordered number 19 to engage Son Goku in battle. In his view, Son Goku would not be a match for number 19. He had been collecting Son Goku's battle data for years and had transmitted the data to number 19. Therefore, Son Goku would not be a match for number 19. However, he had not collected data on Son Goku during his time on Namek. Thus, he was unaware that Son Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan. Once Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he swiftly subdued number 19. Even though number 19 could absorb energy, he was no match for Son Goku. However, as time passed, Son Goku's condition began to change. He reverted to his normal state, clutching his chest in great pain. Son Goku's heart disease had flared up. Son Gohan informed Piccolo that his father had not taken the special medicine because he had been fine all along. This led to Son Goku's heart condition not being adequately treated. Subsequently, Yamcha took Son Goku off the battlefield and returned to Kirin Tower to get the special medicine. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and the others remained to continue fighting. But with their strength, they were no match for the cyborgs. In this critical moment, a figure radiating golden light appeared before them. This figure was none other than Vegeta. Moreover, it was Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta, Super Saiyan. I have finally become a Super Saiyan. Seeing himself transformed into a Super Saiyan in the video, Vegeta was overjoyed. He had finally become a Super Saiyan. He had always worried about what would happen if he could never transform into a Super Saiyan. Would he be forever suppressed by Kakarot? Now things were different. The version of him in the video had also successfully transformed. As a fellow Super Saiyan, he could not believe that he would be inferior to Kakarot. In fact, he might even be stronger than Kakarot. But the pressing question was, how did the version of him in the video become a Super Saiyan? Did the version of him in the video feel in anger fierce enough to trigger the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Just then the answer to this question was revealed. In the video, watching Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and the others were astonished. Vegeta had actually become a Super Saiyan. How did he manage to do that? Vegeta generously revealed the secret to them. He had been training in outer space for 3 years, but had never been able to transform into a Super Saiyan. The thought that Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, could transform, while he, a Saiyan prince, could not, filled him with immense humiliation and unwillingness, which turned into boundless anger that enabled his successful transformation. Without the heart disease, Vegeta dominated number 19 throughout the battle. He even intentionally allowed number 19 to absorb his energy to showcase his strength. Ultimately, number 19 was defeated under Vegeta's new ultimate move, Final Flash, leaving only his head behind. Witnessing this, number 20 realized he was no match for Vegeta, so he hurriedly fled. Since the cyborgs lacked energy signatures, it was difficult for Vegeta and the others to track number 20 after he escaped. Thankfully, Bulma knew that Dr. Gero had a laboratory and that it was located in a valley. Then the warriors split into 2 groups of Vegeta, Piccolo, and others went to search for Dr. Gero, while Son Gohan took Bulma and Baby Trunks back. During the search for Dr. Gero, Future Trunks also arrived again via time machine. When he saw number 19's head on the ground, his expression changed drastically. Because this was not the cyborg he recognized. So what was the situation with the cyborgs that fought his father and the others? Soon Trunks encountered Vegeta and the others. In the process, Trunks' identity was also revealed. Next, they found number 20 just before he arrived at the lab. However, just as Vegeta was about to attack number 20 shouted out in frustration. He told Vegeta and the others that if he were allowed to release the other 2 cyborgs, they would be done for. Due to his increased strength, Vegeta was extremely arrogant. To showcase his power, he intentionally let number 20 go to release the 2 cyborgs. Knowing how terrifying those 2 cyborgs were, Trunks tried to stop him, but was blocked by Vegeta. Duan Muyin, alright, I already know what will happen next. Duan Muyin, Vegeta will definitely not be a match for those 2 cyborgs, and it is likely that Son Goku will return to the battlefield after his heart disease is cured. Duan Muyin, then he will successfully transform into Super Saiyan 2 and defeat those 2 cyborgs. Duan Muyin's prediction was acknowledged by the other viewers. They also believed this to be the case. After all, Vegeta could not possibly defeat the other 2 new cyborgs. Otherwise, Super Saiyan 2 would never have emerged, would it? Those 2 new cyborgs should be dealt with by Super Saiyan 2. Cap. But then again, this Vegeta really is reckless. Cap. If he had taken care of Dr. Gero earlier, then those 2 cyborgs would not have appeared. Zhang Chulin, from this perspective, can we say that the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 is partly due to Vegeta? Zhang Chulin, after all, if he had not let Dr. Gero go, those 2 new cyborgs would not have appeared, and neither would Super Saiyan 2. Zhang Chulin's explanation won considerable approval from the audience, for it was indeed highly plausible. Lin Luo nodded in agreement, acknowledging its validity. The emergence of Super Saiyan 2 was indeed influenced by Vegeta, but not at this juncture. Rather, it stemmed from his later decision to deliberately allow Cell to achieve his perfect form. After all, Super Saiyan 2 was forged specifically to confront perfect Cell. From this perspective, Vegeta's role in its genesis was undeniable. Moreover, after deliberately enabling Cell's perfection, Vegeta contributed, albeit unintentionally, a masterpiece of global infamy. Yet as the central figure himself, Vegeta firmly rejected both Duan Muyan's and Zhang Chulin's interpretations. "You're all spouting nonsense. How could I possibly be outmatched by those two new androids? Just watch. I will obliterate them without fail." Then how did Super Saiyan 2 appear? How should I know? All I know is that I will destroy them. Though their true strength remained unknown, Vegeta placed unwavering faith in the version of himself depicted in the video, already immensely powerful after ascending to Super Saiyan. Mere androids. How could they ever stand against him? As for the origin of Super Saiyan 2, he had no idea, and frankly he didn't care. It certainly wouldn't be summoned to fight those two. Vegeta's commentary ignited immense anticipation among viewers. Would he fulfill his vow and defeat the two new androids? Or would he fall before them, forcing Super Saiyan 2 to rise as the sole salvation? The answers would soon unfold. Within the video, after enduring numerous trials, Dr. Gero finally reached his underground laboratory, and there released two additional androids he had long sealed away. They were designated Android 17 and Android 1817, a handsome black-haired youth, 18, a radiant golden-haired beauty. At first glance, the pair appeared deceptively frail, yet in truth they possessed overwhelming power, limitless energy reserves, and inexhaustible stamina, so formidable even Dr. Gero could not fully control them. Thus he had no choice but to imprison them. He would never have unleashed them had he not needed their aid, alongside Android 19, to exact vengeance upon Son Goku. To maintain dominion over them, Dr. Gero engineered an emergency shutdown device capable of instantly immobilizing both Android 17 and 18. Thanks to this controller, the androids feigned absolute obedience upon awakening. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his allies arrived outside Dr. Gero's laboratory. After demolishing the laboratory's entrance, they beheld its interior, and upon spotting them, Dr. Gero immediately ordered androids 17 and 18 to eliminate the intruders. Yet at the precise moment Dr. Gero's attention fixated on the Z-Fighter's Android 17, seized the remote, and shattered it beyond repair. Then with a single brutal kick, he sent Dr. Gero's head flying, ending his life instantly. Trunks' earlier warning had become grim reality. Inside the lab, Dr. Gero watched his own death unfold on screen, his face contorted in grim dismay. He had envisioned crafting androids equipped with fail-safe control mechanisms, ensuring absolute subservience. Now that vision lay in ruins. His past self had done exactly that, yet the controller was stolen and he perished at Android 17's hands. Evidently, mere control devices are insufficient. To guarantee obedience, the androids must possess no autonomous consciousness. Only my commands may govern them. Swiftly, Dr. Gero discerned the solution: erase self-awareness entirely. Without consciousness, they would have no will but his. So these two androids, are they truly my future creations? But are they wholly synthetic beings, crafted from nothing? Or modified humans? Or are they humans transformed into androids? At this stage, Dr. Gero pursued two distinct research pathways. One aimed to construct pure androids, entirely mechanical entities. The other sought to augment humans, neither fully organic nor purely artificial. It remained unclear which path had birthed Androids 17 and 18 in the video. Elsewhere on Earth, a teenage brother and sister stared at the screen in stunned disbelief. The boy was named Lapis, the girl Lazuli. They were siblings, and bore identical features to Androids 17 and 18. Indeed, they were the unaltered human counterparts of Androids 17 and 18, Lapis and Lazuli their original names. So, we will be transformed into androids in the future. The siblings gazed at their future selves, speechless with shock. Ordinary humans today, they would one day be remade as machines. Though the prospect seemed extraordinary, neither desired such a fate. Who, given the choice, would willingly surrender humanity to become a machine? Thus in the future, Dr. Gero will capture us and transform us. To evade this destiny, we must either hide or seek protection. Lapis murmured, deep in thought. Hiding is futile. He will find us regardless. Then our only recourse is protection, Lazuli replied quietly. Neither wished to become androids, and as ordinary humans they stood no chance against Dr. Gero. Flight or resistance would avail them nothing. Their sole hope lay in finding guardians, and the most formidable protectors were none other than Son Goku and his allies. From prior footage, Son Goku and his companions reside in West City. Let us go there, immediately. Agreed. Without delay, the siblings set off. Dr. Gero likely already knew of their existence, and might even now be hunting them. In West City at Bulma's residence, Krillin felt a sudden profound stir within his heart upon seeing Android 18, as if love had struck at first sight. Yet the memory of Trunks' dire warnings, of a world ravaged by androids, cast a heavy shadow over his feelings. Why? Why must she be the enemy? What a tragic waste. While some fixated on these emotional currents, other viewers' attention drifted elsewhere. Huizui, infinite energy. So these two androids are perpetual motion machines. Duanmu Yin, infinite energy, the kind modern science cannot even realize. Yet a scientist from the Dragon Ball world has already achieved it. Duanmu Yin, one can only say, the technological level of the Dragon Ball world is truly terrifying. Lu Fa, if they possess infinite energy, then even without genetic codes, these two androids would possess eternal life. Infinite energy, unattainable not only in worlds with conventional technology, but even in those far more advanced such as the Ultraman Tiga or Armor Hero universes. Their infinite energy remains purely theoretical. Even Ares, who mastered genetic code engineering to grant immortality, could not achieve it. Yet infinite energy eluded him entirely. Neither his starships nor his weapons operated on such a principle. Whether the armors themselves draw upon infinite energy remains unknown, but their wearers certainly do not. Their stamina inevitably wanes. And yet, an innovation that stymied the collective genius of an entire civilization's top scientists was accomplished single-handedly by one scientist from the Dragon Ball world. That defies all reason. A lone individual engineered a perpetual motion machine. What staggering intellect, beyond imagination. Li Shinan, Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world may pale before alien monsters in raw power, but in scientific acumen and intellect they stand perfectly equal. Huizui, we're all Earthlings. How can the gap be so vast? Daigu. Yet Dr. Gero did not wield this breakthrough to uplift humanity. He pursued only his own ambition, and met his end at the hands of his own creations. Daigu, truly a poignant tragedy. Vegapunk. Dr. Gero's intellect dwarfs even mine, enhanced as I am by the brain fruit, by countless orders of magnitude. Vegapunk, were I to unlock infinite energy, my dream would finally become reality. What is Vegapunk's dream? To forge a world where energy flows freely and without cost, to all. With infinite energy, that vision would no longer be fantasy. Alas, he cannot achieve it. When news of Dr. Gero's breakthrough spread across the multiverse, scientists throughout the Myriad realms were shaken to their cores. They longed, desperately, to travel to the Dragon Ball world and engage Dr. Gero in profound, unhurried discourse. Kakashi, now it makes sense why Super Saiyan level 2 was required. These two androids possess infinite energy. Unless vastly outmatched, any opponent would simply be worn down to exhaustion. Zhang Chulin, so their strength rivals that of Vegeta and Son Goku, both transformed into Super Saiyans. Zhang Chulin, otherwise why would Super Saiyan level 2 even be necessary? Vegeta. Humph. Just two androids cobbled together by Earthlings. How formidable could they possibly be? Vegeta, watch closely. I'll dispatch them myself in this very video. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's expression radiates utter disdain. He dismisses the androids entirely. In his eyes, they are nothing more than crude junk, fabricated by Earthlings. How strong could they possibly be? Could Earthlings really craft androids surpassing Super Saiyans? Preposterous. They are Super Saiyans, the elite warriors of the Saiyan race. How could Earthling technology ever eclipse them? Do Saiyans have no pride? Moreover, this footage shows him transformed into a Super Saiyan confronting them. He refuses to believe his Super Saiyan self could lose to mere androids. So, would Vegeta prevail? The video soon reveals the answer. After eliminating Dr. Gero, Android 17 and 18 release Android 16, the one Dr. Gero had urgently forbidden them to awaken. Naturally, they ignored his warning. According to Dr. Gero, Android 16 surpassed even them in power, but they dismissed the claim outright. Unlike 17 and 18, who were modified humans, Android 16 was a wholly synthetic being engineered from scratch by Dr. Gero. The three androids paid no heed to Vegeta and the others nearby. Their sole directive from Dr. Gero was to kill Son Goku. Offended by their indifference, Vegeta intercepted them. Android 18 stepped forward, and battle erupted. Initially, they fought evenly, but as time passed, Vegeta's stamina waned, while Android 18, sustained by infinite energy, remained inexhaustible. Gradually, she seized dominance, until with a single kick she shattered Vegeta's arm and ended the fight. Trunks and Piccolo rushing to assist were blocked by Android 17, whom the Z-Fighters, despite uniting, could not overcome. One by one they fell. Having defeated Vegeta and his allies, the three androids departed. Before leaving, Android 18 kissed Krillin lightly on the cheek, a fleeting gesture that forever etched her into his heart. Frieza, Vegeta, wasn't it you who claimed you'd eliminate these androids? Frieza, you couldn't even defeat one of them. Vegeta, impossible. This cannot be. Vegeta teeters on the edge of madness. The footage shows him defeated by an android. He couldn't even best a female android. How? He had ascended to Super Saiyan. Yet this android born of Earthling science overpowered him. Yet beyond Vegeta, most observers were unsurprised. They'd anticipated precisely this outcome. After all, if Vegeta had triumphed, how would Super Saiyan Level 2 ever emerge? Sengoku, if only Dr. Gero were a scientist in the Marines. Sengoku, with just a few of his androids, what would pirates even matter? His comment resonated widely among viewers. All yearned for a scientist like Dr. Gero, whose androids could overpower even Super Saiyans. In the Toriko universe, within the ranks of the Gourmet Society, if the Gourmet Society possessed Dr. Gero, then acquiring Acacia's full-course menu would be effortless. Sanji, the Gourmet Society's supreme leader, murmured softly to himself. Sanji's idea mirrored that of many archvillains. They all desired to possess Dr. Gero, entrusting him with the creation of artificial humans to serve their ambitions. Whether they could control Dr. Gero or the artificial humans he forged was another matter entirely. Alas, Dr. Gero resided in the Dragon Ball universe, far beyond their reach. En route to West City, the siblings Lazuli and Lapidus witnessed for the first time their own formidable powers as artificial humans, powers revealed in the video. Yet their resolve remained unshaken. They refused to become artificial humans. They vividly recalled Trunks' grim warning that in the future they would descend into ruthless brutality, slaughtering countless souls and plunging the world into hell. They had no desire to become such monsters. Moreover, they understood a chilling truth: the greater their displayed power in the video, the greater the danger they faced. Dr. Gero would surely come for them. Thus, they had to reach West City without delay, to seek sanctuary beneath the protection of Son Goku and his allies. Say you actually kissed that bald-headed Krillin. Could it be you've fallen for him? Lapidus, recalling the scene, turned to his elder sister with a teasing grin. Get lost. Lazuli shot him a sharp, disdainful glance and uttered a single word. As for why her counterpart in the video had kissed Krillin, she had no answer. But fall for Krillin? That was utterly impossible. Who in their right mind would ever love that short, bald little man? I recall Trunks saying we warriors were all slain by the artificial humans. Piccolo's commentary appeared on screen, prompting deep reflection among the viewers. Indeed, Tien Shinhan added, when Yamcha tracked down Dr. Gero, the doctor nearly killed him on the spot. Yet these two artificial humans clearly had ample opportunity, and yet chose not to kill any of us. True, Krillin observed. They don't seem nearly as cruel as Trunks described. This discrepancy left countless spectators bewildered. The artificial humans depicted in the video behaved markedly differently from Trunks' dire account. Was it possible that these artificial humans had not yet descended into the savage, merciless beings foretold for the future? Amidst their growing uncertainty, the narrator's voice emerged: artificial human No. 17 and No. 18, born Lazuli and Lapidus. Once ordinary Earthborn siblings, they were forcibly transformed into artificial humans by Dr. Gero. Though they are artificial humans, and though Trunks warned that their future selves would be monstrous, in truth, they still retain their humanity. Put plainly, the beings shown in this video and those described by Trunks share only their appearances. Their personalities and capabilities are worlds apart. As the narration concluded, the video unfolded scenes from their journey towards Son Goku. After defeating the Z-Fighters, they commandeered a large truck, but took no lives. Even when reckless motorcyclists deliberately provoked them, they merely disciplined the offenders, never delivering fatal blows. When police attempted arrest, they hurled the patrol car aside, yet laid no hand upon the officers. Indeed, throughout their entire journey, they killed no one, not a single soul. Aside from Dr. Gero himself, artificial human No. 17 and No. 18 have slain no one, not even the Z-Fighters like Piccolo or Krillin, nor any ordinary civilian. One might even say they are remarkably compassionate. Were others granted such overwhelming power, they'd likely abandon beef before long. Listening to the narration and watching their conduct unfold on screen, spectators across infinite realms stood deeply moved. Though the phrase abandoning beef eluded their understanding, they wholeheartedly agreed with the narrator's assertion these two artificial humans were truly kind-hearted. As the narrator stated, No. 17 and No. 18 already wielded incomparable strength, so immense in fact that they stood virtually invincible at this stage. And yet, despite such absolute power, they killed no one but Dr. Jero. Not even petty thugs who dared challenge them met death. If this was not compassion, then what was? After all, before their transformation, they were simply ordinary earthlings. Had others attained such godlike might, they would long since have succumbed to tyranny and atrocity, becoming tyrants like Homelander. This passage of narration had been deliberately inserted by Lin Luo, a sincere expression of his profound admiration for No. 17 and No. 18. He had read countless commentaries before, each echoing a similar sentiment: what would one do upon attaining unrivaled power within the Dragon Ball universe? Day 1, I shall protect Earth. Day 2, I shall abstain from beef. Day 3, I shall become Homelander. Day 4, I shall protect my Earth. Day 5, how dare you dwell upon my Earth without my consent? Though tongue-in-cheek, the jest carried sobering weight. For if such power were real, who could guarantee that humor would not harden into reality? Who could swear they'd remain virtuous once omnipotent? No. 17 and No. 18 did just that. At the outset of the artificial human saga, they were already peerless, yet never abused their might. At most, they stole a single truck. Beyond that, they slew only Dr. Jero, and no one else. What extraordinary mercy! And this is precisely why No. 18 became revered as the Dragon Ball goddess. Not only for her breathtaking beauty, but for the radiance of her character. Had she followed the path of her future self and embraced evil, no amount of physical allure could have earned her such universal veneration. The video speaks truth, said Sengoku. To retain one's humanity and compassion amid such absolute power is extraordinarily rare. Their moral fiber, Carp declared, surpasses even most Marines, let alone pirates. Zhang Jiwei added, if only our powerful heteromorphs possessed such virtue, how much brighter our world would be. If even one Oxer embodied such integrity, Duan Mu Yin mused, would I have become a slaughter machine? Li Haoyan sighed, indeed. If only the Yomiai demons harbored such hearts. Countless beings across the multiverse reflected wistfully, if their realms held more such paragons, their worlds would flourish in peace and harmony. Even Lazuli and Lapidus, reading the flood of praise in the commentaries, swelled with quiet pride. Then, suddenly, one remark seized the attention of every viewer. If this is so, Piccolo wrote, then Super Saiyan Level 2 was never intended to confront these two artificial humans. Could there be an even greater foe looming ahead? Piccolo's words ignited a firestorm of speculation across the multiverse. Zhanghua, indeed, since the androids are so benevolent, then Super Saiyan 2 should not be used against them. Zhanghua, so are there stronger enemies. Kakashi, although Vegeta and Piccolo were beaten quite badly, I believe they won't turn against the androids afterwards. Kakashi, it seems that Super Saiyan 2 is indeed not meant to deal with them. Duan Mu Yin, so the real enemy has yet to appear. Li Xian Nan, I see, just like my side. I initially thought the mutant beasts were the strongest enemies, but there are still things like the King of the Realm and the Dark Guardians behind them. Xian Chong, but since this video talks about these two androids, Xian Chong, the real enemy, should be related to these two androids. Dagu. That's right, otherwise this video wouldn't waste time introducing and discussing these two androids. Kurosaki Ichigo, so who is the real enemy? Kurosaki Ichigo's doubts echoed those of other viewers, especially the Z fighters like Piccolo and Krillin. After all, for other viewers they were merely bystander spectators. But for Piccolo, Krillin, and the others, this was something that concerned them. This was something that would happen in their future. Therefore they certainly wanted to know who the real enemy was. As the androids went to find Son Goku, the Z fighters were also taking action. First, Krillin and Trunks went to Son Goku's house to move him to Kame House for further treatment. Next, Piccolo headed to the temple to prepare for a fusion with the Supreme Kai. As for Vegeta, he was emotionally affected by Android 18, standing on a cliff lost in thought, not knowing what he was pondering. Piccolo arrived at the temple, and the Supreme Kai, knowing his intentions, did not refuse. Originally, the Supreme Kai and Piccolo were one being. Piccolo was the evil thought within the Supreme Kai forced out. When they fused, they would become the complete Namekian they once were, and moreover a Super Namekian not inferior to Super Saiyan. However, after the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, the Dragon Balls also disappeared. On the other hand, on the way to Kame House, Trunks received a call from his mother Bulma, saying that someone had discovered another time machine. Trunks, Krillin, and Gohan arrived at Bulma's house, and after learning the location of the time machine, the group set off for their destination. At their destination, they found another time machine, but it was covered in moss and appeared to have been abandoned for some time. Trunks stated that this time machine was indeed his own. Near the time machine, they discovered a green cocoon. The cocoon had been broken open, and its contents had vanished without a trace. The appearance of the cocoon made the group uneasy. What was this cocoon? Was it the contents of the cocoon that traveled here using the time machine? Zhanghua, thus what is in this cocoon is the true enemy. Zhonghua, Super Saiyan 2 should indeed be used to confront him. Zhang Chulin, but what exactly is in this cocoon? Zhang Chulin, is it a bug? Zhang Chulin, what is his relationship with those two androids? Why did he use another time machine? Duan Muyin, 2 time machines, and the one is the same as Trunks, yet it is this cocoon's contents that traveled. Duan Muyin, it is possible that the owner of this time machine has already. Although Duan Muyin did not say it explicitly, the meaning was understood by others. Since this time machine was used by the contents of the cocoon, the original owner Trunks must have met with misfortune. But Naruto Uzumaki, but isn't Trunks still alive? Could there be another Trunks? Li Xian Nan, such time-traveling matters are truly difficult to comprehend. Weiss, actually it's quite simple. At this point the angel Weiss stepped in to explain. Weiss, indeed there exists another Trunks, but he does not belong to the same timeline as the Trunks in the video. Weiss, you can think of it as a parallel universe. Zhu Zue, I see, so theoretically there are countless Trunks. Yi Rue, so this thing in the cocoon comes from another parallel universe. Dagu, no wonder Super Saiyan 2 is needed. A powerful being from another parallel universe is indeed not something ordinary people can handle. Regarding the concept of parallel universes, the new generation of Ultraman found it much easier to accept, as they were all traversing various parallel universes. Thus they knew that enemies from another parallel universe were indeed very tricky to deal with. In order to defeat such an enemy from another parallel universe, they all needed to gain new powers and unlock new forms to do so. Therefore, the creature in this cocoon needs a Super Saiyan 2 to deal with it. No doubt about it. Now the question is, what is this thing in the cocoon? What is its relationship with androids 17 and 18? It definitely cannot be unrelated. Otherwise, why would the video spend so much time discussing the androids? That would just be a waste of time. The one who released the video, Lin Luo, shouldn't be that bored. The emergence of the cocoon made the Z fighters realize the complexity of the situation. During the investigation, they finally encountered the creature within the cocoon. The being was dark green, covered in black spots with a long tail resembling a bug. His name was Cell. By absorbing the life force of Earthlings, his power grew stronger and stronger. The result of his increasing strength was that several cities had turned into dead zones. After encountering Cell, Piccolo discovered something horrifying. Cell had the energy signatures of several individuals. There were energies from Son Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin. In order to decipher the code, Piccolo pretended to be at a disadvantage, hoping to satisfy Cell's curiosity before dying. Taking this opportunity, Cell transformed into an all-answers being and revealed some information to Piccolo. It turned out that Cell was also an android created by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero collected numerous warrior cells and fused them to create Cell. This was why he possessed the energies of so many individuals. Furthermore, through the information left by Dr. Gero, it was known that as long as he absorbed androids 17 and 18, he would transform into the strongest complete form. However, in his timeline, these two androids were missing. Thus, he killed Trunks from his timeline and used the time machine to travel back to the past. The information provided by Cell also allowed Piccolo to deduce a rough outline of the events. In Bic's reasoning, the Trunks from the timeline where Cell exists should have defeated androids 17 and 18. However, just as Trunks was about to use the time machine to return to the past and share the good news, he was ambushed by Cell and met his demise at Cell's hands. Following this, Cell used the time machine to arrive in the present timeline. This means that Cell originally came from a timeline that is further in the future than the Trunks they currently know. Having obtained the information he desired, Bic dropped his pretense and his previous lethargy vanished. Seeing this, Cell realized he had been deceived, yet according to his understanding, Bic should not possess such wisdom. Bic informed Cell that because he merged with the Supreme Kai, he now possessed the wisdom of the Supreme Kai. Just as Bic was about to deal with Cell, Cell unleashed his hard control technique, the solar flare, binding Bic and escaping. Thereafter, Bic relayed what he knew to the arriving Krillin and Tien. Upon learning these details, it became apparent to the Z fighters what needed to be done next. First, they needed to locate Cell. Secondly, they must not allow Cell to absorb the androids. The best course of action would be to defeat androids 17 and 18. Subsequently, Krillin and Trunks returned to Dr. Gero's laboratory, where they discovered Cell's embryo and the design blueprints for the androids underground. Trunks and Krillin took the blueprints and destroyed Cell's embryo, ensuring that Cell would not appear in this timeline. Daegu, I never expected this bug in the cocoon to have such a background. He is also an android. Kakashi, moreover, as long as he absorbs androids 17 and 18, he can transform into his perfect form. Zhang Chulin, so these two androids are merely materials for Cell to become his perfect form. Naruto, but since the Cell from the past timeline has already been dealt with. Naruto, does that mean the Cell from the future will also disappear? Sasuke, you're so naive. I already said it's a parallel universe, and there's no influence between them. Whis, that's right, events that happened in the past do not affect the future. At most, it creates a new parallel timeline. Goku, given this Super Saiyan 2, was designed to combat Cell. Goku, and it's highly likely that Cell succeeded in becoming his perfect form. Ilong, it seems the warriors failed to stop Cell from becoming his perfect form. Cell is the true enemy. Super Saiyan 2 was prepared for him, and it's highly likely that Cell will transform into his perfect form. On the way to West City, looking at the barrage of guesses lazily, and Lapus wore grim expressions. In the video, they would be absorbed by Cell. Does this mean that their future selves are dead? Indeed, it was correct that they did not want to become androids. So Dr. Gero turned them into androids with the sole purpose of providing materials for Cell to become his perfect form. Inside Dr. Gero's laboratory, I am truly a genius. I have actually managed to create an android like Cell. Dr. Gero looked at Cell in the video, his expression filled with excitement. He currently had no such intentions, but the future version of himself in the video already did and had acted on it. Since he now knows, he will make Cell descend ahead of schedule. Dr. Gero was well aware that what he lacked most now was time. The warriors appearing in the video also learned about this matter. They would definitely come to stop him. Therefore, he must hurry. Moreover, this laboratory was no longer safe. The location was already exposed in the video. He needed to change to another laboratory. However, what troubled Dr. Gero was that all of his equipment and materials were in this laboratory. Changing to another laboratory was no easy task. The materials could be taken, but the equipment could not. But if I don't leave, staying here means death. I have to leave. Dr. Gero thought for a moment and decided to take the materials and leave. As for the equipment, he would have to manufacture and purchase them anew after moving to another location. Although this would delay the timeline for the appearance of the androids and Cell, at least it would reduce the probability of him being discovered. For these powerful beings, their focus was on Cell's identity and strength. But for the countless ordinary people in the Myriad realms, especially the Earthlings from the Dragon Ball world, they were concerned about those who were absorbed by Cell. Previously, Dr. Gero and Android 19 easily leveled a city, killing everyone in it. Now Cell had absorbed the inhabitants of several cities. These ordinary people lived in such a world, truly unable to control their own fate. Faced with these monsters, they had no power to fight back. Countless viewers continued to watch the video. They were eager to know how Cell absorbed androids 17 and 18. What does the perfect form of Cell look like? In the video, androids 17 and 18 were unaware of Cell's existence and did not know that they were merely materials for Cell to evolve into his perfect form. They arrived at Goku's house, but did not find him. Android 16 informed them that Goku might be at Master Rose's place. When the three arrived at Master Roshi's, they indeed found Goku. At this moment, Bix stepped forward, saying he wanted to fight them in a different location. The three agreed. Subsequently, Bic and the three androids arrived on a distant small island. Android 17 did not regard Bic, a defeated foe, as a threat. However, Bic had merged with the Supreme Kai and transformed into the original Super Namekian. At this point, Bic's power was not inferior to that of Android 17. The two engaged in a fierce battle which could be said to be evenly matched. However, just like the fight between Vegeta and Android 18, Android 17 possessed endless energy and limitless stamina. Bic, however, did not. Therefore, as time passed, Bic's stamina began to wane. It was at this moment that a figure burst onto the battlefield. This figure was none other than Cell. Seeing Cell, Bic's expression changed dramatically. He naturally knew what Cell was there for and urged Android 17 to leave quickly. However, Android 17 was unaware of what Cell was and what his purpose was. He completely disregarded Cell. Bic informed Android 17 that Cell was there to absorb him, and once he absorbed both him and Android 18, he would become the ultimate warrior. Hearing Bic's words, Android 17 made a gesture towards Cell. He pointed his right thumb at himself and said to Cell, "I am the ultimate warrior." After making this gesture, he was swiftly defeated. Although Android 17 had endless energy, having it was useless when his hard power was inferior to Cell's. He was thoroughly beaten by Cell, who then seized the opportunity to swallow Android 17 with his tail. After absorbing Android 17, Cell underwent a tremendous transformation. After absorbing No. 17, the originally short and insect-like Cell underwent a tremendous transformation. His physique became tall and robust, and his previously faceless visage now took on a more human-like appearance. Of course, the change in appearance is not the most crucial aspect. The key point is that Cell's power has significantly increased. The aura he exhibited left even Piccolo feeling alarmed. On the way to West City, I was absorbed by this hideous creature. Watching the video of himself being absorbed, Lapis found it hard to accept. Being absorbed by such an ugly creature is simply a nightmare. If you were absorbed, then it seems my turn isn't far off either. Lapis's companion Lazili also wore a grim expression. Her brother had already been absorbed. The next target for Cell must be her. However, on another note, Lapis, you have been a bit too arrogant. Lazili spoke to her brother beside her. Piccolo already warned you to flee, yet you did not, and you even attempted to confront Cell. If you had run, Cell probably wouldn't have been able to absorb you so easily. Hearing his sister's words, Lapis found himself speechless. Indeed, seeing his arrogant demeanor in the video made him feel a bit uncomfortable, as it was not his true nature. It seems that after being transformed into an artificial human, his personality had also changed, becoming proud and arrogant. Fortunately, even as an artificial human, he still retained his humanity. He did not turn into a vicious and brutal being. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know how to face himself. But still, as long as he does not become an artificial human, the absorption incident would not occur. For the other viewers, the scene of No. 17's absorption was already within their expectations. After all, they had previously guessed that Cell would achieve his perfect form. Thus, the scene of No. 17's absorption did not surprise them too much. What astonished them was something else. Zangetsu. I remember that previously Cell was not even Piccolo's opponent. If not for Piccolo pretending to be defeated to gather intelligence, he would have already defeated Cell. Zangetsu, but how long has it been and Cell can easily defeat No. 17 now? Zangetsu, how much life energy has he absorbed? Zangetsu's comment left countless viewers, especially the ordinary ones, in silence. They knew that Cell could become stronger by absorbing life energy. From not being Piccolo's opponent to being able to easily defeat No. 17. They could hardly imagine how much life energy Cell had absorbed in between. It is estimated that several cities have turned into ghost towns with not a single soul left. Just thinking about the lives lost at Cell's hands made even the villains shiver. They too had taken lives, but compared to Cell, they were far too benevolent. Cell is the true demon. What was Dr. Gero thinking when he created this demon? Given the current situation, it's fortunate that Dr. Gero was already taken out by No. 17. Otherwise, he would likely have met his demise at Cell's hands. Naruto, I wonder if Dr. Gero regrets creating such a terrifying demon. Dr. Gero regret. Why should I regret? Dr. Gero to create such a powerful artificial human. I am simply in awe of myself. Dr. Gero looked at Cell in the video, his eyes filled with admiration. The fact that he could create an artificial human like Cell only proves how exceptional he is. He would not give up. However, the content of the video also sounded alarm bells for him. While creating artificial humans is possible, he must be able to control them completely. Otherwise, it would be raising a tiger to its den. Dr. Gero's comments drew a wave of curses, but he ignored them. Bulma, how about we find Dr. Gero early and take him out? Bulma, that way there won't be any artificial humans or Cell appearing. Bulma's suggestion had actually been proposed in the original work. However, no one agreed. But now, after realizing what Dr. Gero's artificial humans, especially Cell, could do, the Z warriors all expressed their agreement with Bulma's proposal. Krillin, indeed, at this point in time, Dr. Gero should not have created any artificial humans yet. If we can take him out early, at least the crisis of artificial humans will not occur. Tianjin fan, though Vegeta is on his way to Earth, I think he would likely agree with this proposal too. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta did not say anything after seeing Tianjin fan's comment, but instinctively nodded his head. Deep down, he too wanted to deal with Dr. Gero. After all, the mere existence of that man has humiliated the Saiyans. They, the Saiyans, could not defeat the artificial humans he created even after transforming into Super Saiyans. How can such a person continue to exist in this world? If he could disappear and prevent the emergence of artificial humans, he would absolutely support it. Krillin, in that case, let's hurry and find Dr. Gero and then come back to train. Krillin, after all, Bulma's father's high-gravity device isn't ready yet. Yamcha, good idea. Resolute, the Z warriors decided to find Dr. Gero and nip the thread in the bud. If it were in the past, they naturally wouldn't have taken action against an old man like him. But now, knowing what this old man is capable of and how cruel the Cell he created is, they naturally would have no psychological burden. After the Z warriors spoke, many Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world also expressed their desire to participate in the search for Dr. Gero. After all, the threat posed by the Cell created by Dr. Gero is the greatest to them. They do not wish to become the life energy absorbed by Cell in the future. For a time, a wave of public sentiment against Dr. Gero swept through the Dragon Ball world, with everyone calling for his downfall. It can be said that all the people on Dragon Ball Earth were searching for Dr. Gero, though the Saiyans would invade Earth in a year. Compared to the Saiyans, Dr. Gero poses a greater threat to them. First, let's deal with Dr. Gero. Lapis, Krillin, Lazili, and I are currently on our way to West City. Can you come pick us up? Krillin, who are you? Lapis, we are the two artificial humans in the video, but we haven't been transformed into artificial humans by Dr. Gero yet. Krillin, alright, tell me your current location. Inside the research facility, Dr. Gero's expression was quite grim. He deeply regretted sending those two comments. Now the entire world was searching for him. If he had already created androids and transformed himself into one, it wouldn't matter, he wouldn't be afraid. But the problem was he was just an ordinary person now. Apart from his exceptional intellect, he was just an average human in terms of strength. If they found him, it would be over. What made him even more anxious was that the two materials he used to create the androids were actually set to meet up with those Z warriors. Although he could look for other materials, he couldn't guarantee that they would be as powerful as the androids shown in the videos. After all, there were ready examples in the videos, he would definitely follow those. But now it seemed that was no longer possible. However, that was all a matter for later. For now, he still needed to figure out how to escape the global search. Even though the technology he possessed was far superior to anything on Earth. But he couldn't withstand the entire world hunting for him. Among those people, there were also the Z warriors. For a moment, Jero felt a sense of despair. Duan Mu Yin, that's right, since we knew there was a threat in advance, we should crush it in the cradle. She fully supported the actions of Krillin and the others. If it were him, he would do the same. Just like if he could know who would become an Oozuru, he would definitely capture them in advance. After all, those who could become Oozurus would not be good people. Would he really wait for them to transform into Oozurus before he dealt with them? Don't be ridiculous. Li Xian Nan, with the technology of the Dragon Ball world, finding Jero shouldn't be difficult, right? Li Haoyan, not necessarily Jero's technology is superior to the world's, so finding him isn't guaranteed. Krillin, no worries, we can just use the Dragon Balls to wish for Shinran to tell us where Jero is. Yamcha, but aren't we also trying to revive Goku? Krillin, aren't there the Namekian Dragon Balls? Krillin, to all the Namekians watching this video, if we need your help later, can you assist us? Namekian Elder, of course we can. Now all Namekians know that Krillin, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan are their benefactors. Although the events on Namek have not yet transpired and may never happen, they are grateful for this favor. If they were asked for assistance, they would naturally be obliged. Krillin got it. Seeing the Namekians willing to help Tien and Yamcha sighed in relief. With the Dragon Balls as their backup, they felt reassured. Now they were eager to see where Jero would flee to. Zhang Chulin, it seems that the Dragon Ball world won't be seeing any androids now. Zonghua, one could say that the future of the Dragon Ball world has already been altered. Zonghua, sigh, I wish there would be a video that foreshadows the future of our world. Kakashi, who wouldn't want that? I'd like to know what will happen in our future and what will become of me. Many shared the same feelings and hopes. After all, if they could know in advance what would happen in the future, they could prepare early and change it. Unfortunately, apart from videos from the Dragon Ball world, no other video has surfaced that reveals the future. In Shidu Earth, upon seeing Zong's comment, Lin Luo felt no emotion. He had known all along that once his video was released, it would change the future of Dragon Ball. But so what? He published the video with that purpose in mind. As a traveler having crossed into a world he was familiar with. If he didn't aim to change the plot and the future, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Even those who follow the main character's journey wouldn't stick to the original plot. The plot couldn't possibly be exactly the same as before. As for the future being altered, what if Goku and the others couldn't transform anymore? On one hand, with Goku's abilities, even if the plot didn't follow its original course, they would find a way to transform. Countless people agree with the saying that it wasn't the Saiyans who accomplished Goku. Rather, it was Goku who accomplished the Saiyans. Therefore, even if the future is altered without the events on Namek and no androids, Goku would still be the same Goku, finding other ways to become a Super Saiyan. On the other hand, once he gains the abilities from the video, he could also teach Goku, and the others couldn't he? Once he obtains angelic or higher abilities. Not to mention teaching Goku and the others to become Super Saiyans. Helping them master the Ultra Instinct wouldn't be difficult at all, so there was no need to worry about Goku and the others. Hisaki Ichigo. By the way, since number 17 has been absorbed, it should be time to absorb number 18 next. Kakashi. Yeah, it seems that Cell will soon become his perfect form. Countless viewers were curious about what the perfect form of Cell would be like. After absorbing number 17, Cell attempted to go after number 18, but was stopped by number 16. Number 16's strength surpassed that of numbers 17 and 18, even able to hold off the second form of Cell. But he could only hold out for so long. Soon number 16 was defeated and injured by the second form of Cell. Piccolo was also kicked into the sea by the second form of Cell, his fate unknown. Just as the second form of Cell was about to absorb number 18, a figure appeared before him. That figure was Tien. To prevent Cell from absorbing number 18, he risked his life, continuously unleashing his Kikaho to keep Cell firmly in check, buying precious time for number 18 to escape. This is Tien's moment of glory after many years. His last moment of glory probably dates back to the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament when he fought Goku. Because of his outstanding performance, this time a phrase has been passed down about him. A bag of senzu beans and a pack of cigarettes, the second form of Cell held at bay for a day. What does that mean? It means that if you give Tien a bag of senzu beans and a pack of cigarettes, he can smoke while using the beans to recover and use his kikaho to keep the second form of Cell at bay for a day. Watching his performance in the video and listening to the narrator's praises, Tianjin Fan couldn't help but puff out his chest. He felt proud of the person he was in the video. Of course, he also knew the consequences of his reckless display of the Kamehameha in the video. He could very well die. However, if his death could prevent Cell from achieving his perfect form, then his death would be entirely worthwhile. After all, the narrator also mentioned that this was his moment to shine after many years. His last moment of brilliance dated back to the time he fought against Goku at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Since then, he hadn't had many shining moments. During the Saiyan invasion, he was killed by Nappa and couldn't help much. As for Namek, there was no need to mention it. He didn't even get resurrected. Now in the Android saga, he finally found himself useful again. Even if this moment of brilliance came at the cost of his life, it was worth it. Krillin, Tianjin Fan is really risking it all. He probably didn't even think about surviving. Bulma, yeah, once Cell breaks free, he's finished. Krillin, no, what I mean is more than that. Overusing the Kamehameha can be fatal. Otherwise, why would the narrator say they need to prepare a bag of senzu beans for Tianjin Fan? Seeing Krillin's comments, the other Z fighters nodded in agreement. They all knew that using the Kamehameha consumed a large amount of energy. Overuse could indeed endanger one's life. Tianjin Fan's reckless use was a true disregard for his own life. Just to prevent Cell from becoming perfect. Zoro, it's a pity that Cell will probably still become perfect in the end. Zoro, Tianjin Fan's actions merely delayed Cell's transformation into perfection. Sanji, so in the end Cell still found Android 18. Sanji, but how did he find her? This was a point of confusion for countless viewers. Cell could find Android 17 because 17's battle with Piccolo created a commotion that attracted Cell's attention. That makes sense. But how did he find Android 18? Unless Android 18 was also fighting like the others. However, given the current situation, that seemed unlikely. After all, to prevent Cell from becoming perfect, the Z fighters should not engage her in battle. Moreover, the fighters weren't her match. So how did Cell find Android 18? With this question in mind, the viewers continued watching the video. Thanks to Tianjin Fan's efforts, Android 18 successfully escaped, preventing Cell from becoming perfect. However, due to overusing the Kamehameha, he was now on the brink of death. At this critical moment, a figure appeared, saving him and the fallen Piccolo from the sea, bringing them back. That figure was none other than Son Goku. Indeed, Son Goku's heart condition had been cured. Through instant transmission, he rescued Piccolo and Tianjin Fan, whisking them away from under Cell's nose. After giving them senzu beans, the two recovered. Goku's recovery was indeed a joyful matter. However, with Goku's strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against Cell. But Goku wasn't too anxious. He thought of a way to increase his strength. The hyperbolic time chamber. It was a magical room where 1 year inside equaled just 1 day outside. He had entered it during his childhood training at the temple, but he had only stayed for a few days before coming out. If he wanted to enhance his power, the hyperbolic time chamber was a great choice. Then he took Son Gohan and used instant transmission to reach Vegeta's side. Trunks was also there watching his father wallow in emo. Goku told Vegeta about a place that could greatly aid in training and invited him and Trunks to join him. Vegeta agreed, but only on the condition that he would enter first. Goku accepted. Soon they arrived at the temple and Vegeta and Trunks entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Meanwhile, Cell began searching for Android 18. He looked near the islands because Android 18 was with Android 16, and to avoid being detected, she wouldn't fly. So he was definitely still nearby. To find Android 18, Cell destroyed numerous islands, some of which even had cities on them. The number of people who died at his hands was countless. On the other side, Krillin handed the blueprints of the androids to Bulma. Using the blueprints, Bulma could research and create a controller to stop the androids in an emergency. As long as they could stop Android 18, they could destroy Cell and prevent him from ever becoming perfect. Thus a day passed. Within this day, Cell still hadn't found Android 18. However, Bulma had crafted the emergency stop controller and handed it to Krillin. Moreover, Vegeta and Trunks also exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Lilac, the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside. What a magical place it is. Lilac, does that mean training in there can quickly enhance strength? Cap, why doesn't our world have such a magical place? If it did, I would have caught Roger long ago. Countless powerful beings were envious of the hyperbolic time chamber, a place where 1 day outside equals a year inside. If they could train there, their power would surely skyrocket. The key is that only 1 day has passed outside. This place can be said to allow them to gain immense power in a short time. As more about the Dragon Ball world was revealed in the video, they were increasingly amazed by it. But this was not surprising. After all, even in fantasy worlds, the hyperbolic time chamber would leave them in awe. It involves not only the laws of time, but also the laws of space. A room with an infinitely large space inside. And the laws of time and space are top-tier laws in any world. Even the strongest in fantasy worlds would be astonished to learn about the hyperbolic time chamber. Such a training ground with different time flows and infinite space is typically reserved for protagonists. Daegu, could it be that after training in the hyperbolic time chamber Vegeta can become a Super Saiyan 2? Then defeat Cell. New city, but Cell hasn't become perfect yet, right? Isn't Super Saiyan 2 meant to deal with the perfect form? Vegeta, huh? It has to be that way. I must have already mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 and defeated Cell. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was extremely excited. He could finally surpass that Kakarot guy. He had finally transformed into Super Saiyan 2 before Kakarot. It frustrated him that a mere lower-class warrior had transformed into Super Saiyan before him. If Kakarot were to transform into Super Saiyan 2 first, he really wouldn't be able to take it. But now it seemed he had won. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2 faster than Kakarot. Frieza, Vegeta, don't get too happy too soon. I'll be careful not to get slapped in the face later. Frieza, Cell hasn't transformed into his perfect form, yet Super Saiyan 2 won't show up so soon. Thank you to all the handsome, charming, and bright readers. Frieza did not believe Vegeta had already achieved the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. After all, if Super Saiyan 2 were merely intended to combat second stage Cell, would it not be utterly beneath its dignity? Consider this: Goku's Super Saiyan form was forged in battle against Frieza himself at full power. A transformation surpassing even Super Saiyan. Surely it could not possibly exist solely to defeat second stage Cell. Who told you Super Saiyan 2 must be used exclusively against perfect Cell? Could it not be that I, as a Super Saiyan 2, eliminate second stage Cell myself? No, no, no. All who harbored resentment toward Vegeta echoed the same refusal. They refused to accept Vegeta's ascension to Super Saiyan 2. Frieza, of course, needed no introduction. He and Vegeta now stood in absolute opposition. Naturally, he hoped Vegeta would never attain that form, and neither did he wish for Goku to do so. As for the Z fighters, though in the video Vegeta fought alongside them as an ally, they still could not bring themselves to accept it. After all, they had recently battled Vegeta to the death, and in reality, they would face him again in battle just 1 year hence. How then could they possibly accept Vegeta becoming the first Super Saiyan 2? They fervently wished for Goku to reclaim that distinction once more. Seeing so many voices rise in opposition, Vegeta nearly seethed with rage, yet he could do nothing. Even firing defiant comments into the stream would prove futile. So he remained silent, for now. He would wait until the video advanced, then strike back with devastating rebuttals. He was certain what followed would show him as Super Saiyan 2 vanquishing Cell. After Vegeta and Trunks exited the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and Gohan entered to train. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks set off to confront Cell. On a remote island, they located Cell, already perilously close to Android 18's whereabouts. Had Vegeta and Trunks not arrived, Cell would have found her imminently. Cell paid them no heed. In his eyes, Vegeta and Trunks were not even worthy adversaries for Android 17 or 18, let alone himself. Yet in the next instant, Vegeta roared, a torrent of overwhelming aura erupting from his body, before launching a relentless assault upon Cell. Second stage Cell was utterly defenseless before Vegeta. Huh, did you see that? Unable to contain himself as he battered Cell, Vegeta crowed triumphantly. I told you, I as Super Saiyan 2 would be the one to end Cell. But is this truly Super Saiyan 2? Krillin asked skeptically. It looks no different from Super Saiyan. Indeed, Piccolo affirmed. Though Vegeta's power has undeniably surged, his appearance remains unchanged from before. Who said Super Saiyan 2 must manifest visible changes? Do any of you even know what Super Saiyan 2 truly looks like? Krillin and the others could offer no retort. Truth be told, they had no idea what Super Saiyan 2 looked like. Thus, Vegeta's claim was not entirely implausible. Yet, had Vegeta truly surpassed Goku to become the first Super Saiyan 2? They remained unconvinced. Clinging to doubt, they continued watching. In the footage, Vegeta displayed staggering might. Cell stood utterly powerless before him. Frustrated and humiliated, Cell cried out. If only he could absorb Android 18 and achieve perfection, Vegeta would surely fall before him. Meanwhile, Vegeta, his power vastly amplified, grew arrogantly inflated, convinced he was invincible. To better showcase his supremacy, he deliberately granted Cell the chance to locate Android 18 and evolve into his perfect form. Naturally, Trunks objected. But as Trunks moved to intervene, Vegeta halted him. At that very moment, elsewhere, Krillin, controller in hand, located Android 18. With a single press, he could deactivate and destroy her. Yet at that critical juncture, Krillin recalled the tender moment when Android 18 had kissed his cheek. Bewitched by her grace and beauty, he made a startling choice. He hurled the controller to the ground and crushed it beneath his heel, then let her flee. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and the others fought desperately to prevent Cell's evolution into his perfect form. Yet two individuals betrayed their efforts. First was Vegeta. Without his reckless indulgence, Cell could never have attained perfection. Second was Krillin, who, swayed by sentiment at the decisive moment, chose love over duty. Thus, Cell's ascension into perfection owed itself entirely to these two men. They owe Piccolo and Tien Shinhan an apology. Yet between them, Vegeta bears the greater guilt, and thus he shall soon pay the price, leaving behind an image destined to become legendary. Krillin, however, gained unexpected reward from his choice. As the narration concluded, Cell found Android 18. Though she resisted with every fiber of her being, she could not escape absorption. Upon absorbing her, Cell underwent a profound metamorphosis, a titanic surge of energy radiating from his form, enveloping him in blinding golden light. When the light faded, the grotesque, bloated figure of second stage Cell vanished, replaced instead by a statuesque, strikingly handsome being, Perfect Cell. Perfect Cell. With Vegeta's arrogance and Krillin's mercy, Cell had finally achieved his ultimate form. Now he dismissed Vegeta entirely. Yet Vegeta remained oblivious to the gravity of his error. Facing Perfect Cell, he wore the same cocky, unshaken grin as before. He pointed his right thumb at himself and uttered his infamous declaration, "O Reva Super Vegeta da. Behold, I am Super Vegeta." Then, Perfect Cell struck back, unleashing a brutal, merciless onslaught. The power that had effortlessly dominated second stage Cell now proved utterly ineffectual against Perfect Cell. The tide of battle reversed in an instant. Finally, Cell delivered a crushing elbow strike to Vegeta's back, sending him plummeting from the sky to crash violently onto the earth, ending the fight. Vegeta lay unconscious, his shattered pride a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Frieza couldn't hold back any longer. He had thought that Vegeta might face difficulties, but he never expected it to be so abstract. It can only be said that he truly has self-awareness. Frieza suddenly recalled, "Right, it seems like in the last video you also said something similar to me. I remember you told me that you had become the Super Saiyan I fear the most, and then you were defeated by me." Looking at Frieza's mockery, Vegeta's face turned red with rage, but he didn't know what to say. At this moment, he felt utterly embarrassed. The same face, and he had been defeated twice. Once against Frieza in the last video, and now against Cell in this one. It was always after he had great confidence in his own strength that he was easily crushed by his opponent. To be honest, he really wanted to ask the version of himself in the video what he was thinking. Zhang stated, "I can only say that Cell becoming complete truly owes an indelible debt to Vegeta." Zhang Jiwei added, "Twice Vegeta gave Cell 2 chances. The first time was with Dr. Gero. If he hadn't let Dr. Gero go, Android 17 and 18 wouldn't have been released, and Cell wouldn't have been able to absorb them." Zhang Jiwei continued, "And now this is the second time." Duan Mu Yin said, "The key is that Trunks wanted to intervene both times, but he was stopped by his father." Duan Mu Yin expressed great sympathy for Trunks, thinking of how he had such a pig teammate father. If his teammates were also like this, he'd rather not have teammates. But then again, it seemed he really had no teammates. He had always been fighting alone. Krillin remarked, "Piccolo Tianjin fan, I'm sorry I let your efforts down." Krillin continued, "If I hadn't failed to destroy Android 18, then Cell wouldn't have been able to become complete." He was quite decisive in admitting his fault. He didn't know what the version of himself in the video was thinking, but as an observer now, it was obvious that Cell's completeness was partly his responsibility. He needed to apologize. Tianjin fan said, "Krillin, this isn't your fault, it should be blamed on Vegeta." Yamcha added, "Krillin apologized, but what about Vegeta? Why isn't he coming out to apologize?" Yamcha insisted, "According to the narrator in the video, you owe Piccolo and Tianjin fan, as well as the Android 18 who was absorbed by Cell, an apology." Naturally, Vegeta wouldn't apologize, but he had nothing to retort and could only remain silent, seething with anger alone in the spaceship. That Yamcha was truly annoying. Did he really need to target him just because he stole his woman? Piccolo asked, "I don't understand, why didn't you destroy Android 18? As a Namekian, Piccolo couldn't grasp matters of love and romance, so he couldn't understand why Krillin didn't do that. Tianjin fan understood, so he didn't blame Krillin. It was evident that Krillin had developed feelings for Android 18. On their way to West City, Lotzi Li said, "It seems that Krillin has taken a liking to you." Robbie's sister replied, "Your kiss before left a deep impression on him." Lotzi Li said nothing, but felt a pang in her heart seeing that Krillin didn't destroy her in the video. Thinking about how Krillin was coming to pick them up, now her thoughts became a little chaotic. She wondered how she would face Krillin later. Moreover, the narrator of the video mentioned that his actions brought him benefits. What benefits? Did they have anything to do with her? Would it mean that she and Krillin ended up together? But that didn't make sense as she had been absorbed by Cell, so she should be dead. Or was it that she was revived afterward? Who knows? She couldn't tell. She would have to wait and see if the video would provide the answer. Seeing his father defeated, Trunks stepped forward. He told Krillin to take his father away, first while he stayed behind to hold off Cell. After Krillin took Vegeta away, Trunks unleashed his own power. His muscles began to swell, transforming him into a burly man. The energy he emitted surpassed that of Cell. It seemed that Trunks' power had surpassed Cell's, but when the fight truly began, Trunks' attacks didn't land a single hit on Cell. He was toyed with by Cell. Piccolo, doesn't Gohan think that his father is strong? Piccolo, could it be that Gohan's strength at this moment is already on par with Goku, or even stronger than Goku? As Gohan's biological father, Piccolo also guessed the hidden meaning behind son Gohan's thoughts. He did not feel that his father was particularly strong. Is it that Gohan's strength is not weaker than his father's? However, thinking of son Gohan's talent, Piccolo felt relieved. Why did he take Gohan to train? It was precisely because he valued Gohan's immense talent and hoped he could contribute when the Saiyan invasion occurred. It seems he underestimated Gohan's talent. Son Gohan, I am not weaker than my dad, right? That shouldn't be possible. Gohan himself lacked confidence. After all, in his eyes, his father is the strongest. How could he possibly be weaker than his father? But on the other hand, he also turned into a Super Saiyan in the video. He must have transformed in the hyperbolic time chamber. Son Wukong, Gohan, you don't realize how great your potential is. Son Wukong, even if you surpass me, it wouldn't be surprising. Son Wukong was not shocked that Gohan's strength might rival his own. In fact, he thought it normal for Gohan to surpass him. After all, he had already known about Gohan's great potential since Gohan was a baby. Surpassing him is not something strange. Frieza, if this little brat is not weaker than Son Wukong, then he has surpassed Vegeta. Frieza, Vegeta, how does it feel to be surpassed by a little brat? Frieza mocked Vegeta, though he was somewhat helpless about one thing. Wasn't the Super Saiyan a legendary warrior among the Saiyans? How come now Super Saiyans are so common? It's one thing for Son Wukong to transform, but Vegeta can too. Even Trunks, who killed him, can do it. And now even such a little brat can transform. This Super Saiyan has become so commonplace. In response to Frieza's mockery, Vegeta did not argue. Because in his heart, seeing Gohan surpass him did not evoke any feelings of resentment. This puzzled him. Why was he unconcerned about Gohan surpassing him? Vegeta did not yet know that he only cared about whether Son Wukong would surpass him. He just could not bear to be surpassed by Son Wukong. He did not care whether others would surpass him, especially the younger Gohan. In fact, he even felt regretful for Gohan for giving up training. Ever since he was defeated and surpassed by Son Wukong, Vegeta's only goal in his heart was Son Wukong. The surpassing of others was of no consequence. But Son Wukong surpassing him was unacceptable. Son Wukong took Gohan to Kame House, preparing to pick up Chi-Chi and leave. He had also arranged a training plan for the father and son. There are 9 days left until the Cell Games. Son Wukong's plan was 3 days of rest, 3 days of training, and the last 3 days again for rest. Gohan found his father's arrangement quite puzzling. Is this arrangement really feasible? More time for rest than for training. This arrangement by Son Wukong is partly because he discovered a way to defeat Cell. On the other hand, it aligns with the core principles of Kame style taught by his master, Master Roshi. The core tenet of Kame style is summed up in 16 words: work hard on training, study diligently, eat well, and rest well. Master Roshi truly deserves to be a legendary master. Although his strength has diminished to a level of merely being a bystander, his philosophy will never go out of style. These 16 words he summarized may seem simple, but the principles contained within them are far from simple. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated the strongest Saiyan Son Wukong and the strongest Earthling Krillin? Listening to the narration in the video, countless viewers felt deeply moved. Work hard on training, study diligently, eat well, and rest well. It's easy to say, but hard to do. Sengoku, actually what Master Roshi summarized in these 16 words, means to do what you should do well at the right time without being disturbed by other things. Sengoku, but accomplishing that is incredibly difficult. Zhang Jiwei, this is the philosophy of a legendary master. I am still far from Master Rose's realm. Zoro, I see, so when it's time to train, I should train diligently, and when it's time to eat, I should eat well. Zoro understood. To become the world's greatest swordsman, he trains very hard. He even thinks about training while eating and sleeping. But according to Master Rose's idea, when it's time to train, train well. However, when it's time to eat and rest, focus on those activities and don't think about training. If these 16 words were said by someone else, he would definitely not believe it or find any reason in it. Wouldn't it be better to use the time for eating and resting for training? That way his strength would increase faster. But this is what Master Roshi summarized. Not to mention that he cultivated Son Wukong, the strongest Saiyan, and Krillin, the strongest Earthling. Just Master Rose's strength alone is enough to destroy the moon. There must be a reason for the teachings of such a strong master. Zoro decided that he would do the same in the future. Train when it's time to train. Eat well when it's time to eat, rest well when it's time to rest, and not think about training. Not just Zoro, countless strong individuals, and those who wish to become stronger, are preparing to follow the 16 words summarized by Master Roshi. Not to say they will become powerful like Master Roshi or Krillin. As long as they can become stronger, that would be worthwhile. Krillin, I really miss it. I remember these 16 words were told to us by Master Wutian while Goku and I were napping. At that time I was still puzzled. Clearly Goku and I were training so hard in the morning, how could we suddenly take a nap at noon? The contrast was very large. Sun Wukong, I remember too. It really brings back memories. Sun Wukong and Krillin reminisced about that time. It was precisely during that time that they became the best of friends. Although they no longer trained under Master Roshi, they always followed Master Rose's teachings. They indeed trained very hard. However, when it was time to eat and rest, they would not think about training-related matters. It was this philosophy taught by Master Roshi that has supported them to this day. But countless viewers are puzzled. Can Sun Wukong's arrangement really defeat Cell in 9 days? According to that Karen's words, isn't his strength inferior to Cell's? Then why does Sun Wukong look completely unfazed? Is there some other confidence? With these questions in mind, they continued watching the video. In the video, during the 9 days leading up to the game with Cell, Sun Wukong lived a leisurely life as he had planned, resting whenever he could. He even took his family out for outings and camping. However, an incident disrupted Sun Wukong's peaceful life. Cell's announcement to the entire world plunged everyone into unease. The king dispatched a large army to confront Cell. Yet before Cell, the military technology of ordinary humans proved utterly useless. Planes, tanks, and artillery, the fruits of human ingenuity, couldn't harm even a single hair on Cell. In contrast, Cell effortlessly annihilated the entire army with a mere wave of his hand. The two sides were on entirely different levels. The loss of many lives made Sun Wukong realize that the Dragon Balls must be secured to revive those killed by Cell. However, the Kaioken had merged with Piccolo and disappeared, taking the Dragon Balls with him. The only solution was to find a new Kaioken. Moreover, this Kaioken had to be a Namekian. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create the Dragon Balls. For this purpose, Sun Wukong had no choice but to abandon his leisurely life. To find a suitable Kaioken, he used instant transmission to arrive at the new homeland of the Namekians. Because Sun Wukong had defeated Frieza, his reputation among the Namekians was extremely high. Upon learning his intentions, the new Grand Elder of the Namekians recommended a suitable candidate. This candidate was none other than Dandy. Previously, when on Namek, Dandy had formed a deep friendship with Krillin and Gohan. Thus, Sun Wukong brought Dandy back to Earth, making him the new Kaioken. Under Dandy's abilities, the previously vanished Dragon Balls reappeared. Subsequently, Sun Wukong set off to gather the scattered Dragon Balls around the world, saving them for after the Cell games. In the past, Sun Wukong and Bulma spent a lot of time gathering the Dragon Balls. However, before the now experienced Sun Wukong, collecting the Dragon Balls was effortless, and he quickly found all of them. Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong was searching for the Dragon Balls, there were new developments among ordinary people. World Martial Arts Champion Satan announced that he would participate in the Cell games to defeat Cell. Satan dismissed Cell's terrifying actions like effortlessly wiping out an army as mere tricks, claiming that Cell had planted bombs in advance. As long as one was careful, there was nothing to fear. Satan's words thrilled countless supporters. They all awaited to see if Satan could defeat Cell and save the world. This is Satan's first appearance, and don't you think he seems quite foolish? Actually, his foolish antics do not stop here. There will be more to come. But what many do not realize is that Satan truly deserves the title of hero. I am curious about one thing. Satan is the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, so some young people believe he is invincible. But why do those who are older think the same? You see, Satan's predecessor was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong has defeated Demon King Piccolo twice and saved the world twice. Yet during the time of Cell, it seems the whole world only remembers Satan, completely forgetting Sun Wukong. If we compare their performances in the World Martial Arts Tournament, it becomes clear that Satan's championship is not as significant as it seems, right? Hearing the narrator's remarks, the people on Earth in the Dragon Ball universe were quite puzzled. At this time, Satan had not yet become the world champion, so few knew of him. And what about Sun Wukong? Although it had been 5 years since he defeated Piccolo, the battle left a deep impression. Not to mention the panic brought about by Demon King Piccolo 8 years ago, which they also experienced. It was Sun Wukong who defeated Demon King Piccolo. Thus, the narrator's confusion mirrored their own. Why were they all fawning over Satan in the future? Could it be that those who knew Sun Wukong were all dead? While Cell indeed killed many, it couldn't have wiped out all the older people in the world. They could only wonder why this was happening. Moreover, they agreed with the narrator's assessment, feeling that Satan's actions were indeed quite foolish. Tricks. Cell's feats could not simply be explained away as tricks. Furthermore, they had seen incredible things before. The abilities displayed by Demon King Piccolo in the battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo in the World Martial Arts Tournament. That had truly opened their eyes. At that time, they didn't see it as mere tricks. Yet this Satan dared to attribute it to magic. It can only be said that he truly seems foolish. But what puzzled them was why the narrator said that Satan deserved the title of hero. Could it be that he would perform some heroic deeds inside a martial arts school? At this time, not yet a world champion, the hardworking Satan watched the video with both excitement and concern. He was excited because he would become the world champion in the future. He was concerned because the video exposed his future actions. Would this affect his popularity? As for his statements in the video, he felt there was no problem. After all, for ordinary people like them, the existence of Cell and Sun Wukong was truly extraordinary. Isn't it normal not to believe? Under disbelief, their actions with superpowers could indeed be seen as tricks. Of course, he wouldn't think that way now. He now understood that this world was indeed extraordinary. His title as world champion was merely the champion among ordinary people. It had some significance, but not much. But speaking of which, did he truly deserve the title of hero? Could it be that he was the one to ultimately defeat Cell? Satan was very excited. He was eager to find out what he did to earn the title of hero. Soon the 9 days passed, and the time for the Cell games arrived. Sun Wukong and the others arrived at the location where Satan brought his 3 disciples and reporters. Due to the presence of reporters, the Cell games would be broadcast live to the world. To Satan, it seemed Sun Wukong and the others were just there to cause trouble. He first sent his 3 disciples to battle Cell. However, Cell didn't even move and simply dealt with the 3 disciples. Then Satan personally took the stage, but Cell merely struck him with a casual blow, sending him flying. Nonetheless, neither Satan nor his 3 disciples died, indicating that Cell had not gone all out. It was likely that Cell thought killing these idiots would dirty his hands and deemed them beneath him. The actions of Satan and his companions served no purpose other than to display their foolishness. Of course, Satan didn't see it that way. He believed Cell had cheated, installing springs around the arena to launch him away. He intended to challenge again. However, he had no opportunity left. The true participants of the Cell games had already taken the stage, and the first one to take the stage was none other than Sun Wukong. In Cell's perspective, Sun Wukong, as the strongest entity of the opposing faction, should be the last to enter the fray. After all, he is allowed to engage in a wheel battle. Thus, it seemed to him that it shouldn't be the likes of Piccolo, Trunks, or Vegeta who first entered to exhaust his stamina, only for Sun Wukong to swoop in at the end and claim the victory. How could it be that Sun Wukong was the first to step onto the stage? However, regardless of his confusion, since Sun Wukong had entered, there was no reason to decline this battle. Soon after, Sun Wukong and Cell engaged in an intense battle. The clash between the two exceeded the understanding of those like Satan. Satan could only explain their conflict through tricks. During the fierce battle, Cell showcased numerous techniques, such as Tien's 4-way fist, transforming himself into 4 separate beings without any weaknesses. The strength of the 4 cells did not diminish with the transformation. However, Sun Wukong managed to decipher it. From this, it is clear that Sun Wukong is not Cell's opponent at all. Moreover, Cell did not exert his full strength during the fight. Otherwise, how could Sun Wukong possibly stand up against 4 cells of unchanged power? Perhaps this is due to the Saiyan cells within Cell. Saiyans are battle-hungry, relishing combat against formidable foes. Therefore, Cell refrained from defeating Sun Wukong to prolong their fight. Upon hearing the narrator's words, countless viewers realized this point. Indeed, for Sun Wukong to defeat a single Cell is no easy feat. How could he possibly contend against 4 cells of unchanged strength? If Cell truly intended to defeat Sun Wukong, he could have done so swiftly. The only reason he hadn't was that he was enjoying the fight with Sun Wukong. This also illustrates the considerable gap in strength between Sun Wukong and Cell. However, speaking of which, is the 4-way fist that Cell executed actually just a technique? It allows one to split into 4 beings while maintaining full strength. Is this really just a technique? It seems a bit outrageous. Naruto Uzumaki. Although this 4-way fist can only create 4 copies, its number pales in comparison to the multi-shadow clone technique. Naruto Uzumaki, but the clones produced by the multi-shadow clone technique lack combat power. Yet this 4-way fist can produce 3 additional copies with the same strength as the original. No matter how many clones you have, if they lack combat power, what use is it? Tien, actually my 4-way fist has weaknesses. When I transform into 4 beings, each one's power becomes 1/4 of the original. Tien, one can only say that Cell's execution of this technique is far superior to mine. Looking at Cell performing his techniques, which were even more impressive than his own, Tien's feelings were rather complex. He didn't understand how Cell achieved this, and wished his own four-way fist could be without weaknesses. Unfortunately, he was not Cell. Due to its significant weaknesses, he had not used it since his battle with Wukong. If only he could utilize the technique without weaknesses like Cell, the four-way fist would undoubtedly become his strongest move. Carp, if I could use this technique without weaknesses like Cell, the four-way fist would be invincible. Ichigo Kurosaki creating 3 additional clones with equal strength is a bit too overpowered. Saitama, then wouldn't that mean you could fight yourself? For someone without opponents, this technique would be incredibly useful. Duan Mu Yin, then I could wear all 4 sets of armor by myself. What need would I have for teammates? My only teammate is myself. Naruto, Uzumaki, Tien, Mr. Tien, I wonder if you could teach us this technique. Tien, our power systems are different. Even if I teach you, you might not be able to learn it. Tien's comment rendered numerous powerful individuals wanting to learn the four-way fist silent. Indeed, they were so eager to learn this technique that they forgot this point. Different power systems mean that their techniques cannot be learned from one another. What a pity. West City. Seeing so many wanting to learn the four-way fist, Lin Luo was not surprised. After all, this technique is indeed powerful. It just has weaknesses. If it were Cell's four-way fist, it would be utterly invincible. The ability to create 3 clones with equal strength is incredibly formidable. This technique is akin to one of the primordial saints Laozi's One Shi transforming 3 purities. However, learning One Shi transforming 3 purities is quite challenging. The four-way fist, on the other hand, is much simpler. It's a shame it has its weaknesses. Unless one can eliminate those weaknesses like Cell did. That said, Lin Luo was quite curious. If Son Wukong and Vegeta could learn this technique, splitting into 4 cells, and then merging again, what would happen? Would Vegeta and Gogeta appear simultaneously? What about the 2 Son Wukongs merging? Would that be Son Wukong squared? In the video, because Cell thoroughly enjoyed his battle with Son Wukong, he deemed the rule that being knocked out of the ring meant losing to be meaningless. Then he destroyed the arena. Without the constraints of the arena, they could fight freely without limitations. After Son Wukong and Cell battled for a while longer, Son Wukong made a shocking move. He began to charge the Kamehameha against Cell standing on the ground, and he was fully committed to it. Cell regarded Son Wukong's actions with disdain. In his view, Son Wukong was merely putting on a show. After all, if he simply dodged, Earth would vanish under Son Wukong's attack. However, Cell's expression soon changed. He realized that Son Wukong was serious. He truly intended to unleash a full-force attack. Cell did not know what Son Wukong planned to do, but he would soon find out. For in the next moment, Son Wukong executed the first-ever instant transmission. Son Wukong used instant transmission to appear before Cell, then unleashed the fully charged Kamehameha. Under Son Wukong's full-force strike, Cell's upper body was obliterated, leaving only his lower half. Upon witnessing this scene, Yamcha and Tien were overjoyed. To them, it seemed Son Wukong had defeated Cell. However, Krillin, Piccolo, and Trunks remained serious. Son Wukong's expression did not relax, because he could still sense Cell's energy. Be careful, Wukong. Cell can regenerate. At that moment, Krillin shouted a warning to Son Wukong. In the next instant, Cell's remaining lower half sprang up and soon grew back into his upper body. In the Dragon Ball world Earth, Piccolo, who was searching for Dr. Gero, stopped upon witnessing this scene. He naturally understood why Cell possessed such abilities. Is it because of my cells that Cell has my regenerative abilities? Piccolo's face darkened. He never expected that his cells would become the greatest obstacle for Son Wukong to defeat Cell. Piccolo, Son Wukong, I'm sorry, old son. If it weren't for my cells, you would have defeated Cell with that move already. Son Wukong, it's not your fault. You don't need to apologize. Krillin, right, Piccolo, this isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Dr. Gero for creating such a monster. Tianjin fan. If Cell had even a few less cells, Wukong would probably have one. As Z fighters, Krillin and the others were well aware of Piccolo's regeneration abilities. They also understood that this couldn't be blamed on him. The blame could only fall on Dr. Gero, who collected his cells. However, for the other spectators, it was not so clear. Sanji, but how can Cell still be alive after having his upper body blown apart? Zoro, I've only heard of people surviving without their lower half, but I've never seen anyone live without their upper half. Zoro, I've never seen anyone who could actually grow it back. Shanks, if I had that ability, wouldn't my right hand grow back? Not just Shanks, countless individuals with bodily defects envied Cell's regeneration abilities. If they had such power, wouldn't their missing parts grow back? Moreover, they would no longer have to fear losing arms or legs. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as blood rebirth, this regeneration ability was still enough to make countless people envious. Kapu, but what does this have to do with Piccolo? Does he have this regeneration ability too? Genos, I remember Piccolo seemed to have used this ability against Cell before. Genos, his left arm was absorbed by Cell, but then he grew a new one. Genos, but I wonder if this ability works on robots. Zhonghua, indeed, that's how it is. So since Cell has Piccolo's cells, does he also have Piccolo's regeneration ability? Zhonghua, then how do we defeat Cell? Most people in the multiverse had never faced an opponent with regeneration abilities, so they didn't know how to defeat such an opponent. To them, an opponent with regeneration means they can't be killed, right? Tanjiro, there must be a way. Even opponents with regeneration abilities have weaknesses. Tanjiro, many demons in my world also have regeneration abilities, but they can still be defeated. Duan Muyin, Piccolo, does your regeneration ability have weaknesses? Do you know how to deal with it? Piccolo did not respond. He wouldn't reveal the weaknesses of his regeneration. Otherwise, wouldn't he just become a target? However, if Cell really had the same weakness as him, then Wukong's previous move should have killed Cell. As long as his head isn't destroyed, he can keep regenerating. But Cell's upper body was gone just now. If Cell's weakness really is the same as his, then Cell should be dead. It seems that Cell's head isn't a weakness. Could it be that Cell has improved his regeneration ability? If that's the case, he really doesn't know how to defeat Cell, unless he can beat Cell to the point of no return. But right now it seems Wukong doesn't have that strength. So is it not Wukong who will defeat Cell? Or did something happen later that turned Wukong into Super Saiyan 2? Kapu, is there a chance that Cell made the same mistake as Frieza later on? Kapu, did he kill Krillin, causing Wukong to become so angry that he turned into Super Saiyan 2? Kapu's speculation sparked interest among many. It makes sense. Wukong turned into Super Saiyan because Frieza killed Krillin, right? Now Krillin is also present. If Cell makes the same mistake and kills Krillin, then wouldn't Wukong be able to turn into Super Saiyan 2? Krillin. Looking at Kapu's guess, Krillin felt speechless. Is he going to become the material for Wukong's transformation again? The key is that this speculation is quite possible. After all, it was his sacrifice that allowed Wukong to become a Super Saiyan. Now if it happens again, his sacrifice for Wukong to become Super Saiyan 2 wouldn't be impossible. But does that mean he has to die again? Could it be that he has to die once for every transformation in the future? If that's the case, then he is truly too tragic. Yamcha, no way could it be that Krillin is really going to be sacrificed again. Tianjin fan, but isn't Wukong currently fighting Cell? How could Cell go after Krillin? Piccolo, perhaps it's because their battle impacted Krillin. Or maybe Cell just got bored and started attacking us, the spectators. Bulma, what you guys are saying is making Krillin feel scared, not to mention it's not necessarily going to happen. Bulma, couldn't Wukong just transform into Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta, why do you all think it's Kakarot who transforms into Super Saiyan 2? Couldn't it be me? Yamcha, your strength is not even close to Wukong's. How could you turn into Super Saiyan 2? Frieza, oh ho 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 Vegeta, are you overestimating yourself? In ridiculing Vegeta, Yamcha and Frieza seemed to be on the same side, and for their rebuttals Vegeta could only feel helpless rage. Damn it, in this Cell game, what use am I? How did I end up reduced to a mere spectator? Let's not let Krillin the bald guy end up being more useful than me. The spectators of the multiverse have no idea what will happen next, but they know that the birth of Super Saiyan 2 should happen during the battle with Cell, and most likely it will be Wukong who transforms first. However, will it really be like in the last video where Krillin's sacrifice leads to that transformation? If that's the case, then Krillin is truly unfortunate. In the video, Wukong and Cell fought for a while longer, then he stopped and reined in his energy. Cell thought Wukong was tired and he could let Wukong eat a Senzu bean and then continue battling him. But in the next moment, Wukong made a shocking move. I surrender. Wukong surrendered. His surrender astonished Cell and stunned Krillin and the others nearby. It's worth noting that Wukong had never surrendered since his debut. This was his first time surrendering. Wukong stated that he now understands the gap between him and Cell. He cannot win, so he surrenders. However, even though he surrendered, there would still be others to fight Cell. Saying this, Wukong prepared to name the next person to fight Cell. According to him, the person he designates can defeat Cell. After hearing this from the radio, Daz was confused, thinking that Wukong was referring to him. He pretended to be in bad shape, trying to let others tell Wukong that he couldn't fight right now. But he was thinking too much. Piccolo Gohan. How could it be Gohan? Piccolo Goku. How could you want your son to go to his death? Seeing the choice made by son Wukong, Gohan's father Piccolo could no longer hold back. He had thought son Wukong might choose Vegeta or Trunks. But he never expected that son Wukong would choose his own son. Chi-Chi, what are you doing, Goku? How could you let Gohan take the stage? Chi-Chi was also unable to sit still. If she weren't currently away from son Wukong, she would have grabbed him by the collar. Is there such a father? To let his own son face such a powerful enemy. Countless viewers from all realms were equally shocked by son Wukong's choice. Although Gohan seemed to have become quite strong. But no matter what, he was still son Wukong's son, and so young. If it were anyone else suggesting he go fight, it would be one thing. But it was actually his own father who made the suggestion. If Gohan isn't a match for Cell, then son Wukong is essentially sending his son to his death. They pondered if it were them, would they choose their own child, especially one who looked to be only around 10 years old, to face such a powerful enemy. The answer was most likely no. Thus, they couldn't understand what Sun Wukong was thinking. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Chi-Chi, please don't get too agitated. Since I've made this decision, it means that in my view Gohan can defeat Cell. Piccolo, but if even you aren't a match for Cell, how could Gohan possibly be a match? Piccolo, he has only recently mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Chi-Chi, Goku, I won't allow you to let Gohan do something so dangerous. Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha, you need to find Dr. Gero quickly, we cannot let him create Cell. As a mother, how could Shishi allow her child to face such a formidable enemy? Upon seeing Shishi's comments, Lin Luo also expressed understanding. To be honest, he used to not understand Chi-Chi and even found her quite annoying. Not just him, many felt the same way. However, as he grew up, he gradually came to understand Shishi. Although he didn't have children, he could still comprehend a mother's concern for her child. For a mother, her child is more important than the whole world. From the perspective of others, Gohan might save the world. Thus, sending Gohan to deal with Cell is not unreasonable. Yet from Shishi's standpoint, how could a mother allow her son to do something so perilous? Of course, while Lin Luo now understood Chi-Chi, he still found some of her remarks somewhat peculiar. For instance, she said if Gohan saved the world, he wouldn't be able to attend a good school. What does that have to do with each other? If Gohan really saved the world, shouldn't he have an easier time getting into a good school? Moreover, she claimed that if Gohan defeated Cell, he would lose to others in other aspects. While it's understandable that she wouldn't let her child face a powerful enemy, however, her statements were not as easy to comprehend. Krillin, Piccolo, don't get too anxious. Krillin, don't forget, based on Gohan's previous performance, his strength is likely not weaker than Goku's, and may even surpass Goku's. Krillin, Chi-Chi, don't worry, after all, this situation hasn't occurred in reality yet. Yamcha, indeed Goku would never send Gohan to his death. Yamcha, the only reason he chose Gohan to fight is that Goku believes Gohan can defeat Cell. Piccolo, but even if Gohan is stronger than Goku, it doesn't necessarily mean he can defeat Cell. Piccolo, the power gap between Cell and Goku is vast. Gohan may not be his match. Sengoku, is it possible that the one who transforms into Super Saiyan 2 isn't Goku, but Gohan? This comment from Sengoku instantly attracted the attention of countless viewers. Kakashi, now that you mention it, it does seem possible. Uchiha Sasuke, so Gohan might think his father isn't that strong because he can already transform into Super Saiyan 2. Naruto, that indeed could be the case. Sasuke, you're so smart. Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, that's merely a normal deduction, only someone like you wouldn't think of it. Sanji, no, our Captain Luffy wouldn't think of that either. Luffy, Lee Xian Nan, so next is Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and defeating Cell. Duan Mu Yen, that's probably how it will go. Duan Mu Yen, but I thought Goku's choice would be Krillin. Duan Mu Yen, I thought he wanted Krillin to go to his death, and that through Krillin's sacrifice Goku would become enraged and transform into Super Saiyan 2. Duan Mu Yan's thought left countless people speechless. Given the relationship between Sun Wukong and Krillin, how could Sun Wukong do such a thing? It might be possible for Cell to kill Krillin, thus provoking Sun Wukong into transforming into Super Saiyan 2. But Sun Wukong would never voluntarily send Krillin to his death. Lin Luo found Duan Mu Yan's idea quite normal. Because in the mad world of the scum, there is indeed such a segment. Piccolo, these are merely your speculations. It's also possible that Gohan is not Cell's opponent. Piccolo, and what if Goku sees Gohan getting beaten, even facing death at the hands of Cell, and then becomes enraged and transforms into Super Saiyan 2? Piccolo, in any case, I do not support Goku's actions. Even if Sun Wukong could potentially transform into Super Saiyan 2, Piccolo still did not approve of Sun Wukong's actions. Because even if he transforms into Super Saiyan 2, it would be achieved through Gohan's sacrifice. Could there be no other way than choosing Gohan? What Duan Mu Yen mentioned is also a possibility. After all, Krillin has already been sacrificed once, and doing it again wouldn't be too much. He would rather choose Krillin's sacrifice than Gohan's. After all, it wouldn't be the first time a Krillin is used to it. However, it doesn't matter because in the video Sun Wukong has already done it. Fortunately, this is merely happening in the video. In reality, once they find Dr. Gero, Cell won't exist, and such events won't occur. If such a thing were to happen in reality, he would definitely fight to stop it. In the video, Sun Wukong approached Sun Wufan, urging him to enter the battle. Naturally, his decision prompted objections from others. Kellen, Piccolo, and the others voiced their concerns, especially Piccolo, who strongly opposed letting Sun Wufan participate. However, Sun Wukong reassured them that Sun Wufan had grown significantly stronger without their knowledge. When Sun Wufan was much younger, he had already fought alongside them. At that age, Sun Wukong had barely known anything. Then Sun Wukong asked Sun Wufan if he had any trouble keeping up during the recent battle. Sun Wufan replied that he felt both Shalu and his father had not yet unleashed their full power. Sun Wukong informed Sun Wufan that he was unaware of Shalu's condition, but that he himself had already given his all. Sun Wufan's belief that he had not exerted his full strength implied that Sun Wukong's power was merely ordinary in his eyes. After all, if Sun Wukong had already exerted his full strength, and it still seemed insufficient to Sun Wufan, did that not mean his full strength was rather limited? Sun Wufan silently expressed his agreement with this notion. Go Wufan, reclaim peace. Haven't you always wanted to become a scholar? With his father's encouragement, Sun Wufan no longer resisted. He removed his cloak and approached Shalu, and with a mighty roar he began to unleash his energy, showcasing a level of power that astonished Piccolo and even Shalu. Even Vegeta was internally astonished, questioning how such a formidable battle power could have been attained by Sun Wufan. After Sun Wufan's energy burst, Sun Wukong did something truly unbelievable. He asked Kellen for a Senzu bean, and while others assumed he intended to consume it himself, he instead gave it to Shalu. Sun Wukong explained that Shalu was not at full strength, and it would be unfair to battle Sun Wufan under those circumstances. Witnessing Sun Wukong's actions, countless beings across the universe were left speechless. They genuinely wondered if Sun Wufan was even Sun Wukong's biological son, who would undermine their own child like this. Not only outsiders, but even the Z warriors felt a sense of helplessness. Kellen, I have to say, Wukong, this behavior is quite inappropriate. Kellen, I know you love battling strong opponents, otherwise you wouldn't have intentionally let Vegeta and Frieza go. Kellen, but you cannot betray your own son. As Sun Wukong's best friend, Kellen naturally understood why Sun Wukong had released Vegeta and Frieza in the previous video. These were two powerful opponents. Keeping them around might allow for future battles. However, that was solely Sun Wukong's perspective. If it were him fighting Shalu, that would be one thing. But now it was his own son, Sun Wufan, who was to face Shalu. How could he say something about fairness while giving a Senzu bean to Shalu? Did he even consider Sun Wufan's opinion? Did he ask if Sun Wufan wanted this fairness? One could only say that Wukong truly has a knack for putting his son in a difficult position. Yamucha, Wukong, your actions really aren't appropriate. Tianjin fan. Yo, Wukong Wufan is still a child, but pushing him to such extremes isn't good. Piccolo, did you even ask Wufan if he wanted to face a full-strength Shalu or one weakened by you? Piccolo, you cannot impose your thoughts onto Wufan. Chi-Chi Wukong, you are being too unreasonable. Sun Wukong's actions led the Z warriors who had grown up with him to lose patience. As for the outsiders unfamiliar with Sun Wukong, they refrained from commenting, yet they too disapproved of his actions. Who would aid an enemy while sabotaging their own child? Even if Sun Wukong believed Sun Wufan could defeat Shalu, there was no need to act this way. What if Sun Wufan ended up losing to Shalu? Vegeta, Kakarot, this is what it means to be a Saiyan. We Saiyans lack familial affection. Vegeta, your treatment of your own son aligns perfectly with our Saiyan nature. Vegeta did not see any issue with it. After all, familial bonds among Saiyans are usually distant. If a son fails to perform, it's normal for them to be cast aside. Kakarot's actions in undermining his son had become the norm. Did you not see how he treated his own son Trunks with a similar cold demeanor? Bulma, don't compare yourself to Suinkuin. Suinkuin surely loves his son. His actions are merely a reflection of his character. Bulma, as for you, Trunks is so unfortunate to have you as a father. Vegeta, seems like Trunks is our child. He should be questioning you instead. It seems you were the one who took the initiative. Bulma, now that I know, I certainly won't be the one to take the initiative. Seeing Bulma's comments, others could only feel sympathy for Trunks. Poor Trunks, he would no longer appear. Shalu consumed the Senzu bean and restored himself to peak condition. Then he began to engage in battle with Sun Wufan. Initially, Sun Wufan was not very willing to fight. He merely defended against and dodged Shalu's attacks. He told Shalu that he did not wish to fight, nor did he want to kill anyone, even a villain like Shalu. He then conveyed to Shalu that he now understood why his father had let him come out to battle. It was because every time he became extremely angry, he would unleash power that surpassed his limits. His father's intent was likely to provoke that. However, Shalu perceived Sun Wufan's words as an attempt to instill fear in him. He was not naive and did not believe Sun Wufan's claims. In fact, he planned to provoke Sun Wufan to witness whether he truly could unleash power beyond his limits. Consequently, every attack from Shalu was aimed at enraging Sun Wufan. Yet Sun Wufan remained unable to become angry. Shalu seized the opportunity to wrap his arms around Sun Wufan, attempting to choke him. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong merely stood by with a contented smile, as if this was the outcome he had hoped to witness. Upon realizing that Sun Wufan could surpass his limits through anger, Shalu began his reckless behavior. Sun Wukong did not intervene, watching with satisfaction as his son was choked by Shalu. Of course, Sun Wukong was unaware that this boomerang would eventually come back to hit him. As for Shala, do you all find his current actions familiar? Doesn't it resemble the time Vegeta deliberately allowed Shala to transform into his perfect form? One can only say that Shala truly embodies the cells of both Son Wukong and Vegeta. He has inherited their recklessness. Fortunately, he does not possess the cells of future Trunks, otherwise that would have been disastrous. Zhonghua, no wonder Salu's behavior seemed strangely familiar. Zhonghua, now that the narrator has pointed it out, I recall, his actions mirror Vegeta's exactly. Zhang Chulin, Vegeta once believed himself invincible and deliberately allowed Salu to achieve his perfect form. Now Salu, seeking to witness Son Gohan's rage, provokes him with calculated cruelty, truly identical in pattern. Dagu, so it is. Once enraged, Son Gohan ascends to Super Saiyan 2. Upon seeing Dagu's commentary, the others nodded in quiet agreement. They too had reached the same realization. Son Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was triggered by fury. They had assumed Son Goku would be the first to attain this form. Yet fate had chosen his son instead. Duan Muyin, that said, Son Goku truly is a father who endangers his own child. Watching Son Gohan battered mercilessly by Salu, he stands arms crossed, his expression not of anguish, but of quiet satisfaction. The others could only sigh helplessly. At the very least, as a father, he should have intervened, or at minimum refrained from standing idly by while his son suffered such brutal assault. Yet he did more than stand still. He wore an unmistakable air of approval. Such paternal conduct was beyond reproach. It was simply indefensible. Their hearts ached for Son Gohan. Truly his plight was tragic. Still, they remained deeply intrigued by the narrator's cryptic remark, "The boomerang will strike Son Goku himself." What did that mean? Kakashi, truth be told, if not for Salu, Super Saiyan 2 would never have emerged. Kakashi, Salu, like Frieza before him, committed the same fatal error. Genos, Frieza killed Krillin, igniting Son Goku's ascent to Super Saiyan. Salu in turn provoked Son Gohan, unleashing his latent power and triggering his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. A stark lesson: arrogance is always fatal. Frieza inwardly protested. He had not acted out of recklessness. His slaying of Krillin stemmed from cold fury, not bravado. Salu, however, embodied true arrogance, and so did Vegeta. No wonder Salu bore Vegeta's cells and inherited his hubris along with them. It was a profound indignity. Frieza's noble genetic lineage mingled with Vegeta's volatile essence, now housed within Salu's frame. To provoke Son Gohan's wrath, Salu attempted numerous tactics, all in vain. Then, without warning, Android 16 appeared, lunging forward to embrace Salu tightly. He declared that a bomb pulsed within his core, and that he intended to detonate it, taking Salu with him. At such proximity, even Salu could not escape unscathed, nor would regeneration be possible. Yet his sacrifice failed. Krillin revealed that Bulma had already disarmed the explosive buried within Android 16. In response, Salu struck without hesitation, shattering Android 16's body and sending his severed head rolling toward Mr. Satan and the others. At that moment, Son Gohan's fury began to stir. Sensing the shift, Salu resolved to press further. He turned his gaze towards Son Goku and the others observing from the periphery. From his own body, he spawned several miniature clones, each radiating terrifying power. Krillin and Tien Shinhan stood no chance against them. Even Vegeta and Trunks fought only to a stalemate, while Son Goku, already drained of stamina, found himself overwhelmed. Witnessing his elders imperiled, Son Gohan's wrath surged higher still, and Salu watched elated. Victory was within grasp. Elsewhere, Android 16, pure machine, remained conscious even after losing his body, his head alone intact. He implored Mr. Satan to carry him near Son Gohan. The others urged Mr. Satan to refuse. They were ordinary humans unfit to intervene in battles waged by titans. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Cradling Android 16's head, he approached the battlefield, then hurled it towards Son Gohan and Salu, just as Salu prepared to command his clones to unleash slaughter. Android 16's sudden reappearance seized Salu's attention. To Son Gohan, he spoke with solemn clarity. To fight for peace is righteous. Do not suppress your anger. It is not weakness, it is purpose. He then entrusted Son Gohan with a final plea: protect the natural world and all its creatures that you hold dear. With those words spoken, Salu crushed Android 16's head beneath his foot, erasing him from existence. That single brutal act echoed Frieza's murder of Krillin, the final spark that ignited the fuse within both father and son. As Android 16's head exploded before his eyes, a crimson flash seared across Son Gohan's mind, shattering the fragile bird-shaped seal, imprisoning his rage. His last restraint had shattered. He roared, a sound unburdened by inhibition, raw and unchained. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, vastly surpassing anything he had ever manifested before. All eyes snapped toward him, especially Salu's. He's changed. Salu murmured, stunned, gazing upon Son Gohan, his transformation defying all expectation. Son Gohan's hair now stood erect in fierce spikes, save for one solitary strand drooping limply over his brow. His golden aura crackled outward like lightning, and arcs of electricity danced violently across his body. Tears welled in his eyes, not falling but rising upward, defying gravity. At that precise instant the soundtrack swelled, perfectly timed, profoundly resonant. Paired with his Super Saiyan 2 ascension and those ascending tears, only two words sufficed to capture the moment. Majestic. Iconic. Across countless realms spectators stood frozen, stunned into silence by Son Gohan's metamorphosis. The impact rivaled, name matched, the awe they felt when Son Goku first became a Super Saiyan. Though they had known Son Gohan would attain this form, anticipation paled beside reality. When vision met truth, their breath caught, not merely at the spectacle but at its staggering, ineffable grandeur. Indeed, imagination cannot conjure what experience has yet to reveal. After a long, reverent silence, one voice finally broke through. Piccolo, is that Son Gohan? Truly Son Gohan? As Son Gohan's biological father, Piccolo felt both astonishment and deep pride. Astonishment, because the Son Gohan on screen exuded regal, transcendent grace. Super Saiyan 2, stronger even than his own father Son Goku. And yet, this prodigy was still but a child. To envision such future might blossoming from such tender beginnings filled him with awe. His pride, however, ran deeper. He had shaped that growth, guided that spirit. The footage revealed an unbreakable bond between them. Warmth, trust, profound affection. Indeed, Piccolo's care for Son Gohan surpassed even Son Goku's. In every sense, he was Son Gohan's second father, and that truth filled him with boundless honor. Clint exclaimed, "Indeed, he is truly the son of Wukong. A tiger father begets no dog son." Yamcha added, "Gohan, you look absolutely stunning." Clint and the others gazed at Gohan in the video, their faces lighting up with a paternal smile. Their good friend Wukong had such an exceptional son. They felt happy for him. In West City, Bulma embraced Gohan, smiling as she said, "Gohan, do you see? This is the future you." At the same time, she felt quite emotional. This is the son of Sun Jun, far superior to that guy Vegeta's son. Gohan blinked his little eyes, watching the future him in the video, a smile naturally appearing on his face. Though his dream was to become a scholar, seeing his future self so powerful made him very happy. Son Wukong said, Gohan, great job. To fulfill your dreams, go defeat Cell." Seeing his son surpass him, Wukong was not disappointed. On the contrary, he was extremely pleased. On one hand, he had long been aware of Gohan's potential. On the other hand, wouldn't he be able to fight alongside his son in the future? This was excellent news for someone who loved to battle. Meanwhile, other viewers gradually returned to their senses. Naruto Uzumaki remarked, "We both have golden hair, but why is the gap between me and that Super Saiyan so vast?" Sasuke Uchiha replied, "Because he is a Saiyan and you are just an ordinary earthling." Zhang Chulan added, "Did you all see that? Gohan's tears are floating upwards." This scene was indeed very touching. Zhang Zhuwei said, "His tears flow for Android 16, a sorrowful warrior whose tears float upwards, truly moving." Li Shinan remarked, "Paired with the background music of the video, I can only say it's both touching and stylish." Li Haoyan commented, "It's not that other transformation videos are bad, but Saiyan transformations are just too cool." Seeing this comment, others who posted transformation videos for the event nodded in agreement. After watching the videos Lin Luo posted, they no longer hoped their videos would win. As Li Haoyan said, it's not that their transformations were poor. It's just that Saiyan transformations are too remarkable. In the Dragon Ball world on Earth in West City, the audience from all realms marveled at Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Lin Luo was not surprised. Although Saiyan transformations are flashy and numerous, when it comes to the most classic transformations, Wukong transforming into Super Saiyan and Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 2 are undoubtedly the most iconic. The former needs no further explanation, overshadowing transformations from other works. The latter directly secured Gohan's position at the top of the popularity charts. It was only recently that this was surpassed by the character 2. 5 Tiao Wu. This was something Lin Luo couldn't understand. How did that guy surpass Gohan's Super Saiyan 2? In his heart, Wukong's first transformation into Super Saiyan and Gohan's first transformation into Super Saiyan 2 were absolutely the most iconic transformations. Although in terms of strength, they might not compare to later transformations, in terms of classic status, these two transformations undoubtedly surpassed all others. Klin said, "Now that Gohan has transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the outcome for Cell should be similar to what happened with Vegeta earlier." Klin continued, "Earlier Vegeta let Cell reach his perfect form only to get thoroughly beaten. Now Cell should face the same fate." Piccolo chimed in, "There's no need to say more, the current Cell definitely won't be Gohan's opponent." Frieza added, Vegeta, do you have anything to say about this? After all, Cell learned from your previous actions. Vegeta replied, Frieza, it seems your previous actions weren't any better. Frieza responded, that's different. I'm not reckless, but you are. Piccolo added, but to circle back, I don't quite agree with the narration saying only future Trunks isn't reckless. Piccolo stated, Gohan wouldn't be reckless either. But is it really like that? After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Gohan no longer hesitated or resisted fighting. He approached those little cells whom even Vegeta and Trunks could only draw to a standstill. In front of Gohan, they couldn't last a single move. With every punch and kick, Gohan dispatched a little cell. Such power left Vegeta and others in awe. Soon, all the little cells were defeated by Gohan. Gohan tossed some senzu beans to Trunks, instructing him to feed everyone. Then he approached Cell. At that moment, Cell was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Although Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he still did not believe he would lose. However, he brought out all his strength. In his earlier battle with Wukong, he hadn't fought with all his might. Now facing Gohan, Cell was finally going all out. Cell was quite confident in his full power, but Gohan looked at him with disdain. This irritated Cell greatly. But soon he realized that Gohan truly had the right to be dismissive. Every attack Cell unleashed was either easily dodged by Gohan or completely blocked. Even with all his might, Cell was still helpless against Gohan. Seeing that he, an ultimate warrior, could do nothing against Gohan, Cell began to lose his composure. He flew high into the sky, striking a pose for the Kamehameha. He warned Gohan that he should either stand still or the earth would disappear. Cell's intention was to force Gohan to remain stationary and take his attack. And indeed, Gohan stood as Cell instructed, not moving at all. However, when Cell's attack reached him, Gohan countered with a Kamehameha of his own, sending Cell's attack back and blowing off half of Cell's body. Then Gohan revealed a scornful smile at Cell. This scene further fueled Cell's rage. At that moment, Wukong shouted for Gohan to finish Cell quickly. But at this point, Gohan's character had slightly changed. Is it time to finish him? It's still too early. He hasn't suffered enough yet. Gohan's words caught Wukong off guard. He shouted again for Gohan to finish Cell quickly, but this time Gohan didn't even respond. Seeing Gohan's behavior, many viewers felt their eyelids twitching, based on their own experiences and those from previous videos. This action by Gohan might lead to trouble. Klein, Piccolo, didn't you just say that Gohan wouldn't act recklessly? Tianjin fan. Oh no, Gohan is acting recklessly now and hasn't dealt with Cell immediately. Tianjin fan. Although I don't know what will happen next now that Gohan is acting recklessly, there might be unexpected consequences. Many people agreed with Tianjin fan's statement. Even if there was a significant advantage before, once one starts acting recklessly, trouble could follow. The most classic example is Vegeta. He let Cell's complete form act recklessly. And now Son Gohan has begun to act recklessly as well. Although his strength currently overwhelms Cell, if he continues to act recklessly, it is hard to predict what unexpected events may occur. At this moment, Piccolo also didn't know what to say. He had previously said that apart from future Trunks, Son Gohan wouldn't act recklessly. Yet here he is acting recklessly right away. It was painful for him to watch. However, judging from the content of the video earlier, Son Gohan shouldn't have such a character, right? Could it be that after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan's personality has changed? Son Gohan, you really shouldn't have this kind of personality. Son Goku, did you see what everyone said? You need to take it to heart and not act recklessly in the future. However, in response to Son Goku's advice, some had their own comments. Piccolo, Son Goku, old man, others may have the right to advise Gohan not to act recklessly, but you don't. Piccolo, aren't you also acting recklessly? If it weren't for you giving Cell a senzu bean, Gohan would have already dealt with him without giving him a chance to act recklessly. Klein, that's right, Goku, if Gohan hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan 2, you would have been in trouble. Other people may have the right to advise Son Gohan not to act recklessly, but Son Goku and Vegeta are the least qualified. Aren't the two of them also acting recklessly? The one most qualified to advise is still future Trunks. After all, he never acts recklessly. Now countless viewers are curious about what will happen next. What will happen after Son Gohan begins to act recklessly? Will nothing happen? Or will his recklessness lead to unexpected consequences? The video continued to play. Because he was toyed with by Son Gohan, Cell was completely consumed by rage. He began to swell up, transforming into a hulking form. His power increased significantly, but his speed decreased considerably. At this moment, Cell made the same mistake as future Trunks did before. He focused solely on increasing his power, ignoring the reduction in speed. Attacks that can't hit the enemy are meaningless. After dodging all of Cell's attacks, Son Gohan launched his own counterattack. His first punch landed in Cell's abdomen, causing Cell to clutch his stomach in pain and spit out a mouthful of acid. The second punch was an uppercut that struck Cell's chin, knocking him to the ground. Just 2 punches and Cell was brought down. These were Son Gohan's 2 powerful punches. After enduring those 2 punches from Son Gohan's cell also underwent a change. He covered his mouth and began to swell up. The next moment a figure was expelled from his mouth. It was Android 18. However, at this moment Android 18 lay on the ground unconscious, covered in some unknown liquid. After spitting out Android 18, a cell could no longer maintain his perfect form. He regressed to his second form. Klein, Android 18 isn't dead. That's great. Seeing Android 18 spat out by Cell, Klein was very happy. He originally thought Android 18 would die after being absorbed by Cell. He didn't expect she was still alive. As long as she was alive, that's good. Lapis, but what about me? Lapis was very happy that his sister was spat out by Cell. But what about himself? He wouldn't still be inside Cell, would he? If he hadn't been spat out by Cell, then he would die alongside Cell. Don't worry, you might be spat out soon, said the comforting Lazuli. But would that really happen? They would soon find out. After Cell exited his perfect form, he realized his doom was imminent. If he couldn't even match Son Gohan in his perfect form, then it was even more hopeless in his imperfect form. Then he did something unexpected. He began to swell up. He told Son Gohan that he was going to self-destruct. He wanted to take the Earth and all its life with him. Son Gohan tried to stop him, but Cell told him that attacking him would only make the self-destruction happen faster. As Cell swelled larger the time until his self-destruction grew shorter. In 10 seconds Cell would self-destruct. Son Gohan was filled with regret, kneeling on the ground, pounding his fists on the earth, his face full of remorse. If only he had listened to his father and dealt with Cell earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Klein, and the others were also at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly smiled as if he had thought of a solution. I have thought of a way. Only this method can save the Earth. Everyone, goodbye. Son Goku said his final goodbyes to the others, and then used instant transmission to appear before Son Gohan. Seeing this scene, Klein and the others guessed what Son Goku intended to do, their faces filled with sorrow. Gohan, you did well. Tell Mom I'm sorry, and take good care of her from now on. Son Gohan understood what his father was about to do, but it was too late to stop him. Son Goku, taking Cell with him, used instant transmission and left Earth. The destination he was heading to was King Kai's planet. King Kai was stunned to see Son Goku and Cell appear in front of him, and Son Goku explained that apart from this place, he couldn't think of anywhere else. Then Cell self-destructed. With his explosion, Son Goku, King Kai, and the entire King Kai's planet vanished. On Earth, Klein and the others sensed Son Goku's energy disappearing, and they understood what had happened. Son Gohan looked up to the sky and cried out for his father, filled with regret. Countless viewers across the realms felt the weight of these events. After Son Gohan began to act recklessly, unexpected consequences indeed occurred. And this unexpected event led to Son Goku's sacrifice. Klein, this is indeed something Goku would do. Piccolo, Son Gohan, Gohan, do you see this? This is the price of your recklessness. Piccolo, now you know recklessness comes at a cost, whether it's you or Vegeta. Kapu, yes, recklessness definitely comes at a cost. Vegeta's cost was being beaten up by Cell and almost killed. Kapu, and Son Gohan's cost was that he caused his own father's death. Son Gohan and Vegeta, through their personal experiences, became cautionary tales, teaching countless people across the realms. Recklessness comes at a price. This decision led countless people to resolve. They would absolutely not act recklessly, even if the advantage was on their side. North Kai, wait. No one's going to feed me peanuts. Son Wukong, why on earth did you bring Cell here to my planet? On the Kai planet, North Kai could no longer hold his composure. He had suffered a calamity utterly without cause. Who had he wronged? Why must he perish alongside Son Wukong? Son Wukong, my sincerest apologies, Lord Kai. And Son Wukong, but as I said in the video, I simply couldn't think of anywhere else to go. And North Kai, please, stay away. Hurry and revive yourself back on Earth. Do not come here. Son Wukong, oh please Lord Kai. I still need to learn the Kai Fist and the Spirit Bomb from you. And North Kai. It seemed he had no choice but to accept this irrepressible Son Wukong. And Chamberlain, tell me, why didn't Son Wukong simply carry North Kai back to Earth before Cell's self-destruction? Zhangchulin, exactly. Cell didn't detonate instantly. Son Wukong certainly had time to evacuate North Kai to Earth. That way neither would have perished. And North Kai's Son Wukong. Wukong, why? Son Wukong, I honestly don't know what the version of me in that video was thinking. In Krillin, there's another possibility. He simply never considered it. Yamcha, indeed. It's perfectly in character for Wukong. As fellow Z-fighters who'd grown up alongside Son Wukong, they knew him better than anyone. That Son Wukong failed to conceive of evacuating North Kai back to Earth was precisely the kind of oversight only he could commit. Tragic, yet utterly believable. Kakashi, in any case, Cell has finally been destroyed, though at a grievous cost. Uchiha Sasuke-sensei, Kakashi, you've forgotten the Dragon Ball world possesses the Dragon Balls. Son Wukong can be revived with them. Kakashi, of course. How could I have overlooked the Dragon Balls? Upon Sasuke's reminder, others mourning son Wukong's death suddenly brightened, their hope rekindled. Of course, in the Dragon Ball world differs fundamentally from theirs. In their world, death is absolute and irreversible, but here the divine Dragon Balls exist. They could fully restore son Wukong to life. In Krillin, yet the Earth's Dragon Balls can only resurrect a person once, and this appears to be Wukong's second death. Piccolo, no, there are also the Namekian Dragon Balls. We may use them to revive Wukong. In Krillin, I see. Then all is well. Piccolo, though Wukong may yet return, that doesn't mean Gohan can afford to grow reckless. In Piccolo's son, Wukong Gohan. You must remember this lesson while never again underestimate your foe. Son Gohan understood Uncle Piccolo. In Yamcha, but isn't Cell capable of regeneration? Could it be that he survived the explosion? Piccolo, no. His regeneration has a critical flaw. The blast reduced him to utter annihilation. There remains nothing left to regenerate. Yet the moment Piccolo sent that message within the video itself, a sudden energy beam pierced Trunks' body. The unexpected strike startled everyone. And let's see who it hit. It's Trunks. At that instant a voice rang out. Son Gohan and the others turned and beheld an impossible sight. The voice belonged to Cell himself. And Cell now stood once more in his perfect form, surrounded by crackling arcs of lightning identical to those enveloping Super Saiyan 2 Son Gohan. His very presence declared the truth. He had not only survived, but ascended far beyond his former power. His continued existence baffled Son Gohan and the others. Cell, ever the obliging oracle, readily revealed the reason. He lived embedded deep within his skull lay a microchip. So long as that chip remained intact, his regeneration would persist indefinitely. By sheer fortune, the explosion had left it unscathed. Thus he regenerated. Moreover, his Saiyan cells triggered a profound power surge upon near-fatal recovery, granting him even greater strength and astonishingly mastery over son Wukong's instant transmission technique. In short, his power had surged beyond measure, now surpassing son Gohan's entirely. Hearing this, the others were stunned into silence, while son Gohan ignited with fierce resolve. For this was his chance to avenge his father. Yet before he could act, another moved first. That warrior was Vegeta. Enraged by Trunks' death, Vegeta charged headlong at Cell, heedless of consequence. But Cell effortlessly struck him down. And just as Cell prepared the final blow, son Gohan intercepted the attack, shielding Vegeta. Vegeta survived, but son Gohan's left arm was catastrophically shattered, rendering it useless. His combat prowess plummeted drastically. Witnessing this, Vegeta was consumed by guilt. He had never imagined that as Prince of the Saiyans he would become son Gohan's burden. I'm sorry, Gohan. And after shedding tears before son Wukong for the first time, Vegeta now offered his first apology before son Gohan. Thus both his first tear and his first apology had been claimed, not by fate, but by the father and son duo son Wukong and son Gohan. Hearing Vegeta's words, son Gohan felt a chilling despair settle within him. For if even Vegeta, so fiercely proud, had bowed in contrition, then the situation truly stood at its most desperate precipice. Frieza, ho. Unbelievable. I've actually heard Vegeta apologize. How rare. NG's Lord Frieza, is that truly surprising? You yourself witnessed Vegeta weep earlier. Frieza, Vegeta's first tear fell for son Wukong, his first apology for son Gohan. In Frieza, both of Vegeta's firsts belong to the father and pair son Wukong and son Gohan. Vegeta, you accursed wretches, I will not forgive you. In Frieza, I won't fault the Vegeta in the video for saying that. Frieza, but tell me, do you possess that power now? In Frieza, even as a Super Saiyan, your current battle power falls far short of mine. Krillin, even more astonishing, Cell lives on. Not only has his power soared, but he's slain Trunks. Piccolo, once again, I'm reminded how revolting regeneration truly is. Piccolo, it serves me well, but when wielded by an enemy, it becomes profoundly nauseating. Dr. Vegapunk, I'd rather ask Dr. Jero, what material comprises the chip embedded in Cell's cranium? Dr. Vegapunk, Cell underwent total self-annihilation, yet the chip emerged unharmed. Dr. Jero, how was such a material engineered? After Vegapunk remarked, the other spectators finally reacted. Indeed, their attention had been focused on Shala's newfound strength and significant power increase. Yet they overlooked why Shalu could revive. According to Shalu, as long as the chip in his head remained intact, he could continuously regenerate. But the problem is he had self-destructed before. Moreover, his self-detonation had even killed son Wukong. This indicates that his self-destruction was certainly no small matter. Under such a powerful self-detonation, how could the chip in Shala's mind remain completely unscathed? Isn't that chip a bit too sturdy? A self-detonation powerful enough to kill son Wukong and turn the earth into ashes. Yet it couldn't even shatter a single chip. What material is this chip made of? This has left countless scientists curious. Unfortunately, Dr. Jiro did not provide an answer as he himself did not know. After all, he hadn't even researched Android 17 and 18 yet, let alone Shalu. Who knows what material he used to create the chip in Shalu's head in the future? Saitama, putting aside the chip issue, Shalu's strength has greatly increased, and Son Gohan has an injured arm. Saitama, currently Son Gohan, should not be Shalu's opponent, right? So how should they eliminate Shalu? Or is it that they cannot successfully eliminate Shalu? Saitama shifted the scene. If it were him facing an immensely strengthened enemy, with one arm injured and unusable, what should he do? His teammates could not lend any help. Although he had never encountered such a situation, it did not stop him from imagining what he would do. He couldn't come up with any good solutions. With an injured arm and significantly reduced strength facing an enemy whose power had surged beyond his own. In a situation where his teammates could not help, there really were no good methods to deal with the opponent. Saitama's question also made others ponder. However, they too could not think of a solution. Yamcha, it's all Vegeta's fault. If it weren't for him, Gohan wouldn't have been injured. Yamcha, if Gohan had not been injured, there might still be a chance to defeat Shalu. If Son Gohan had not been injured, could he have defeated Shalu? Lin Luo did not know. However, in his view, it was still possible. But the answer to that question would never be known. After all, in the video, Son Gohan was already injured. As for whether Shalu could appear in reality, that was another question. Krillin. But then again, the reason Vegeta is so furious is because he saw Trunks being killed, so he wants to avenge his son, right? Krillin. I never expected that the cold-hearted Vegeta would one day seek revenge for his son. Yamcha, come on, if he really cared about Trunks, he wouldn't have stopped him when Trunks was about to kill Dr. Jiro and Shalu earlier. Yamcha, without his interference, Shalu would not have become complete and Trunks would not have died. Yamcha, you could say he is indirectly responsible for Trunks' death. Isn't it a bit too late to care about Trunks now? Although Yamcha's words were harsh, after all, Vegeta had stolen his woman. However, others had to admit that there was some truth to that. If Vegeta had cared for his son like he does now and seeking revenge for Trunks, Shalu would have been dealt with long ago. Trunks would not have died. It is not wrong to say he indirectly caused his son's death. Bick. Now it may not just be Trunks, we other people may also die at Shalu's hands. Although the version of himself in the video might die. Although if Son Gohan had not acted recklessly, things would not have turned out this way. But Bick does not blame Son Gohan, he only blames his own incompetence for not being able to help. Son Gohan. I'm sorry, Uncle Bick, Uncle Krillin, and the other uncles. Son Gohan. If I had dealt with Shalu, things would not have turned out like this. Krillin. Gohan, you don't need to take it to heart. Krillin. Just remember not to act recklessly in the future. Tianjinhan. Yeah, Gohan, what's death? We all have died before, dying again doesn't matter. Yamcha. It's just right to go find Wukong, so you don't need to feel guilty. None of the Z warriors blamed Son Gohan. After all, if it weren't for him, they might have died long ago. Although Son Gohan did act recklessly, he is still just a child, and they can't say much. Of course, the key point is that this is something that happens in the future, it has not yet occurred. As long as it can be corrected, that is sufficient. Frieza, Son Wukong is dead, and the Trunks who killed me is also dead. Frieza, now is Vegeta going to die too? How delightful indeed. Frieza, it's just a pity that these people are not dying by my hands. Frieza could hardly wait to see Vegeta and the others die at Shalu's hands. Meanwhile, other spectators found it hard to continue watching. Some spectators had already closed their eyes. Yet in their hearts they prayed for a miracle to happen. After learning from previous lessons, this time Shalu did not act recklessly. He began to gather energy, preparing to directly eliminate Son Gohan and the others. He told Son Gohan that he had gathered enough energy to blast away the entire solar system. Initially, Son Gohan had already despaired, muttering apologies to his father, feeling he could not save the Earth. Seeing this scene, Shalu knew Son Gohan had given up. As long as he launched his attack, everything could come to an end. What he did not know was that Son Wukong could still rise from the dead. The voice of Son Wukong echoed in Son Gohan's ear, telling him that he was now in the afterlife, speaking to him through King Kai. Then after some guidance, Son Gohan reignited his fighting spirit. Subsequently, Son Gohan began to gather energy with one hand, preparing to confront Shalu Hiden. Then both of them simultaneously unleashed the Kamehameha, their attacks colliding, causing the entire Earth to shake. However, with only one hand, Son Gohan was suppressed, and defeat was merely a matter of time. The spectral figure of Son Wukong appeared beside Son Gohan, striking a pose identical to Son Gohan's, as they both prepared to use the Kamehameha technique. Son Wukong told Son Gohan that he still had power left to unleash, as Son Gohan's heart was still burdened with worries about what would happen if he destroyed the Earth. Son Wukong urged Son Gohan not to worry, they could simply use the Dragon Balls to restore everything. Meanwhile, while Son Gohan was conversing with his father, Bick, Krillin and the others also joined to help. They attacked Shalu in an attempt to weaken his offensive. However, their strength was too weak and their attacks barely scratched Shalu. Just then a relatively powerful attack struck Shalu, causing him to instinctively turn around. This attack was unleashed by Vegeta. It was this turn that provided Son Gohan with an opportunity. Now is the time. With a loud shout from Son Wukong, Son Gohan also roared completely, unleashing his energy. The once suppressed Son Gohan instantly turned the tables and began to overpower Cell. Moreover, he did not give Cell a chance to counter. As Son Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha, he advanced towards Cell. Behind him, Cell seemed to see the shadow of Son Wukong performing the Kamehameha. No, it's impossible. How could I? Under the might of the father-son Kamehameha, Cell could only leave behind two reluctant phrases of regret. Then he completely vanished under Son Gohan's attack. This time Cell would not be resurrected. Thanks to Son Gohan's efforts, Cell was finally obliterated. Afterward, Krillin and the others took Son Gohan the bodies of Android 18 and Trunks and left. After they departed, the original reporters approached Satan, asking if he was the one who defeated Cell. Since Son Gohan and the others had left, Satan took credit for defeating Cell. Naruto, great. Gohan won. Zoro, yeah, that's fantastic. Witnessing the miracle unfold, Son Gohan turned the tide and eradicated Cell. Countless spectators cheered with joy. In contrast to Cell's potential victory, they naturally hoped to see Son Gohan emerge victorious. And now they indeed witnessed the miracle, especially the people on Dragon Ball Earth who exuberantly shouted their gratitude to Son Gohan. After all, if Son Gohan had lost, they too would have perished. It can be said that Son Gohan saved them. This also made them very unhappy with Satan's act of stealing credit. Is this really the person they would worship and idolize in the future? They had no idea how their future selves would feel or how they could possibly admire such a person. Kaido, if I were Cell, I definitely wouldn't accept it. How can someone come back from the dead? Kaido, clearly Son Wukong is already dead, yet he still managed to assist Son Gohan. But what Kaido did not know was that in the future, he would not encounter opponents coming back from the dead. However, he would face opponents performing sit-ups who could not be defeated no matter how hard one tried, and each time they did sit-ups, their power would increase. That would be far more disgusting. Don't you understand the significance of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki being unleashed, or how the rubber fruit transforms into the Nika fruit? Kaido's title as a mentor, who doesn't know it? Garp, by the way, now that Cell is dealt with, why hasn't the video ended? Is there more content? Sengoku, there should be a narration discussing some content beyond the transformations. Sengoku, after all, the first two videos had that too. Countless viewers were very curious about what other content the narrator would discuss in this video. In the temple, after Dandy's treatment, Son Gohan and Android 18 returned to their original state. After Android 18 woke up, Krillin was always by her side. This also made others realize that Krillin liked Android 18. However, Android 18 was not interested in Krillin at the moment, so she left directly. Then Piccolo and the others summoned the dragon. The Dragon Balls created by Dandy were different from those made by the Kaishin. The current Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes, but to resurrect a large number of people, it would require 2 wishes. The first wish, of course, was to resurrect those who were killed by Cell. Then Trunks was revived. But Son Wukong did not come back to life. Because he had already been revived once, the Earth's dragon could not resurrect the same person twice. Hearing the dragon's words, others were very disappointed, while Dandy stated that they could go to Namek and use Namek's dragon. Just then Son Wukong's voice rang in their ears. He told Krillin and the others that Bulma had mentioned to him before that all the enemies were attracted by him. After thinking about it, he realized it was indeed true. So he decided not to be revived, this way the Earth would be safer. He told his friends that when they died, they would meet again in the afterlife. Son Wukong's optimistic and open-minded words did not surprise Krillin, Yamcha, and the others who knew him the longest. After all, Son Wukong had always been this way since he was a child. With Son Wukong unwilling to be revived, the dragon still had one wish left. Krillin first wished to turn Android 17 and 18 into ordinary humans. But the dragon did not have the ability to do that. Then he wished to remove the bombs inside the 2 of them. This wish the dragon granted. Faced with the confused crowd, Krillin explained that having bombs inside them was quite pitiful. As for why he wanted to remove Android 17's bomb, it was because he thought 17 and 18 were a better match. And what he said was overheard by Android 18, who was hiding nearby. Android 18 had actually not left, so she heard all of Krillin's wishes and words. She first stated that Android 17 was her twin brother, then added that she would not like him. However, as she was leaving, she still said thank you to Krillin. The next day, the group sent Trunks back to the future. The Super Saiyan 2 transformation and the matter of the androids end here. After returning to the future, Trunks easily defeated the evil androids 17 and 18, as well as dealt with Cell from his timeline. The future also regained peace. Next, according to tradition, I will talk about some matters beyond the transformations. First, regarding Son Wukong's unwillingness to be revived. Bulma made a valid point. Most of the enemies were indeed attracted to Earth because of Sun Wukong. Except for the initial Demon King Piccolo, the other enemies could be said to be connected to Sun Wukong. The new Piccolo was seeking revenge on Sun Wukong. Raditz came looking for his brother, the Saiyan Sun Wukong. Vegeta and Nappa were here to find the Dragon Balls and to deal with him. Frieza goes without saying, he came to Earth for revenge against him. And the androids, including Cell, were also created by Dr. Gero to take revenge on Sun Wukong for eliminating the Red Ribbon Army. Therefore, most enemies were indeed drawn by him to Earth. From a certain perspective, one could say that Sun Wukong is the greatest hidden threat to Earth. Upon hearing the narrator's words, and considering their past experiences and the videos they had watched, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others realized it truly was like that. Except for the initial Demon King Piccolo. The remaining enemies that appeared on Earth were indeed all here for Sun Wukong. However, to say that Sun Wukong is the greatest hidden mastermind is a bit exaggerated. Of course, they also understood that the narrator was just joking. If anyone were to blame Sun Wukong for this, that would be quite foolish. And in the Dragon Ball world on Earth, such foolish people do not exist. Or rather, even if there were, they wouldn't dare to speak out. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that without Sun Wukong, Earth would not know how many times it would have been destroyed. The fact that these ordinary people could be revived was also thanks to Sun Wukong and his friends using the Dragon Balls. Blaming Sun Wukong. If anyone dared to speak up, they wouldn't even need Sun Wukong and his monstrous friends to take action. The others on Earth would be enough to deal with them. Next, let's discuss the matter regarding Satan. I believe everyone remembers that I previously mentioned Satan has indeed engaged in numerous clownish acts. Countless audience members nodded in agreement. They certainly recalled Satan's clownish behavior, including his antics before, during, and after the battle with Shalu. They could tolerate his other clownish antics. But they could not stand the fact that Satan claimed the credit for defeating Shalu as his own. Clearly, he had not contributed at all. Did he obtain the agreement of Sun Wukong and the others to take all the credit? Let's not forget that Sun Wukong sacrificed his life to defeat Shalu. Satan just took the credit for himself like that. How shameless of him. But I previously mentioned that although Satan engaged in many clownish acts, he is still worthy of the title of hero. Why do I say this? It is illustrated by two incidents. The first incident occurred during the battle with Shalu. Upon hearing the narrator's words, countless audience members were puzzled. During the battle with Shalu, all they witnessed were Satan's clownish acts. Were there any heroic actions? Not to mention others, even Satan himself was quite confused. He felt that the actions he took in the video were indeed quite clownish. As for heroic actions, were there any? Why could Sun Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 2? It was because Shalu crushed the head of Android 16, igniting Sun Wukong's fury. So why did Android 16's head appear before Shalu and Sun Wukong? It was because of what Satan threw. When Android 16 asked for his help, others were persuading Satan not to assist. But Satan chose to help. For this act alone, he is worthy of the title of hero. After all, he was just an ordinary person. One must ask if it were someone else who would have the courage to approach Shalu and Sun Wukong, carrying Android 16's head. This is an action that could cost one their life with a single misstep. After hearing the narrator's account, countless audience members fell silent. Earlier, they had not taken this action of Satan seriously. To them, it seemed like a matter of course. But now, after hearing the narrator's perspective, they realized. Indeed, without mentioning anything else, simply the courage Satan showed in bringing Android 16's head close to Shalu is already heroic. As the narrator said, if it were someone else who would have the courage, perhaps countless individuals would stubbornly claim that if it were them, they too would have the courage. But what if they truly encountered such a situation? Would they actually act as they claimed? Who could guarantee that they wouldn't flee at that moment? Yet Satan truly mustered the courage to assist Sun Wukong. For this reason, calling him a hero is not unfounded. He indeed contributed to the defeat of Shalu. This is also why, despite initially being a clownish character, his reputation is quite good and the vast majority of Dragon Ball fans do not dislike him, because he genuinely stepped up when it mattered. Although his strength is merely that of an ordinary person, he has reached the limits of what an ordinary person can do. Moreover, as a world champion, he did not remarry for the sake of his daughter. Loving his daughter and genuinely stepping up makes him quite exceptional. The emergence of Super Saiyan 2 is thanks to two individuals. The first is naturally Shalu. Without him, Sun Wukong would not have transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The other person is Vegeta, for if it weren't for him, Shalu would not have reached his complete form. Moreover, Vegeta contributed a world-famous painting for us. As the words fell, the video showed Vegeta pointing at himself, declaring himself to be Super Vegeta. Why is this considered a world-famous painting? Firstly, it is because Vegeta declared himself to be Super Vegeta, and he indeed was quickly defeated, being knocked to the ground by Shalu. On the other hand, this close-up shot also elevated the gesture he made. Gesture. Countless audience members looked at the video, seeing Vegeta's right thumb pointing at himself. They did not understand what was so special about this gesture. Some gestures should not be casually made, and the gesture Vegeta made is one of them. Because apart from that man whose face exuded invincibility, others who made this gesture ended up in distress. Sun Wukong was like this, Frieza was like this, Android 17 was like this, and Vegeta was no exception. Thus, countless people refer to this gesture of pointing at oneself with the thumb as the distress gesture. It can be considered a gesture of causality. And Vegeta is the one who has popularized this gesture. He completely disregarded the warnings, making this gesture more than once, and each time he faced distress, which shows his persistence. Countless people recalled the videos they had previously watched. They had not seen Sun Wukong making this gesture. But Frieza and Android 17 had indeed done so. Zhang Chulin, I remember. Frieza made this gesture while fighting Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, and then he was beaten up by Sun Wukong. Warring states, and Android 17, he also made this gesture toward Shalu, and then he was absorbed. Krillin, now that you mention it, I remember that when Wukong faced his brother Raditz, he also made this gesture. Krillin, and then he was defeated by Raditz. Kakashi, it seems that this gesture truly should not be made. Whoever makes it ends up in distress. Naruto, so who is that man whose face exudes invincibility? Duanmu Yin. In any case, if you want to avoid distress, you absolutely must not make this gesture. Duanmu Yin decided he would never make this gesture, even if it cost him his life. After all, it's not a big deal if others face distress, someone else has their backs. But he could not afford to. He was alone in the battle against Akis. If he were to face distress, then the earth would be finished. Of course, others shared Duanmu Yin's thoughts, even if someone were to back them up. But if they could avoid distress, who would want to face it? Especially Vegeta and Frieza. After all, they are the victims. While they still hadn't faced distress, they should nip this possibility in the bud. They would absolutely never make this distress gesture again. At the same time, they shared a similar question in their hearts. If the version of me in the video did not make this gesture, would I not have faced distress at the hands of Frieza and Vegeta? If the version of me in the video did not make this gesture, would I not have faced distress at the hands of Sun Wukong? But they probably would never know the answer to this question. Finally, let's discuss the power of the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Like Super Saiyan 2 is also a transformation that causes a power increase. Its increase is twice that of Super Saiyan. That is to say, 100 times the power of their normal state. Warring states 100 times. I remember that the Super Saiyan has a 50-fold increase, while Super Saiyan 2 has a 100-fold increase. Kakashi, no wonder Cell is no match for Son Gohan. His strength has doubled. How can one fight that? Uchiha Sasuke, are you out of your mind? When one's strength is weak, a double increase doesn't make much of a difference. Uchiha Sasuke, but when strength increases, don't even mention doubling. Even a slight increase creates a significant gap. Duanmu Yin, it's like doubling $1. You only end up with $2, which isn't much of a difference. But 100 million doubled is 200 million. Hisaki Ichigo, Sai, I'm tired of saying how envious I am. Why am I not a Saiyan? This is something countless people lament. Indeed, why aren't they Saiyans? By the way, many people might misunderstand the transformation into a Super Saiyan. After all, in this video, several stages of Super Saiyan transformation are presented. For example, when Vegeta battles second stage Cell, it is referred to as the first stage of Super Saiyan. Trunks' muscular form is known as the second stage of Super Saiyan. While Son Goku and Son Gohan maintain their Super Saiyan forms, it is referred to as Super Saiyan Full Power. Thus, many people may misunderstand that Super Saiyan Full Power is the strongest, and that each stage of Super Saiyan is stronger than the previous one. This statement is not entirely incorrect, but it does not mean that Super Saiyan transformations have a hierarchy of strength. Regardless of whether one has just transformed into a Super Saiyan or is at Super Saiyan Full Power, the boost to strength remains unchanged, still at 50 times the normal strength. The reason it appears that Super Saiyan has so many stages is merely due to the enhancement of Son Goku and Vegeta's normal strength. Moreover, Super Saiyan Full Power does not provide a stronger boost, it merely reduces consumption, increasing endurance. This is a fact many so-called Dragon Ball fans are unaware of. Lin Luo recalls having seen some comments saying that the strength increase of Super Saiyan is based on stages. For instance, newly transformed Super Saiyans supposedly have a 10-fold or 20-fold increase, while the final full power is 50 times the increase. It's simply ridiculous. Some even believe that Super Saiyan Full Power's strength boost surpasses that of the initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. That's also absurd. The strength increase is identical, always 50 times. The only difference is that full power enhances endurance. The reason each stage of Super Saiyan has varying strengths is not because the transformation itself becomes stronger, but because Son Goku and the others' normal strength has increased. One can only say that many so-called Dragon Ball fans merely speak without understanding the depth much of it is just cloud talk. Lastly, I must say this son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 at the age of 9 to save the world. I am now 20 years old and still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. Is there still hope for me? Alright, this video ends here. If you want to know more about the transformations of Saiyans, please watch the upcoming videos. Thus, the video about Super Saiyan 2 transformations has come to a complete end. Unsurprisingly, this video has shocked countless beings across the multiverse. In this video, beings from across the multiverse not only witnessed transformations stronger than Super Saiyan, but also experienced the technological advancements of Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world. Time machines, androids, and other super high-tech marvels have left those who pride themselves on their world's advanced technology feeling inferior. One can only say that their understanding of the Dragon Ball world is still too shallow. Even after watching 3 videos from the Dragon Ball world, their understanding is merely the tip of the iceberg. However, even the tip of the iceberg has already stunned their eyes. Moreover, they believe that future videos about the Dragon Ball world will broaden their horizons even further. Of course, they would also like to add a remark following the narrator's words. Since they still cannot transform into Super Saiyans, does that mean there is no hope for them? Son Gohan saved the world at 9. What about them at 9? Still playing with Makabaka. In a certain location outside West City, Krillin found Lapis and Lazuli. Seeing Krillin arrive, the two sighed in relief. With each other around, they could be taken to West City for protection. They wouldn't have to become androids. Although they were immensely powerful in the video and had endless energy, they simply did not want to become androids. Moreover, even the androids in the video loathed Dr. Gero, who transformed them into androids. This shows that even those who have become androids do not wish to be androids. However, Lazuli felt a bit awkward upon seeing Krillin. After all, her video self had kissed him. Additionally, he had continuously protected her and even wished to remove the bomb inside her. Moreover, he had admitted he liked her. And her. Watching her video self, she seemed to have developed feelings for him. If this continues, it's quite possible they will end up together in the future. But knowing all this in advance is somewhat awkward, considering her current self has no feelings for Krillin. Seeing their interactions in the video made them feel a bit embarrassed. Ahem, let me take you to Bulma's house now. I still need to find Dr. Gero. Krillin felt a bit awkward as well and sighed internally. Now that Lazuli knows about the future, it seems he has no chance. But as long as she is safe, that's good enough. Then Krillin took the two to Bulma's house and settled them in. Just as Krillin was preparing to head out to find Dr. Gero, Yamcha said, "Everyone, I've found Dr. Gero." In a certain valley, Yamcha glanced at the unconscious Dr. Gero and sent a message to inform the others. Before setting out to find Dr. Gero, he asked Bulma and learned the location of Dr. Gero's lab. By the time he arrived, Dr. Gero had already fled. However, the current Dr. Gero was just an ordinary person and couldn't escape far. After searching for a while, he managed to find him. Yamcha felt a bit sentimental. In the video, he was the first to find an android. However, back then Dr. Gero had transformed into an android, and he was no match for him, having been pierced through the body. Now, however, he had knocked Dr. Gero out. He could consider it a form of revenge for his video self. Kellen exclaimed, "Great. In that case, let's bring him back." It's a pity that Dr. Gero has taken a wrong path. Otherwise, with his talents, he could have led Earthlings to ascend with their technology. Gino said, but now that he knows what will happen in the future, could he possibly return to the right path? Yamcha added, "When I found him, he was already running away." Yamcha continued, "If he truly wished to return to the right path, he wouldn't have fled." Piccolo remarked, "In any case, let's bring him back first." Upon learning that Dr. Gero had been found, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel emotional. The artificial humans would no longer appear. The few videos he had released had already changed the future several times. But isn't this what he wanted to see? If the future couldn't change after revealing it, then what was the point of the revelation? As for how to deal with Dr. Gero, it was no longer his concern. After all, in the hands of the Z-Fighters, he could no longer commit evil acts. With the Z-Fighter style, they wouldn't necessarily kill him. However, keeping him imprisoned for life was certainly an option. In any case, in the real Dragon Ball world, androids 16, 17, and 18 would not exist. Neither would Cell appear. Of course, Lapis and Lazuli, who were not transformed into androids, would still exist. They would simply be ordinary Earthlings. From their perspective, this was exactly what they hoped for. After all, not everyone wishes to become an android. As he continued to release more videos, many of the villains from the original story would likely not appear. However, even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Once he gained the invincible power of the Dragon Ball world, he would regard those villains as mere trifles. The 7th universe, the realm of the Supreme Kai. I wonder who this Lin Luo is to know so much about the future. Could he be like Trunks, having traveled from the future? East Supreme Kai Shin was very curious about Lin Luo's identity. Knowing what would happen in the future was something even he as a Supreme Kai could not do. If he really knows so much about the future, does he know the whereabouts of Majin Babidi and Majin Buu? What Frieza or Android Cell could not compare to Majin Buu? Even Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 are not opponents for Majin Buu. In fact, he believed that even transformations beyond the Saiyans would not be a match for Majin Buu. He was unaware of how strong the transformations beyond Saiyans were. But he was very clear about how strong Majin Buu was. Even if Son Goku and the others could increase their strength 100-fold through transformations, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Majin Buu. What he could do was eliminate Babidi before Majin Buu appeared. This way Majin Buu would remain sealed forever. But the problem was he couldn't find the whereabouts of Majin Buu. Therefore he placed his hopes on Lin Luo. Since Lin Luo knew so much about the future. What about Babidi's location? Would he know? Would it appear in the subsequent videos? Just as the Supreme Kai was pondering this, Lin Luo's next released video appeared. The transformation that cannot last long while alive, Super Saiyan 3. This title also caused a stir. Apart from the obvious notion that Super Saiyan 3 surpasses Super Saiyan 2, countless people were curious about what it meant to not last long while alive. Could it be that this Super Saiyan 3 can only be used when dead? Kapu stated, I know Super Saiyan 3, it must be a transformation stronger than Super Saiyan 2. But what does it mean to not be able to last long while alive? Does it mean it can only last long when dead? Or does it mean it can only be used when dead? Zhangguo, what do you think? Zhangguo replied, what do you think? I see with my eyes. We are all watching this video for the first time, oh how would I know? Frieza interjected, wait, are Saiyans not done yet? Super Saiyan was one thing, but Super Saiyan 2 I could tolerate. Now there's a 3. Just tell me how many can there be? Can it reach 10? How about a Super Saiyan 10? Frieza couldn't hold back. After all, Saiyans had been his subordinates for so long, yet not a single Super Saiyan had appeared. How did they suddenly have a 1, 2, and 3? When did Saiyans have so many transformations? Did they even know themselves? At this moment, Frieza suddenly recalled the video about Super Saiyan transformations. The narration in that video seemed to mention that Son Goku and Vegeta unlocked the genetic lock on planet Namek. So is this what it refers to? It seems indeed to be the case. These transformations started from planet Namek. So did they unlock the Saiyan genetic lock themselves? He really is impressive. Beerus commented, I also want to know if there is Super Saiyan God among the Saiyan transformations. Beerus had no interest in the other transformations of Saiyans. He was only interested in Super Saiyan God. Previously, he would have thought Super Saiyan God was just one Saiyan, a specific individual. But now it seemed possible that Super Saiyan God was also a type of transformation for Saiyans. However, this was just his speculation. Whether or not this was true would depend on whether Lin Luo would release a video specifically introducing Super Saiyan God. If there is, then Super Saiyan God is a type of transformation for Saiyans. If not, then it isn't. Nevertheless, no one responded to their questions. Others were unaware, while Lin Luo simply chose not to respond. After all, as long as they continued to watch his videos, their questions would be answered. If he responded now, wouldn't that take away the fun? He wanted to keep them on their toes. Super Saiyan 3, as the name suggests, is a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 2. And this transformation became a pain for Vegeta for a period of time. Huh, what does this mean? Hearing the narration, Vegeta sat up straight. Why would this transformation become his pain? Did Super Saiyan 3 mean he was the first to transform? But because this transformation cannot last long while alive, did he die because of it? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other explanation. This also made Vegeta feel a surge of excitement. Previously, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 were all about Kakarot and his son showing off as they were the first to transform. But now would it finally be his turn as the Saiyan Prince to succeed in transforming first? 7 years after the battle with Cell's son Gohan transformed from a 9-year-old boy who saved the world into a 16-year-old high school student. During these 7 years, the Sun family welcomed a new member. However, let there be no misunderstanding, Ashishi did not betray Goku after his death. This child is named Son Goten, Goku's second son born before the battle with Cell. It can only be said that Goku indeed followed his own words: 3 days of rest, 3 days of training. Son Goten was conceived on one of those 6 days of rest. By the way, many believe that Renya's girlfriend Xiaojiang possesses an exceptional quality, as she can withstand Renya's impact. But the true exceptional qualities must be measured against Shishi and Bulma, as they can withstand the impacts of both Goku and Vegeta, 2 Saiyans. Goku, besides Gohan, will I have another child? Gohan, will I have a little brother? Chi-Chi, I will have a child named Goten. The Sun family was somewhat bewildered as the beginning of this video took them by surprise. However, this is a good thing. Krillin, congratulations, Goku. Goten looks exactly like you did as a child. It's clear he is your son. Yamcha, indeed, seeing him reminds me of your childhood, Goku. Bulma, oh Goku as a child, that was truly a nostalgic time. Those who knew Goten from Goku's childhood began to reminisce. After all, that period is one they will always cherish. But speaking of which, what does this exceptional quality mean? Why are Bulma and Shishi referred to as having exceptional qualities? Bulma and Shishi understood the narrator's meaning and couldn't help but blush. Why did the narrator start making such comments? Does Xiaojiang have exceptional qualities? Could she also be a member of the Fanma family? Renya was quite confused. Normally, organs named for exceptional qualities are exclusive to the Fanma family, right? If Xiaojiang truly possesses exceptional qualities, doesn't that make her a member of the Fanma family as well? But then why does the narrator say that the true exceptional qualities are Shishi and Bulma? They couldn't possibly also be members of the Fanma family, could they? He really didn't understand. Even with his exceptional intellect, he couldn't grasp it. Renya didn't quite understand the true meaning of exceptional qualities. He could only say it was quite innocent. For others, such qualities were merely a source of amusement, as their attention was focused on Son Goten. Zhangguo, could this Super Saiyan 3 be related to Son Goten? Zhangguo, this little child turning into Super Saiyan 3. Garp, if that were true, then he would be much stronger than his brother. Kakashi, indeed, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 at 9, while Son Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 3 at 7. That's even more outrageous. Ichigo Kurosaki, that might not be the case. Isn't Super Saiyan 3 a transformation that can't be maintained for long? Ichigo Kurosaki, is it possible that Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 after he died? Naruto Uzumaki, can one even act after they die? Ichigo Kurosaki, well, I can. Chao Yambing, many of the deceased in my world become guardian spirits. Chao Yambing, if we follow the rules of my world, could Goku's descendants allow him to become their guardian spirit? Wouldn't that be invincible? Chao Yambing expressed that if he could have such a powerful guardian spirit as Goku, then any kingdom, organization, or group of heroes would simply be a bunch of chickens and dogs. Even Huang Fulongdo wouldn't be worth his attention. Whether Goku was a match for those mythical strongmen, he was unsure. But he knew that Huang Fulongdo's divine martial spirit Lingxing Tian wouldn't be a match for Goku. Those divine martial spirits are not as strong as they are depicted in myth. Zhang Chulin, have you all forgotten so quickly? In the last video, Goku rose from the dead to help Son Gohan defeat Cell. Zhang Chulin, so in the Dragon Ball world, one can still exist in the afterlife. Genos, if that's the case, then Ichigo Kurosaki's speculation could be possible. Zhang Jue, however, even if this little Son Goten doesn't transform into Super Saiyan 3, he should still be related to it. Zoro, but how can such a small child be related to Super Saiyan 3? Zhang Jue will have to wait for the video to provide us with the answer. In the video with Cell defeated, peace returned to Earth. The Z fighters enjoyed a peaceful life, and Son Gohan became an ordinary high school student in Satan City. Since ordinary people on Earth believe Satan defeated Cell, they renamed the city to Satan City in gratitude. Son Gohan is just a high school student at one of the high schools in Satan City. Although Gohan's school life is not long, he can certainly be considered the male protagonist of the early school-themed comics. Hiding his identity and strength, he becomes an ordinary high school student. Behind the scenes, he punishes evil and occasionally reveals his strength, shocking his classmates. Moreover, he attracted many girls at school. Especially among the girls, there is the school heroine, Videl. These elements are certainly common among many later school-themed comic male protagonists, and Son Gohan was one of the earliest to possess these elements. Hearing the narrator's description, many male protagonists from school-themed worlds couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the elements within Son Gohan resembled theirs. Some concealed their identities to attend school. Some hid their powers while at school. Indeed, they attracted quite a few female classmates. Son Gohan's actions and behavior were almost identical to theirs. The difference is he turned into Super Saiyan 2 at 9 and saved the world. In a martial arts school in the Dragon Ball world. Videl. How could there be a Videl? Satan's attention was entirely on Videl. What did he just hear? Did Son Gohan attract Videl? Could it be that Son Gohan would be his future son-in-law? If that were the case, wouldn't that mean he would have to be family with Goku? If this is true, then that would be wonderful. His son-in-law is Son Gohan, who saved the world at 9. His family would be Goku, who has saved the world more than once. What a powerful background. Videl, did you see? This Son Gohan could very well be your future husband, Satan said to the 4-year-old Videl beside him. At that moment, Videl had no idea what a husband was, so she felt indifferent to her father's words. In the video, Sun Wukong appears to be a high school student, but secretly transforms into a Super Saiyan to deal with the thugs of Satan City. Due to his golden hair, everyone who sees him calls him the Golden Warrior. Yet no one knows the true identity of the Golden Warrior. On his first day at school, Sun Wukong attracted the attention of many female classmates, including the daughter of Satan Biddy Lee. Especially during physical education class, when Sun Wukong jumped over 10 meters, such extraordinary feats made Biddy Lee feel he was special. Biddy Lee even secretly followed Sun Wukong, wanting to uncover his identity and secrets. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, found her stalking quite troublesome. He went to Bulma's house asking her to create something that could conceal his identity. While Bulma worked, Sun Wukong wandered around her home. He encountered 80-year-old Trunks and Vegeta. At this point, Vegeta had lost the hostility he had 7 years ago, appearing more like an ordinary elder. He even kindly reminded Sun Wukong that he hadn't trained in a long time and his body was getting rusty, urging him to train hard. Vegeta's action was that of a caring elder looking out for his junior. After 7 years of living, Vegeta's hostility had significantly diminished. Now he was like a completely different person compared to when he first arrived on Earth. He had become a son-in-law of Bulma's family, and his reminder to Sun Wukong was entirely that of an elder concerned for his junior. One could only say he truly cared. It brought tears to my eyes. However, amongst his juniors, Sun Wukong was the one Vegeta valued the most, even more than his own son Trunks. After all, Sun Wukong had fought alongside him on Namek and had saved him during the Cell Games. Moreover, Sun Wukong's innate talent was exceptionally remarkable. It's no wonder that someone like Vegeta would regard such an outstanding junior highly. It's a pity. Listening to the narration, I watched the video of Vegeta reminding Sun Wukong not to neglect his training. Countless people were astonished. After all, the Vegeta in the previous video, while not filled with hostility, was still very proud and arrogant. As for caring for his juniors, that was simply absurd. Yet the Vegeta in this video seemed like two completely different people. So did 7 years of living on Earth change Vegeta? The person most shocked by the drastic change in Vegeta was naturally Vegeta himself. Sitting in his spaceship, Vegeta looked at the video of himself, feeling somewhat bewildered. He never expected that his future self would turn out this way. Living on Earth for 7 years. This was the second planet aside from his home planet Vegeta that he could stay on for such a long time. Moreover, it seemed that the version of him in the video had indeed calmed down a lot. Could it be that his future self really changed? No longer the proud and cold Saiyan prince. Had he become more humane? And that little brat, is that his son? The infant in Bulma's arms from the previous video. How could he, the proud Saiyan prince, end up like this? No one can change him. But for some reason, even though Vegeta appeared very angry on the surface, he felt little anger inside. Meanwhile, Nappa in the spaceship had a somewhat grim expression. Damn it, Vegeta killed him, yet he was changed by Earthlings. Frieza, Vegeta, oh Vegeta, you are no longer that proud and ruthless Saiyan prince. Frieza, you have already taken on the form of an Earthling. Vegeta humph. Facing Frieza's mockery, Vegeta said nothing and didn't want to say anything. After all, Vegeta had been killed by his own son. It wasn't worth his deep concern. The video continued to play. After a while, Bulma created a device for Sun Wukong, which was a watch. However, by pressing the button on the watch, Sun Wukong would don a black bodysuit with a green coat, a red cape behind him, and a helmet on his head. This outfit couldn't be called ugly, it could only be described as unique. After putting on this suit, Sun Wukong's personality seemed to transform as well. When he flew home, he encountered a group of motorcycle thieves halfway. He blocked their way, and when they asked who he was, Sun Wukong thought for a moment, and then performed a set of movements saying the name he just thought of, Super Saiyan Superman. Of course, his actions and name earned him ridicule from the thieves. However, after Sun Wukong demonstrated his immense strength, the thieves surrendered. Subsequently, the title of Super Saiyan Superman gradually spread. I wonder if everyone remembers that in the video of the Super Saiyan transformation, I once mentioned something. The Jinyu Force had a profound impact on Sun Wukong's life. Why do I say this? Just look at Sun Wukong's actions from earlier. The set of movements he performed seemed very cool to him, but to others it appeared quite foolish. Isn't this very similar to the Jinyu Force? If everyone has forgotten, let me remind you. As the narrator's voice faded, the video screen split into two parts. On the left was Sun Wukong striking poses as the Super Saiyan Superman. On the right were the 5 members of the Jinyu Force showcasing their poses before Frieza. Although the movements were different, the style was the same, equally embarrassing enough to make one cringe. Moreover, one thing remained the same: they were quite pleased with their actions, thinking they looked cool. However, to the observers it appeared very awkward and foolish. 2 motorcycle thieves mocked Sun Wukong, while Frieza, watching the Jinyu Force's movements, broke into a cold sweat and turned red. If even the mighty Emperor of the universe breaks into a cold sweat and turns red, it shows how embarrassing the Jinyu Force's actions truly were. Now you know why I said the Jinyu Force influenced Sun Wukong's life. During their encounter on Namek, the Jinyu Force left an impression on 5-year-old Sun Wukong that would be difficult to erase for a lifetime. Watching the video and listening to the narration, countless viewers couldn't help but twitch their lips, especially Sun Wukong's elders. They never expected that Sun Wukong had such a side to him. The set of movements of Super Saiyan Superman made them cringe. Yet Sun Wukong actually thought his movements were cool. This kid has truly been deeply influenced by the Jinyu Force. It's all the Jinyu Force's fault. Inside Frieza's spaceship, Watching the dance of the Jinyu Force in the video, Frieza's expression mirrored that of the video, filled with embarrassment. Although he disagreed with some of the narrations in the video, such as the notion of love and conflict between his son Goku and Vegeta. However, he strongly agreed with the assessment of the Jinyu Force. Although these five were his most capable subordinates, he had to admit that their tastes were quite peculiar. Every time they danced in front of him, he felt unbearably awkward. The key was that Jinyu occasionally came up with new moves. Each time brought new awkwardness. However, he never expected that such embarrassing behavior would affect Son Goku's son. It led his son astray as well. Could this be considered a form of revenge? Jinyu, I refuse to accept this. What a graceful move this is. How could it be embarrassing? Jinyu, you all simply do not understand appreciation. Even Jinyu, who hadn't sent a message in a long time, couldn't hold back. He could tolerate being called weak, and he could handle being turned into a frog. But he could not endure someone calling his proud dance moves embarrassing. This was clearly the most graceful dance, but others simply did not understand appreciation. Jinyu, Son Gohan, although we were enemies on Namek, I must admit your taste is quite good, reflecting some of my essence. But your moves still cannot compare to mine. If given the chance, I could teach you a few tricks. Of course, at this moment, Son Gohan had not been affected, so he naturally would not respond to Jinyu. As for the others, they couldn't be bothered with Jinyu. They only wanted to get through this awkward segment and stop discussing such embarrassing moves. In the video, as Son Gohan became a Super Saiyan, this title was becoming known to more and more people. Just like the previous Golden Warrior, many wanted to know the identity of the Super Saiyan, but Son Gohan hid it well. As the daughter of Satan, Videl usually helped the police in Satan City catch criminals. During a mission, Son Gohan worried about her safety, so he followed her and helped her deal with enemies. It was this incident that exposed his identity to Videl. She used Son Gohan's identity as leverage to make him participate in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. She told Son Gohan that her father Satan was the champion of the last tournament, and the champion before that was a man named Son Goku. The name was quite similar to Son Gohan's, leading her to speculate that Son Goku was his father. Son Gohan had to admire Videl for guessing correctly. At this moment, Videl was unaware of the gravity of the situation. She believed Son Gohan could be a formidable opponent. She even asked Son Gohan to teach her the flight technique so she could fly. With leverage in Videl's hands, Son Gohan had no choice but to agree. Since he had to participate in the tournament, he went to Bulma for a new outfit. The clothes didn't change much. He simply swapped his helmet for a white hat and a pair of sunglasses. Naturally, his new outfit was difficult to evaluate. Upon hearing that Son Gohan would participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Vegeta declared he would join as well. 7 years ago, he was no match for Son Gohan, but he had been training hard during those years. However, Son Gohan had neglected his own training. Thus, Vegeta was confident he could rival Son Gohan. He wanted to compete with him at the tournament. Just then a voice rang in their ears. I want to participate too. This voice was none other than Son Goku's. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Son Gohan and Bulma were both thrilled. Son Goku stated that the fortune teller Baba could bring the deceased back to the living world for one day. He planned to use this day to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon learning that Son Goku would also participate, Vegeta was very excited. He originally only wanted to compete with Son Gohan, but unexpectedly had the chance to face Kakarot. For him, nothing could be better than this. Since Son Goku would temporarily return to participate in the tournament, Son Gohan shared the news with Krillin, Piccolo, and others, inviting them to join. By the way, after 7 years of peaceful living, Krillin had grown his hair. He and Android 18 even had a daughter, and the three of them lived together in Kame House. Krillin, I have a daughter. Looking at the little girl in the video, Krillin was somewhat confused. Is this little girl really his daughter? Is she the daughter of him and Android 18? So according to the normal storyline, he would eventually pursue Android 18 and have a daughter with her. Thinking of this, Krillin couldn't help but smile. Although it seemed unlikely now, after all, Lazuli had not been turned into an android. Moreover, she was already aware of future events. Most likely she would not end up with him. But seeing his happy and fulfilled self in the video, he felt quite satisfied. He didn't even notice his long hair. Congratulations, Krillin. Among us, Goku is the first to have a child and Bulma is the second. You are the third. Nearby, Yamcha, Tien, and others also congratulated Krillin. Krillin's daughter was also their descendant. They had one more descendant, which was quite nice. Unfortunately, this can only exist in the video. All things won't unfold as they did in the video. Hearing Krillin's words, Yamcha and Tien sighed. Indeed, the future had changed. Krillin's family probably no longer existed. As for the other viewers, they were not concerned about Krillin's daughter, but rather the World Martial Arts Tournament. Broly, it seems the World Martial Arts Tournament will not be peaceful. Duanwing, according to the concept that one transformation corresponds to one enemy, the enemy corresponding to Super Saiyan may third appear at the tournament. Marco, though to be fair, it's okay that people can be revived in the Dragon Ball world. Marco, But can they come back to the living world without being revived? What's the difference between being dead or not? Marco was envious, wishing their pirate world had such a setting. Wouldn't that mean he could see his father and Ace again? Of course, what he envied even more was Dragon Ball. If their pirate world had Dragon Balls, they could resurrect his father and Ace. Li Shinan. I see, so Son Goku will turn into Super Saiyan 3 on the day he returns to the living world. Li Shinan, since he is already dead, that's why the video title says Super Saiyan 3 is a transformation that cannot last long while alive. Other viewers nodded in agreement with Li Zinan's speculation, although they still didn't understand the specific meaning of not lasting long while alive. But it should roughly be related to death. And Son Goku is already dead, right? So this transformation should be related to him. Inside Vegeta's spaceship. No, I refuse to believe that Super Saiyan 3 has anything to do with Kakarot. It should be my turn to take the lead now. Although Sinan's speculation made sense, Vegeta chose not to believe it. Both Kakarot and his son had already made headlines, reaching higher transformations before him. It should be his turn now. Otherwise, where would he place his pride as the Prince of the Saiyans? He would rather believe that he would not live long after transforming into Super Saiyan 3. He also did not want to believe that this transformation was still related to Kakarot. However, on the other hand, he and Kakarot were going to participate in that so-called World Martial Arts Tournament. Since he chose to participate in the video, it meant he surely believed that his strength was not weaker than Sun Wukong's. Does that mean he could see himself defeating Sun Wukong? As for whether he could defeat Kakarot, he was unsure. But he believed that his strength would not be inferior to Kakarot's. After all, Kakarot had been dead for 7 years. Even if he had cultivated in the underworld for 7 years, he should not be able to compare with him. After all, he had Bulma, this wealthy woman, helping him. The gravity chamber was created by Bulma's father, his father-in-law. His training environment should be much better than Kakarot's. So does that mean he could defeat Kakarot and his son? He was not interested in the champion of the martial arts tournament. However, he was quite interested in defeating Kakarot and his son. In order to perform well in the tournament, Sun Wukong temporarily stopped attending school to recover his state. He asked his younger brother Sun Wutian for help, and during the process, he witnessed Sun Wushan's talent. At only 7 years old, he not only possessed considerable strength, but could also transform into a Super Saiyan. This time, Sun Wutian would also participate in the tournament, but he would compete in the junior division, which was for children. The two brothers originally planned to train until the tournament began. However, the appearance of Biddy Li disrupted their plans. Biddy Li asked Sun Wukong to teach her the flight technique, which wasted some of Sun Wukong and Sun Wushan's time. As for Vegeta, he and his son Trunks were training in an environment with 150 times the gravity. Trunks found it difficult to move in such an environment, so Vegeta let him go. But the next moment, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, shocking Vegeta. Especially when Vegeta learned that Sun Wutian could also transform, he began to doubt his life. After all, Super Saiyan is the legendary warrior of the Saiyans. How much effort did he and Kakarot put in to achieve this transformation? But what about Trunks and Sun Wutian, these 7 or 80-year-old children? They can already transform. When did becoming a Super Saiyan become so cheap? Trunks and Sun Wutian can transform into Super Saiyans at such a young age, their talent goes without saying. But it's also related to the time they were born. When they were born, their fathers Sun Wukong and Vegeta could already transform into Super Saiyans. In other words, they inherited the genes of Super Saiyans, so transforming into Super Saiyans is easier for them. Many people believe that the Dragon Ball world is one of bloodlines and that Sun Wukong is powerful because he has Saiyan blood. But the truth is, it's not because Sun Wukong is a Saiyan that he is strong. It's his existence that elevated the upper limit of the Saiyan bloodline. Even Sun Wukong's son, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2 at the age of 9 to save the world, is not based on bloodline. If we really talk about bloodlines, it's Trunks and Sun Wutian who embody that theory. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a sufficient amount of S cells, and these two little guys inherited a lot of S cells from their parents, which is why they can transform into Super Saiyans at such a young age. After hearing the narrator's explanation, the audience, who were originally surprised to see Trunks and Sun Wutian transform into Super Saiyans, suddenly understood. They initially thought it was terrifying that such young children could become Super Saiyans, even more than Sun Wukong. It turned out that it was because they had a natural advantage. One could only say they were reaping the benefits of their forebears. They were well aware of how difficult it was for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to transform into Super Saiyans. Sun Wukong sacrificed Krillin, while Vegeta also spent a considerable amount of effort to succeed. But these two little guys could transform easily because they inherited their father's Super Saiyan bloodline. Khalifa, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires S cells. Are these cells only present in the Saiyans of the 7th universe? Or do we have them too? Khalifa still couldn't figure out how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Previously it was said that it was due to anger, but she did not know how to attain such immense anger. Now it was said that a sufficient amount of S cells was needed. Anger was manageable, as she could think of a way to deal with that. But what if there are no S cells in the science of the sixth universe? Then no matter how hard she tried, it would be useless. Meanwhile, Vegeta's thoughts were exactly the same as the version of himself in the video. He too felt that Super Saiyans had become cheap. Originally, a super warrior would only appear once in 1,000 years. But ever since Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan, any Saiyan can transform. Could it be that his brother Taboo, who is not good at fighting, will also be able to transform in the future? No wonder the narrator in the previous video said that he and Kakarot unlocked the genetic lock on Namek. Isn't that the case? Ever since they could transform into Super Saiyans, becoming a Super Saiyan has become worthless. Would even Super Saiyan 2 become worthless in the future? The video continued to play. Under Sun Wukong's guidance, Biddy Li and Sun Wutian learned the flight technique and could fly in the air. Then the two brothers could finally immerse themselves in training. On the day of the tournament, Sun Wukong suggested not transforming into Super Saiyans, because he did not want to expose his identity as the Golden Warrior. Of course, he did not mention this reason. Fortunately, Vegeta and the others agreed. After all, if everyone didn't transform into Super Saiyans, it would be fair. At the martial arts tournament venue, Sun Wukong, who had been dead for 7 years, appeared before everyone. From here we can see that the companions who grew up with Sun Wukong have obviously developed deeper feelings. At the moment they saw Sun Wukong, Krillin, came Sinin Yamucha, Oolong Bulma, and others who grew up with him or watched him grow up, all had moist eyes. Although others were also happy, they did not cry. This was also the first time Sun Wukong met his youngest son, Sun Wutian. Upon arriving at the competition venue, Sun Wukong and Krillin met an old acquaintance, the most dedicated referee of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He could be said to have also watched Sun Wukong and Krillin grow up. Moreover, unlike ordinary people, he had witnessed Sun Wukong and Krillin's performances at the tournament more than once. Therefore, he knew that it was not Satan who defeated Cell, but Sun Wukong and the others. He even easily accepted the fact that Sun Wukong returned from the underworld to participate in the tournament with a halo above his head. One could only say he was well versed in the world. Unlike the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, this time the preliminary rounds do not involve battles between contestants, but rather a test of punching power. A punching strength machine will be prepared for the preliminary rounds. Each contestant will strike the machine and their punching power will be displayed as a number. The top 16 will advance to the finals. Before the preliminary rounds began, Satan showcased his punching power, which was 137. He arrogantly declared that he would wait for the contestants to enter the finals, eager for someone to defeat him. In response to his showboating, Krillin remarked that there were plenty of people capable of defeating him. For the other contestants, they were giving their all to achieve higher numbers. For Sun Wukong and his companions, however, they were trying their hardest to achieve the lowest possible numbers. From this, we can see that Sun Wukong and Krillin are indeed the top disciples of Master Roshi. Their control over their own strength is significantly better than that of others. Among them, Piccolo produced the highest number. Next was contestant number 18, followed by Krillin, and lastly Sun Wukong. It is evident that Sun Wukong had the best control over his strength. Krillin came next. Although his strength ranked last among the participants, his control over power was only second to Sun Wukong. It is no wonder he trained under Master Roshi. Son Gohan had not yet tested his strength. He was in line with Biddy Li towards the back. As for Vegeta, he couldn't be bothered with controlling his power. He simply punched the punching power machine to pieces, astonishing everyone present. Strictly speaking, he indeed controlled his strength, otherwise it wouldn't have just been a matter of destroying one machine. Krillin said, "Fortunately, I didn't embarrass Master Roshi. Although my strength is the weakest among the participants, my control over power is second only to Wukong." Piccolo exclaimed, "The number I produced is actually the highest. Doesn't that mean my control over power is the worst?" Piccolo was quite displeased, even though his number was the highest among their group. However, he couldn't feel happy about it at all. After all, ordinary people aim to produce the highest number possible. But for their group, they aimed to score as low as they could while ensuring they qualified for the finals. This placed high demands on their control over power. The one with the lowest number under the conditions met would indicate better control over their strength. Sun Wukong had the lowest number, which was no surprise since he is Sun Wukong. However, Krillin unexpectedly had the second lowest, even though he ranked the highest. Doesn't that imply his control over strength is still inferior to Krillin's? As for Vegeta, he made no comments. Krillin said, "Piccolo, don't be disheartened. After all, both Wukong and I are disciples of Master Roshi and have undergone his training. Although our earthling strength cannot compare to you aliens in terms of technique, we earthlings are second to none." Many might disagree with Krillin's statement, but Lin Luo wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, in the Dragon Ball world, the strength of earthlings is nothing in the vast universe. Later they fell behind Sun Wukong and Vegeta, becoming mere background characters. However, this was only in terms of strength. In terms of technique and skills, Earthlings are certainly not inferior to anyone. The usage of chi, such as sensing chi and suppressing one's own chi, are techniques developed by Earth martial artists. As the top martial artist on Earth, Master Roshi is especially remarkable. Even though his strength can no longer keep up with others, his technical skills and philosophical insights can always assist Sun Wukong and his friends. Master Roshi has even grasped the rudiments of the Ultra Instinct. This shows that Earthlings have a high aptitude for technique and skills. It's a pity they are limited by their strength. Jian, Hui said this punching power machine is quite impressive. Zhu Jing, can you invent something similar? With this device, not only can you determine your power, but you can also train your control over it. Oh, Beijiao Punk, can you make one? There were quite a few people interested in the punching power machine. After all, this machine can test power and display it as a specific number. Moreover, it can also train control over strength. It could be fully integrated into personnel training. Captain, I'll do my best. He'll give it a try. If it involves time machines or modifying androids, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, with the punching power machine, they might be able to create one. After Sun Wukong and the others finished testing, they decided to watch the youth group competition. After all, Son Goten and Trunks would also participate. On their way to the youth group arena, Sun Wukong and his companions encountered Son Gohan and Biddy Lee. Biddy Lee had been observing Sun Wukong and the others, feeling that these people were extraordinary. Then something that surprised her happened. The person in the lead actually greeted Son Gohan, appearing quite familiar with him. After Sun Wukong and the others left, Biddy Lee immediately inquired about Son Gohan. Son Gohan explained that the person in the lead was his father. This shocked Biddy Lee, as she had heard Son Gohan say that his father was already dead. Son Gohan clarified that was why his father had a halo above his head. This explanation left Biddy Lee stunned. Meanwhile, in the youth group, Son Goten and Trunks swiftly defeated their opponents and met in the final match. As soon as they started, they engaged in a fierce battle. The audience watched in astonishment. Even Biddy Lee, who had rushed over, was amazed. The intensity of the battle between these two children was beyond that of normal humans. In the end, Trunks emerged victorious, defeating Son Goten and claiming the championship. Subsequently, the group went to a restaurant to eat. The way Saiyans eat is far more appetizing than those eating broadcasts. When they finished their meal and left, they encountered two individuals on the way. One was an elderly man with white hair, a flushed face, and a pair of earrings, looking somewhat aged. The other was a young man with pineapple hair, also white-haired, wearing a pair of earrings and floating in midair. Sun Wukong did not recognize them, but the leading figure recognized Sun Wukong. He told Sun Wukong that his name was Xian, and he was specifically there to find Sun Wukong. The purpose was to witness Sun Wukong's strength. Judging by his demeanor, this young man, named Xian, seemed to have high status. So how about this young man's debut? Doesn't everyone think he has a high profile? His identity is indeed impressive. He is the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. He can be considered a deity at the pinnacle of Universe 7, on par with the God of Destruction. But remember this high-profile appearance of his now. Xian was well aware that he would not go to Earth without reason. There were not many things that could catch his attention. Babidi and Majin Buu were undoubtedly of utmost importance. So does this mean that Babidi and Majin Buu are on Earth? Is he going to Earth to find Majin Buu? Lord Kaioshin, it is indeed very likely that Majin Buu is on Earth. Jebit, who was nearby, also thought of this. But we cannot be certain if Majin Buu and Babidi are also on Earth at this time. After all, the content in the video pertains to future events. With Jebit's reminder, Kaioshin Xian came to a realization. Indeed, even if Babidi and Majin Buu are on Earth in the video, it does not guarantee that they are there now. After all, the content in the video is about events that will happen in the future. According to the timeline revealed in the previous video, the time point in this video is several years after the present. It is possible that Babidi and Majin Buu have not yet arrived on Earth. This is a bit troublesome. Seemingly recalling something, Zin's expression turned somewhat grim. Babidi might also be watching this video. If he sees that his position has been discovered, he will avoid going to Earth. Then we won't be able to find his location. As the universe's #1 dark sorcerer, Babidi must hide. Even for him, the Kaioshin, finding him would be somewhat difficult. Lord Kaioshin, we can use the Dragon Balls, Jebit suggested at this moment. Even if the Earth's dragon is not powerful enough, we can use the dragon from Namek. Can't we just ask the dragon for Babidi's location? All right, Jebit, you make a good point. Zin's eyes lit up. How did he not think of that? He could use the Dragon Balls. Moreover, Lord Beerus has also awakened. Even if Majin Buu truly revives, he would be easily defeated before Lord Beerus. Thinking of this, Xian instantly felt relieved. Previously, the matter regarding Majin Buu weighed heavily on him, preventing him from relaxing. But now it no longer seemed significant. Not to mention that he could use the Dragon Balls to know Babidi's location. Just the fact that Lord Beerus has awakened means Majin Buu cannot stir up any trouble. Now he could watch the video with peace of mind. Jebet the me in the video looks quite impressive, right? I haven't tarnished the identity of a Kaioshin. Moreover, the narration in the video makes the audience remember my impressive appearance. Does this mean that I might display an even more impressive image later on? Kaioshin Xin expressed his anticipation. However, Jebet's eyelids twitched. He always felt that things would not go as Lord Kaioshin imagined. If Lord Kaioshin would indeed showcase a more impressive scene later on, then why did the narration make the audience remember his current appearance? Somewhere in the 7th universe, the universe's #1 dark sorcerer Babidi was also watching the video. As he watched the Kaioshin in the video, a cold sneer appeared on his ugly face. For the Kaioshin, the murderer of his father, he wished to torture him thoroughly. He also knew that the latter was searching for him. Since the video showed that the other party had gone to Earth, it was very likely that he was also on Earth. In this case, he cannot go to Earth. However, he was curious if his future self had managed to lift the seal on Majin Buu. He really wanted to see what Majin Buu looked like. He truly desired to have this subordinate. Meanwhile, the attention of other viewers was focused on the identity of the Kaioshin. Zangya Kaioshin. Another god. Kapu, what god? I remember the previous god appeared to be just a Namekian. Kapu. I guess this Kaioshin is also an alien. Jebet, nonsense. Lord Kaioshin is a true deity, not a human. Kai, that's right. Lord Kaioshin is the supreme deity above the four of us Kais, and the great Kaioshin holding the highest position. Seeing someone misunderstanding the Kaioshin, the attendants Jebet and Kai couldn't help but speak up. It is true that the Earth's god is an alien. But the Kaioshin is a true god, and the highest deity. In fact, in terms of status, he is on par with the god of destruction. It's just that his power is far inferior to that of the god of destruction. They cannot stand to see others insult Lord Kaioshin like this. Jebet and Kai's explanation left countless viewers in shock. So does the Dragon Ball world really have gods? True gods. Originally, when they learned that the god of the Dragon Ball world was a Namekian, they thought there were no gods in the Dragon Ball world. They thought the so-called gods were just aliens. But now this Kaioshin is a true god. Moreover, the highest deity, not some alien. This was a huge shock for some atheists. However, upon further thought, they were relieved. Their atheism was only directed at their own world. Other worlds have true gods, and it has nothing to do with their world. They were still atheists. No, now they needed to change that. They are atheists in this world and theists in other worlds. Now the question arises, what is this Kaioshin doing on Earth? In his eyes, Earth should just be a small planet on the edge of the universe. Now that the Kaioshin has appeared on Earth, it is hard to believe that he is here for nothing. So could it be related to the enemy that Super Saiyan 3 is about to face? It is very likely. With a sense of curiosity, countless viewers continued to watch the video. In the video, due to the impressive demeanor displayed by the Kaioshin's son Wukong, and Piccolo felt he was extraordinary. This also added an unexpected element to this martial arts tournament. Arriving at the lottery venue, the 16 contestants who passed the preliminary rounds would draw lots here to determine their initial opponents. Among them, Krillin was the first to take the stage. Piccolo's opponent was Kaioshin Xin. Son Gohan's opponent was Jebet, the attendant of the Kaioshin. The opponent of No. 18 was Satan. Son Goten and Trunks disguised themselves as a contestant called Masked Man and mixed into the tournament. The most noteworthy of all was the opponents of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Their opponents were each other. This match would be the first one to take place. When the competition officially began, Krillin easily defeated his opponent and advanced without difficulty. When it was time for the Kaioshin and Piccolo to compete, the two did not fight. The Kaioshin smiled at Piccolo, while Piccolo looked at the Kaioshin, feeling completely paralyzed. This further made him feel that the other party was extraordinary. Ultimately, he decided to forfeit. Backstage, Piccolo speculated that the opponent's identity was the Great Kaioshin. But Jebet appeared and brought Piccolo a more shocking truth. His opponent was not the Great Kaioshin, but the Kaioshin. Piccolo was instantly dumbfounded. This impressive scene also made Kaioshin Xin unable to help but smile. He was not surprised by this scene, after all, he is the Kaioshin. Meanwhile, Bidalai was participating in a competition. Her opponent was a strong man named Spabich with a black M symbol on his forehead. At first, Bidalai held the upper hand. But soon she realized that no matter how she attacked, Spabich could always get back up. Even when she accidentally kicked his neck and sent his head flying behind him, he surprisingly managed to twist his head back, appearing unscathed. This made Bidalai feel uneasy, but she refused to give up. As a result, she was thoroughly beaten by Spabich, even to the point of being sent flying into the air. Because Spabich could fly too. In the end, Bidalai was severely injured and lost the match. In the back, Son Gohan witnessed this and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, ruining his outfit. If it weren't for Son Goku calming him down, Son Gohan would have rushed in to protect his wife. Wang Zhan, this Spabich is very unusual. His neck was even broken, yet he can fix it himself. Kapu, could it be related to the enemy that Super Saiyan 3 has to face? Xian, you are correct. This Spabich is controlled by the sorcerer Babidi. Xian, so he has already been corrupted and can no longer be considered human. Although the King Kai Xian did not know Spabich, he recognized the M symbol on his forehead. This was indeed the mark of the sorcerer Babidi, and Babidi possesses the ability to control others. Clearly this Spabich is under Babidi's control. This also indicates that Babidi will indeed appear on Earth in the future. However, after seeing this video, he probably won't set foot on Earth. But that's not a big problem. Lord Beerus has already been revived. The likes of Babidi and Majin Buu can hardly stir up any trouble. However, it must be said that although Babidi is the #1 sorcerer in the universe, he shouldn't be a foe that requires Super Saiyan 3 to deal with. So is Majin Buu the target for Super Saiyan 3? However, although these Super Saiyan transformations are indeed very strong, can they really handle Majin Buu? He doesn't know how strong Super Saiyan 3 is, but he knows how powerful Majin Buu is. He is on an entirely different level from Cell. Although Super Saiyan 3 is surely stronger than Super Saiyan 2, it should still be insufficient to deal with Majin Buu. Moreover, the video's narration also stated that these Saiyan's transformations are essentially a form of power amplification. It still relies on the base strength of the transformant. With Son Goku and the others' base strength, even if they transform into Super Saiyan 3, they should still be unable to defeat Majin Buu. At this moment, the King Kai Xian continued to maintain his air of authority as a King Kai. Just like when he first appeared in the video, although he felt that the Saiyans were strong, they were not particularly impressive. What he doesn't know is that his maintained air of authority is about to crumble. Babidi was beaten quite badly, but thankfully Son Goku brought some senzu beans. The next match was between Son Gohan and Jebit. The match was delayed for a while because they needed to feed Bidalai the senzu beans. When Son Gohan returned to the arena, Jebit asked him to transform into a Super Saiyan. He wanted to witness the strength of a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Jebit, like the King Kai, maintained his pride and arrogance as a servant of the King Kai. He did not take the Saiyans seriously. After all, in their eyes, Saiyans were just humans. Initially, Son Gohan was reluctant, because if he transformed in front of everyone, it would have a significant impact on him, and he might even be unable to go to school in the future. Just as he was troubled, Piccolo called out to him and nodded. Piccolo's meaning was simple: he wanted Son Gohan to transform. Seeing his own father, Piccolo approved. Son Gohan had no choice but to transform. The King Kai also told Son Goku and the others not to act impulsively no matter what happened later. He informed the others that Spabich and another called Yamu would attack Son Gohan. Krillin stated that there was no need for them to step in as Son Gohan could handle them alone. The King Kai disagreed with this opinion. Others also misunderstood his meaning, believing that Spabich and Yamu were very strong, perhaps even stronger than Son Gohan. Kakashi, why do I feel like this King Kai is underestimating Son Gohan? Kakashi, although Spabich is indeed strange, can he really defeat Son Gohan? Nonsense. Genos, it's like how many people in the Hero Association initially underestimated my master, thinking he was nothing special. Genos, it can only be said that they lack insight. Sanji, but he is after all a King Kai, a deity of high status in the Dragon Ball world, so he must have seen a lot. Sanji, could it be that this Spabich and that Yamu are really strong? Even stronger than Son Gohan. Zhang Chulin, didn't that King Kai just say these two are controlled by that Babidi? Zhang Chulin, if even Babidi's subordinates are this strong, how powerful must Babidi be? Naruto, I see, so that's why we need to transform into Super Saiyan 3 to deal with them. Zoro, this Babidi must be terrifyingly strong. Countless spectators were misled by the King Kai and believed that Spabich and Yamu were incredibly powerful beings, and that Babidi, who controlled them, was an even more formidable presence. They recalled the King Kai's earlier description of Babidi as the universe's #1 sorcerer. It certainly sounded impressive. Looking at these comments, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. Under the King Kai's misguidance, the audience now believed that Babidi was a terrifying enemy that could only be countered by Super Saiyan 3. However, he could understand. After all, when he first watched it, he also mistakenly thought Babidi was something formidable. Yet it turned out that Majin Buu was indeed very powerful. But Babidi was nothing special. The reason he initially thought Babidi was very formidable. This was all the fault of the King Kai. After all, when the King Kai first appeared, his aura was exceptionally high. But it turned out he was just a god who hadn't seen much of the world. It's normal to be wary of Majin Buu, but he was also overly concerned about Babidi's other subordinates, thinking that Son Goku and the others were not their match. This seemed quite short-sighted. So every time Son Goku and the others displayed their strength, he was greatly surprised. His initial high attitude was completely in contrast. Lin Luo believed that he was not the only one who had been deceived. Many others must have been fooled by the newly appeared King Kai, thinking he was a highly impressive figure. This left Lin Luo very much looking forward to seeing the reactions of the viewers from all realms, including the King Kai himself, upon witnessing the King Kai Suntobe embarrassing moments. In the video after deciding to transform Sun Wukong was ready to go all out. In that case, let me show you the realm I've reached after surpassing Super Saiyan. As he spoke, Sun Wukong began to transform directly, becoming Super Saiyan 2. Despite having neglected his training for the past 7 years, he was still proficient in the transformation of Super Saiyan 2. After his transformation, the audience was left in awe. The identities of the two mysterious figures, Super Saiyan and the Golden Warrior, were revealed. Sun Wukong's classmates, including Videl, were shocked. They never expected that their classmate who they spent every day with would turn out to be the Golden Warrior. However, before Sun Wukong could make a move, Spopovich and Yamu, who had been hiding, suddenly jumped out and lunged at him. Their goal was to collect powerful energy, and the transformed Sun Wukong was their target. Sun Wukong wanted to counterattack, but at that moment King Kai intervened and restrained him. Controlled Sun Wukong could only watch helplessly as his energy was taken away by Spopovich and Yamu. After seizing his energy, the two left. King Kai informed Goku and the others that Sun Wukong would be handed over to Jebet. To find out the truth, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin chose to follow King Kai. Initially, Vegeta was unwilling as his sole purpose was to fight Goku. However, unable to stop Goku from leaving, he had no choice but to follow along. "This guy just knows how to get on my nerves," Vegeta muttered. The tone of his words sounded much like a wife complaining about her husband. After Jebet finished treating Sun Wukong, he prepared to take him to join King Kai and the others. At that moment, Videl appeared, expressing her desire to go along. Sun Wukong, unable to refuse her, took her along. King Kai and Jebet then began to recount the events leading up to this moment. Long ago, when humanity had just learned to walk on 2 legs, a dark sorcerer named Bibidi appeared somewhere in the universe. Bibidi created a terrifying being known as Majin Buu. This Majin Buu only knew destruction and devastated several star systems in a very short time. Initially, Vegeta did not take it seriously, as such actions were common among Saiyans. However, the King Kai, who could hear his thoughts, stated that Majin Buu was far more terrifying than he imagined. At that time, there were 5 Supreme Kai, each possessing great strength. They could defeat Frieza with a mere finger. However, 4 of the 5 Supreme Kai were defeated by Majin Buu. Majin Buu was so fearsome that even Bibidi, who created him, could not control him. Thus, Bibidi could only seal him away. Later, the surviving Supreme Kai, the one before them, now seized the opportunity to kill Bibidi. Originally, the Supreme Kai thought that this would prevent Majin Buu from re-emerging. However, he later learned of a piece of news: Bibidi had a son just as evil as his father. This son is named Babidi. He also has the ability to unseal Majin Buu. Now this Babidi is on Earth with the sealed Majin Buu. Spopovich and Yamu are beings controlled by Babidi. Thus they can be followed to trace Babidi. Li Shinan. So aside from Babidi, is there also a Majin Buu that needs to be dealt with? Li Shinan. Is it possible that besides those extraordinary beasts, there are even stronger beings that we need to face? Li Haoyan. I don't know what you guys have, but here I have to deal with not just the underworld demon, but also a Lufa. Lufa, kid, I want to see who will deal with whom. Duan Muyen. So aside from Ox King, might there be other enemies I need to deal with? The appearance of Majin Buu left countless viewers deep in thought. Previously, they believed Babidi was the enemy they needed to face with Super Saiyan 3. However, now another Majin Buu has emerged. They did not know who Super Saiyan 3 was meant to confront, but they understood one principle. That is, the enemy they currently perceive may not be the only enemy. Behind the enemy, there could be others. This made many people ponder whether the enemies they faced were truly all they needed to deal with, just like how there was another Majin Buu behind Babidi. Might they also have to confront enemies even stronger than those they are facing now? This is not out of the question. This also made many people vigilant. From now on, they must be even more cautious, as other enemies might suddenly appear. It can only be said that the videos from the Dragon Ball world released by Lin Luo have brought them significant insights. Not only did they witness a terrifying world and encounter numerous immensely powerful enemies, but they also experienced incredible advanced technology. Moreover, they learned many valuable lessons. These Dragon Ball videos are truly invaluable. On Frieza's spaceship, his expression was grim. Unlike the other viewers, his focus was on something King Kai had said. "What does it mean to solve me with a single finger? This Supreme Kai really underestimates me, Frieza." Indeed, Frieza was displeased with this statement. As the Emperor of the Universe, how could he be treated so lightly by this Supreme Kai? While he had no objections to the Supreme Kai's strength, why must he be used as a stepping stone to showcase the might of the Supreme Kai? However, on the topic of Majin Buu, my father warned me that there are 2 beings in this universe I must not provoke. One is the god of destruction, Beerus, and the other is Majin Buu. I've already met Beerus, so I'm just missing this Majin Buu. Frieza muttered to himself. Let me see just how powerful this Majin Buu truly is. Frieza felt a twinge of bitterness. As the Emperor of the Universe, he found himself out of touch with recent developments. Trunks, who could easily kill him, was no match for those androids. And now Majin Buu was about to make an appearance. This Emperor of the Universe truly felt no sense of presence at all. Yet he remembered a line from the video narration that suggested he could defeat Super Saiyan Goku with just a few push-ups. What did that mean? Could it be that he would appear in the future and become even stronger? Krillin said, however, if it weren't for this incident, Goku and Vegeta would have been about to face off right now. Now that the duel is hindered, I think Vegeta must be furious. Tien Shinhan responded, yes, Vegeta was quite excited when he drew the chance to compete against Goku. Piccolo interjected, Krillin, I think we should worry about ourselves first. Piccolo continued, we both went with Goku, do you think we can be of any help? Krillin replied, yeah, I suddenly have a sense of unease, we might be in trouble. Piccolo didn't say anything further, but he felt the same unease as Krillin. After all, among those who went along this time, besides Biddy, he and Krillin were the weakest. If a battle really broke out against Majin Buu and Bibidai, they wouldn't be able to help at all. They might even become a burden. Thinking of this, Piccolo couldn't help but smile wryly. Once upon a time, he was the formidable Majin Piccolo. Moreover, he played a significant role during the Saiyan invasion and on Namek. In the Android saga, he contributed as well, at least holding his own against Android 17. But now foes even stronger than Cell have appeared. It seems he too would be reduced to a supporting character like Yamcha. No way, I must train harder, so I won't hold anyone back in the future. Once Bulma's father finishes the gravity chamber, I will conquer even greater gravity. 100 times isn't enough, then 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100 million times. In any case, I don't want to become a burden in the future. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan shared this thought. He doesn't want to become a burden either. These Z fighters are all waiting for the gravity chamber to be ready, taking advantage of the fact that those powerful enemies haven't appeared in the video. They want to make themselves stronger in advance. The Kaioshin and Jebit's explanation also informed Goku and the others about the situation. Goku and his friends were fine as they had experienced quite a lot. However, for Biddy Lee, it was like trying to understand a foreign language. Since Biddy Lee had just learned to fly and her strength was lacking, she gradually fell behind Gohan and Jebit. With no choice, she had to give up trying to keep up. Coming along with Gohan this time, she learned quite a bit. Aside from the matters concerning Majin Buu and Bibidai, she also realized something else. That is, the initial defeat of Cell was not by her father. Instead, it was Gohan and his friends who defeated him. After all, she knows very well what kind of person her father is. The appearance of Majin Buu and Bibidi made her understand that Cell was not just a trick, he was a real monster. She doesn't believe her father could defeat Cell. Without Biddy Lee dragging them down, Gohan and Jebit naturally quickened their pace to catch up with Kaioshin and Goku. Their speed left Biddy Lee in awe. Here I have to commend Biddy Lee a bit. Although her insistence on following Gohan at first was quite annoying. However, her decision to stop following now is indeed very wise. At least she won't hold anyone back. What? Why was Biddy Lee's insistence on following so annoying? Because she didn't understand her own limits, and if she held everyone back, wouldn't they have to help her out? So if any of you have such people around you and similar things happen in the future, either knock them out to prevent them from going or let them join, but definitely don't concern yourself with their lives to avoid affecting yourself. The narrator's words made many people nod in agreement. They recalled their own experiences. There are always those who can't grasp their own situations, especially women. Whenever something happens, they insist on accompanying them. If they don't want to, they will say whatever. Even if they don't want to, they will follow anyway, exhibiting a kind of stubbornness unique to women, just like Biddy Lee did before. But what they don't realize is that their stubbornness is truly annoying. Therefore, when they saw Biddy Lee insisting on following Gohan and saying things like if she wasn't allowed to follow, she would just follow anyway, they felt quite displeased, because often those women who say such things end up dragging everyone down, resulting in them holding everyone back and then expecting them to clean up the mess. Since they are friends, they don't say anything openly, but internally they deeply dislike such actions. Biddy Lee is still better. She knows her limits and chooses to withdraw, not becoming a burden. At least she shows some self-awareness. The most infuriating are those who lack self-awareness. The narration in the video has become their voice expressing their true feelings. In the video, following Spabich and Yamcha, Kaioshin and Goku arrived at a wasteland. In the wasteland, a path appeared with two figures standing beside it. One figure was a short, ugly old man with two antennae by his mouth. It was none other than Bibidi. The other figure was tall with an M-shaped symbol on his forehead. Upon seeing this figure, Kaioshin was taken aback, recognizing the identity of the individual. He informed Goku and the others that this person was named Dabura, the Demon King of the Dark Demon Realm. His power is terrifying. However, now Dabura is also under Bibida's control, becoming his subordinate. Spabich and Yamcha handed over the energy they had collected to Bibidi. They expected to receive a reward from Bibidi. But Bibidi swiftly dealt with Spabich and had another subordinate kill Yamcha. After finishing off these two, he instructed Dabura to deal with Goku and the others. Among them, Kaioshin and 3 others with powerful energy were to be left behind. The remaining ones were to be handled. The 3 with powerful energy Bibidi spoke of were naturally Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta. The ones Dabura was instructed to deal with were Jebit, Krillin, and Piccolo. Upon receiving the order, Dabura sprang into action. He quickly approached Jebit and killed him. Then he spat at Piccolo and Krillin. Upon being touched by his spit, Krillin and Piccolo turned to stone. After taking one last look at Goku and the others, Dabura returned to the spaceship. It was clear he was intentionally luring Goku and the others to the spaceship. The transformation of their companions into stone left Goku and the others feeling very sad. However, Kaioshin advised them not to touch them randomly or they wouldn't be able to revert. Otherwise, there's no way to restore them. So there is a way to restore them. Goku understood the implication of Kaioshin's words. The way is to kill Dabura. When he mentioned this method, Kaioshin's tone lowered. It was evident that he thought this method was practically impossible. After all, Dabura is the demon king of the demon realm. Killing him is no easy feat. Do you all remember the high-class scene when the god of destruction first appeared? As the god of destruction, it is only natural for him to have such high standards. Next, you will witness his other high-class scenes. Upon hearing the narration, countless audience members displayed strange expressions. This was because they detected a peculiar tone in the phrase high class from the narrator. It was a somewhat sarcastic tone. Duan Mu Yin, is it just my illusion? Why do I feel that the narrator's last sentence sounded a bit sarcastic? Li Xian, Nan, it's not your illusion. I noticed it too. Zhang Chulan, so does this mean that the god of destruction will appear in many scenarios that lower his prestige? Zhang Jiwei, no need to wait, it's already happening. Zhang Jiwei, just listen to the tone when he talks about the way to lift Krillin and Bix petrification. Kakashi, indeed, from his perspective, killing Dabura seems impossible, so he believes Krillin and Bic can never be freed from petrification. Kakashi, though this Dabura appears to be a formidable demon lord from the demon realm, he is still a god of destruction. Is he really afraid of just one demon lord? Kapu, moreover, he also believes that Sun Wukong and the others won't be able to kill Dabura. Kapu, but I think Dabura shouldn't be a match for Sun Wukong and the others, right? Many people agreed with Kapu's words. They also felt that Dabura wouldn't be a match for Sun Wukong and the others. Although the title of Demon Lord from the Demon Realm indeed sounds formidable, however, they had watched Sun Wukong and the others grow up. They did not believe that Sun Wukong and the others would lose to Dabura. Xiangpa Beerus, ha. Beerus, your god of destruction from Universe 7, is too cowardly. Xiangpa and his strength is lacking. He was actually killed by that Majin Buu 4 times. Beerus, that fat guy makes it seem like your god of destruction from Universe 6 is something impressive. Though he said this, Beerus was quite dissatisfied with the performance of his fellow god of destruction. The other party's performance was truly embarrassing for Universe 7. If it weren't for not wanting others to see Universe 7 as a joke, he would have sent bullet comments to criticize them. Initially, he was somewhat satisfied with the high standards the other party exhibited when they first appeared. It was somewhat dignified for Universe 7. He did not expect them to falter so quickly. Moreover, from the narrator's tone, it seemed they had faltered more than once. Universe 7, the realm of the gods of destruction. The other party is Dabura, the demon lord of the dark demon realm. I think it's quite normal to be unable to kill him. The god of destruction Xian was somewhat displeased with the narrator's sarcastic tone and the audience's comments. Is it really a disgraceful thing to be wary of Dabura? It is perfectly normal. These guys clearly do not understand how terrifying Dabura is. After all, he is the demon lord of the dark demon realm. Although he is a god of destruction, it is quite normal to be wary of him. He believes that once they witness Dabura's terror, they will surely understand him. This is by no means a disgraceful act. But is it really like that? In the video, after hearing the method given by the god of destruction, Sun Wukong said something that left the god of destruction in disbelief. What? It's actually such a simple method. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the god of destruction was left stunned. He clearly did not expect that the method he deemed impossible would be described as simple by Sun Wukong. Subsequently, Sun Wukong's son Gohan and Vegeta flew towards Bibidi's spaceship. Although the god of destruction kept telling them not to act impulsively once they entered Bibidi's spaceship, they would be unable to come out. But the 3 of them did not listen to him. There was no choice. The god of destruction could only follow them into Bibidi's spaceship. He told Sun Wukong and the others that they could only fight their way down layer by layer to leave the spaceship. After defeating each layer of strong opponents sent by Bibidi, they could reach Bibidi's location. Vegeta stated that he could just destroy the spaceship. However, the god of destruction warned him not to do so. If there were severe shocks, Majin Buu might awaken prematurely. Soon the first layer's guardian appeared. It was the previously encountered Pei Pei. At the same time, Babidi brought the energy given to him by Spobobic and Yamu to a certain egg, injecting the energy into it. Quickly, the pointer in a device in front of the egg pointed to the middle position. This meant that Son Gohan's energy was enough for half of Majin Buu's sealing energy. Next, as long as he absorbs the energy of Son Wukong and the others, Majin Buu would be able to lift the seal. As long as they could injure Son Wukong and the others, their energy would be absorbed by Majin Buu's egg. When Babidi returned to the room, he saw through the crystal ball that Son Wukong and the others were playing rock, paper, scissors. Through this game, Son Wukong and the others decided the order of battle. The first to battle was Vegeta, the second was Son Wukong, and the last was Son Gohan. Babidi was greatly astonished at their actions, as was the god of destruction. He did not expect that the three would want to fight individually. He informed Son Wukong and the others that Babidi had sought several powerful beings in the universe for control. The Pei Pei before them was one of them. He urged Son Wukong and the others to join forces. But Son Wukong simply stated that Vegeta was enough. The god of destruction clearly did not believe it. But soon he witnessed Pei Pei being soundly beaten by Vegeta. Seeing that Pei Pei was no match for Vegeta, Babidi quickly cast a spell to change the environment of the room, transporting them to a planet. This planet was Pei Pei's birthplace, known as the High Gravity Planet. The gravity was 10 times that of Earth. In Babidi and Pei Pei's view, with such high gravity, Vegeta should be immobilized. The god of destruction thought so too, so he urged Son Wukong and Son Gohan to join in to assist Vegeta. But Son Wukong simply told him to be quiet and watch. Vegeta stated that 10 times gravity was nothing. He felt no burden at all. Pei Pei thought he was boasting, but soon realized he was not. Vegeta continued to pummel Pei Pei. The 10 times gravity felt non-existent to him. In the end, Vegeta effortlessly defeated Pei Pei without sustaining a single injury. Vegeta stated what is merely 10 times gravity worth. The Saiyan home planet Planet Vegeta has gravity 10 times that of Earth. This means that both Vegeta and Pei Pei grew up on high-gravity planets. Not to mention the current Vegeta hundreds or thousands of times gravity is merely a warm-up. The narrator's voice resonated. The battle between Vegeta and Pei Pei is yet another instance for the Kaioshin to showcase his high standards. He assesses Son Wukong and the others based on his own understanding, believing Pei Pei to be a formidable opponent, prompting Son Wukong and his companions to team up. However, in the eyes of Son Wukong and his friends, Pei Pei is merely a weakling that can be easily vanquished with a wave of the hand. For a dignified Kaioshin to fear such a trivial opponent is indeed quite pretentious. I seriously suspect that his claim of being able to defeat Frieza with a single finger is merely an embellishment. He probably survived the encounter with Majin Buu simply because Buu is too weak. Of course, this high-standard incident is not an isolated case. It will soon recur. The narration in the video makes the Kaioshin's expression quite unfavorable. Clearly, he is concerned about Son Wukong and his companions. How did this turn into a display of his diminishing standards? One careless mistake could awaken Majin Buu. He cannot be too careful. He feels the need to justify his actions. Kaioshin, let me clarify, my actions in the video were entirely to prevent the revival of Majin Buu. Kaioshin, if Son Wukong and the others were to carelessly have their energy absorbed, Majin Buu would awaken. Kaioshin, you have no idea how terrifying Majin Buu is. My actions are completely justified. Vegeta, Kaioshin, we indeed do not know how terrifying Majin Buu is. Vegeta, but the you in the video does not seem to realize how formidable we are. Vegeta, a mere trash, and you expect all three of us to fight together. That is a bit too dismissive of us. Vegeta expresses his dissatisfaction. After all, it was him in the video who was set to battle. This Kaioshin asked Kakarot and his son for assistance. This is a sign of disrespect. Does he really think he could be injured fighting such a weak opponent? It's simply laughable. Especially since this Kaioshin is aware of their Saiyan ability to transform into Super Saiyans. He still looks down on them, believing they need to team up to fight Babidi's minions. This Kaioshin truly has not seen much of the world. Zhonghua, I tend to agree with Vegeta. Majin Buu may indeed be quite terrifying. Zhonghua, but based on the previous video, Kaioshin, you should have investigated Son Wukong and the others. Zhonghua, you even knew that they could transform into Super Saiyans, yet you still don't trust them. That seems unreasonable. Kapu, it's understandable that you may doubt them against Majin Buu, but doubting them against Dabura is also acceptable given that Dabura is the Demon Realm's king. Kapu, but not believing they can handle even this Pei Pei and requiring them to team up does seem inappropriate. Seeing the comments from Zhonghua and Kapu, others also nodded in agreement. If they were unaware of Son Wukong and the others, it would make sense to doubt them. However, the Kaioshin has clearly researched Son Wukong and the others, even knowing they can transform into Super Saiyans. In this context, it's unreasonable for him to still distrust them. If it were Majin Buu and Dabura they were facing, it would be one thing. But Pei Pei, who is the first to appear, is likely the weakest of Babbidi's minions. Faced with such a weakling, the Kaioshin does not trust Sun Wukong and insists they should team up. This can only mean that this Kaioshin truly lacks standards. Perhaps he has been terrified by Majin Buu. But Majin Buu hasn't even appeared yet. Of course, from the Kaioshin's perspective, his caution is not unreasonable. To prevent Majin Buu's emergence, it is indeed wise to be overly cautious. Yet in the eyes of the viewers, his actions severely undermine his standing as a Kaioshin. Zhang Chulin, the Kaioshin in the video, may simply not understand Sun Wukong and the others. Zhang Chulin, but what about the real Kaioshin? Zhang Chulin, you have seen the previous videos understanding Sun Wukong and their growth journey. Zhang Chulin, do you still not trust them now? Kaioshin, now, when they face Babbidi and his minions, I will not distrust them anymore. Kaioshin, but if they face Majin Buu, I will still maintain the same attitude as in the video. Kaioshin, I do not know if their transformation into Super Saiyan 3 will be enough to match Majin Buu, but I do know that before they transform, they definitely cannot contend with Majin Buu. Although the Kaioshin feels that even if Sun Wukong and the others transform into Super Saiyan 3, they still won't be able to match Majin Buu. He has learned to hold his tongue, otherwise he would likely be viewed as diminishing his standards again by these viewers from different realms. Seeing the Kaioshin's comments, countless viewers from various realms couldn't help but laugh. The Kaioshin's thoughts have changed, that's a good thing. As for his statement that Sun Wukong and the others are not Majin Buu's opponents before transforming into Super Saiyan 3, they did not comment. Because they share the same belief. If Sun Wukong and the others could defeat Majin Buu without transforming, then the Super Saiyan 3 transformation would not have been necessary. This Super Saiyan 3 is likely intended to deal with Majin Buu. As for Babbidi, at this point he seems to lack strength, but possesses considerable magical prowess. In the fairy tale world, the universe's #1 magic master stronger than Jalal. His control over magic is unmatched in our world. Other viewers from different worlds may not focus much on Babbidi, but those from the fairy tale world certainly pay close attention to him. After all, he is the universe's #1 magic master. This makes him far superior to all magic users in their world. Even the legendary dark mage Jalal pales in comparison. However, this immensely powerful universe's #1 magic master seems to be of little consequence in the Dragon Ball world. Magic holds no substantial standing there. I wonder if this Majin Buu possesses any formidable magic capable of showcasing the glory of magic. In the video, after easily defeating Pei Pei, Sun Wukong and the others returned to their previous room, waiting for the next opponent to appear. Vegeta suggested directly destroying the spaceship and heading straight to Babbidi. The Kaioshin quickly intervened, stating that a strong stimulus might lead to the revival of Majin Buu. Yet Vegeta appeared unconcerned. He remarked that while Majin Buu might seem impressive to the Kaioshin, he is likely not a big deal in the eyes of the Saiyans. Just like Dabura, as long as they are cautious of his spit, there is nothing to fear. Vegeta's words left the Kaioshin questioning his own perspective. Is what he said true, Sun Wukong? The Jia Wang Shun, half in disbelief at Vegeta's words, hurriedly asked Sun Wukong. He could not fathom that Dapula, the demon king of the demon realm, could be dismissed so casually by these Saiyans. He knew all too well that Dapula was someone even he, the Jia Wang Shun, regarded with great caution, second only to Morin Bo. Yet in Vegeta's mouth, he amounted to nothing. How could he possibly believe it? Well, 7 years ago, there was a fellow called Shalu whose strength was roughly on par with Dapula. Though Sun Wukong did not state it outright, his remark implicitly validated Vegeta. After all, Shalu, whose power matched Dapula's, had been defeated 7 years ago. By that logic, Dapula scarcely counted for much. In that instant, the Jia Wang Shun realized how little he truly understood the Saiyans. The Saiyans might exceeded his imagination. Countless viewers were deeply moved. It should be remembered that Shalu had been the final boss in the previous video, an immensely powerful foe. Yet in this installment, Dapula, who could rival Shalu, was reduced to merely one of Babbidi's underlings. One could only lament how rapidly power tiers evolve in the Dragon Ball world. Before becoming an armored warrior, Duanmu Yin had been an avid gamer consumed by the screen. So he could so easily liken Dragon Ball's boss rotations to the updates of a game. Reflecting on earlier videos, other viewers heartily agreed with Duanmu Yin. The great boss Vegeta from the first video had become a mere lackey to Frieza in the next. Frieza himself had been relegated to a roadside pawn in the Android episode. Now Dapula, once comparable to Shalu, had become Babbidi's subordinate. It was as if the remnants of the old era could not board the ship of the new. Thus the grand antagonist of this video would be Morin Bo. Would he too be reduced to a roadside pawn in the next installment? How many monsters truly lurked within the Dragon Ball world? The second fighter to step forward was Sun Wukong, barely able to contain his eagerness to clash with Babbidi's minions. Guarding the second level stood a towering ink-green humanoid beast with razor-sharp claws. Mozho Yego. The Jiawang Shun recognized the creature at once. Yet even as he grasped the Scion's terrifying strength, he felt once more his own inadequacy. Convinced that Sun Wukong alone could not vanquish Mozho Yego, he urged Vegeta and Sun Wufan to lend aid. Of course, Vegeta and Sun Wufan paid him no heed and merely watched the spectacle from the side. Though colossal in build, Mozho Yego was by no means slow. Tendrils with wicked barbs could shoot from its wrists, catching Sun Wukong unawares and tearing his garments. Fortunately, he was not injured, to ensure Mozho Yego an easier victory. Babidi cast another spell, warping the battleground and transporting Sun Wukong and the others along with Mozho Yego to a place of absolute darkness. According to the Jiawang Shun, this was the planet of Mozho Yego's birth, situated at the fringes of the universe, so remote that not even starlight could pierce it. Hence the utter blackness. His old anxiety returned, fearing that in such an environment Sun Wukong would be outmatched. He implored Sun Wufan and Vegeta to intervene. Both ignored him, still leaving him to watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Mozho Yego launched its assault on Sun Wukong. Others could not see a thing, but Mozho Yego perceived everything with crystalline clarity. It crept towards Sun Wukong with cat-like stealth, utter silence in its stride, intending to kill him outright. What astonished it was that Sun Wukong evaded every strike. He even delivered a kick as if he could see the attacker all along. "You can see me, eh?" Mozho Yego asked, baffled. "Your movements disturb the flow of qi, and there are myriad ways to perceive you. For example, with that, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. The once pitch-black space was instantly suffused with light. Although flight is not unique to the Dragon Ball world, in other realms those who can soar are invariably the elite or possessors of singular abilities. Yet in the Dragon Ball world, flight has become a hallmark of the powerful. Even an ordinary person like Bidalai can freely glide through the air. Seeing Kellen's remark, countless beings across the myriad worlds grew excited. Everyone has qi, so they too possess qi within them. If they could master its use and strengthen that qi, might they then approach the threshold of the Dragon Ball world strong? They did not aspire to be like Sun Wukong or Sun Wufan, the Scions. Even to attain 1% of the power of Kellen Yamcha and those earthlings of the Dragon Ball world would leave them more than satisfied. Kapu, isn't the haki of our world also a form of qi? It can also enhance our strength. Duan Muyin, Clin, could you tell us how to utilize and cultivate qi? If they can learn how to use and cultivate qi, could they also transition to the power system of the Dragon Ball world? This would be far superior to their own world's power system. Even a Master Roshi could easily dominate their world. Duan Muyin, Li Xian Nan, and Li Hao Tian, along with the armor summoners, were all extremely eager. The powerful Kaido Xiao Yi and Xiong Taro, the Kamen Riders, were equally excited. If they could cultivate qi, would they be able to fight monsters directly with their physical bodies in the future? Armor would only become a limiter for them. Even the Ultraman human forms like Dagu Fei Niao and Wameng would be the same. If they could also cultivate qi, they could directly battle monsters with their physical forms. If their strength grows beyond that of the Ultraman they transform into, then they wouldn't need to transform into Ultraman anymore. However, there is a premise to all of this. They must truly acquire the methods to utilize and cultivate qi. Clint, I don't know if our power system can be effective for you. Clint, Master Roshi, teacher Wu Tian, what do you think? Master Roshi, we can give it a try, but for now, let's watch the video first. Master Roshi, we'll discuss these matters after watching the video. Seeing that Master Roshi was willing to try, countless beings from all realms, even those standing at the peaks of their own worlds, were immensely excited. After they finished watching the video from the Dragon Ball world, they would receive guidance from the powerful beings there and attempt to cultivate qi. How could they not be thrilled? After calming their emotions, the audience continued to watch the video. In the video, after Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, the monster Yaguro opened its mouth and swallowed Son Goku's energy. Son Goku reverted to his normal state and the surroundings darkened. The King Kai informed Gohan that Yaguro could consume light. Son Goku, transforming into a Super Saiyan, was providing energy to the opponent. Gohan relayed this information to his father, indicating that if he helped, he wouldn't need to transform to defeat the opponent. However, Son Goku told him not to interfere and transformed into a Super Saiyan again. Yaguro began to absorb Son Goku's energy once more. This time, Son Goku seized the opportunity, unleashing an even more powerful energy that caused Yaguro to explode. Witnessing this scene and feeling the overwhelming presence Son Goku emitted, Vegeta fell into deep thought. The power Son Goku had just displayed exceeded his expectations. The power Son Goku unleashed here served as a prelude to a series of actions by Vegeta later on. The proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta was once again struck down here. The narration piqued the curiosity of countless viewers. What actions would Vegeta take next? After two of his underlings had been dealt with, Babidi realized the unusual nature of Son Goku and his companions. To reassure Babidi, Dabura decided to take matters into his own hands. Babidi felt a bit uneasy about Dabura as he was already his strongest trump card with Majin Buu not yet revived. Control. I am the king of the demon realm. There is no one in this world that requires my full strength to deal with them, Dabura arrogantly declared before heading to the battle room. On Son Goku's side, the next combatant was Gohan. Vegeta noted that Gohan had neglected his training over the past 7 years. His and Kakarot's strength had already surpassed Gohan. Gohan sheepishly scratched his head. When Dabura appeared, the King Kai was taken aback, while Son Goku and Vegeta remained unfazed. The only feeling was that Babidi had no more cards to play, having even sent out Dabura. Similarly, Gohan and Dabura's battle venue had changed. Son Goku and Vegeta did not intervene in Gohan's battle. Meanwhile, on the other side at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goten and Trunks, disguised as masked fighters, were disqualified due to their identities being revealed by the attack from Android 18. Android 18 handed the championship to Satan for 20 million. The two young boys encountered a returning Videl, learning about Babidi and Majin Buu from her. Then, driven by childish enthusiasm, they decided to check out Babidi and Majin Buu. At this moment, Gohan and Dabura were engaged in a fierce battle. They exchanged blows back and forth, evenly matched. From this we can see that if Gohan hadn't injured his hand while saving Vegeta back then, even the significantly stronger Perfect Cell wouldn't be his opponent. After all, even with 7 years of neglect, he could still match Dabura, who is comparable to Cell. Vegeta also mentioned that Gohan's strength has diminished considerably compared to him 7 years ago. As for whether Dabura has hidden strength, it's possible, but not highly likely. After all, his goal is to injure Gohan, so he should be trying to hurt him quickly and wouldn't hold back. Moreover, if Gohan had not neglected his training for these 7 years, Majin Buu would have been defeated as soon as he appeared. Piccolo, Gohan, did you hear? You have neglected your training too much. Yes, Gohan, if you hadn't neglected your training, then Majin Buu wouldn't be your opponent. Both Piccolo and Son Goku, being his two fathers, felt helpless about Gohan's training neglect. However, as his mother Shishi was very dissatisfied with Son Goku and Piccolo, but she was unhappy with Son Goku and Piccolo. Other viewers lamented Gohan's neglect. After all, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 at the age of 9. If he hadn't neglected his training during these 7 years, how strong would he be? They could hardly imagine. In fact, if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 in these 7 years, they wouldn't be surprised. It's a pity that such a talented youth has wasted his potential. Without training, no matter how gifted he is, it is of no use. However, they couldn't say much as they were merely outsiders. As for Gohan, although he was only 4 years old, now he was still young. But he could understand the 16-year-old version of himself in the video. After all, he had defeated Cell and brought peace to the world. He never liked fighting, and it was normal to neglect training in peaceful times. In the video, seeing Son Gohan struggling to defeat Dabura, Vegeta, who was watching from the sidelines, grew anxious. His behavior caught Dabura's attention. He instructed Babidi to move them back to the spaceship, and soon Dabura approached Babidi. He told Babidi that he could control Vegeta, making him and Son Goku fight to mutual destruction. Babidi noticed Vegeta and saw the dark thoughts within him. Subsequently, he cast a spell to begin controlling Vegeta and also started to unleash Vegeta's potential. Under control, Vegeta clutched his head and screamed in agony, his expression twisted in pain. Observing this, the Kaioshin understood what was happening and urged Vegeta to focus, not to be controlled by Babidi. But it was futile. Once Vegeta calmed down, an M symbol appeared on his forehead. It was indeed Babidi's mark. This meant that Vegeta was under Babidi's control. Subsequently, Babidi prepared a suitable battlefield for them, returning them to the venue of the martial arts tournament. Their appearance drew the attention of the entire arena. Vegeta smirked at Son Goku, and then carelessly unleashed an attack on the audience, causing significant casualties. The audience in the stands began to flee, causing chaos. Kakarot, fight me. If you don't want these people to die again. Vegeta declared, launching another attack, claiming the lives of many more spectators. This spectacle left countless onlookers dumbfounded. Everything happened too quickly. How could Vegeta have been controlled in the blink of an eye? And he was ruthlessly killing innocent people. Zhangua, Vegeta has actually been controlled. Kaioshin, Babidi can only control those with evil thoughts. Kaioshin, Vegeta's dark thoughts were exposed, which is why he was controlled by Babidi. Naruto Uzumaki, I originally thought that after living on Earth for 7 years, Vegeta would have become a good person. Naruto Uzumaki, I didn't expect he is still a villain. Frieza, oh ho ho ho, how naive you are. You truly believe that Vegeta can change. Frieza, do you understand what it means that a dog can't change its ways? There is only one Saiyan like Son Goku. Frieza would never help Son Goku. Frieza stated this with unwavering confidence, fully assured that he would not assist Son Goku. After all, there were deep-seated grudges between him and Son Goku. How could he ever help him? And what could possibly make him do so? Thus, this was impossible. Such a thing could never happen. He could confidently guarantee that. And the audience, who had learned about Frieza from previous videos, they were quite convinced by Frieza's assurance. To them, Frieza was a greater villain than Vegeta. How could he possibly help Son Goku? Of course, one person disagreed. West City. Frieza, oh Frieza, you speak so confidently now. I wonder how you will feel when you see your performance in the Tournament of Power. Lin Luo murmured to himself, his tone filled with anticipation. Others might not know, but he certainly did. Frieza would never help Son Goku. But during the Tournament of Power, he exerted a lot of effort. When Frieza sees his performance in the Tournament of Power, his reaction will surely be fascinating. Ichigo Kurosaki, so besides dealing with Babidi and Majin Buu, Son Goku's group also has to deal with Vegeta. Genos, I see, because Vegeta was controlled, he injured Son Goku and Son Gohan, causing their energy to be absorbed. Saitama, and then Majin Buu appeared, right? Countless spectators understood. They now realized how Majin Buu came to be. It turned out that he was indirectly released by Vegeta. Duanmu Yin, I can only say that everything started from that game of rock, paper, scissors. Duanmu Yin, if the outcome of that game had not had Son Gohan as the third participant, but rather replaced Daburo with another opponent, Duanmu Yin, then perhaps Vegeta would not have been controlled. Zhang Chulin, no, Vegeta shouldn't have faced Daburo, otherwise Daburo would still discover that Vegeta could be controlled. Zhang Chulin, so the best arrangement would be for Son Goku to fight Daburo, while Vegeta and Son Gohan could be assigned freely. Naruto Uzumaki, that's true. No matter what, whether it's that Buu or the Beast, both Vegeta and Son Gohan can easily defeat them. Unfortunately, this was merely an ideal arrangement. And the current situation was that Vegeta had already been controlled. Before Majin Buu's appearance, Son Goku and the others still had to deal with the controlled Vegeta. Vegeta killed spectators twice, aiming to force Son Goku into battle. Son Goku sensed something, and after a moment of contemplation transformed into a Super Saiyan. He revealed part of the truth that Vegeta had intentionally allowed himself to be controlled with the purpose of fighting him. Vegeta admitted that he had indeed allowed himself to be controlled on purpose. Upon learning this, the Kaishin was stunned. He did not expect that Vegeta was intentionally controlled for such a foolish reason. His words also displeased Vegeta. Foolish? You call this foolish? This is everything for me. My goal is to battle Kakarot. He can only return to the living realm for one day, and I have waited long for this day. But then Kaishin appeared. Sun Wukong agreed to battle with Vegeta, but the Kaishin objected. For once they began to fight, injuries were inevitable. At that moment, their energy would be absorbed by Majin Buu, leading to his revival. He stood in front of Sun Wukong, informing him that if he wished to fight Vegeta, he must first defeat him. Faced with the Kaishin's obstruction, Sun Wukong said nothing, merely raising his hand as a sphere of energy gathered within it. He had already demonstrated his resolve through action. Even if the Kaishin stood in his way, he would take action. Sun Wukong's determination surprised both the Kaishin and Sun Wufan. Even Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, they did not expect Sun Wukong to actually strike against the Kaishin. Subsequently, the Kaishin relented and stepped aside. Babidi also agreed to Sun Wukong's condition, transporting them to a desolate land where they could fight freely. In the 10th universe, in the Kaishin realm, the apprentice Kaishin, Zamasu, watched the video with a look of disgust. A dignified Kaishin being so pitiful before humans. A mere human dares to disrespect a deity. Zamasu was quite displeased with both the Kaishin and Sun Wukong. To him, the Kaishin had lost the dignity of the gods by compromising with a human. His displeasure towards Sun Wukong stemmed from the fact that such a mere human dared to strike against a god. This was a grave disrespect. I am not mistaken, humans should not continue to exist. At this moment, Zamasu was more convinced that his thoughts were correct. He wanted to eradicate all humans. Such beings should not continue to exist. If humans dared to threaten gods now, what would they do in the future? It was unimaginable. However, he was merely an apprentice Kaishin at present. To turn his thoughts into reality, he needed to devise a plan. In the 7th universe, in the Kaishin realm, the Kaishin's expression was also not pleasant. In front of Sun Wukong and the other Saiyans, he had virtually no authority. Yet he did not expect that these Saiyans possessed such formidable power. Perhaps there was no need for Lord Beerus to intervene. Could they really defeat Majin Buu relying solely on these Saiyans? Kampa, ha ha ha. Beerus, your Kaishin in the 7th universe is so cowardly. Beerus, shut up, Kampa. As if your Kaishin from the 6th universe wouldn't act cowardly in front of Sun Wukong. Beerus could see that if the Kaishin did not step aside, Sun Wukong would indeed act. However, he was relieved that the Kaishin had some self-awareness and chose to step aside. If the Kaioshin were to die at Sun Wukong's hands, wouldn't he, the god of destruction, also perish? That would be terribly unjust. To die peacefully in sleep. Yet the Kaioshin should let Sun Wukong fight Vegeta. Did he even know how important his life as a Kaioshin was? If anything happened to him, it would be a case of 2 lives lost. Fortunately, during the chaos caused by Majin Buu, not all Kaioshins were killed. Otherwise, he would have died back then. I want to see what abilities this Majin Buu truly possesses. For this Majin Buu who nearly killed him, Beerus was extremely displeased. After watching this video, he would hunt him down and annihilate him. In the video before battling with Vegeta, Sun Wukong gave one of the 2 Senzu beans to Sun Wufan to restore his condition. Because Sun Wufan would accompany the Kaioshin to find Babidi and Dabura, Sun Wukong instructed Sun Wufan to recall the feeling of their battle against Cell. If he could become enraged, there would be no one in this world who could stand against him. Sun Wufan felt regret for Sun Wukong. After all, the day his father returned to the mortal realm was meant for participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. He never expected to encounter such matters. Shortly after, the Kaioshin and Sun Wufan prepared to enter the spaceship. Naturally, Babidi would not let them have their way. He ordered Vegeta to block them. After enduring some pain and discomfort, Vegeta chose to refuse Babidi's command. This was the first time Babidi encountered someone he controlled who dared to defy his orders. So he issued another command. Yet Vegeta still refused. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. Even if my body is controlled by you, my pride will not be controlled. Vegeta defied Babidi's command while under his control. Babidi was displeased, but Vegeta was originally meant to be a source of energy for him. As long as he fought with Sun Wukong, that was all that mattered. Therefore, Babidi was unconcerned with Vegeta's defiance. After Sun Wufan and the Kaioshin left, Sun Wukong's attention returned to Vegeta. I do not want to be injured and cause Majin Buu to revive, so I will use all my strength from the start. Vegeta expressed great anticipation for Sun Wukong's words. Then Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta praised Sun Wukong's strength, stating that it had surpassed the Sun Wufan of the past. Then he too transformed into Super Saiyan 2, demonstrating strength on par with Sun Wukong. This also let Sun Wukong know that quickly ending this battle would not be feasible. Remember this sentence of Sun Wukong using all his strength, it will be tested later. This line from the narrator left countless viewers stunned, and then they thought of something. Kakarot, could it be that Sun Wukong did not use all his strength as he claimed? Goku, that should be the case, otherwise the narrator wouldn't have drawn our attention to this sentence. Kakashi, it can't be. According to previous video content, Super Saiyan 3 should be transformed during the battle with Majin Buu. Kakashi, I think Sun Wukong must have hidden some of his strength. Countless viewers believe that Sun Wukong had indeed concealed his power. However, one person could not accept it. Vegeta, impossible. How could Kakarot still hide his strength? Vegeta, this is impossible. Vegeta could not accept that Kakarot had hidden his strength during their fight, because that was an insult to him. He could not accept that despite being under Babidi's control, he was still no match for Kakarot. He could not bear such a reality. Yamcha, whether Wukong has hidden strength or not, we will know by watching further. Yamcha, since the narrator brought our attention to this, it will surely be revealed later. Yamcha, however, the truth may be something you cannot accept, Vegeta. Of course, even as he said this, Yamcha was very much looking forward to the moment Vegeta's mindset would collapse. There was no helping it. Who asked Vegeta to be so annoying? Not only did he kill his subordinates, but he also stole his woman. Vegeta, humph. I don't believe that Kakarot is hiding his true power. Vegeta, I want to see why the narrator wants us to remember this line. Although he felt a bit uneasy, Vegeta remained stubborn. He couldn't accept or convince himself that Kakarot was truly hiding his strength. What he didn't know was that the more stubborn he became, the more painful the backlash would be later. The fated duel between Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally commenced. The two were quite evenly matched, so it was impossible to determine a victor in a short time. They exchanged blows, neither willing to back down. Before long, both of them bore numerous scars. Seeing that Vegeta could hold his own, Sun Wukong was somewhat astonished. I thought I had been training hard in the underworld. I didn't expect to only be able to match you. Vegeta, you must have trained even harder than I did. However, in response to Sun Wukong's speculation, Vegeta shook his head. No, you are mistaken, Kakarot. I know in my heart that no matter how hard I train, I can never catch up to you. Then how is it? Sun Wukong was quite puzzled, wondering why Vegeta's strength could rival his own. Vegeta explained to Sun Wukong about Spabovich and Yamu, who had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Those two were originally just ordinary people. However, after being controlled by Babidi, they gained extraordinary power. Thus, he speculated that being controlled by Babidi could grant one strength beyond the limits. So you deliberately allowed yourself to be controlled by Babidi. Sun Wukong understood completely that Vegeta's intention behind letting himself be controlled by Babidi had two reasons. One reason was to battle against him. The other reason was to gain even greater strength. I want to become the old me again. To revert to the cruel and heartless version of myself. After having a family and living on Earth for these past few years, I unexpectedly discovered that this life is quite pleasant. So, I want to be controlled by Babidi to become the old me again, to disregard everything and just want to have a good fight with you. Thanks to him, I feel very relaxed right now. Vegeta expressed his inner thoughts to Sun Wukong. Vegeta, is that really true? However, Sun Wukong could see the true thoughts hidden behind Vegeta's words. Do you all remember what I said when Sun Wukong defeated the monster Jaeger? It was because of the tremendous energy that erupted when Sun Wukong defeated the monster Jaeger. That led Vegeta to take a series of subsequent actions. Now everyone understands what this means, right? The narrator's voice began to explain the meaning of this statement. Vegeta, having witnessed Sun Wukong's energy, realized that despite his years of training, he still couldn't compare to Sun Wukong. Therefore, he chose to deliberately allow himself to be controlled by Babidi to enhance his strength and be able to contend with Sun Wukong. If he had known he could match Sun Wukong, perhaps he wouldn't have resorted to such a method of intentionally being controlled by Babidi. After listening to the narrator, countless viewers felt a deep sense of emotion. So that's why Vegeta was controlled. Zhangguo, I see now, I understand. As a strategist, after hearing the narrator's explanation, he suddenly realized Vegeta's earlier actions. Zhangguo, so during the battle between Son Gohan and Dubra, he was deliberately acting impatient to attract Dubra's attention. Duan Muyan, he did it on purpose, intending to let Babidi know that he could be controlled, thus allowing Babidi to control him. Li Xian Nan, is Vegeta really that cunning? So everything was part of the plan, right? Duan Muyan, to put it simply, it's still because Vegeta is weak, which is why he deliberately allowed himself to be controlled by Babidi to enhance his strength. Dagu, but hasn't he already grown fond of life on Earth? Why does he still want to do this? Dagu, if he does this, Bulma and Trunks will surely be very sad. Dagu expressed his confusion. If it were him, under the circumstances of having a child and a wife, he would never give up such a happy life like Vegeta did. Clin, Vegeta wants to go back to the old him. Speaking of which, isn't the current Vegeta the version he wants to revert to in the video? Piccolo, it's true, but now that Vegeta knows what will happen in the future, will he make a change? Piccolo, if the Vegeta in the video were to know that his past self made a change, he probably wouldn't want to revert to the old him anymore. Vegeta, humph. Change? Why should I change? I will not change. In the spaceship, Vegeta let out a proud snort. Even if he knew about the future, so what? He would still not change at all. He remains the cruel and heartless Vegeta. The version of him in the video did well. Moreover, he displayed incredible wisdom. Everything was within his plan. However, despite thinking this way, Vegeta still instinctively glanced at the bullet comments. Upon seeing that there were no comments from Bulma, he let out a sigh of relief. He didn't even know why he felt relieved. Perhaps it was because he didn't want to see Bulma disappointed in him. But what irritated Vegeta was why the version of him in the video still couldn't surpass Kakarot. He had to use such a method of deliberately being controlled by Babidi to enhance his strength. As the proud Scion Prince, why couldn't he ever surpass Kakarot, this lower-class warrior? He couldn't understand. Zhang Chulin. That being said, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta have been injured, and their energy has probably been absorbed by Majin Buu, right? Zhang Chulin, Majin Buu is about to awaken. Sanji, but since Vegeta was controlled by Babidi, he is already under Babidi's command, so his energy is useless. Uchiha Sasuke, but Sun Wukong's energy alone is enough. Uchiha Sasuke, previously Son Gohan's energy was enough for half of Majin Buu's awakening energy, and with Sun Wukong's energy, it would definitely be sufficient. Zhang Jiwei, that means Majin Buu has already gathered enough energy and is about to awaken. Piccolo, this is not good. Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai have gone to Babidi. Piccolo, if Majin Buu awakens, then Son Gohan. Piccolo began to worry for Son Gohan. If Majin Buu truly awakens, then Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai would be walking into a death trap. Other viewers also thought of this point. They began to worry for Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai, while also feeling a sense of anticipation. They wondered what Majin Buu would look like. They would soon find out. In the video, Sun Wukong and the King Kai stood before Babidi. Just as Sun Wukong was about to engage Dubra once again, a sound came from behind Babidi. He turned around, and in the next moment his expression turned to one of immense joy. At this moment, the instrument in front of Majin Buu's egg had the needle reaching its peak. This means that the energy needed to revive Majin Buu has been fully collected. The King Kai was puzzled as to why the energy was collected so quickly. Sun Wukong guessed the truth and explained that both his father and Vegeta were currently fighting with powers surpassing that of Super Saiyans. The damage caused was therefore substantial. Due to their injuries, their energy was absorbed. Although the energy had been fully collected, Sun Wukong still planned to make one last stand. He gathered energy and unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards Majin Buu's egg. The egg was knocked away, and then it cracked open. While Babidi was extremely excited, and the King Kai looked grim from the cracked egg aside from a puff of smoke, nothing else emerged. This left both Babidi and the King Kai astonished. I understand now. Majin Buu must have been sealed in the egg for too long, so he has lost his life. The King Kai made this joyful speculation. The fact that Majin Buu did not appear was indeed the best news. However, Babidi found it hard to believe. He had exerted so much effort to lift the seal on Majin Buu. In the end, was it all in vain? The King Kai was very happy and shared his joy with Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. No, something's not right. What an overwhelming energy, Sun Wukong said as he looked up at the sky. The King Kai also looked up, and at that moment the sky was enveloped in a pink mist. This mist had just floated out from the egg. Then amidst the shocked gazes of Sun Wukong, the King Kai, and others, the mist coalesced into a figure. A plump pink figure with an antenna on its head. Besides the King Kai, no one present had seen Majin Buu before. Upon seeing this figure, the King Kai's expression instantly darkened. No, it can't be. That is Majin Buu. I will never forget that face. The King Kai gritted his teeth as he spoke. In the seventh universe, in the realm of the King Kai, Majin Buu has finally appeared. Looking at Majin Buu in the video, the King Kai's expression was quite grave. Even though Majin Buu appeared only in the video, the psychological shadow left on him was immense. Even through the video, it compelled his expression to turn serious. Seeing the comments from other viewers, he felt quite helpless. Sanji, is this Majin Buu? He looks rather cute. Ichigo Kurosaki, indeed, I thought of being called a demon would look terrifying, but surprisingly, he looks quite adorable. Naruto Uzumaki, compared to this Majin Buu, I think Babidi looks more like a demon. Lena, if this Majin Buu's image could be made into a doll, it should sell really well. Although they knew Majin Buu could be very terrifying, his appearance still caused many viewers to exclaim how cute he was. After all, the image of the plump Majin Buu is indeed quite likable. In fact, many toy manufacturers were preparing to produce dolls resembling Majin Buu for sale. As for copyright, Majin Buu surely couldn't ask them for royalties across worlds, could he? Somewhere in the seventh universe, is this the Majin Buu created by Dad? Babidi also felt puzzled. This image of Majin Buu was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Could this chubby figure really be the terrifying demon created by his father? Babidi glanced at the egg of Majin Buu beside him. This egg sealed such a being. So what exactly makes Majin Buu terrifying? King Kai, you must not be deceived by his appearance. King Kai Majin Buu is actually a very terrifying being. Champa, by the way, this Majin Buu looks somewhat familiar. Why does he resemble our sixth universe's King Kai? King Kai, this Majin Buu became like this after absorbing the Grand Kai. King Kai, that is why he looks a lot like the Grand Kai. Beerus, Champa, do you think it's possible that the Grand Kai and your sixth universe's King Kai are also brothers? Champa, it's not impossible. Watching Beerus and Champa's discussion, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. Although the original work never mentioned the relationship between the Grand Kai and the sixth universe's King Kai, it is not impossible to say they are biological brothers. After all, if the Destroyer Gods are biological brothers, it is also quite reasonable for the Kai to be brothers too. But who would have thought that the Grand Kai, who was absorbed by Majin Buu, had once sealed Moro? Perhaps it was because he expended much divine power to seal Moro that he was later absorbed by Majin Buu. In his peak state, the Grand Kai could probably defeat Majin Buu. However, on the other hand, these viewers are indeed easily deceived by appearances. Though Majin Buu appears cute, he is indeed a very terrifying existence. If Majin Buu were to appear before them, and they were unaware of who he was, they would likely think that Majin Buu was a good person. One can only say, do not be misled by the surface phenomena of things. Some seemingly harmless beings and people are actually very frightening. After Majin Buu's appearance, he entertained himself. His appearance and behavior left Babidi and Sun Wukong, who were unaware of him, feeling puzzled. Is this really Majin Buu? Why does he seem like a little child? As the Demon King from the Demon Realm, Dubra couldn't help but mock him further. Then Majin Buu became attracted to him. Dubra, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, thought it was a foolish act for Majin Buu to want to fight him. But then he was taught a lesson. Majin Buu only needed 2 moves, 1 eye poke and 1 flying kick to knock Dubra unconscious. The power he displayed also left Sun Wukong and Babidi in awe. They finally confirmed that Majin Buu was indeed a very terrifying being. Babidi was overjoyed, even disregarding Dubra's life and death. However, Majin Buu did not listen to him. But under Babidi's threat of sealing him again, Majin Buu chose to obey Babidi. Babidi's first command to Majin Buu was to kill Sun Wukong and the King Kai.